yo, 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 yo. How we doing, fam? What is going on? What is going on? Water Drop, thank you so much, mate. Holy moly. You're still here, Water Drop. Thank you so much for the massive sub. 132 months, damn. Helix in the chat as well. Well played, Johnny, Jennifer, Fractal. Fractal Cactal. What's going on, guys? How are we all? What's up? Ready for the weekend. Triggered by Ascension 9, STS2. Who are you playing with, Eon Blue? Yeah, I haven't played STS2 yet, but soon, no doubt. Oh, it's the elite power spike, is it? Yeah. The Necromancer or something, right? The red is uncorked. Wifey put to bed. Let's go. How you doing, Zyphenor? Yeah, the Regent is the other new dude, isn't it? Yeah, keen to play both of those, man. No, some of the power spikes are crazy in Slay the Spire. Like, higher level difficulties of Slay the Spire really, like, you kind of realize when you're playing them, and you're just like, oh, I could get by on some pretty low percentage choices before mixed in there. And then suddenly you just get punished so hard for some of them. Like, you're like, damn, these really are very low percentage choices, aren't they, that I've been making? Or you've just not been respecting, you know, the threat of some of the elites. Nice. Alright, today, guys, we're going to be casting a whole bunch of games. Oh, you know what? I haven't had coffee. Should I cast without coffee? One sec. Give me 1 minute. What's up? Oh, that's awesome, Calorific Kraken. The co-op Wings of Liberty campaign mod to get your friend into StarCraft. Hey, that's awesome. Mind blown by discovering control groups. Dude, that's amazing. My man. We've got the high-class freeze-dried coffee here. To be fair, it's pretty good freeze-dried coffee. Good old instant, baby. Black and bitter. That's the way we like it. I've been drinking this coffee from a Cuban place. It's really concentrated. I think it has a lot of sugar, and they really give you a lot of it for how strong it is. I've been wired. Yeah, it's like that sometimes. You get certain coffees, you're just like, oh my lord. I've just been thinking a bit this morning. I was watching, did anyone watch DNS's video with Clem and Eliza talking about the patch? I've just been thinking about how the big thing I'm so sad about with 8 workers is that, like, there's 13 supply and 4 supply on the hatcheries and the Nexus and stuff in the command centers. Because I really feel one of the big reasons you want to make the work account lower is you can give less supply for free with expansions, so they cost a little bit more. And then when they decided to do it, they like, because you know, I'd experimented with, like, I think on my patches I'd mostly done 11 supply for command center and Nexus, but they did 13. It means it's only 2 less supply than 12 workers, and I'm like, one of the big things is you want to get the supply, you know. So this is why, like, some people have been, you know, obviously, as you guys know, people have been very aggressive towards me, like, oh, you fucked up everything with this patch, fuck you, and stuff. And I'm like, and then they see me just being like, I got no fucking horse in this race, and they're like, what, you're backing away from your changes? And I'm like, even the 8 worker change, which is like my change, I'm still just like, this is not like this. The way it's been implemented is it has missed one of the key points. And I've not even talked about it because there's been so many crazy changes to talk about that even I was like, yeah, you know, I've barely talked about this, but like that 2 supply extra per expansion makes a massive difference. And I think it's just people don't like getting supply blocked early. So I think it's like, it's really clean if you go and like in the current one, it's very smooth to like build an overlord, build a depot. You've got so much time to go to depot or pylon. So I think they did it because they didn't want people to go, oh no, I'm supply blocked at the start of the game. But like, I think who gives a shit? Big, do you think Greenouts mod is better with 8 worker start than the current version? 100%. Yes. I think Greenouts mod in general is just like fucking really well done and figured out. He just updated it, by the way, as well. He just added a bunch of changes. Stim Hellbats. I was talking to him yesterday. Stim Hellbats. Colossus has a temporary effect where it stops units from getting healed, or it slows down their healing. Some fun stuff. He's also capped orbitals at 100 energy to make like mass orbital late game less obnoxious. Greenouts changes are always very well thought out. Greenouts should be balancing StarCraft 2. Harston was roasting Serral in early worker micro. That's funny. Harston will over micro his units and mess it up. I feel like, have you tested Patches mod? I've played a bunch of tournaments on it. I haven't played it too much recently though. Patches mod is much more like the live game, obviously, in terms of economy and so and so. But he's just got all these like cool little upgrades and extra text to go for and things. So, like, you know, I love the one supply roaches and all that sort of stuff. Do you like Nexus not giving starting energy? Chrono boost for 25 energy? It feels alright, yeah. Because Mules and Lava Injector buffed in Greenouts mod, remember? I'm not sure how well it all balances out exactly. I don't think Greenouts mod is perfectly balanced, but there seems to be enough going on for each faction that it feels roughly balanced in my experience. Zemi, how you doing? Neeb should have won against Scarlet. I didn't get to watch those games. I've got like the recordings, but the quality's like, you can hear the Chinese commentators, like the quality's really shit. That was before the hotfix even, when Neeb and Scarlet played. Unfortunately. Alright, that's enough coffee to get me going, guys. We can finish in between games. Alright, let's go. We've got Lambo in the top right here. We are casting one of the best matches from Home Story Cup. When I say the best, I'm talking about the most interesting, the most unique, and of course the ones that have been highly recommended to me because it is showcasing people doing stuff on the new patch that's interesting. You can already see Lambo very diligently trying to boost his workers mining. Down here in the bottom left side, we've got Team Liquid's Skillous. We'll see if he's doing the same thing here in this early stage. Looks like Skillous not bothering quite as much with that speed mining, just letting his workers mine relatively efficiently, and he's going to stack them up to make sure they are doubled. On the other side, Lambo goes for the Extractor trick there. So this looks like 12 Overlord into Extractor trick to get the 13, and this looks like the standard 12 Pylon Scout for Skillous. Now, for those who don't know, Skillous is the player who's been cooking. I partially want to make fun of Protoss players for being too lazy to figure out the new gateways. The other part of me says, realistically, warp gates have so many advantages that it makes perfect sense with limited time to practice for a tournament that almost every player just made warp gates like normal at this tournament. But Skillous is the player who had really clever usage between using gateways, using warp gates, and kind of going back and forth between the two based on the situation. He also had some really fun, cheesy attacks that he was mixing in. Just all things considered, I think Skillous had some cool ideas, and you could tell he was cooking on the new patch. So I'm curious to see what he did here against Lambo and how both players are going to interact. Lambo's gone up to 18 supply. So that was a 16 or 17 hatchery after getting blocked. He goes 18 gas, 17 pool. And that just shows he is absolutely not worried about any sort of early aggression. One has to wonder. I'm later today going to be watching. I know there was a few games with proxy gates versus Zerg. We'll be watching those later today and seeing how that plays out. Because I'm really wondering if people are going for such late gas pool timings, is there not room for you to have proxied a few gateways and run some zealots in? It does feel like it would be very hard for them to defend. We'd have to see. Hey Pig, I played against Protoss today that refused to pay the warp gate tax. He was making units from gateways while floating 2k. The funny thing is, so at pro level, most people have the opposite. They don't have enough money, and when they are producing out of gateways, their gateways are idle like 60-70% of the time. They do produce very fast. Now, Harsum did a little side-by-side with two gateways. One, he just basically turned into a warp gate and started warping in units exactly on cooldown constantly, which very few people do warp in instantly on cooldown, but so it's kind of like a unrealistic scenario, but you know, showing the if you play perfectly versus a gateway if you leave it in gateway form once the upgrade's done and just produce. And it took, I think, 3 cycles was the conclusion Arston took before it overtook the production. And that might sound like a long time, but 3 cycles is only 48 seconds on the new gateways. So it's under a minute. So it's about it, and that's the thing is like the disadvantage of waiting for warp gate production, non-warp gate gateways is it does take time to kick in, and they've got to rally from where those gateways are, which is why I'm often building gateways at my third base when I'm playing that style. And even then, even though I can see the clear advantages outside of defending early aggression with a bit more production without having to invest in as many gateways, it does feel like it's definitely a little more inflexible and a bit more defensively minded. Adept comes in there, only gets 1 drone and 1 Zerg. I mean, that's not too bad. You get a drone, at least that's something. But I think what I'd say is the real advantage of it is in the kind of early mid-game, when you're securing a third base in each matchup, a lot of Protoss players would be like, oh, I need 6 gateways to defend this or that attack. I often feel like with just 3 gateways constantly producing now, you can defend a third base very, very well. But to do so, you need to be constantly producing from early on, and that's something Protoss players aren't really used to. This is a style Estrella played for a long time, even without the gateway changes, where he would just have less warp gates but constantly warp in, whilst most Protoss players will build extra gateways and not use them unless they actually really need them. How often do we see a Protoss with 8 gateways get surprised by a big roach all-in, and they've only got 10 stalkers, despite having 8 gateways up for 2 minutes? And you think, wait, how's he only got 10 Stalkers? He can warp these in every 25 seconds. But that is the way it goes, you know. Oh, 2 drones, 3 drones go down. The Adept's getting some nice damage here. I think that's a very good way. Very, very frustrating here. Lambo takes a few losses. And you can see, guys, that upgrade we're talking about, Warp Gate, is about to kick in. Now, that's going to give plus 40% production to these gateways without transforming. If he wants to transform, it's 25 minerals and 25 gas each. Third base is up. Zergling's coming into pressure, but the Oracle is there. Second Oracle's almost out. Obviously, the Oracle will have to use its laser beam, and indeed it does, but Lambo very quick to run away. Anticipated that, only loses a single Zergling. 42 drones on each side. So this is the point where you can see Skillous is like, okay, now these Adepts are building and just... Actually, they still take 20 seconds? Wait. Why do Adepts take 20 seconds to build after Warp Gate? Is that because of the threat of Glaive Adepts? How does an Adept take 4 seconds longer than a Stalker to build, guys? How in the world is that fair? Stalkers are much... I feel like a much better unit. That's crazy. They did get 3 seconds added to their build time, of course. I think they went from like 31 to 34 or something, 33, something like that. But yeah, that feels very long. So I didn't realize that Adepts just took so much longer. So I guess a Stalker and a Zealot both build in like 27 seconds normally pre-Warp Gate, and an Adept builds in like 33, 6 seconds longer or something. That's crazy, man. That's so weird. Here come the Zerglings poking around, and little Adept sentry pressure with a probe. Oh, he sends the probe home. It's a fake. He was pretending to build a pylon on the front with that probe. He gets it spotted, and he immediately backs out of it, knowing he's already forced the response. Problem for Skillous, guys, is Lambo's just going to go for a big queen drop. He's got roaches on the way. They'll become Ravagers. He's got 52 drones. He's got his 4 gases. We know this setup very well. The Adepts come in, and they see what looks like a fully mining base, but it's the natural that's missing a lot of workers and infrastructure there. Sees a few roaches coming out. The Adept Shade does go in and see some more units. Sentries and Stalkers will take out a Speed Overlord. That's a big tell. That is a absolutely massive tell. He's got to be building cannons right now. Cannons will go down. Nice move there for Skillous. He's not got Warp Gates, remember, so he's got to just keep building units out of the gateways like normal. But these Stalkers build in just 16 seconds. An Immortal, on the other hand, just for context, takes 39 seconds to build. He's going to build another Oracle, which to me is absolutely insane. Obviously, Oracles can be useful versus Zerglings that sneak in, but yeah, definitely can be very dicey. The Oracles are going to guard from things flooding into the natural. Cannons are building there as well. Their cannons getting up is huge. Their damage output will be absolutely momentous. Where is that drop? It's 3 queens there. He's also got a little Zergling drop going around the south, but it feels like Lambo's been a little bit slow to get this all started. The Oracles take out a bunch of Zerglings. They're going to take out a Ravager as well. The Queens have not dropped yet. Lambo in real trouble right now. He does save a red hit point Ravager. That was very nice micro for Lambo. But one of the Queens goes down already, and he's attacking up 2 narrow ramps into Cannons and Immortals. And that does not feel good. That Immortal does get caught. We are seeing some Biles land on the Cannon and the Oracle there, but it still feels pretty fantastic for Skillous. He doesn't even need to move out into the open. He's moving out there, but he should just stay on the high ground. Absolutely should stay on that high ground. He's got to be careful. He's moving out into the open. Skillous with some pretty big missteps there. Movement-wise, he can't be letting another Immortal get surrounded. Skillous with some big screw-ups, and Lambo's finding damage that should not exist. Skillous needs to pull back on both sides. He's got another Immortal, 2 Stalkers, and a Void Ray coming in. 4 more gateways are building. It looks like the Zergling drop in the main only killed 4 probes. Not too bad there, but he's lost all of his supporting units that were meant to fight with these cannons. And Lambo comes in. He's going to take down the cannons. You cannot... Oh my gosh. I can't believe this. Skillous, I think, had this in the bag, but he's just messed up his micro here. Obviously, the muscle memory is different. You're so used to defending this with warp-ins, and then you don't have that, and you can just get thrown out of your rhythm. And this is why a lot of people in StarCraft do not experiment early on in tournaments in high-pressure situations. He recalled accidentally to the wrong Nexus as well. The reason is it's so fast-paced and it's so easy to make mistakes. And you might feel confident with a build or a style, but then the moment you're dealing with a really fearsome all-in, all of your muscle memory from the old way of defending it kicks in. Suddenly you can't be warping in units, and kind of fumbled his Immortals on both sides of that. Walked into the open with a Sentry Stalker, and that's really unfortunate for Skillous, who he can defend his natural for days, but he needs to get that 3rd base back up because drones are coming 4th base as well here for Lambo. And the Void Rays and Oracles should have killed these Queens a little while ago, but he doesn't have much energy anymore, and Skillous is going to go across the map with the Oracles, which is a brave decision, but I think also a crazy decision. I think his Oracles should be trying to kill every Ravager right now. He's going to get caught outside. The Biles say no retreat for you. One Immortal goes down, a few Stalkers as well. The Oracles do come back, fly over the top of that. Zergling drop goes in the main. It does get cleaned, but it's just crazy that these two Queens are controlling space. There's 3 high-energy Oracles here, and they should have got rid of this a while ago. It's kind of funny because pro Protoss players are so good at not fighting the Queens, using the Oracles and Void Rays to deal with Ravagers, Zerglings that stumble in front. But one of the big problems we see is there are often these moments. We saw it in a hero game against Solar in Pigasaur this week, where there's a bunch of Queens there, and they're kind of like, okay, these Queens are there. They're you know, there's not much energy, or there's very few Queens. You could just zap them and overwhelm. But the Protoss player's brain is so occupied thinking about everything else and assuming, of course, you can't fight Queens with just a few Oracles. But missing the pattern recognition there, kind of a bummer, because now the creep gets spread out here. The Ravagers are able to maintain position. Roach speed's almost there. Hydra's on the way. 70 probes are up, and it does look like Skillous is going to be going down in game 1. Sipping my coffee here early in the series, guys. It's the first series I am casting today. Kind of unfortunate, but I think this is the price of experimentation, especially when it's defensive. Experimentation on the offense often gets rewarded a lot quicker, as opposed to experimentation on the defense. So I'm not 100% surprised by any means to see Skillous kind of fumbling in defense there a little bit. I think the extra production on those 2 gateways was giving him a very good stream of Stalkers. You can see how quickly he rebuilt so many of those Stalkers, but of course then did transform into Warp Gates eventually to get back in the comfort zone. He will be going forward as a counter all-in, 1 Immortal, 7 Sentries, 1 Void Ray, a pack of Stalkers and Slow Zealots. The Hydras are here, Groove Spines and Roach Speed kicking in at the perfect time. Biles landing across the front line. Remember, Biles no longer completely one-shot the Force Fields. They just remove half of the duration. And also, Force Fields turn red when they are below 50% duration now as well. Cool little modifier there, but a nice hold for Lambo. Can breathe a sigh of relief, because I thought his all-in sucked. No offense to Lambo. I think he would be like, man, oh, kind of got spotted coming across the map. The Queens were late. I was running into mass cannon on both ramps. I can almost guarantee you Lambo feels like he just got away with murder winning that game. Because there was a point there. Those Immortals and Sentries stay on the high ground on both sides. You just let the Zerg hang on the low ground. Keep putting Stalkers, Immortals, Sentries. I don't think he ever manages to break these cannons on the right side. Definitely can't breach that ramp on the left. And it's going to be a really tough game for Lambo. But he takes game 1. GG, well played. If there's a probe harassing in your main, wouldn't it be hard for them to proxy get an 8 workers start economically? Yeah, 100% right job. That's what we call an SOS level move. It's where you scout with 1 probe, and then there's another one proxying. And they would never expect it. That being said, do you need to? Because I'm pretty sure every game Zergs are going hatch first into like 18 gas, 17 pool, or 17 pool, 18 gas, or whatever anyway. So my point with that whole thing was just, I think a lot of Zergs are doing that opening anyway. So yeah, curious to see how it goes. Quality of the Neeb Scarlet gameplay was great though. That's awesome. Pig, do people really say we aren't here to fuck spiders in Australia? Yeah, I didn't grow up saying that. I didn't actually hear that one till I was an adult, but I love it. I think it's a good one. We're not here to fuck around. We're not here to fuck spiders. Not here to fuck spiders, mate. It's such a ludicrous saying, but it really does get the message across, doesn't it? Oh, is this live? How you doing, Kanedi? The best games of StarCraft that have been vetted from last week's Home Story Cup to figure out that they're the best? Yes, this is live. Alright, guys. Lambo in the top left side. Skillous in the bottom right. Skillous getting that chrono down right on time at about 6.5, 7 seconds. And Lambo, top left of Eternity's Edge. A bigger map, this one where Skillous is going to have a bit more room for that defensive setup. I think he was in a perfectly solid position in that last game. I think that's an easy hold normally, but every Immortal you lose is just so valuable. They're such tanky units, and you really need to just keep them alive and stutter step them. And it's always a little awkward when you got a micro on both sides like that, but you really do just have to let the Protoss, the Zerg, sorry, control the space outside of your base. And Skillous will be kicking himself for that one. Lambo's Zergling drop didn't kill many probes. It distracted, though. And I think that's a big part of why Skillous was looking away and lost one of the Immortals. The other one was kind of just a big mistake, though. Chronoing on the probes. And, of course, this guy comes in, forces that third base. Someone was pointing out in chat just before, we were talking about, like, proxy gate. Like, how are they going to proxy gate and have a probe blocking? I don't care if they've taken the third or not. I just want to see, because people, no matter what, are going 17 supply pool gas, or sometimes 18 supply, and you could proxy gateway against it, right? So that's a big thing. One of the really weird things about this patch is how they you know, scouting is way more expensive for Terran and Protoss on this patch, but the Zerg players, they initially massively slowed the Overlord down to a kind of crazy amount, which was a bit wild. But then they just gave it back, and it's like almost as fast as it was on the 12 worker start, to the point where it does feel like there's quite a bit of asymmetry there, combined with the fact that the current map pool actually has a lot of these Overlord pillars, which I'm not the biggest fan of myself, being a little free high ground next to the natural, seeing the entrance. It does give Zerg like a bit of an advantage there. There's so many things going on in this new season that are hard to tally up and see what's affecting what. So many odd and interesting little things. Of course, Skillous hasn't used the forward hidden pylons yet. I think those can be very effective, and I think if you're playing a good defensive gateway production style, well, problem is that's a bit too defensive. Lambo might be exceptionally greedy and go mutas this game, so if you can hit him with some sort of warp gate timing, hide a pylon down here on the edge of the map, warp in a bunch of Adepts or Zealots and just go, it can still be very powerful, even though you've got to pay that warp gate tax of 25 minerals, 25 gas. If you're doing, say, a 6 gate, a very committed adept pressure, that's 300, 150 minerals and 150 gas. Which adds up. It's 300 resources. It's not nothing, especially for the gas. Zergling poking around. Adept does shade forwards across the map. Stargate's on the way. Standard opening. Extra chrono here for Skillous to try and block the Zergling scout, but looks like he won't even bother. He's just going to go across the map, which is fair enough. He wants to put pressure on as hard as possible. Lambo's only got 4 Zerglings and 2 Queens. This Adept could commit into the main. There's not many Zerglings around. 2 more pairs are making, but they ain't ready yet, and that's a good commit. I like this commit here, but Lambo's micro. Lambo's micro is very good so far. Yeah, very nicely done. And what do you get? A Zergling for your troubles? All that work, all those hit points, you get 2 Zerglings in total in this early game. One of those, of course, going down, I believe, in the main base. Didn't manage to kill any probes, though. Distracted Skillous, and he's accidentally pulled a worker off gas because of the distraction. Keep in mind, there was mining time. The spores do have to get built and cancelled. This all costs money, and he's not done yet. But the Lings get the wraparound, and it's just 1 or 2 more drones. So lots of mining time losses, but not too much direct damage, and Lambo very happy to regain map control after this start. He's got an Oracle on the way. We've got a few gateways there. Probe moving out to take the third base. Oh my lord. That Adept looked like it got pushed out of the wall at first. I was like, there's no way a probe's pushing it that far. Then I realized it was actually... Oh, geez. Okay, there's an Oracle there. It's fine. Yeah. Doors open. Oracle says, nah. You ain't going to get too much done. Adept is well positioned at the third. Probe can hide behind the Adept. Oh, nice micro. Very good micro there for Skillous. He mineral walks it to hide it in the pocket. Stalker comes out, cleans up that Zergling, and of course the Oracle and the Stalker can clear the pillar up. This Adept cleaning those Zerglings up. Lambo getting a little wasteful now for the first time in this series. And of course he's starting Spore Crawlers behind this. But you know what I love? He delayed the Spores. This is a Lambo special. Very few, even top Zergs will do this. Where if you have Zergling map control, so if the Protoss throws their Adepts away, guys, this is a really high level thing, which most pros don't do. But Lambo does because he's one of the smartest and most flexible. He might not be the best multitasker, but my god is he smart. And he's got all these little triggers and prepared things. So what happened is because he killed the Adepts and he knew his Lings could keep the Oracles at home, he delayed his Spore Crawlers by an extra minute. That's an extra minute where those 3 drones are mining, where the minerals that would have gone towards the spores were building more drones, and that's why he's got this massive economic advantage. He also stayed on just 3 queens. Now he's going to 5 queens, and he's actually skipped the spore in the 3rd, which is just greedy. Oh, he's so lucky Skillous doesn't know that. Skillous thinks there's a spore there. He could have just gone right past and killed 10 drones. It was perfect until he skipped the 3rd spore. If he had the 3rd spore up, I'd say it's a perfect reaction. As it is, Lambo, a mixture of very nice reaction combined with a little bit of luck gets him to a solid lead. Still up 12 workers in this game. Skillous, he's trying to probe his 3rd, but he's supply blocked right now. He's making a whole bunch of Adepts here and sentries for a little bit of a funky pressure, and he desperately needs to do damage with this because he's in an awkward spot. He's got 6 gateways, but they're not warp gates. Oh my gosh, is he about to transform them? He is. He's going to build a pylon on the front. The Zerglings come forward. The Oracle does push it back for now. There's no Roaches out. It's 63 drones to 49. But it's only 6 gateways. So I do wonder, are we going to see Stalker warp-ins? I think it's going to be Stalkers, then Zealots. I think he's going to warp in 6 Stalkers over here. Warp in another pylon on the front. Remember, you can get fast pylon warp-ins no matter what now. Yeah, 6 Stalkers on the front. Really nice. He's got a whole bunch of force fields built up. Very cute pressure here for Skillous. Stasis traps going down as well. The Roachling comes forward. One of the sentries gets surrounded by the Zerglings. That really is unfortunate for Skillous. These units on the top left killing some queens. Force fielding a few of those Roaches. The Lings do poke in and out. I think it's going to be a Zealot warp in now on this one. We'll see. He should be ready to warp in. He's got the money, but he's not casting it right now. It's been more than 20 seconds, that's for sure, but he's waited a bit too long, has he? There we go. 6 Adepts are going to come in fact. The drone's trying to evacuate. No chance to build Ravagers here. The Stalker count out of control. Skillous shoving in with reckless abandon and realizing just the power of those fast warp-ins off those pylons, something Christian has shown us a ton over the last couple of weeks. A few of the players who are a bit more out there with their gambles have shown us the power of those fast pylon warp-ins. But a guy who has been so defensive as Skillous, sitting there, using the faster gateways, stuck on his 3 base, stuck in a defensive stance. I think he's realized I can't just be so obviously defensive, taking advantage of that post-warp gate production increase. And I think that's really smart. I think that's very smart that he's mixed in a timing attack here, because remember, he cut at 49 probes. His 3rd was fake. He even chronoed the Nexus without building probes to try and convince Lambo that this was indeed an economic play. The Biles are coming down, but pretty good dodges so far on those. The Adepts and the Stalkers doing all right here. The Roach Ravager count's just not that high, and the Protoss units are moving forward. But you got to be really careful because the Zerglings can cause real problems. The Oracles are going to take out the Queen. The Stalker's trying to micro back. You want the Adepts hitting the Zerglings. The Stalker's taking out the Roaches. Unfortunately, the Stalkers are getting overwhelmed, and it does look like Lambo might just barely be able to hold on. But the Oracles almost taking out these Ravagers. I feel like focusing that Ravager would be lovely. Biles are landing on top. That last Oracle refuses to run out of energy. It finally runs out of energy. That red hit point Ravager finally gets focused. Lambo does not have the numbers. He's already lost about 25 drones here. And Skillous with a very cute 6-gate attack off of, was it a double Oracle originally, and then he just built a 3rd? I think it was. And just squeezing in those sentries. So they all had, I think, about 100 energy, maybe a little higher than that. And those force fields can be really powerful, especially now, even if they have Ravagers, they don't break the force field. So you've got so many bonuses Skillous is using all at once here. You've got, okay, now you don't need a gateway for fast pylon warping. Okay, awesome. Also, you've got energy recharge, good with the Oracles, potentially good with the sentries. I'm not sure if you energy recharged a sentry on the way across the map. But then, of course, last but not least, you've got the sentry force fields. Do not get one shot by force fields. All it does is knock half of their duration off, which is just a cool change. Obviously, it's not a huge change. Oh my gosh, where's the spore? There's no spore in that base. Skillous has missed multiple wide open mineral lines this game. The spore just moved to the 3rd. He could have killed 20 drones there, man. There's no queens alive. Lambo is completely dead, man. But Skillous just was, I think, busy looking at his macro or something like that. Alright, probes fighting the Zerglings. Roaches, Ravagers trying to hold on here. Oh, barely popping out. Getting the instant heal. Stalkers eating some big Biles there. We'd like to see Skillous move those Stalkers forward a little bit. Great force fields on the south side. Traps a bunch of these Ravagers. And I think another few force fields trapping him in the mineral line would be excellent. Yeah, drones going down. Oracles are zapping. That's 4 Oracles now as well. Knowing that Mass Zergling could be a problem, Skillous is going to tie up the Series 1 tournament. So this is a really interesting push, guys. Obviously, this needs to get a massive reaction out of Zerg. I imagine there's a version of this that isn't as committed. But yeah, you can see he built quite a few sentries here. I imagine there's a version where you poke forward, especially if people know you do this. I think what you do is you build 4 sentries like this and you pretend you're doing it, but you're actually probing the whole time. That would be an extra variation you do, and you don't even need to make warp gates. But you still show the probe come forward to build a pylon. Remember, he showed a probe coming forward in game 1 as well. So I think Skillous is kind of like always threatening this move just by default, which is actually really smart. I think he's always threatening this, but then you don't know how committed he's going to be. This was massively committed, because this wasn't just no Twilight, no Forge, guys. He wasn't probe scout. He wasn't probing at all. So he's got no splash damage, 0 tech. Like, this is a full send. But you could do this as a light pressure. You could even build a pylon, have 3 or 4 gateways, just warp in a few Adepts or Stalkers and stuff, and like just try to force a lot of Ravages. Because if you think about it, what does Zerg want? Zerg wants to stop at like 50, 50, 55 drones, get Ravages out off their gases as quickly as possible. For Zerg, that's always hard. The question you're asking of Zerg is because if you look at a Zerg at about 5.5 minutes, and you're thinking, well, where does the Zerg gas want to go? They're like, I want to start a lair. All they've made is link speed so far. They've only got 130 extra. So I want to make a lair. I want to get my 3 mineral lines full before even thinking about anything else. You've made multiple oracles, so I want to make spore crawlers and queens, which remember, Lambo was greedy. He was ahead. He was ahead of being greedy, and the oracles didn't punish him for it. But, you know, it's like, oh, I'll take a 2nd gas. Oh, I guess I'll steadily take a 3rd and a 4th gas. But you can see he's so mineral focused. Like, Lambo's trying to be as greedy as possible. Why? Because he wants a 4th. He wants to drone really hard. And you can see we're getting close to 6 minutes. This attack hits at like 6:30, doesn't it? 6:45, something like that. And he's building an Evo. He's only now getting his extra gases. So he's only on 2 gas this whole time. And when the attack is moving across the map, how much gas does he really have available? He's got 4 roaches just built. He's only got 250 gas to choose from. So the thing is, it kind of like demands that the Zerg have a bit more gas earlier and actually delay the minerals and maybe delay the 4th if they want to be 100% safe versus this sort of move. It demands a little bit more default safety from the Zerg, and it punishes this sort of extreme greed. So you can also imagine that there's quite a bit of flexibility in terms of, like I said, oh, you've only got 2 gateways warping. You still show the pylons, show the same move out, but you don't have these 4 gateways in the back if they haven't scouted. And remember, he denied the Overlord here on the pillar. So there is no scout. Lambo has no idea what's going on inside that base. It's he saw the Stargate with the Zergling at the very start, and that was it. So yeah, I think this is quite clever. There could be a Twilight and a Forge going. You could be probing the 3rd. I think there's a bit of a dance where the easiest way to check is if the Zerglings are poking in and they see you're not probing your 3rd. But I think Protoss can easily transfer fake probes to the 3rd. I think a lot of Protoss players, you'll see Harstem do this all the time. If he's doing an all-in and he sees the enemy coming with a unit, he'll purposely start probes on this base, maybe even drop a chrono on it before cleaning the scout up, just to sell the story. So there's going to be a bit of mind games and a dance there. But either way, cool opening. This is the full send of the pressure. And just to benchmark it really quickly so we have an idea, it's kind of interesting because like his first warp in, it didn't feel like it was that early. It only gets here at like 6:45, but his actual units were in there at about, what, 6:30? Yeah, 6:30, he gets there with 4 sentries, 3 adapts, 2 stalkers, 2 oracles. Then he's got 6 stalkers coming in from behind. I actually think he was a little late on this warp in. I think Skillous does look a little excited today. I feel like he doesn't look quite as mechanically crisp as I've seen from Skillous in the past. But it ties up the series 1-1. Nah, man. Pig, do all pro players have coaches or just the top ones? No one has coaches. StarCraft is a pretty small scene. So the best player in the world, Serral, is in my opinion probably the best coach in the world. But he exclusively coaches himself and nobody else. Don't get me wrong. I say no one has coaches. I am exaggerating. Sometimes I know in the past some of the top teams have got like sports psychologists or physios if they've got wrist or shoulder injuries and stuff like that, and different health treatments. Lambo coached Raynor to the Gamers 8 victory in 2023 famously, where Raynor, I don't know if he cut him in for the prize money or paid him a set amount or whatever it was. Yeah. But often it's just kind of friends will put their heads together and chat and practice together. Hey, Lilyhammer, thank you very much for the love. She's doing great. Had a family dinner last night. Had some Japanese curry. It was very good. My mom ordered a bowl of ramen, which didn't come out until everyone had finished eating. She was tilted. It was pretty funny. Thank you very much, Lilyhammer. Appreciate the $3 tip. Hope you're doing well. Lambo also helped Serral in the 2018 BlizzCon. Yeah, I think Lambo's a pretty giving guy. I wouldn't be surprised if he's coached quite a lot of the top pros. But yeah, even then, it's like they would have just done a bit of work leading into the tournament. It's not like a football coach or whatever whose full-time job is helping these guys. It's, hey, they helped a buddy out or got paid to help a guy out for a short period of time, like that sort of thing, So generally speaking, most improvement in StarCraft is much more self-propelled and more about kind of, trying to improve yourself. Coaching helps a huge amount because there's not a huge amount of money in the scene. You're not going to see it to the level of, if you look at sports, the more money, the more, money there is obviously for support crew, support staff, and all the different things that can help optimize and push players. I was at Home Story Cup. They shut down my "Hey Pig, how's your mom" sign. Is that for real? We don't have any Japanese curry in Utah. It's my favorite food. I mean, yeah. No. The problem, Tyrannodon, the Mormons wouldn't know how to make it. So it's probably better than the alternative of very bad Japanese curry. The problem is that the Mormon, it's a moist food. Mormons are very good at soaking. They might soak the curry for too long, though, and make it too moist, which would be a problem. So it'll be a special treat for whenever you're traveling. I'll stop. No, yeah, it's always a shame when you find like a food you love and then you don't have it where you live and you're like, Pig, would you like Hardened Shields back on the Immortals? I haven't really thought about it. It makes them way better against siege tanks. Yeah. How much does Serral charge for coaching these days? Well, if you watch his stream, since Serral only coaches himself, you can see what it costs, which is eternal hunger to be better, but also a complete lack of satisfaction even after winning like 30 S-tier tournaments, It's annoying dissatisfaction and belief that you're inadequate even when you are by far the best player in the world. You know what I mean? So yeah, it might not sound like a lot monetarily, but it costs a lot more than money. I guarantee you. Yeah. As Wellpleb says, like, if he loses one drone, he feels more sadness than if one of us loses 20 games in a day. You know what I mean? That's just the Serral mindset. So, I'm sorry, I missed this comment from YouTube chat earlier. How you guys doing? How's my Irish whiskey? Irish whiskey for sure. I wish, man, dude, I could go some whiskey right now. Pig, what do you think of Forge Fast expanding? Ain't new 8 worker meta as Protoss vs Zerg. Forge Fast expanding, that is. I feel like it could be solid once again. Sorry, Limpold, I missed that earlier. My bad. It's not bad. It was not bad pre-patch either. I think at pro level it's far from optimal because you delay your tech for something that's purely defensively oriented and doesn't really stop ravages as well. But it's a very easy way to play, and you will see GM Protoss players that do it. So I think a lot of people only watch pro play, and they have a very limited understanding of what is possible and how to counter things. So whilst it's not the most optimal, there are high GM players who are legitimately very strong Protosses who've been doing this always in NA GM especially, so it's not bad. Pig, have you thought about giving Ravages a lighter armor tag? Not particularly, no, I haven't thought much about it. Pig, what build prevents the probe expansion block against Zerg? I haven't tested the time. I've been asking the same question. Lose this to watch. I think because all the maps have different rush distances, I don't think there is a way to consistently get that natural up if they send the early probe. But I think you are a bit further ahead, potentially, against that 12 pylon probe. So, because previously it was like a 13 or a 14 pylon probe that would come across. So costing them even more money to block your expansion, if that makes sense. Obviously, you could do like a 14 pool or something like that. And there's probably, I think at low level, if you just hate taking a third, zero experience off the top of my head, I would just go 14 pool and build 6 lings every game. And do you know why? Because I think you're going to get the same response at low level out of a 6-ling pressure off a 14 pool as you would off a 10 pool. So assuming your opponents know how to defend 10 pools, and maybe that's a bit of a stretch, maybe you could just 10 pool and win the game, you probably can get a big overreaction, clear up any pylon or block on your natural, get your hatchery down a fair amount of the time. They're probably going to see the early pool and not block your expansion, so you will actually be able to get the expansion well before the Zerglings are out a lot of the time, or like out on the map. Obviously, yeah. When would you build the hatchery? No earlier than 16. I imagine off of a 14 pool, you'd go... It'd be 13 or 13 pool, maybe even? Maybe I'd extract a trick to 13 pool. Like I said, I'm just making numbers up here. I might do that, because then you do 13. So extract a trick, 13 pool, build an overlord. Would I do that? No, I think I'd build the overlord first. I'd do it because this is I'm more economic in my head. I'd just build an overlord on like 11, 12 as normal. Do a 14 pool, and then at like 16 plus, I'd squeeze a hatchery in if I can. But basically, I'm going to rally 6 Zerglings either way. They're going to shit the bed against 6 Zerglings. I can just go for, hatchery and gas and play normal from there. You just want to make sure you're not delaying your pool too long. This is like purely I'm theory crafting. If you're like, I hate taking the third base, I don't want to take the third base. But I think most people at pro level will just be taking the third against a 12 pylon block for the immediate future on 2-player maps. Pig, I haven't really been playing. Is it a good idea to wait a while to play? The notion there'll be a large change, reversal change coming at some point. I mean, maybe. I personally would enjoy just kind of clicking buttons and having fun when things are new and chaotic, Sparkle. I think you might be overthinking it. It's not too hard to get used to the very beginning, but it just depends. If you're like, oh, I really hate the warp gate change and I don't know if that's going to change or this or that. Yeah, I mean, if you're not interested in putting time into a game where things are going to change, yeah, probably come back in a month, I guess, I would imagine. But none of us actually knows when Blizzard's going to finish patching, right? For this period, go quiet and then come back 6 months, 9 months down the track. So I think it's just one of those things where, if you don't like investing in it, it's right now it does feel a bit like the later stages of a PTR, where I think we all expect there to be a few more changes, but we'll see what happens. I do a 12 pool. If they don't scout, I build the full 6 lings. If you do scout, I just go 2 lings and double expand and play gasless for a while. Yeah, you can do that as well, Tomias. I do think double expand is pretty hectic trying to defend. You can do it for sure. I was doing it for a while, but yeah, you're going to rely on your opponents hopefully not being too smooth with their Adept Oracle and that sort of stuff. Yeah. Jordan is not the GOAT because he never won the NBA championship. It's a team sport, right, Mopia? That's the good thing about team sports, is people can always say stuff. They're like, oh, if so-and-so doesn't win the World Cup, he's not the GOAT. You're like, let's use the metric that's almost completely out of that player's control. Like, why can't the one guy out of the 11 on the field win the World Cup for his country? You're just like, this is the dumbest metric I've ever fucking seen. But it is fun because it creates discussion. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's like so dumb, but at least it gives people stuff to talk about. Pig, how do I get my hair like yours? So what you want to do is you want to go through periods of like extreme stress when you're a bit younger, Zerg, but then you want to like kind of improve your general physical and mental health so that like your hair stops going white. So it starts going white and some bits have gone white, but then it stops going white. And then you want to fucking hang out and just, yeah. And then you want to get elephant cum to put in it every day. You want to do there's something about Mary, but with elephant jizz. And then after that, you want to sacrifice a goat to try and halt the bald spot that's ever expanding. Don't know if you guys can see it. It's getting there. It's thinning. It's not really a bald spot yet, but give it a few years. It'll be there. Yeah. That's what we call a 50% real answer and a 50% made up. You guys can guess which one was made up and which part was real. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Very quick ad break. We've got game 3, Skillous versus Lambo. Coming right up. With that depot timing? Oh my god. Okay, guys. 3,800. He's almost 4K, guys. I just want to remind you, this player is 4K. Activillain literally has the mechanics of a drunk lemur. The build orders of a mentally impinged doorknob. That's right. Not a regular doorknob. That's too much smarter than Activillain. That's not a fair comparison to the fucking doorknob. I'm telling you, the way this man plays games is he just takes the fucking dumbest idea ever from like a pro match, but then he does it 10 times worse than the pro could ever fathom. It's almost like a really, really big skill check. Oh, Overseer runs in front and does. But I don't think there's a Dark Shrine, so that's okay. Ultra attack on the north will take out a lot of cannons. And he's going to try and defend the south. Wow, dude, Ultra's sniper base. This is huge. Rainer's going to get some good... Loses one Ultra. Two Ultras very, very low on hit points. He doesn't have that many queens this game. Might be banking energy by this point, though, so he could go back and transfuse a little. He's not going to get the Nexus. He needs to get out. Rainer needs to get out. Rainer needs... Oh, he's attacking everywhere else. Oh, he YOLO's on the army. Sorry, guys. I'm just tunnel visioned really bad. I did not expect him to try and attack there. I think he assumed the whole army was coming north. Oh, no. You need to have a strong elastic in the undies. If you're wearing an older pair of undies, and you're gonna put it on the side, on the hip, obviously you don't put it in the front, or your phone's gonna get dicked, literally, and then you're gonna be like, why does my phone smell like balls? You know, not a cool move, right? Go straight down the back. Problem is then, if you twist suddenly, it could turn on its side and then slide into the crack, which does look like it's one of those like wireless charging ports or something where you just place it into like a crevice. But unfortunately, my asshole does not actually have the power to wirelessly charge my phone yet. I'm working on it, but I haven't quite evolved that ability, so we're still trying to develop that. Just going ham on these drones. For those who don't know, you might not be familiar with these sayings. Going ham, it's a term that actually originates because I used to be the best player in the world at killing drones. Sorry guys, was it lagging? Did it fix itself? Just lagged for like 5 seconds or something. Does that sometimes. Was it the whole time? Sorry, sometimes if I'm recording for like a minute, it sucks. Was it just the audio or it just froze? Sorry, sometimes when I'm recording and playing video files at the same time, OBS starts to shit itself. Pepperoni fan, thank you for 11 months. Jinkles, 69. Thanks, 69 to me. Polar Bear, 31415. Guys, how much does a polar bear weigh? Enough to break the ice. Use that with the ladies, they love it. There's something about a man being confident enough to purposefully cringe, like to make, you know, a romantic prospect cringe that hard. It's endearing in its own way. Pepperoni fan, Jinkles. Polar Bear, Water Drop, thank you. B-Dug as well. Started the stream. Thanks, B-Dug. Yeah, worked once on dot, 100% success rate. Yeah, well, the point of a good pickup line is it has to be kind of like purposefully self-deprecating. Otherwise, it's kind of embarrassing. Like, if you're unironically like, baby, you know, you're going to be a bit more like, you know? My wife left me after watching Pig stream. You're not even going to donate to say thank you, Zerg? Think about it. You could have been trapped for your whole life with someone with terrible taste. I helped you out, brother. Where's my donation? You gotta tip the stream, guys. Help us fill that goal so we can cover Pigasaur next week, guys. Other streamers will still be able to cover it as usual. I'll be away next week with family stuff, but help us fill that goal. Exclamation mark tip. Let's finish this series. All right, guys. Lambo in the bottom right side of the map. Skillous in the top left side. It's Skillous versus Lambo PvZ Game 3. And Skillous has got a bit of respect out of Lambo there. Lambo had a lovely greedy opening. So I think he's probably kicking himself, realizing how all in that was. And he's like, damn it. If I just had a few units for safety, just a couple roaches out ahead of time. That's an easy hold probably, but he was a little too greedy. Got caught off guard. Now we'll see how it goes. Skillous, of course, is doing the very standard opening, guys. 12 pylon with a 6-second chrono into a 14 gate. And behind that, going to drop another chrono instantly here on 50 energy. Yeah, just optimal. Now, a real pro gamer, unlike Skillous, who's a bit of a noob, guys, would have sent a second probe by now. And then it would come out of the fog and bam, pylon goes down. Checkmate. Can you even imagine, guys? Unironically, there is a noob killer strat where you do that. What would you guys say is the MMR cutoff? I'm curious, everyone in the comments, in the chat, where that stops being a good move. I think it's like 4,000 plus, maybe even higher. I think there's like a point where Zergs, if a second probe is there blocking their second attempt at an expansion, does this cost an insane amount from Protoss? Yes. Is it bad on paper? Yes. But I think the psychic damage is so worth it. I could even probably make that work at a really high success rate at like 5.3, 5.4k MMR, I think. Just because I think the first time people play against it, they're going to be so shocked. They're going to go, ah, what? And then they try to go back. You've built a pylon here. Your other probe has moved there. And there's a very simple answer to it, which is all you need to do is build the hatchery next to the pylon, which sounds inefficient. But if your opponent sent 2 probes across, you can just build a hatchery here, start long distance mining, and once the pylon and the probe's gone, you just build another hatchery next to it. And that sounds bad, but it actually costs you less than it does for them to send 2 probes across and build multiple pylons and screw up their entire early income. But a lot of players, you know, back in the early days of Wings, that's something we figured out was like, oh, if someone, you know, is really obsessed with blocking your bases, just build a hatchery like off to the side and it's fine. It's still a production facility. And as a Zerg, you just need production. You can use that production to drone up quicker once the hatchery's down. But it's really hilarious. But couldn't you just leave a bit earlier with the probe, put a pylon in the third, and then block the natural with the probe? Well, there's usually 2 third bases, so the problem is you can't block both. Yeah. So you could come early, block it, but then you'd need to go put another pylon on the third and get to the 4th before their drone gets there. Which is why that'd be pretty hard. I think it's pretty bad either way, as you can tell from just the crazy amount of investment to stop the Zerg from expanding, right? We can kind of tell that that's ridiculous. But, yeah. Step coming forward. Hatchery's there. Protoss with 8 workers start is already doing psychic damage, Pig, because you can't stop them. You literally can't stop them from blocking anymore. Yeah. That being said, 10 pool apparently is really good. Apparently even the top Protoss players are struggling with 10 pool because it disrupts their opening so hard. Also notice Lambo didn't... ooh, hold on. Here come the adepts. Ooh, how many Zerglings? And a drone. Oh, and he cancels. He gets even more. Oh, Lambo's going to be kicking himself for going back there. He thought that shade was going to complete. Played against his expectation of what was going to happen, not what actually happened. Massive mining time, 3 drones, 4 Zerglings. Excellent start here for Skillous. And the Oracle will be able to secure that 3rd base. So, yeah. It's one of those funny things where, oh geez, what was I talking about? Biggest mental blank ever, brain fart. Before those adepts went in there. Damn it! I forgot what I was talking about. Anyways, I'll remember in a minute. Probe's gonna move out, take that 3rd base over there. Oh, careful. Probe in the open. Does get the 3rd nexus down, which is the most important part. Oh, 10 pool. Yeah, 10 pool. Skillous didn't check if Lambo was early pulling or not. he saw the drone coming down, and he just went, oh yeah, you're going hatchery first. And he immediately did his second chrono and probes. One of the things I realized, because I did a little opener guide, right? And I showed how to defend the 10 pools. And I was always doing the second chrono immediately. And it was pretty tight defending 10 pool. I had to pull 4 probes and do a lot of micro because the second zealot's so delayed. Because you don't have any chronos. Like, your zealots take forever to get out. And even your first zealot isn't there in time for the first zerglings. You have to block with probes for like just 2 seconds. So it's this weird thing where like Skillous is doing the greedier build, and I realized after, and the comments were pointing out, they're like, wait, why not hold back the second chrono until you confirm? And I was like, oh yeah, that's a good point. That's actually like, that makes defending this so much easier. I was showing the hard mode version of defending, where you've been a greedy Protoss player, immediately double chronoed, and then you've put yourself in a harder spot. Now look at this, look how early this pressure is, guys. This feels even earlier than the previous game. 4 sentries and Adept moving out. He does have 4 gateways. I'd love this to be a fake out. He's going for a forge. You've got to be careful. You have to keep these units together. Okay, he's going to go forwards. And look at this. 3 roaches, 6 zerglings. And this is not a real pressure. He did bring a probe out. And he's going to... I would love him to just hide the probe on the right and then later on warp in some like random adepts. But for now, he's making more stalkers, which is interesting. Is he worried about Lambo all-inning, perhaps? Because I feel like there should be a Twilight or some sort of follow-up tech. And Skillous right now, he's kind of in this halfway space. There we go. Okay, I was like, where's that Twilight, brother? He's got 500 gas. I feel like maybe that got forgotten. I'm not sure. He's building Stalkers here right now. By the way, guys, this series is commentated by 2 of the greatest Zergs in the world, Serral and Raynor. So we're going to have a little clip at the end of this series to share from their post-game analyses, which... it's going to be very high level and just kind of show you guys the immense analysis of the best pro gamers in the world. I think Carston was casting with them as well, so lovely trio. Michael dancing around, Queen's pushing them back. 4th base, you can see, very delayed. And look at all these ravages he's had to make. But, impressively, most of these Zerglings, not that many ravages because of the sentry-heavy play. It's just a few ravages. But it did force Lambo to delay his roach speed, delay his... He's now going +1 melee. And it's slowed down his build-up. So I like the way Skillous has kind of slowed him down. This is very early Legacy of the Void. There was a lot of Protoss would basically do pressures, purposely trying to make the Zerg invest in a lot of roaches. Roaches being less efficient kind of garbage tier units. And then you build an army that counters those. So you'd be okay to be down a little bit on, you know, workers or whatever army supply. You don't really care, because if they commit to Ravage of Bane, that's not a long-term army. It's a very short-term army, and if you get enough Storm, Immortals, Archons, Ravager Bane efficiency just falls off a cliff. So I really like this play for Skillous. One of the things Skillous does sometimes have issues with, though, we saw his micro eating a lot of biles in the previous games, being a little bit, you know, I'd say inattentive to his army, maybe not as familiar with the rallying of the units. Look at that, gets a Ravager, that's nice. 5th base is on the way, 12 more workers, Infestation Pit coming in. And Lambo's been forced into a bit of an awkward spot. Now, Skillous doesn't have a 4th base, so it's not the end of the world. But I do remember these minerals, they're going to be about 2 minutes later to mine out. These minerals about 2 minutes later to mine out. The thing is, what's going to hurt a Protoss a lot if you're in kind of a semi-low economy game later on is these gases will mine out a lot faster. That's obviously many minutes away from mattering, but if this game turns into like a scrappy down and dirty one, I've always talked about that gas change where the gases only have 2,000 rather than 2,500 or 2,250 on 12 workers. That affects Protoss in PvZ a lot, because in scrappy games where both players' economies get gutted, often it's the Protoss being like, oh, I still have gas on my original 3 bases. I can make another 8 Archons. Against a Zerg who's like scrambling to get like 20 more Zerglings out, and the Archon's obviously a very well-rounded unit. But this 4th is so late. I gotta say, Skillous, I don't mind the style, but he's looking a little cowardly right now. And, I mean, it makes sense because he's up against Ravager Bane and it's a trash comp, but he's only got 6 High Templar. I'd like to see 8 High Templar if he's going to play this style. And also, he only just warped them in not that long ago. So they don't have double Storm yet. There's a crucial point, guys, is when he gets another 57 energy on these High Templar. When he gets double Storm, he goes from 6 to 12 Storms, or in this case, I guess his energy recharge shows 7 to 12. That is such a crucial point. If Lambo can trade and then kill all these High Templar before then, that's massive. And no, Skillous, he's misclicked his High Templar into the middle of the map. Skillous! Oh my god, what is this misclick, brother? Brother! No! Okay, he recalls them back. His army's trying to move back. I was saying he needs 8 High Templar. And then I was like, well, 6 might do it if he gets a second storm, but then he moves his High Templar forward. Like I said, he's been a little inattentive with his army this tournament. His builds have been immaculate, but his army attention has not quite been there. He did save the High Templar. They're now back on the front. The Oracles are helping out. Canceling the 4th is not the end of the world, but there's only 4 Immortals on this map. Where are they? 2 of them were trapped in behind the natural wall off, apparently, but he holds on. If he can rebuild the 4th, take the gases, I think he's in an okay spot. He's got to be careful. No. He's moving his High Templar into the Banelings. Okay, luckily the High Templar did not quite move into those Stasis Banelings. Dude, if he moved his High Templar on top of the Stasis Banelings as they popped out and they killed those High Templar, I would have lost my mind. Spire's coming in here. Lambo still has another Remax. And there's not enough High Templar with energy. Yeah, he's got to keep energy recharging. He's got 1 full High Templar in there and needs Archons now. The problem is without Warp Gates, he can't make Archons very well. 4th base does get cancelled. Good storm there. Decent second storm as well. The Zealots are going a bit inefficient, and right now is where you really want Zealots warping into counterattack, but you can tell he's still not made Warp Gates at this stage. I do think he should have made Warp Gates, because warping in Archons is really important to beef up this army, and you don't want to rally High Templar to make Archons. It takes a bit too long in a chaotic situation like this. You're just going to rally them in and die, and you also want Zealots to counterattack or run around the map and counter rather than fighting front on, because Zealots head on into Banelings is very weak. So I think Skillous, don't get me wrong, often it's after you build your 4th when you want to transform to Warp Gates when you're playing this defensive style, but I think he is, number 1, throwing his High Templar away was a huge mistake. He should have been out front and able to defend the 4th the first time, if all of his High Templar with his army. That's a crucial mistake, but now to recover from that, you can see he's trying to make High Templar. These are going to take 24 seconds to build, and then he's got to grab them from the rally and merge them into Archons. This is one of the hardest things to get used to doing as a Protoss player if you're committed to this gateway style. It's really hard to do. We'll see if he can manage to gather it. A few Banelings trying to go in the left side. He's got cannons there. He should be fine on that side. These Zealots will charge in. A few Zealots dying on Banelings is not the end of the world. They are the least important unit, but it's a High Templar getting caught in the open, and of course, they are getting jumped on and surrounded. And all of his High Templar go down to some Ling Bane. That's a lovely catch. I think this should have been an okay game for Skillous. It still might, to be fair. Skillous, he forced Lambo into that crappy Ravagerling Bane army. And actually, dude, has he survived? He's got 5 Immortals. He's got double Robo going now. He does have double Robo pumping Immortals. 1 in the main, 1 in the natural. His 4th is up. He can transfer probes there from the main. He's survived. And there's no Great Aspire. There is a Great Aspire. There is Corruptors coming. That might be a game winner then. You can overwhelm Broodlords with Storm. So cool thing about, you guys know that I call it the new Storm. I know it came out a season ago, but the new Storm. So if the Broodlords are over here, you run past as the Protoss player, and if he chases you with Broodlords cannot chase through Storms because Storm is so big and its duration is so long now. If you get between a Zerg Broodlord army and their base, you can basically just move through their whole base, killing all their production, and they can't run you down with the Broodlords unless they land like a fungal or get like a surround with ground units as well. So this is like it's a very rare interaction, but it's one of the funniest to watch. I kind of hope we see it in this game, because it's just, there's not much that actually shoots up in this army. There's no blink. Often you want to add blink in. Oh, no, he started with blink this game. Never mind, he does have blink left over from early on, which is actually a good help. And he's got +2 armor, which really helps against those Broodlings as well. He's got 3/3 on the way against the +3 melee. Adrenal Zerglings are there. Archons and Oracles will defend. And look at this, Zealots starting to come in from the right side. He's finally transformed to Warp Gates, has Skillous. He's also got Zealots down here in the bottom left. He sees the Broods. This is so good, because he's got plenty of time to react now. He should be able to defeat this by going around with his army. And, well, he's got to be careful. Yeah, you see, this is the zoning storms. One of them does go down. Got to try and move around. And oh my gosh, Skillous, his High Templar left hanging out again. He's going to lose them all. Oh my gosh, they were just standing there. The Stalkers are going to blink forward. They'll get 1 Broodlord, but he doesn't have the numbers. And he's kind of cornering himself. Skillous, he's putting himself in a corner. He's got to get away from the Broods. He can't be letting them chip at him. The Zealots are doing a good job on the other side, but he's not. Okay, he's trying to bait them in and go forward. He gets, he's going to start one-shotting. Never mind, there's no support for the Broods. It's fine, is it? But a lot of Stalkers will go down. The High Templar coming forward, the rest of the army. There's no Banelings left. There's no Infestors. It's a pure Roach Ling army. I mean, this is a disaster for Lambo. He's still stuck in the early mid-game. So even though the Broods are a real nice unit here, they've got +3. They do decent damage. There's just no real scary support for them. No Lurkers, no Ultras. Often Ultras can be really nice because they blink forward. You land a fungal, your Lings butcher them, but you've got to be really good in your stutter step with those Broods, because you're always going to lose 1 on the initiation blink. The Infestors only now coming out. Lambo's realizing without those, the 2/2 Stalkers, or 3/2 now, about to be 3/3, are more than enough. I feel like Skillous' High Templar babysitting's been off this game, but doesn't matter. He understood that with those upgrades, those Stalkers could blink forward and isolate while his Zealots were distracting the ground army, and it looks like Skillous is going to win this game. He made a few crucial missteps at various points, but the opening pressure, especially playing with the mind game of what he did in the previous games. Fake pressure game 1, super committed pressure game 2, game 3, semi-committed, just slightly committed. It wasn't completely nothing, but it was more of a fake out. It was basically a fake out, but he got the reaction from Lambo. Lambo was afraid of losing again. Comes in with a big surround, does Lambo. Lambo can't deal with that amount of Mortal Archon. Now, obviously, Fungal Bile does look nice. He's got Microbial Shroud as well, but it's such a ball of Immortal Archon. Even if you somehow manage to clear this army, the follow-up is obviously still there. 4-base Protoss against 4-base Zerg, and that's going to favor the Protoss player, especially with 3/3 upgrades. Plus 3 armor. Immortals and Zealots become actual superheroes. So often, Zerg are used to playing against a Protoss who's only got +2 or +3 attack, maybe 1 Plasma Shield upgrade. When you get 3/3 Zealots and Immortals, they just do not die. They are so powerful. And what a nice game there for Skillous. Gets a 2-1 victory over Lambo. Cool game, guys. I really like to see him cook there. Oh, this is a different clip, actually, to the one I was thinking of. Let's have a listen to this one. All right, guys, so here we have Serral and Raynor learn how gateways work. During this entire cast, to give you guys context, it was Serral, Raynor, and Harstem casting. And Serral and Raynor were like, oh, Skillous is screwing up. Why is he not making warp gates? He keeps forgetting to make warp gates. Wow. The warp gates don't auto-transform now, so he just keeps forgetting. Is he a noob? Is he stupid? And Harstem was kind of just confused. He's like, didn't really correct them. He was just kind of like, I don't know. I think maybe he's doing it on purpose. And so now here in the interview with Skillous on the couch, we get to see a fun little interaction. Whoops.
It's just...
Don't you think you morphed the gateways too late?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I think that's the part of
He's
the plan.
like, what?
I think
No.
I just actually think that normal gateways are OP. It's just very difficult to use. Or like, not very difficult, but it's difficult to use. You have to...
Oh, why would you not morph them if you have the cash for it? What's the advantage?
Because, I mean, okay, PvZ it's a bit shaky, but for example with PvT, like, you just literally have twice as much production. It's 40%, so it's almost twice. So you have 4 gateways, but it's actually 8.
Wait, really? That's how
Wait,
it
gateways
works?
are better than warp gates?
Yeah, way better.
Why did you say
Well,
that?
why didn't you say that?
I was asking the whole series why you were not morphing.
Well,
and
I
it was
thought
like,
you guys read the patch notes at
No,
least.
Wait,
we
what?
didn't.
No, we read the
You
force.
guys didn't know.
We knew
Force
about the
Oh my
champion,
God.
but not that gateway.
We're
Wait, they're
not
better than
getting...
actual warp gates?
Yeah, way better.
You didn't know.
No, I didn't know.
40%.
Yeah, I was the whole game. I was like, oh man, why is he morphing them? And the Kami was just not saying anything.
No, because it's like in the patch notes.
Yeah,
Why
but
would-
I don't know.
That was a big thing.
I don't know how to
Yeah.
read.
I don't know how to read, I think, is the best assessment there of Raynor and Serral. They did not read the patch notes, or they only read the Zerg section, guys. I do love as well that they're like, what the hell, Kevin? Like, why wouldn't you correct us? And he's just like, I don't know. I figured you guys know how to read. Like, what the hell? I just thought, I'm not gonna argue with the authorities over here. GG, well played. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed that series. Don't forget to check out the Patreon. Links down below in the description. Support if you want to. We really appreciate those who already are. Big thanks to Peden and Dragosar and Oko H, our conductors of the D-Town Express, as well as everybody else here on the Wall of Bacon. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting. We'll see you guys next time. Goodbye and good night. Most average Reddit StarCraft commentators for real. Pretty much. Dude, I love the way Skillous played on this patch, though. Really trying to lean into the advantages. Like, it's one of the few players who I've seen put their mind to trying to figure out the Protoss changes, and you can see he's shaky in his unit control. Like he said, it's hard, like, to get used to it. And I do think once you're morphing Archons, it's even more difficult. You need to try and like run your Zealots around the flanks of the map a bit more, which is quite tough. But yeah. So I might clickbait the title and thumbnail on that one, guys. Something like, this strategy broke Serral's brain. Serral there going like, why would he do this? Pig, slightly unrelated. Did you see Drogo's most popular clip from Home Story Cup? No. Can you link me up? Django, thanks for the 8 months. Was it on par with his going to the bakery to not buy bread analogy? Because that's been in my living rent free in my head for like since the previous Home Story Cup, you know? Where he was talking about the single chrono on the Adept is when you tip the baker as well, right? Like, let's go. Drogo just gives off like perma-stoned energy at the last few Home Story Cups, but in like the funniest way possible. Like, it's legendary.
Almost.
Oh, look at this.
Go non like a choice. I almost.
Oh, look at this.
Go non-people.
Wait, what is that?
Eon, you gotta zoom out, man.
You went a little...
Yeah, you can't
Yeah, you
zoom in on the
Yes.
can't zoom in on the tube.
It's sticking the subway.
Have you not seen this?
I never seen it.
You know, this tube's pretty good, but you see the tube below it? The tube below it's actually even better.
Wait, I just arrived to the guy base? Is
Yeah.
that where you are?
Yeah, no, it's around the outside.
He's dying. What? Now he just leaves?
Yeah.
You're like crying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It is such
Like
a
a choice, I
fun...
almost.
It's such a fun map feature. It really is. Like, it is actually... The joy you experience the first time seeing these little subway tunnels is amazing. It is actually amazing. That is the correct response. I love Drogo so much. That's awesome. Oh my god. Alright. I think I might include that clip if we cast a Fear and Faith game, okay, guys? I'm literally saving that clip. To randomly just show after a Fear and Faith game. Just because it's because the YouTube viewers are such normies, they don't understand the joys of watching live tournaments. They're all like, yeah, why don't I watch a live tournament? I have a job. I'm a professional. I only watch on YouTube. I only watch tailored content on, you know, they'll never watch a YouTube live stream. I mean, obviously YouTube live stream viewers, you guys not included in this. But you know, they're like, no. But I'm like, no. They're like, why would I watch a 14-hour, you know, broadcast day? And you're like, because you miss fantastic moments like this when you don't. It's good. It's much like having the cricket on the TV or the World Cup matches that you don't give a shit about. There's just funny, amazing stuff that happens. It's kind of fantastic. All right, next up, guys, we've got a bunch of series today. Next up is going to be Euthermal Geralt, which is actually one of the series that is not the highest recommended out of the day. I just thought it'd be cool to see because I wanted to watch more TVP. It's one of the TVPs I haven't watched yet. I've heard it was a pretty close match. We'll find out, you know, how it goes. The other series I've got today are actually higher recommended. We've got like more Skillous builds. We've got Showtime Aragfire was apparently a banger PvP. We've got Clem Laser, good ZVT. So a few other matches. It should be good. Euthermal's that AoE 2 player? Yes. Arena Enjoyer, I think his name is. Fortress Enjoyer. Or rat gameplay in this tournament. You can save a lot of production by using gateways, because if you queue units, you have 0 downtime. Yeah, queuing units and 6 seconds faster. So 22 seconds down to 16 seconds for Stalkers and Zealots. So it's a almost 30% production boost speed, and the fact that you can queue the next unit just when the other one finishes, and you can very clearly see when the thing's about to finish. It's a bit easier to tell when your units are popping out. So one of the big things people don't realize when they're using warp gates is how often those warp gates have downtime. And this is the big thing which Protoss players at the top level and all levels don't understand. And I think Estrella, I keep bringing up Estrella because Estrella, even without this buff, without using, he would have build orders where he would perfectly warp in the second the warp in was ready every single time from like 4 to 7 minutes. And he'd be on 3 gateways on like 5 base, but he'd have a giant army. And people would be like, oh, and I'd always be like, okay, Australia pushed it too far and his gateways were actually like too late. Like he would just delay getting extra gateways, but he would make a vast army off of very low production because he was like the only Protoss that would try to produce like Terran, where he would just constantly build units. Like the second the cooldown's ready, he makes a new one. The second new one's ready. Whereas other Protoss players are like, oh, I need to get 8 gateways so I can defend the attack. And they just don't use their gateways at all for like 3 minutes. And then they're like, now I have 10 gateways. Now I can warp in units. Like, you know, I always gave Zaun as like the opposite example of Estrella, because Estrella would be on 3 gateways for like minutes on end. And Zaun would be at 10 gateways, like 2-3 minutes against him, and still have a smaller army. And I was like, that is crazy. Like Zaun's got triple his gateway count, but a smaller army, and he's already warped in multiple cycles of units. I'm like, wow, this is wild. But then you're like, yeah, that's the power of actually constantly producing units, right? And there would be a bigger window where Zaun was actually a little bit weaker, but yeah. Estrella, I don't know if he's officially retired, but he's not really been playing since EWC, unfortunately for all of us who miss him very much because he's such a ledge. Yeah. I don't even know how to find YouTube Live, says Jimmy. You go to the channel of any streamer, it'll literally show live on their logo if they're live at that time, and you can click on it. So you could do that right now. You could search Pig StarCraft, go to my YouTube, and then be like, oh, look, it's live, and click on it. Or if you're looking at someone's channel, you can go to their lives tab, and it'll show all their live streams, like videos of their live streams. For me, mine are hidden just to not mess with the algorithm. So for me, you actually have to go to my playlists, and then there's a Twitch live streams playlist, and all of them are unlisted by default. So you can still find them, but it's not really like easy to find. I purposely make it kind of hard to find, so only the hardcore people can find them. Sorry, it got hot in here, guys, so it's time to turn on the air conditioning. It's winter time here, so usually try to hold off on that as long as I can. But my computer has heated the room up. Thank you, Jedi Master Wiggy. Hey, appreciate that. Django, Jedi Master, Zombie, thank you for the raid. Appreciate you all. Hope you guys are having a fantastic day. All right. What's going on, everybody, and welcome back. It's Rat Gameplay, also known as Uthermal, the Terran player in the top left side here of Home Story Cup, playing against Geralt in the bottom right. Now, I wouldn't expect crazy challenge Uthermal by any means, guys, but keep in mind, even when he plays big Premier tournaments these days, you'll see him usually once in a series bust out a completely unique and weird build order that kind of, it has at least the vibes of a challenge build, of I'm doing something crazy, and honestly, sometimes he wins those more than when he's playing more standard strategies, so I'm actually really curious to see what he brings out. Now, Geralt is, of course, from Poland. Parting nicknamed him Batman many years ago, which is one of my favorite nicknames because he's actually a very handsome gentleman, Geralt. Long hair, handsome Polish man, but he named him that because he used to stream and he was in like an attic room in his house, and it was big. It looked so big, so you'd see on his webcam that he had this gigantic attic space behind him. And of course, Parting coming from Korea, where people live in relatively small apartments generally. Seoul, obviously, you know, apartment land spaces at a premium. Parting was so shocked when he opened Geralt's stream and saw that. He was like, oh my god, this guy's rich. He's living in a mansion. He's like, is this guy Batman? He must be Batman. Batman apparently was the first rich person that came to mind. I guess maybe it's because he... Does Geralt look like Christian Bale a little bit? I don't know, maybe. I guess you could make that comparison. Anyways, still my favorite nickname for Geralt here, representing Streamer Zone. Uthermal, of course, with the EGD tag. I don't know what EGD stands for. Is Uthermal actually on a team these days, guys? Or is that just like a fun clan? You guys let me know. I wouldn't be surprised if it stands for exotic good days or something random. But he's going to be doing a Marine expand. Ooh, okay, I like this build. Marine into Tech Lab. Ah, okay. Well, in the past, I'm not the biggest fan of Marauder openings, but we'll see how it goes here. He's not scouting across the map early, trying to, of course, get a bit of an edge here. And it's kind of necessary to take some risks against Protoss, because remember, Protoss have that chrono at the start, and you can see them very consistently taking leads against Protoss. against Terran. Also, keep in mind on this new patch, back in the day in Heart of the Swarm, Terran got 1 more supply. They had 11 supply on command centers. Protoss only had 10 on Nexi. So I actually feel like it's kind of an interesting thing where now they both have 13 and the chrono comes up early. And whilst Protoss had to deal with some disruptions with the warp gate tax, it's now been scaled back from 50-50 to make a warp gate to 25-25. You can make it, upgrade the research on the cybercore again. They had it on the gateway, which was really hard for a little while. It's kind of like there's this fragile bit in the early game where I think Terran players feel a bit behind, feel they got to cut some corners. And then once it hits the mid-game, it does feel a bit more familiar. Now, Geralt is a player who I don't expect to use the gateways. Of course, gateways do produce faster after the warp gate research finishes, even if you don't transform them to warp gates. And it's actually significantly faster than producing out of warp gates. But most players, I think Skillous is the only player I've seen cooking with that. I've seen Christianer cook with the fast warp gate proxy pylon warp-ins and proxy gates and stuff like that. But almost all the other Protoss players I've seen basically just try and play how they played pre-patch. And it's understandable. It's very hard to adapt, but it's also not the most exciting to kind of see players go, oh, no, we're not going to use that big obvious buff to our early game production. So we'll see. I'm hoping Geralt surprises me, but I have a feeling Uthermal's going to be the more creative of the two players, as Geralt's style normally has been categorized as basically your quintessential European macro virgin. He wants to go to late game, he wants to get ahead, he wants to take 4, 5, 6 spaces, and he will be very patient in the end game. But this is a bit of a mistake for Uthermal. This is causing so much trouble for him. I mean, look at this. He's having to run multiple SCVs away. His micro has been excellent, but it's so much mining time. He's already lost 1 SCV. I'm surprised it's not more, to be honest. That adept not really shading very accurately, but oh, the SCVs came back too early. Well, he only loses 2. Honestly, that could have been so much worse. But Geralt will take a 3rd Nexus behind this. And of course, it's going up to 3 gateways and Blink. He's already transforming into Warp Gate, like I said. Very so this is one of the things where he's doing a purely defensive build. Notice he doesn't have a robo to get on the map yet. So there's actually no reason to make a Warp Gate this early, because this would be producing Stalkers much faster if it was just in gateway form. He's going to go for a 4th gateway now as well, so it's a very defensive build. But in this sort of scenario where you're on a defensive stance, it's way better to stay in gateway form. But habits and muscle memory exist, and as a result, Geralt's going to do what I've seen from most players, which is he's just going to kind of do what he's used to. He's going to flow with it. Forge on the way as well. Pig, EGD stands for Erotic Gamer Dudes. Oh, okay. Uthermal is an erotic gamer dude, so that does make sense. No worries, chat. I definitely believe everything people on the internet say. Thankfully, I'm not gullible, so good to know. Representing exotic gamer dudes, it is Uthermal. Very nice. Proxy pylon in the top coming up, and he's accidentally sent 2 more probes across the map. That's got to be a mistake, guys. Oh, no. Bit of a missy-clicky up here. 3 probes going to the north of the map. Hallucination goes down south. Bit of a Marauder Marine attack in here. Uthermal, this is a crazy dangerous attack, and he's dead. He's going to lose every unit to Blink Stalkers, I think. This is disastrous being on this side of the map as long as Geralt's patient with his Blink Micro backwards. Oh, but... oh, he's getting jumped on. He's getting jumped on. His reinforcements are a little slow. Can Uthermal turn this into a decent trade? He gets 4 probes, gets 1 or 2 Stalkers. Going to take maybe 2 more Stalkers on the retreat. No, just 4 probes and 3 Stalkers. That's still a good trade, I think, for Protoss, because Protoss has the 3rd up. Is it, though? Actually, there's probes on the wrong side of the map. He's going to go Armor Zealot. I do love that Geralt plays Armor Zealot. So the other advantage here, notice how he's so defensive, is Geralt could do the same style he's doing off of just 4 gateways. He wouldn't need this many gateways if he was being purely defensive. And normally now, as you explode across the map with the forward pylons, that's when you'd transform into warp gates, is when you want to warp in a forward position. But 5 barracks coming up, factory and starport. It has been interesting as well. Seen a few people kind of watching games I've been casting, different things. They're like, oh, you know, look at this. Players aren't using the new things. And I don't think this surprises me at all. I'm always going to be a little bit like, you know, in my commentary going, oh, they really should be doing this and this, like theoretically. But I think I'm not surprised. StarCraft 2 players, it's such a fast game. It's very hard to adapt under pressure. You've got a tournament that's come out less than a week after a hotfix changing a bunch of things. You're not expecting players to immediately be playing all of the new stuff as if they've played it for years on end. Geralt's going to go for that early fourth. Now, he's going to play Storm Zealot. Great style, great for map control. Problem, it does take a long time for him to get to Colossus, and when he does, because he's going to go +2 armor usually, his attack upgrades lag really far behind. So I think if he can pin Thermal defensively, then maybe, you know, he might want to very quickly transition into like Robos and stuff like that and get a second Forge for attack upgrades. But for now, it is just a 2-gas style. 64 probes to 52 SCVs. Third command center only now starts. Probe sees it. That's very good for him to know. Zealot Stalker tries to jump on top, but the Zealots kind of derp in and die. Bio coming from both sides, and actually Geralt, half of his army's at home. He's kind of gone into this piecemeal. He's going to lose a bunch of Stalkers and a recall. That is very costly, and now Geralt finds himself on the back foot. Thermal, he's gone 5 barracks. He's got 4 tech labs, 1 reactor. He's pumping out bio. He's got the units coming. The third command center's over there as well. Ooh-wees. Okay. Probes and pylons are also going to give value. Now, Geralt's got a big economy, but it's all minerals. Still no second forge, still no gas. I do like that he's going +1 attack. I like alternating between the 2 upgrades if you're playing single forge. Zealot's going to jump on top. These guys out in the open. Shouldn't be any escape for those. Stalkers take out the Marauders. And actually, a few Marines make it back to the safety of the medevacs. It's a big bio ball. Now, remember, Storm is done, but there's only 1 High Templar. Maybe going to try and use that to ambush. Good force field. That sentry looked kind of like it was caught out in the open. The Widow Mines are firing. One of those does go down. Actually, the High Templar's in the open, and Thermal, I think, very wisely just stims on top and says, yeah, bro, I'll fight you. Let's go. Let's get it. These guys down here do need to pull back. Thermal's got his third up. It's delayed, but I think he's got that critical mass of units now, and I think Geralt, I'd love to see him replacing the pylons on the edges and really starting to add more High Templar and a second forge. He's going up to even more gateways now. I think it's really hard to even produce non-stop out of the 8 gateways he's already got. There we go. The second forge and Robo goes down. Robo in an incredibly exposed position in the north, though. Oh, that's a Robo that could be sniped so easily. I feel like here on the middle base or the natural is a bit safer. At least it does separate from his Templar Archive, so his tech's not diversified. Now, Thermal is taking planetaries on his third bases, guys. He's been doing this a bunch in this tournament. This is actually really funky. This is really good at noob level. It does lose you a bit of economy. You have 1 less orbital, a bit less scans, a bit less mules. But it does mean you can leave the third a little bit more, like, with just a few bio units to defend it, or sometimes even out on its own. And we've got a big hybrid apparition off the side of this map, by the way. But it gives you the ability to play a bit differently, and Protoss players aren't used to it, so sometimes they underestimate it. High Templar in the open. Does he get the energy? He barely gets the Storm energy. Does at least damage that bio. Triple drop down south. There's only 3 Stalkers in this game. Geralt has 2k minerals and no gas, and he can't afford a lot of Stalkers. This is a disaster. Because you need Stalkers in scrappy games like this. Remember, 7 Stalkers, 2 High Templar have gone down. He's got no gas in the bank. He just stayed on 2 gas for way too long. He's only just taking more gases up on the 4th base. They're not fully up and running just yet. Stalkers will take care of the medevac. Zealots are there. Ooh, Stalkers do find a full medevac there as well. Thermal's starting to bleed out some units. The Marine Marauder here will get picked off by these Stalkers. These guys, of course, are kind of trapped right now. They could hide on the dead space, but the Stalker's going to get a few shots for free. One of the medevacs almost goes down, and there's no Stargate up just yet. 5th base goes forwards on the front, trying to take the 5th gas. Or the rich gas on the 5th, I should say. 2-2 upgrades almost finished here for Terran, whilst 1-1 is only done for Protoss. +2 armor's halfway done, but no +2 attack. And I think these gases were way too late for Geralt. He stayed on the Zealot Storm a bit too long because of the 5 racks. He thought this is going to be more of a committed play. He wasn't expecting Thermal to just basically transition into more of a slower macro game. And that's why I think Thermal finds himself with a bit of an upgrade lead. Zealot Stalker jumping on top. Overwhelming numbers here. Looking pretty good for Geralt. If he can take out those medevacs, that is brilliant. He gets one of them. The drop in the back may have to go in for Thermal to buy some time to distract. He's going to try to go around the High Templar Stalker there. Not quite in position. He's going to be able to drop that natural, and this could find really big damage. But of course, Geralt's been so quick to rebuild probes. I mean, he's only lost 24 probes this game, which in such a long game is not that much, especially when you've had such a big mineral economy for so long. He just replaces them whenever they die. And a bunch of Stalkers going down is actually the bigger cost there for Geralt. He will find himself a full medevac, and the other one unloads, but there's only a few units there anyway. 12 gateways are up. Stargate building. I love the Stargate. That was specifically in case more drops. Hide in the back. He can build a Phoenix. If a Liberator comes in, a Phoenix or a Void Ray can deal with that as well. Now, he's building 5 more probes. That's too many, perhaps, for Geralt. He's already at 83 against 60 against a Terran who's 4th, has only just finished. The upgrades are 1-2 for Protoss, 2-2 for Terran, plus 3 armor starts, but he's put the Forge off in the corner, and Geralt keeps forgetting to make 2 upgrades at once because his building placement's just a little bit dodgy in the sector game. High Templar coming forward. He doesn't have a lot of High Templar. It's just been a few High Templars scattered throughout. Otherwise, his Mass Zealot army. The Planetary may save Euthermal's bacon here. That's a lot of Widow Mines. They are very clumped for Psystorm, though. Over on the other side of the map, a big counter-attack. There's no recall available on this Nexus right now. The Zealots and the High Templar coming in with that energy recharge. Lots of Storms available. Feedback would be really nice. Unfortunately, Euthermal targets the Medevac. Doesn't have that many units in it. It doesn't go down either way. Euthermal's going to split a pack of Zealot Stalker, a few more Stalker Warpins. These Medevacs need to go north if they don't want to die. I don't think they can get past on this right side. And there is a Stargate, but no, he lost his Stargate. No, it's there. He's still got a Stargate, so he could still build a Phoenix, but right now he's going for the bust. Geralt's going to try and swarm over. Euthermal trying to hang on in this game, but Geralt's still getting so far out of control with that economy, going up to 5-6 bases, and Euthermal on the back foot on Struggle Street right now. It's been a tough patch for Terran so far in TVZ. I've heard some people say TVP is similar. But haven't cast too many games of it yet, so trying to get my hands on any of these series. We'll see how it goes on, though. I feel like Geralt, his style, if he gets away without getting hit at that moment by a giant like bio ghost push, you know, unless he can hold you off with Storm, the delay on the upgrades and the fact that his Colossus basically never hit the field does mean his army kind of ends up being... There's a pretty big window, I feel like, where a big ball of 2-2 bio with Ghosts can kill him. Like, even now, if you look at his army, it's still incredibly Storm dependent. And I love Storm. I'm a big Storm lover, but it does feel like there's still a bit of hope here. I wish +3 had squeezed in for Euthermal, but he's just so low on resources, never got gas up on this third. And if he had +3 and like 5 Ghosts join the army right now at max, I feel like Euthermal would have a better shot. As it is, it's hard to push through Storm. Widowmine's trying to burrow. This is only part of Euthermal's army. Not sure where the rest of it is. Remember, Euthermal's got a higher supply right now, but a lot of Widowmines down there. Bunch of guys in the main base as well. Prism's going to try to warp in Zealots on his face. That's really awkward. Euthermal tries to go in the right side. Void Ray is going to try and unload those drops and does take out a few Marauders. Bio here at the front will gun through a bunch of these Zealots. There's a bunch of Zealots on the production, which are causing real mayhem, and it's the Storms that should be able to finish the day, I think, here. Yeah, the Zealot warping's getting too much value. You know, Euthermal does get a drop down the south side, which is really nice, but it's any time you've got Bio just getting jumped on by Zealots, where they're not able to stutter step in a ball, that's where they lose value, and that's exactly what he's achieved. Void Ray cleans up this drop. This drop's still being a nuisance, but remember, look at the economic difference, and you can just see how much more able Geralt is to absorb these sorts of punches than Euthermal. Units lost time a bit too even between the two, and an even units lost time, or something even approximating even, is always going to be massively favoring the guy who's got 2 or 3 more bases. Just to show you the confidence, Geralt's taken a Nexus outside Euthermal's base. Like, that's not far from him at all. Euthermal's floating his main down, try and saturate a 4th, and yet his army supply is still ahead. There's only 12 gateways. There's no Colossus transition. There's no +3 attack just yet. I think Geralt thinks he has +3 attack because he's making shields right now, which is usually a slightly lower value upgrade, and it doesn't quite feel like there's a massive amount of insurance, right? Like, every High Templar's on one control group. Luckily, there's no EMPs, so that's kind of okay. Still feels like he has this in the bag, but just seeing if there's a chance for Euthermal to maybe make a comeback in this one. Stalker, High Templar moving forward on this side. Stalker's trying to get in there. High Templar gonna drop some Stormy Storms. Guardian Shield would be nice, but he's not quite focused on that. Stalker's picking off some good medevacs. Great Storms for the retreat as well. And that's damage, which is really costly for the Terran and quite cheap for the Protoss player. You know, any of these trades are just excellent. I really like the way he's maneuvered there. Even dropping a Storm for a single Widow Mine is worth it at this point. +3 attack finally does come in. Geralt realizes that was missing. He's on 86 probes still. And by the way, his gas income, what's his gas income like? It's kind of terrible, isn't it? Because his main base gas has run out. He's just... Oh, it's the rich gas is keeping him alive. I was like, how's he even got this much? All right, he's got the rich gas and this gas. That one got sniped. Does need to take a few more gases, but more minerals means unlimited zealots, and that's kind of the goal. A lot of people go, oh, but he's floating minerals. He's floating. Yeah, and then he loses 20 zealots. He can instantly replace them. It's totally fine to be a little heavier on minerals than gas, because obviously if you get too heavy on gas, you can't really spend it. you can always spend more minerals on more gateways, more Nexi, more cannons, more probes, and more Zealot remaxes. Nice game one there for Geralt. Gets a bit of control of the game. Felt like Uthermal had a few moments, but perhaps getting a giant bio ghost ball and going for one big all-in could have worked. Even then, it would have been tough, because if Geralt base trades, I think Uthermal loses the base trade. But well played by Geralt. Gets control. It's a big map. I think it's a more Protoss-friendly map. We'll see if the next map's a bit tighter, a bit easier for Terran to push on. When Uthermal was a full-time pro, what was his style? How would you guys describe Uthermal style? Any old school people? Back in the day, it was probably like, I mean, pretty stabby, pretty standard Terran. Timing attacks, zoom into the main, siege liberators on top of their ramp while unloading their bio. There was definitely a period where he was quite good with his proxy reapers as well, I feel like. Yeah. I can't really think beyond that. I mean, other than, like, you know, good time attacks, good multi-prong, you know. Wasn't really a late game turtle player by any means. I don't think anyone was back then, though. Remember that he won his championship in 2016 in Shanghai. So it was a very early legacy. So people hadn't quite figured out how to go to 80 workers every game. 55, 60 workers was really good. I remember in the very early days, I was actually criticizing a lot of gamers because they were over-probing. So a lot of players would go to like 70 workers, 66 for 3 base saturated, but because players were so bad at expanding to early 4th bases, they would basically get to like 65, 70 workers, but their main would already be half mined out. So if you actually played 55 workers, 58 workers technically, you were usually like much more streamlined with your aggression, because the guys who were going up to like 70 workers weren't actually securing a fast enough 4th base to use that 66, 70 workers. So stopping at 58 and having just a little bit more money for your tempo and your aggression was actually better at that time. But then, of course, people figured out how to get the earlier 4th. People figured out how to go to 80 plus, 85 plus probes, and that makes a big difference. Big, I have 15 OSC points. Am I a pro gamer now? Heck yeah. Professional gamer. You're asking the OSC champion of 2013? I think. So yes, as a former OSC champion, I am able to confirm, yes, you are a pro gamer now, 100%. Don't know who I had to beat in the finals of that tournament. Was it like Armani or something, or Sola? Sola. I remember there's a lot of ZVZ. A lot of ZVZ. 2013 OSC Championship. Arthur we beat in the finals. Good old Arthur, which means that tells you one thing and one thing only. It means I blocked him flying a warp prism into my main and force fielding my ramp. Arthur was a very nice guy, played for Slayers before they disbanded. What many people would describe, so sure, a lovely human. Back in the day, I would have if you were to ask me what I thought of Arthur, I would refer to this guy as an utter disgrace of a pro gamer. I would have like said the meanest things. You gotta realize back in the day we didn't have Ravagers, and there were whole guys who like their whole thing was just trying to like get a warp prism in your main and force fielding you out of your main base permanently with warp ins. And you were just like, wow, you're such a good gamer. And then like I probably beat him in that finals by putting a spore crawler on top of my ramp or something like that, like something so bait, you know, and leaving like a few zerglings or roaches in my main. Like it's just, you were just like, really? You're a professional gamer? And they're like, yee. And that's people wonder sometimes, they're like, where did the hatred for Protoss players come? And you're like, well, I don't want to point fingers, but there is this category of gamer in the first few years of StarCraft 2, and let's just say, you could start having great respect for Protoss, but they would really try and try hard to take that respect away from you. Nah, it was like a pretty poorly balanced game. The maps were pretty dodgy, and Protoss was would struggle to like take and secure expansions, but they had, you know, these very gimmicky but powerful aggressive mechanics, so you can't really hate players for doing it. It was just very frustrating to play against, where you're just like, so dumb, man. Like, I think the thing, whenever we talk about game design, whenever I talk with like Cats or anyone else, we always talk about like the Protoss feeling, where basically if you want to make a faction really cool and go deep on game design, you have to make a decision about if you're willing to make a StarCraft 2 Protoss. If you're, and like, that's kind of the game design decision you have to make, is like, is making a faction super cool worth breaking what feels like all of the fair feeling in the rules? Because like, it is fucking cool, SC2 Protoss, but also it will trigger people more than any faction in any game ever before. But the thing is, it's like it's so weird, because then they've like rotated on like, oh well, now Protoss, we have to take away, we'll give them the mothership core, we'll take the mothership core away, we'll give it back, but now it does a different spell, now we have shield battery, now we have energy recharge, and all this. Like, it's kind of it's fun, because I think Protoss has like the most new things to like learn always, but it's also frustrating for people who would like to play the same thing, and Protoss have had to like kind of relearn their core build orders probably the most times overall of StarCraft 2's history. Dude Arena, thanks for the 82-month resub. Jedi Master Wiggy Django, what's up, dude? Yeah. How many tournaments did I win? I mean, there's a lot of like $20 and $50 tournaments, Grace Bar, so let's just say they're not all equated equally, and I did not win any big Premier S-tier type tournaments at all. I won a lot of small shitty tournaments, and a few kind of national type level ones, which are not that big because I live in Australia. Oh, we're doing good, guys. Sorry, I forgot to change the title. We are casting Euthermal right now. Euthermal Garrett. Euthermal. Change the title. Was just taking a bit of a breather to catch my breath. I have a feeling this series is going to be pretty action-packed. Geralt doesn't just finish the game, but he smothers you in the Storm Zealot efficiency. I do love a 2-gas style. That's what I really love about watching his style, is I think it's a very powerful style, 2-gas. Pig, what do you feel is the worst part of being a pro gamer? Worst part? Guys, what's the worst part of being a pro gamer? So it's a question from earlier on YouTube. My YouTube chat died, sorry. That's an interesting question. What is the worst part of being a pro gamer? I think lack of social skills. Yeah. No, I don't know, man. Honestly, probably, I think it's the same as any competitor in something that doesn't have a super well-established scene. It's you need to win to pay the bills. So in most jobs, maybe a sales job that's purely commission is something you could compare to StarCraft, but even then, that's a little bit different, where basically it's like, if your opponent wins, you win less money, and that's really shit. And you might be like, and that's why, obviously, if you look at like a professional soccer player, right, they're going to get paid similar win or lose, right? If the team, maybe they have bonuses, but generally it's going to be more about individual performance and stuff. And obviously, over time, if they're playing bad, they get worse money. But there's a much more immediate feedback when you're playing 1v1 tournament money, much like in tennis, where it's like, oh, I bombed out early in this tournament. There's only so many big tournaments a year, and that can be really bad. I think the advantage of being a pro gamer compared to a physical classic sports person is you don't have to deal with injuries nearly as much. Obviously, we do have players with injuries, but I think they're rarer. But because that's the most tragic, is players who commit 10 years, 5 years, whatever it is, to becoming professional at whatever sport, and then they just get an injury and the career's over. Thankfully, you don't have that for StarCraft, and I think if you actually manage the way you play, you should never have injuries playing esports. I think a lot of people get stuck in bad physical habits and they just think, oh, my wrist's a bit sore. That's part of the game, but I think that's a big sign you're doing something wrong. Yeah. Anyways, my man. Welcome back, Roxella, man. You gonna watch some Brood War in September in Korea? Oh, that's cool. You guys all having heat waves? It's cold down here, man. Oh, Florida's crazy hot, is it? And humid? That's rough. It's true, pro gamers need Alexander technique, especially because of the stress can get the body into suboptimal intense defensive postures. What's the Alexander technique, Big Chag in Twitch chat? I agree about people, like, the stress makes people tense up, and that's where a lot of injuries come from. But yeah. All right, quick ad break, guys. Coming up, we've got Game 2, Euthermal Garrett. We've got Skillous' new crazy builds we're going to show some highlight matches of. We've got Showtime, Clem, Laser, a bunch of other cool people. Rainer in there as well for a quick one. Don't go anywhere. Give us 3 minutes. We'll be RB. Chad Gamer, Hero Marine, sniping drones across the gap. He says, hey, I can't reach you unless... 32 Zerglings just died to that winner of mine. And someone please clip that sound so I could put that on my soundboard. I don't think I've made that sound before. From me? Oh, dude, now I feel really bad. I thought they was you looked like zombies. Zombies are meant to be bad. Were these their dogs just trying to protect them? Oh no, am I the baddie? Model coming forward. Watch out for the ball. I would have thrown a ball there and tried to fight, but I'm also really bad at StarCraft. Okay, get some Void Ray or two. This is a bunch of stalkers. Oh, flanking ball! Flanking ball! Oh, you know what they say about those Dutch players, guys? They're so tall, you never know where their balls are going to come from. And that's the case with Harstem. For those who don't know, if you've never seen Harstem in real life or next to other humans standing up outside of his streaming or YouTube setup, Harstem is actually 7 foot tall. It's so dark. How do you feel about Zest? Could he win this game? What do you think? Well, are you going to say no to the Protoss? Well, Protoss is Imba, but I'm Doc. I'm a Chad gamer, and it doesn't matter what race you play, how OP you are, I'm Doc, dude. I fought in his general direction. I offer him no respect. Zest is bad at StarCraft. Wow, that's some big words there, Doc. That's kind of, wow. All right, yeah, what can I say? Have you guys seen this guy? He plays Protoss. He just A-moves. Wow, Zest, these are some fighting words coming out of your upcoming opponent here in the grand finals. Doc talking a lot of shit. Are you offended at all? Well, not really. I am the most handsome. I've had many girlfriends that are much better looking than his girlfriends. You know, these other guys, they live or die based on tournament results, but I'm winning in life. Wow, so you don't care about this tournament that much? You just care about pulling hot tail. Well, I mean, I'll win the tournament as well. I'm just saying that I'm not as nervous about it. I don't need to throw out insults about my opponent. I'm Chad Gamer Zest. Zest is chest. Can he do as many push-ups as me? He can't do half as many push-ups as me. Doc's just a tryhard. All he cares about is winning the game. Wow, Doc, that's some insults there. Yeah, you can insult me only once. This guy does push-ups all day. I'm too busy eating Protosses on the ladder, man. Dude, honestly, he thinks he can fight me. I am so cool. Have you seen my t-shirt? Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Wow, so representing Dragon Phoenix Gaming here. Very proud there to represent the team. Go Dragon Phoenix and Zest. Great hosting there from the Korean team here at GSL. Legendary production as always. He has momentum. So I see you guys saying the Alexander technique was for a lot of pianists was getting carpal tunnel. Treats posture not as a rigid static pose you hold, but as a dynamic moment-by-moment process. It focuses on unlearning unconscious muscular habits, specifically releasing neck tension to allow your head to balance freely on top of the spine. That sounds super correct. So this is I've never heard about this, but this sounds like basically what what I talk about with like where a lot of like wrist pain and stuff comes from basically people just being too tensed up and hunched forward and that sort of stuff. Yeah. And that's also why lower sensitivity is a bit better for the mouse. So you're trying to use bigger movements, because the more you're trying to do things with like crazy movements, the more you naturally tense up your arm to try and control these tiny movements. And then you tense up your shoulder. And to do that, you kind of end up hunching forward a little bit, and it just messes things up. Yeah.
Thanks for the Bezos.
Ghost, thank you for the 23 months, dude. I appreciate it, mate. Welcome back. Thanks for the love, dude. Areno as well. Thanks, guys. Viper got hurt in AoE 2, said Jesus. Viper has a tumor. I don't think that's from playing Age of Empires. Right? He literally just has like a tumor in his wrist. Maybe it's caused by playing. But yeah, if so, that's probably from planting his wrist down too hard, or using it in a certain way that's kind of funky. Because a lot of older gamers all use things in different ways. Like I've seen some people like cram, they're like driving their wrist into the desk. You see a lot of Korean players kind of hang over the keyboard, much more like a piano player, which is nice. But yeah, everyone uses different techniques. So I think it's like different people use different techniques, and I think a lot of people just get stuck in using kind of suboptimal ones. I'm not sure if Viper's is caused by his play though. I think that it might be, but it might be something else. I think it's just an unlucky physical thing that he's got. Yeah, it affects his gameplay a lot, Jesus. But I don't think it's caused by his gameplay. I could be wrong. Zenyatta says, I use extremely high DPI, so I barely need to use my wrist at all. I have no wrist issues. So, lower DPI actually means you use more forearm. So when you say you barely need to use your wrist, so the thing is, because you're using smaller movements, you're actually going to only be using your wrist. Now, you don't need to move it a massive amount because it's so small, but that's actually usually more associated with. Not always, everyone uses it differently. I'm not saying it's going to cause you issues. If you don't have any pains, totally fine. But actually what you just said, the high DPI, because you're only using your wrist rather than using this, then it's usually that's going to be more associated with carpal tunnel and all this sorts of stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah. Your DPI is so high, you move it with basically just your fingers. Yeah. That's really hard to control, isn't it, Zenyatta, though? Like, that's the thing, is like, even if you're doing this, like, normally you're still going to kind of be doing that a little bit. So yeah, if you, I don't know how much you game, but if it works for you, it works for you. Generally speaking, that range of high DPI, tiny movements is much more associated with a lot of people with it. But if you're relaxed while you're doing it, feels good, you don't feel any pain or discomfort, it's totally fine, of course. People can adjust and do anything they want, but yeah. High DPI is less precise. It would prevent me from going pro in a first-person shooter. Yeah, it's less precise in RTS as well. Like, I used to play with 1800 DPI. I used to play with pretty high DPI and mouse sensitivity, and I would just, there would be so many unnecessary misclicks, which if I had to go back and watch a first-person view of myself back in the day, I would be like, oh my god, it's so sloppy. Like, everything looks fast, but like it's just so many repetitive actions and stuff. It's like, yeah. Blame marketing for trying to sell more mice. High number, monkey brain good. Yeah, I've been making fun of that for so many years. Like, we have a 37,000 DPI mouse. I'm like, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Alright, guys. We've got Euthermal, bottom right side of Rorschach. This map's going to be a little easier for him to push on. Not as much space for Geralt to expand to. Geralt probably wants to expand along the northern side, maybe eventually taking this gold base as his fifth, whilst Euthermal much more likely to expand forwards and potentially might even try and risk taking this semi-gold base here at some point. We'll see how he goes. For now, SCV heads forward very early. Where are you headed to? going around the map. Looks like an engineering bay block build, doesn't it? I haven't seen too many eBay block builds in TVP on this this patch. Be interesting to see how it goes, man. Okie dokie. Gonna go across the map. It's a barracks gas build. So this looks like a pretty standard one. This looks kind of like what, 14 barracks, 14 gas, something like that. Yeah, this looks pretty generic. I don't think the probe saw him coming in there. Might have barely glimpsed it, but I don't think he noticed it. We will see that engineering bay go down. Nice disruptive build here for Youtham. I feel like in theory, the way this works out should be really nice. But I don't want to see a Reaper. I think Reapers are trash. I mean, I know on this map you do get a jump-in point here. You get one here. So you get 2 jump-in points that aren't right next to each other. But I like the earlier factory, personally. He's going to come in now. Geralt's going to go, oh, no. He has to take a third. He's going to go expand up north. Good start for you, Thermal. Forcing Protoss into an awkward expansion pattern. Factory goes down here at 2 minutes and 8 seconds. Nexus is on the way. Second depot does go down at home. I wonder if Geralt still plays Twilight. A lot of people play Stargate in this scenario. Obviously, you need to constantly build gateway units is kind of the most important part. Chrono that Stalker to begin with. Probe comes in, sees no command center, but I don't think that's a big tell. There is an engineering bay here. Now, to be fair, Euthermal still hasn't cancelled this, which is a little bit wild. He cancels that. He has enough money for a command center right now. He's going back to the high ground. Has he forgotten to cancel? I think he's just forgotten it's there. I mean, he must know there's a third base out there. He has to know. Command center delayed by quite a bit. At this point, I would leave the engineering bay here all game. Because they might accidentally A-move their units onto it later on as well. So it actually has some hidden bonuses. We've got a probe and a stalker coming forwards. Double Hellion producing. The Marine is still outside, which is very risky. This is way too late to have the Marine on the outside. Euthermal is going to lose that Marine for free. He will get the probe. Bit sloppy there for Geralt, throwing the probe away. Of course, the Marine does go down. And the Stalker, afraid to commit. He's like, there could be Marauders up there. There could be Cyclones. Doesn't know what's happening. Aliens, of course, will wait. If the Stalker runs up, they can overwhelm it. But it's only if. Going to be 3-gate with a relatively early warp gate, which is a really nice way to play this. So basically, if he catches these Hellions moving out, he can shut it down. If he warps in 3 Stalkers at home and has a shield battery, he should be fine. This feels like the perfect response for Geralt. And this is a lot of Protoss players have realized if you skip tech and you just make 3 gateways, you can go very aggressive off warp gate, or you can skip warp gate and still have a crazy number of units. So normally if you're purely defensive without warp gate, you'd just make 2 of those gateways. It's already got Stalkers on the edge here, of course. Third base only has 8 probes at it, so we can see where he wants to go. Hellions could heal up on the healing shrine if they want to. They're just going to drive straight past. Euthermal ain't wasting no time. Picks up, zooms in. Remember, there's a battery here. The other units, they're not in position. Geralt, what are we doing, mate? We saw him boosting right towards the main, but he didn't pull his probes. Geralt leaving himself wide open here. This gateway, unfortunately, kind of blocks your Stalkers because you don't have blink. Oh, this wall-off is so bad. This wall-off, it obstructs his Stalkers from going from one side to the other. It actually kind of works for the Hellions. I mean, it's good because the Hellions can't drive past, but it's bad because you don't have blink here. Uh-oh. Hellions driving in. 9 probes in total have gone down. A little bit more than I thought he'd be able to get with how well prepared Geralt was with the battery and all these Stalkers and everything. 11 probes go down. Decent damage, but at the end of the day, is it enough? This was a massive delay on your command center. It's just now floating down. I mean, yes, worker count looks great for Terran. There's a good Stalker count out. They could slow down any sort of push. If Geralt just holds the probe key down and then techs up, I think he can definitely get back in this game with how quick the Protoss economy can regrow. But looks like he's warping in Stalkers for a counter pressure, and this wall off protecting the tank, I don't think that's going to work. Oh, is it though? If he gets the tank, good retarget. He gets some good splash damage with the tank, but you can see Geralt actually move the tank forward. Oh, he didn't target it. He didn't target the siege tank. Oh my gosh, he finally gets the tank, but a screw up there by Geralt. The mass repair saving the tank and the Stalkers dilly-dallying on the target fire. That was a big missed opportunity for Geralt. Geralt now with 2 big mistakes in this game. Stalkers misposition in the main, and then not focusing the tank. That's going to let let Euthermal off the hook a little bit there. That could have actually been a much more powerful timing than I realized. If he had a depot blocking there or something as well, it would have been basically unbreakable. But as it is, now Euthermal's into 3 barracks, factory, starport's floated home. So he's got an amazing setup. And Twilight's not even done. Geralt is deep in the doo-doo. And I think the gold base makes perfect sense. There's only really one thing you can do here as Geralt, and that is, you know, mineral only. Make charge first and make zealots. If he makes blink, he's dead. Yeah, he knows it. There's no way you get blink ready and enough stalkers to defend a stim push, because blink stalkers don't really defend a stim push. You need mass zealot. Now, if he goes non-warp gate, he could make an immense amount of zealots here, but because he's already invested in warp gates, and we've shown that that's not really in his repertoire, I doubt he even thinks of that as an option, right? Oh, I love that. Healing Shrine, very nice for Protoss units. Normally unable to heal. The Healing Shrine with the air blocker on it will allow him to heal up those ground units there. Five more gateways building, so it's going to be 8 gates, but only 42 probes. So he does need to build another pylon. He's got one forward here, but I think with this, you want to not just shut down Euthermal's push. You want to counter super duper hard. Now, he's going to recall probes, but he should be building more probes. Yeah, there we go. More probes do start up. I think the lack of a forge really hurts. I think Geralt felt like he was so far behind, he couldn't even go for a forge. He's going to recall those probes like we said. Not a bad move. That's immediately going to be saturated on 12 workers. I think you have to double down as Geralt. Maybe squeeze one forge in for the transition, but essentially... you need to let you... oh, my God. Oh, and you showed him your Mass Zealot as well. Euthermal not only sees the lack of a third, but he sees Mass Zealot. If he just sees the lack of a third, already that's going to make Euthermal think, oh, you're all in, I just need to not die. And you see he's pulling his tank back, reinforcing his wall off, making sure he can't die to a Mass Zealot all in, because he knows Geralt knows he's behind, Euthermal knows he's behind. They know that Protoss is in a desperate position here. So Euthermal's going to take his time. Ooh, the medevacs do get spotted there. Did he notice it? No. He hasn't moved his army to respond. Unfortunately, Geralt didn't notice it, and he doesn't have energy for recall in the main. And that's a very nice Artosis pylon to focus down. He's actually going to drop on top of the Zealots. A little bit dangerous here, but looks like with the medevac healing, it's enough. Takes out the Zealots pretty quickly. I think this is like 1 or 2 Marines. He's going to take out the pylon there. Artosis does fall. And the bio pulls behind that mineral line. Really nicely done here. Euthermal finding massive amounts of damage. And, you know, he walled off at home. He figured this guy's trying to all in me. Let's just sneak a drop in. Scanned ahead as well. If there was any army or recall, he might not have gone in there. He might have just waited. But as it is, he gets big damage. Only loses 1 full medevac for it. At the same time, he's like, you know what? I think I can probably push. Let's move out. Let's go for it. I'm on 3 barracks. I'm on a factory. I'm on a starport. He's actually on 2 starports, funny enough. 1 on the tech lab, 1 on the reactor. So he built a second starport. I think he should have just probably focused on his first one floating home, but he probably just forgot it was on the way home and built an extra starport. Fire pulling to the left side. So many more probes going down. Another 9 workers. Same time in the middle. The libs come forward, siege up a few stalkers, and zealots get caught. Geralt does not have the numbers to hang on. He's tried to make a forge. He's tried to add blink, but as you can see, Euthermal with the scan to see no expansion, see the mass zealot, told him something was up, that Geralt was basically hoping Euthermal would move his army out, get surrounded by zealots, and then Geralt would be back in the game, but Geralt too far behind from the early stages. The Hellion drop proxy does pay off there for Euthermal, and Euthermal finding a way to make this a very nice game 2. He's going to force the game 3 here. It's a few stalkers and a zealot running in circles, but what are they buying time for, you know? The Terran army is just better. The libs guarding the tank. A lib will go down, but look at this, man. The libs are guarding the tank. The tank is not dying, and Geralt has to tap out. Nice game there for Euthermal, and I think a bit of a tragic mistake with the seeing the Hellions drive past and not reacting was so weird. I feel like those stalkers being out of position was bizarre. I think that really cost him. Because if he just gets rid of one of these Hellions, 1 or 2 of these Hellions a little bit quicker, right? Once you get it down to 2 Hellions, it's so much less dangerous. But really nice damage. Nice micro for Euthermal. Ties it up. Yeah, he must have forgot he had one. The second starport. How's everyone doing, guys? Woo! Oh. Did we already talk about Dawn of War 4 Necrons have creep? No. What are the starting factions going to be? Greta. Space Marines, Orcs, Necrons, Imperial Guard? Eldar? What are they doing? No doubt they'll DLC most of the civs. Do you think it's unfair that Rorschach has 2 Reaper entrances? I don't give a shit. I think maps should just have more variety in general. Like, I don't think every map should have an Overlord pillar. I think that's dumb. I don't think every map needs to have a Reaper spot. I don't think it needs to just be one. I don't think it matters. Like, I don't really care. I think maps could have much more variety. Fuck is AdMech? AdMech? As in Adeptus Mechanicus? They're doing their own Adeptus Mechanicus faction? Really? That's a choice. Damn. Are Adeptus Mechanicus cool? I have no idea what the Adeptus Mechanicus faction is like. Yeah. They're all like hybrids, right? They're all like half robot, half man. Yeah. I don't play 40k, guys. I play real tabletop games. But the reason I don't play 40k is they don't get fucking Nidus worms. See? They don't get this bad boy. So yeah. It is funny, the eyes actually look so awesome on this, but because of the green screen, they just look kind of creepy. Kind of weird because you can see through it. They get a lot of boosting in the recent releases. Yeah. So that's it. It's just Space Marines, Necrons, AdMech, and Orcs. That's interesting. I thought they'd do like an Eldar or a Tyranids just to get more variety there. But I guess maybe they're saving them for expansions. That's odd. Big gonna stream a tabletop game of StarCraft? I mean, I did a very basic first one when we, like, early on. But, yeah, once... I don't know if I'll ever stream it. I mean, I'll play first, but we'll see how we go. I will never play numerical Dawn of War game, ever. Numerical Dawn of War game? What is a numerical Dawn of War? Are you saying you won't play any expansions past the original Dawn of War? Because if so, that's the funniest way I've ever seen us saying that. Guys, like, this is like Artosis. He's like, guys, I will never play numerical StarCraft game, ever. Only the first StarCraft Brood War. No numerical StarCraft game. I'm like, what? That's the fucking dumbest way of saying that. I love it. No numerical. When I played the one tabletop game of StarCraft Red Beast, my corpse of roaches friggin' did so much. I had a squad of roaches that like killed so much shit. Because they spawned baby roaches, they spawned the roachlings, and they got transfused like twice by a queen as well. So they just never died. It was amazing. Alright guys, we've got Geralt in the bottom left side of the map, Rat Gameplay, U-Thermal in the top right side. It's Lockdown. Haven't seen too much Lockdown in this tournament, guys. Curious to see how it goes. Geralt, no doubt, going to try and defend here. I do think, generally speaking, from what I saw from like Skillous experimenting with the openings, I do think like if you just don't go Warp Gate, produce out of 2 gates, it's so much easier to defend like a very obvious frontal tank push, right? But when you're dealing with, oh, my third base is over here, like Geralt had to, it's like, oh, I got a third base over here. I don't know where the Hellions or the Medevacs are going to pivot to. It's very difficult to play without Warp Gate. So I think in that game, Warp Gates actually made perfect sense for Geralt, even if we were talking peak efficiency. But it's going to be a Barracks Gas opening for U-Thermal, pretty standard. Geralt this time is checking for the eBay block to make sure he can check it out. And looks like he's going to go for a scout as well. Checkstro Proxy should send a new probe down there to the natural right about now. He's going to go core before Nexus. Interesting. And he loves these wall-offs. I really hate walling off against like my own base because I like a lot of freedom to move around my base. I dislike using wall-offs as Protoss generally, but that's a very subjective personal preference thing. Geralt clearly loves the wall-offs to limit his opponent's movement in his own base. So it's a Reaper expand. It's a blind one here for you, Thermi. He sends the SCV after the barracks finishes. I do think Reaper expands cost a lot of money. And on a map here, with only one Reaper ledge straight up there, pretty easy to defend. This is the infirmary, by the way. I didn't realize there's a... The main base is the infirmary. So you only hide on one base if you're infirm, guys. You've heard it here. Reaper's going to look around for the probe, hunting for it. We'll find it. Geralt coming in at the wrong time. Not going to see the command center. And that, of course, is because it's on the high ground. But a Reaper is not as scary, I would say, as like a Marine first means, ooh, earlier factory. You see a Reaper, you usually know that factory's delayed a little bit. I don't think Geralt will overreact here. I think he'll play very calm. Cybercore before Nexus, though, does slow down his own economic growth, so he's not as far as ahead as he maybe could be. What's an infirmary? Infirmary is it's like hospital kind of, you know? It's where you send the infirm. It's kind of like, you know, disabled? I guess infirm basically means disabled or sick or ill or unwell. Kind of an old-timey term. You wouldn't really call many places an infirmary these days, right? Command center's coming up there. Notice because he's gone double gas so early, he's well below saturation, except he's not because it's just the numbers bugging out because of this. I was like, he's only got 12 workers on minerals. How is that? That's crazy. No. Turns out just the other command center is counting as 4 of those SCVs on that one. Never mind. In Germany, you'd call it a Krankenhaus, according to chat. A Krankenhaus? Really? I don't know why that sounds so funny, man, but it does. Alright, second gateway is coming in. So it's 3-gate blink on 2 base here. I think Geralt's going to try and take a third pre-robo. Ooh, okay. That's a dead Reaper. Sees the Twilight, sees the extra gateway. He's got a good idea of what's going on. I think that's the most important part here for you, Thermal. Reaper wasn't the most important unit anymore in this game. Hellions and Marines building. And more mines. So just one Hellion. Okay, so he's going to go out with the Hellion to try and confirm the third timing. It's a very safe build for Geralt. Look at this, guys. He's got the Robo. He's paused probes here. He's not even finished saturating his bases, and he's already paused probes. And now he resumes probes, but he's supply blocked on 42. Sorry, guys. We do have a bit of a lag spike there. My apologies. Just in the recording. Sometimes when you click up here, it does create a little bit of a lag. Sometimes also when you swap to player's vision for the first time. Probe does take a bit of damage. Nice denial. This is the joy of the Hellion. Just delaying their Nexus, being a bit annoying. Adept pokes in, hallucination there as well. Adept Shade's going to try to get up for the scout. Not quite able to. 2 Stalkers move over, and that third base should be able to get started, but he's not sent a new probe there yet. Only now. And guys, it's 5 minutes. Geralt's still not saturated on his natural. It does feel like Geralt's build order's been a little sloppy. Now, it's funny because so many people go, oh, the 8 workers, I feel so poor. I have to build pylons all the time. I'm always supply blocked. Like, what the hell? Definitely. That's one of the things where I think players are very sloppy on their builds so far, just due to lack of practice, which is not unexpected, but it's one of those things where you really see the difference in efficiency with players who are hitting their build all the way through just right, and those who are constantly supply blocked. Medevac's going to save one of these Medevac's? No, it's not. Goes in there, tries for it. But at the end of the day, only 3 probes. Hellion goes down. Both Widow Mines go down. Medevac goes down. This is a good start for Geralt. He's not accelerated his work account a massive amount, but he's got good control. 40 probes against 35 SCVs. Very playable with how delayed stim and whatnot is. And it feels like this is going to go to the mid game, I would say, with a very slight Protoss advantage. I don't think it'll be big, though, just with how close the work account is. Like, Euthermal can afford to chill for a bit, and if he gets a bunch of, like, Raven auto turret damage or something, then it can definitely swing in his direction. An ambulance is a Krankenwagen? No! Cranker means ill? Oh, because they're cranky because they feel sick? That makes sense. Remember, guys, when you're learning other languages, what you want to do is you want to just basically interpret it through your understanding of words that sound similar in your language and then form meaning. That's definitely the most accurate way to understand. It's the Krankenwagen because everyone's feeling cranky in there, man. Need the wagon to take him to the hospital, make him better. Sure. Raven chasing the Observer. Stop looking at my SCVs. Forge and Robobay. Ooh, no Storm for Geralt this time. Geralt's worker count, he's up 8 workers now, so he's got that third mineral lineup, which is really important, but he's only playing 2 gas, and he's going Disruptor. Oh, hello. Okay, this is interesting. 2 gas Disruptor style. I kind of wish Geralt overprobed a little bit more here. I think he could easily overprobe these bases and get a fair bit more mining. But it's so interesting to see him say he's very much like, I need to get a lot of gateways up of just 2 gases. You can see he's trying to transform all of his gateways now, which is very expensive. You know, you want to get 8 gateways transformed, 8 times 25 minerals and 25 gas. It costs you 200 minerals, 200 gas. It's not cheap. It's like getting a very expensive upgrade, essentially. Oh, dude, I never noticed all this goop on the side of the map. How cool is that? Oh, there's like big tendrils of goop going off to the side of the map. Yuck. Oh, this map truly has been locked down by some Leviathan or something coming and infesting it. Great first Widowmine shot. Gets a Marauder and 2 Widowmines, guys. Double drop comes in from the left side. Zealots and Stalkers trying to go over there. Bio does cancel the 4th base. Stalkers will take care of the medevac. Sentries just chilling, not using that Guardian Shield really. But the Bio gets cleaned up. If he can get back and defend the rest of the army, this could be good for Geralt. Disruptor! But he doesn't end up hitting anything. Doesn't want to hit his own Zealots there. And this is looking kind of scary right now for Geralt. If he loses all these Stalkers, that's going to be a real problem. Oh no. Oh no, the Zealots derping this way and that. The Stalkers all going down. And remember, he's not got much gas. He can't be affording to lose these Stalkers. Disruptor takes its shot there. Does take out the Marauder and the Marine. He barely hangs on. But a scary moment in the game. And Geralt floating quite a few resources. He's got 6 warp gates and only 3 gateways as well. So keep in mind, if you don't have the money to transform all of them, you're going to be and he's building more because he doesn't realize. Oh, he doesn't realize. He's going to 12 gateways right now, guys. He does not realize he's already on 9, so he's going to 12 gateways. Oh, he's really slipping up here. Remember, when you select those gateways, I think it automatically produces out of the regular gates, not the warp gates. So you've got to use your built-in warp gate hotkey to make sure you use those correctly. And we'll see if he can pull it off. He's got +1 armor right now. 1 Colossus out. He needs +1 attack as well, but he's so gas-starved as Geralt. Stalkers blink forward. Raven almost goes down. There is a 3rd command center coming up right now. And a 4 mine drop going into the main. Euthermal making a lot happen with a little. He's got the Protoss on the ropes right now. But he's got to be careful not to throw his units into the Colossus. Widowmine does go down there to the blink, but Geralt's not watching. And that's about to spell disaster. Oh, good last second spreadies there. I do like the way he played that. He's going to move one of these Widowmines around. And he's going to clean up that Widowmine drop. Not too bad. 2 Widowmines get saved. The rest has to get cleaned up. Euthermal, of course, has +1 armor coming in. He's got 5 barracks, but he's got no progression. So it's purely just Marauders, Marines, Vikings. And I feel like Euthermal either pulls the boys or just goes for a very committed 3-base push. He's got a Ghost Academy to round that out. But look at this Geralt looking for the ambush disruptors. Oh no, but his Colossus caught out in no man's land. It will shave down a few Marines, but it does go down. The Disruptor also wanders into a Widowmine on that side. Zealot Stalker coming forward. Has Euthermal gone too far forward? He loses a full medevac for it. Gonna try and catch the Disruptor. Geralt's balls caught in the open. The Marauders go through the speedy zone, but they were already way too damaged. This is a big overextension. Oh, Euthermal had a good spot, but Geralt leaving that Colossus out, I think was totally unintentional, but it works as a bait and actually gives him a really big advantage now because Euthermal just bled way too many units out. And remember, his real timing was going to be with the Ghosts, and once he hit critical Viking mass, now he doesn't even have enough Marine Marauder to deal with the Zealots. And the +1 armor Zealots are going to be a real problem. This was a big overextension, and that really, really does hurt there. Orbital taking damage. SCV's getting overrun. The Bio trying to survive here. The SCV's getting slaughtered. The Colossus is just targeting the Orbital, which is not necessarily the best. Auto turrets coming down here with the Raven. The Raven does get shot down. Vikings will take care of the Colossus eventually, but is there enough Bio to deal with the Zealots? I don't think so, man. And that's the problem. Euthermal's like, oh, it's only Zealot Stalker, sweet. But the problem is the Zealots are quite scary. He's actually got a 1 upgrade advantage, does Euthermal. Geralt has to be careful not to overextend. You've killed a bunch of SCVs, a ton of mining time. You've been very annoying. If you could get the Zealots into the main or the natural, that would be amazing. There's no Warp Prism, just 1 Colossus out, 2nd one on the way. No extended thermal lance, no extra attack upgrades. Geralt's playing this like an all-in, and it might be the correct play because it looks like he's about to overwhelm. Indeed he is. Geralt seals the deal with a 2-1 advantage, and Dude, it's so diabolical. The accidental leaving the Colossus out, baiting you Thermal into overextending. We've all been here, haven't we? Like, really clever ambush, but he's like, oh, whoops, he mistimes it. And he doesn't realize, oh no, I've sent my Colossus out as well. Oh, crap. But then these Zealots actually get a fair bit of damage, gets a few Colossus shots off, more Zealot warp-ins as well. He stutter steps to try and get away from the Zealots, and then loses a full medevac. And you're like, oh, that's pretty painful. But not only that, look how many units he loses here. 1 Marauder, 2, 3 Marauders, a Marine, another Marine, and a medevac, and another medevac. I mean, that's crazy damage. The amount of supply extra he lost there. And that's, yeah, you lose a Colossus, it hurts. The Colossus doesn't have +1 attack. It doesn't have extended Thermalats. This is kind of a Zealot Stalker all in with a few unupgraded Robo units thrown in. It's kind of crazy. That baited you Thermal into overcommitting. And gets Geralt a very nice winning position. GG, well played. Close series there. But Geralt comes out on top. Is it bad, Micro, that the medevacs aren't getting any time healing? When you're running away? Or stutter stepping forwards? No. You could leave them healing, but then they're left behind your army. You just stutter step them as one. Yeah. Gammel means moldy, but in Norwegian it just means old. Well, old and moldy, they go together, right? Much like your mama. Like I said, guys, that was actually our lowest recommended series from today. So now we're going to go back to another one. Let's do Clem versus a laser. Let's take a look at Clem versus a laser. I think it'll be a fun one. I'm going to jump that up in the sketch. Keen for some ZVT. My man. We haven't seen a lot of Fear and Faith. It's almost like the pro gamers veto 4-player maps. Who knew? Who ever would have known? Aww. Ding. I think the eBay block was quite good. Other than that, I don't know if there's anything too interesting in that series. Other than just the 2 gas style is very powerful. But that's nothing new. Just the 2 gas snowball, right? If you get a little bit ahead, gets out of control. That's why I've always been a big 2 gas into 4 base player as well. So if the Terran doesn't get big damage, they are destroyed. Maltazar says, did someone summon me? Oh, what's up, Moldy Sar? Are you the Sar of the Mold? Nice. If you are German, you're definitely enjoying the Norwegian word Gammeltante. Great aunt or grand aunt? What do you think about the Norwegian words fart stomp or slut datafag? Fantastic. Guys, who else has transferred their allegiance to Norway in the World Cup after their country's been eliminated? Type 1 in the chat. We've all been colonized by Vikings, have we not? At this point? I know here in Australia, lots of people are like, yeah, we're cheering for Norway now. Those guys seem cool. I saw a clip yesterday. You guys have seen like their Viking like longboat celebration, right? Which is also adorable. I saw an interview with. They found the guy sitting in the middle of the Norwegian fans, where they're all like rowing after the match, and he's sitting there refusing to row. And he's like, it was factually incorrect. They found them. He's like, they sailed. They did not row. They sailed across to Iceland, and it was so. He's like, well, actually, he didn't sound like he was doing a bit either. He's like, I think it's stupid because it is historically inaccurate. Pig, you should be sporting England as Australia's motherland. It's where our families come from, and we are one big colonial family. Excuse me, Thunder. Mate, the Norwegians colonized England first. And then they colonized us. So we are just going back to the previous ancestry, you know? We're going back. We're going older. Yeah. We're just going older, you know? We're going OG. We're going back to the source. Vikings sailed, they did not row. As a Swiss, I have to root for them. Dude, I felt bad for Colombia. I was like, oh my god. Your goalie was on fire, brother. And they just could not put the ball in the net. Oh my lord. I was like, how have they... There's like 30 shots on goal. Did Switzerland have a single shot on goal before the penalty shootout? That was crazy. I was like, there's no... I was like, eventually something's got to go in. And you're like, no way. It's not going in, man. I did like the way Switzerland took the penalty shootouts, though. So there's a disconnect by... If you're not a real soccer fan, if you're a super casual like me, you hate the stop-start friggin' thing where they're like, move forward. And like, the rule is you're not meant to like stop your forwards momentum, which apparently means you can stop like 10 times on the way to the ball. As long as you don't stop and stand there for like 3 seconds, it's totally fine. Just it looks terrible. But I like that the Swiss just ran up and kicked the ball in the net. It as a casual, it looks much nicer. You know? It's the kicking up the stutter step, it might be more effective. I'm almost certain it is. But oh my god, does it look shit. Yeah. It's fun when real sports have dumb metas as well. Well, it's like, yeah, it's just if every pro was building Sky Toss, you'd be like, hey, I don't hate you guys for doing it. It's just dumb that they haven't changed the rule yet, you know? Like, if Sky Toss was the best strategy, and every game was like people just playing Sky Toss or like turtling behind spines into Brood Infester, you'd be like, I mean, I don't hate you guys for doing it, but fuck me, change the rules, guys. UK, what's shit? No, Haaland gets my, and Norway get my allegiance. I think I'll get up early to watch that, so my stream will probably start when that match is over tomorrow, guys. Yeah. Of all the rules in football, that's not the one I'd get rid of personally. It would also be good if they were more aggressive about people diving, but... Because that's also the part for casuals. Every time when World Cup comes around, we're just like, oh my god. Constant diving. Jesus. They've done a good job of at least making it reviewable. It's a step in the right direction. A very small step. The amount of inertia in a game as popular as football is crazy. Yeah. Yeah. But no, it should be good. Should be good. Good matches. Keen as, guys. Keen as. Alright, Clem vs. Lazy, yeah? Should we do this straight away? Hopefully they don't, if they don't have too epic at first, I think we can do one game before ad break, should be fine. What group was Clem in? B. Let's grab some games. Rainfall. Rainfall map 1. Good Terran map, in my opinion. In ice hockey, every professional game is rewatched and they penalize players for diving. Yeah, I like that. Players are penalized for diving in soccer as well, or should be at least. I mean, not very much. I think soccer has like very, very low stuff for that. They've started to, but they need to do it like way more and more aggressively. Yeah. You just need to like enforce the rules. But yeah, it is what it is. Messi did it where he did like the little penalty shootout, stopped, ran for a sec, kicked it and scored, but they made him redo it many years ago, Maltazar. Oh, really? Interesting. Yeah. FIFA's super based in this World Cup. I agree. It's just a shame that these cuck countries like Belgium can beat great countries like America with special review rules that everyone likes. No, yeah, I think everyone's always talked about FIFA being kind of shit, right? I don't know too much about it, like I said, but I've heard for years that FIFA's one of the most corrupt orgs. I know you said biased. I was trolling. Obviously not based. No, I mean everyone was just like, it's so embarrassing for America as well. Like, no actual American fan or player wants that. Like, oh cool, we really want to be seen as cheating. Like, that's really fucking awesome, man. Great. That's yeah. It is what it is. The old bratwurst bribe, that always works, Senju. Alright, guys. Clem in the bottom right side of the map. Up against the Laser in the top left. The Laser's been back grinding hard. Hundreds of games on the new patch. And he's been a player who over the last few years has really deep dived on a few different games. Trying all sorts of different RTS, getting quite high level at them. And, you know, it's been interesting. I think he played AoE 4 for a while. I think he might have even played some Warcraft 3. Played Zero Space, Stormgate. Like, basically a Laser has been, I think, expanding his knowledge of general RTS. I'm not sure if he did a StarCraft 1 deep dive, but it's been really cool to see him try all sorts of different games. And I think a Laser's improved his general learning. So early on in a patch, he's very quick to pick things up, and one of the players we want to be watching. Of course, Clem on the other side, down here in the bottom right. We've already cast a few Clem matches from this tournament. Of course, this is a group stage match, guys, so just because you know Clem made it pretty deep in the tournament doesn't mean he wins this one. I actually don't know the result myself, though obviously Clem comes in as a favorite. This is the 13 barracks, 14 gas. Yeah, this is the same build he was using later in the tournament. So he's going to not have 50 gas for the barracks. His barracks will idle for about, what is it, like 5-6 seconds, something like that, maybe a bit longer. So you see it finishes at about 1:39. So we can make the orbital on 16 supply because he wants that orbital as quickly as possible. He thinks this is most efficient, and then gets the gas. It's about 9 seconds, 8 seconds later when he starts that Reaper. Now, this is a pull first build for a Laser, and he's actually gone hatchery into gas and queen. So queen on 17 supply, interestingly. Command Center's there on the natural. SCV moving forwards. Overlord's on the way. Now, this is interesting because it's pull first, but it's a purely defensive pull first. But he still prioritized the hatchery over the queen. I think this is perfectly fine. I think this is just, look, if Clem goes proxy Reaper or 12-12, you're going to be fine. You're not going to have time with the Reapers in your base. As it is, there is an awkward moment here where you may want to rally drones to your natural, but your second queen's not ready. You don't want to rally to your natural in this scenario. I think you want to keep mining in the main. Wait until you've got the second queen out and then go to the natural. But okay, he waits to confirm the Reaper has entered the main and then he sends them to the natural. And that actually works out. That's pretty nice. A Laser also has a third queen and Ling speed on the way. He's also stayed on gas. 2-base muta, baby. 2-base Mutalisk, baby. Unless he pulls off in the next few seconds, this is most likely 2-base Mutalisk. Could be Roaches as well, but we haven't seen Roaches as popular. Clem is going to be going for 3cc into... Wow. 3cc 2-on-1 with no factory. So maybe it's 3cc 3 barracks, actually. Is he going to build a third barracks? Notice he fully pulled off gas after getting 100 for the Reaper and the reactor. Ooh, I love to see it. Creep Tumor hidden behind the pillar. The Reaper can't see it. He could have run to here and he might have been able to see it. Very clever positioning there by a laser. Yeah, you could see Clem tried to click it, but when his Reaper tried to move in range, he moved there. The pillar was blocking it. So then the Reaper had to try to run around the pillar to see it. Very clever positioning for a laser as he goes for that lair. So definitely a good build, 2-base Mutalisk. I think because you can just stay tight on 2 bases, instantly saturate this natural. Like pre-4 minutes, already saturating a natural against guys who've opened gas. His natural's on 3 workers, and this is where the Zerg advantage lies. Get that natural mineral line up as quickly as possible, and then if you're playing 3-base, get your 3rd base up as quickly as possible. He's not playing 3-base. He's playing a lair, a Bailey Nest, 2 more gases, and of course for him, it's going to be about dropping that Spire. Now, I think he's taken his gases a little too late. You're going to see the lair finish. He won't be able to go the Spire straight away, but he might want to go Overseer Scout first anyway and confirm what he's up against. Zergling runs in, does see a bunch of Marines. No sign of Hellions or anything else, so he should have a good idea there's no starport threat here. 4th gas going down. Where's that Spire? 200 gas kicks in here at about 4.5 minutes. He's got a 3rd base. Reaper runs in. I mean, this is so clearly Mutalisks, right? What else could it be? There was a clever mind game that would hard counter a response to Mutalisks here. This would be the time to do it, since he hasn't built the Spire yet. Drops a Hydra Den now. You're like, whoa, he's going to counter the Widow Mines with Hydras, man. He goes Bane speed, no Spire. What is the laser doing, guys? Borrowed and Bane speed and no Spire. He's just faking mutas. But he's not got double Evo either. Is the laser drunk? I think he forgot his Spire. I think he thought it was already placed and forgot, guys. I could be wrong. That, to me, does feel a little odd. Factory's on the way only now for Clem. We can see that on the production tab. We're on a laser's camera right now. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. No way. No way. We're going to do a Bane. Okay. He's going to do a Bane speed timing. Oh, but the Marines are moving out. And he's not finished morphing. And that's a scary moment in this. Oh, oh my. Okay, at this point, you drone up. You've got to drone up. You can't commit to the attack. Bane speed's not ready. That scares Clem. That scares him. And he wants to scare him so he can then burrow Banelings on the front. The bunkers got sold. He realizes there's not that much Ling Bane. He does see more Ling Bane rallying now. And now the droning starts, but that double Evo needs to happen. I wouldn't even build Mutalisks. I think Mutalisks are worthless in this game. There's so many Marines out that you need double upgrades because you know Clem's going to be going upgrades. Double upgrades on the way. Already Starport's building as well. 3rd Command Center is going to be floating out. But he's not being able to burrow Banelings on the front, and that kind of hurts. Dude, if he could burrow Banelings there just before the Command Center floated in, how good would that have been? But unfortunately, no opportunity. 4th base in the top right corner for a laser. Oh, and a laser's going to run in. This is cute. Doesn't catch all the SCVs, and he's actually going to just burrow a unit right there. He burrows a single Baneling, guys. Hoping to detonate that. Now, this isn't a laser special, guys. This is one of the laser's both highest and lowest IQ strategies, depending on what you think. So for those who don't know, it takes 2 Banelings to kill Marines. Rather than burrowing 2 Banelings everywhere, he burrows single Banelings. And in his mind, he thinks it's more worth it to just damage the Marines and make them go back and heal to buy yourself a bit of map control and make Terran paranoid. Because that way, if they scan, it's only 1 Baneling they kill, and it's so low value. So he will just put single Banelings, like, around the map. Only 1 right now. And he thinks this way, because everyone knows that he's obsessed with burrow, and they try to, like, hard counter it by scanning everywhere, he figures this is the better way to do it. I kind of like it because they know he loves burrow. But I really think at some point he should randomly start doing 2 Banelings because they expect single Banelings. And then, yeah, and then you might get the big boom that actually kills them. Because when they do walk over with 40 Marines and he damages 40 Marines rather than killing them, it's one of the most tragic things you've ever seen. Where you're like, come on, man, surely you can commit the 2nd Baneling. It's not that big a loss if he scans it. He's going to send a few Marines in the main. 8 Marines with stim shields, and soon to have 1-1. Not too bad. 1-1 upgrades have started. The single Baneling detonates, and you see, and Clem's like, oh, it has. He's looking for psychic damage rather than actual killing units, which is hilarious. Single Marine on the left side, 4th base in the top right. Laser's got that saturated. 1-1 upgrades are in now. The single Marine going to get to scout the entire map by the looks of it. He's like, hey, buddy, how you doing? And Laser's like, just so you know, I'm on 4 gas. I was like, well, I do know that now. 0 prioritization on dealing with this. Single burrowed Banelings. Single burrowed Banelings. Muta's flying in from behind. Gonna find some Widow Mines if he targets. Yeah, gets 2 Widow Mines. Nicely done. Ling Bane's gonna roll in as well. A laser. No Widow Mines with this army. Oh, but the Mutas go a bit too deep. The Mutas go too far forward. Does end up getting quite a few Mutalisks focused down. Nice micro for Clem. He's gonna pull back and try to get behind the bunker. That was 5 Mutalisks. I think that was too many for that trade for a laser. You've got to kind of dance in, shoot the Medivacs once, and instantly pull back in those sorts of scenarios. And every time Clem tries to target a Mutalisk, but you pull out of range, the Marines aren't going to be attacking the Zerglings. They're going to be trying to push past the Zerglings to get to the Mutalisks, and obviously he loses a lot of damage whenever that happens. Triple drop goes to the right, which is insane. Trying to drop right now when you're this contained is crazy. Unfortunately for a laser, guys, he's only played 3 Queens, so he has no creep. Like, yes, he has 1, 2, 3, 4 active tumors, but he's not spreading them because he's containing Clem. But if he had unlimited APM, oh, see, that's where, imagine if that was 2 Banelings. He scans here, does see these 2 Banelings as well. Oh, the retarget! Remember, Widow Mines fire quicker now, less time for the spready than ever. That's crazy. The target of the Widow Mine and the Bane, really nice. Really nicely. Oh, he scanned this earlier. Does he remember it's there? I wouldn't have minded detonating just to grab the last 7 or 8 Marines. This is kind of obvious the way he's baiting, and I think Clem does know about it. He just doesn't have a scan available. Does lose one of his Marines to being slightly too close to it. The Widow Mine firing pretty quickly. The next one unable to fire in time. The Marine's trying to run back. A laser's chasing pretty deep into his territory. Widow Mine does not get the big boom boom that he was looking for. It was not terrible, but it was not the big boom boom he was looking for. There's plenty of Lings on that left side. A drop in the right side is going to go hit that base. A laser needs to get there right now. He's on 87 workers. His 2-2 upgrades on the way. 2-2's about to kick in for Terran, but Terran is so deep in Zerg territory, and this is a very expensive maneuver. Widow Mines get some decent shots. Unfortunately, there's only 3 Mutalisks out, so he can get out of there if he decides to fly home. At the same time, though, Lings run into the main in the natural. Remember, they were waiting on that left side for quite a while. They're going to kill a lot of these SCVs, but the +2 armor really helping them survive. Now, he unloaded, it looks like, and got the Mutas, but does save a few of these Marines. There's no more anti-air on that side. Corruptors coming in. Corruptors are better than those units. That Baneling would have been nice there to damage those Widow Mines. What a crazy game this is. Just the way a laser's keeping these burrowed individual Banelings everywhere. Such a nasty style to deal with, and I love the way a laser is playing this. 2 base Mutalisk, a great way to get up into this setup, into this situation. He's going to go for the Widow Mine drop to the right is Clem. Terran does have a good tail on their economy, where the main base has only just started half mining out, and he's got his 4th up in time for it. So Clem's still on a solid 68 worker income. He's got 3-3 started before the 2-2s finish for Zerg. And the Zerg army supply looking kind of bleak right now, down about 25. Almost 30 in the army supply is really hard to deal with. But there's no Marauder transition just yet, which is nice. Oh my lord, the Widow Mine does get 5 drones and a bunch of Zerglings. Hatchery base number 6 goes down, as do 11 SCVs. Lings and Banes coming in on this side. 3rd base is always a little vulnerable. See a single Zergling burrow there, but at the same time, he's occupied on this left side. A few of those Widow Mines do fire. Some of them go down. This is a very, very intense game. Those Zerglings, unfortunately, not burrowing, not really microing, just kind of causing a bit of chaos and all going down. 12 more drones building. I think that's way too many workers for a laser. I think he's going to struggle to even mine with the workers he has, as his natural will be mining out in the next minute and a half, 2 minutes. Things still running in from that side. I love the Corruptors being added in. He's only got 3, but that means just diving with drops is going to be very dangerous. There's still 2 Corruptors on this side as well. Double drop does go over there. Of course, the laser doesn't quite have the last overlords he needs. He's got a few infestors coming out, 3-3 upgrades. No Ultra Cavern yet. Ultras normally are the best in a game like this because they're so easy to build up. Luckily, he overdroned, which means he can afford a few losses like this. The Corruptors, though, are going to die to the Marines, and that's really bad. You do not want to lose these Corruptors. You've got so few of them. Single burrowed Baneling got moved over there. Did not manage to detonate in time. A laser a bit too busy on the defense. He's trying to build macro hatches here. Widow Mines are firing, landing a bit of friendly fire and a bit on the Ling Bane. Laser trying to defend both sides. These Marines have redropped. They will come in, but the Lings and Corruptors are on top of it this time. Over on this side, the Ling Bane of a laser buying time. The macro hatch on the front will get sniped down. Marines pick up and save into the main base. How is that possible? I guess the Corruptors are busy shooting the other medevac. Widow Mine still smearing those Zerglings. Finally, that Thor on the front line goes down, but with no Banelings left over, or only one, I should say. It's kind of scary. Of course, there is Fungal, but he's kind of got to defend right now. It's 2-2 against 2-2, which means this is the rare moment where the upgrades are even. The Corruptors start to damage the medevacs, but he's not got the critical mass, and it looks like a laser just not quite having enough to hold on. I do think those last 12 drones were a mistake, in my opinion. A little bit more Ling Bane would have been good, but you'll notice it's a classic Clem game where he's stuck on the defensive. It feels very competitive, and at a certain point, I think this is the last run by of a laser, and then Clem just kind of pinned him defensively, and I think if there was a few more Lings and Banes clicking in, pulling Clem's attention away, this might have been a little bit nicer for a laser, but as it was, he wasn't really able to find another aggressive avenue. These Widow Mines are getting some really nice shots as well, and he did such a good job with his drops being a nuisance, where there just was never quite enough Mutalisks or Corruptors ever since that first fight over here, where I think it was on this ledge even, wasn't it, where 5 Mutalisks got focused down for the rest of the game, struggling to control the mobility of the Terran. Really nice play there by Clem. Manages to bowl over a laser after a tough early game. Game 1 goes to the Terran. Sick. Hey, Valok on YouTube, how you doing? Thanks for the love, mate. What's going on? Hope you're having a good day. People love it when they dive. Oh yeah, a lot of people love the drama. A lot of people love the drama in soccer. It's just if you're not from a soccer background, it feels weird. Yeah. What's up, Maltazar? So, Home Story Cup is the tournament we're watching right now. This was last weekend. This started in Dennis Take TV's apartment 16 years ago. And the 30th event has just been announced as a big 30th anniversary event in April next year. Which is a bigger gap between Home Story Cups than there normally is. But I think because it's meant to be a huge event. Isn't there like a bunch of like special rewards? Isn't like Mike Morheim coming or something as well? I saw he was like doing some interview with them when they were like just before the finals and stuff, and a bunch of other people. So it's going to be pretty big. I will definitely aim to be there. I think me and Dot will come make the trip over to Europe in April next year. Should be nice. It's going to be in an indoor ski facility near Dusseldorf, though, which is very Take TV. They're like, we're going to do it in an indoor ski resort. And you're just like, oh my God, sounds ridiculous. Hey, Pig, in your bronze gym, the time to check your opponent's natural is 3:30 to determine if they are one base pushing. Is there a new time to check on 8 workers? That's a good question. What do you guys reckon? Probably just add a minute to it? Maybe 45 seconds? I'm not sure. Maybe add 30. Maybe just 4 minutes. Probably a good time to. Maybe just do 4 minutes. I think 4 minutes is probably a good time to either send the Overlord in or looking at. Oh, they still don't have an expansion. I'd say about 4 minutes is a good moment to check. So in Bronze to GM, you've already got your worker hidden behind their natural Senju. That's what Ron's asking about. And you're meant to kind of like, but you're not meant to really react to it until 3.5 minutes. They still haven't expanded. You know, we're in bronze, silver, gold, that kind of metal league portion, platinum as well, I guess. You go, okay, he's still not expanded. Let's react hard. I think if you just add 30 seconds, it should probably be fine, Ron Strives. I think 30 seconds is probably a decent spot, just roughly for now. Yeah. But let us know any other questions you have, as obviously still everything's being figured out. Yeah. All right, game 2 coming up. Clem versus a laser, guys. Is a laser going to do 2 base Mutalisk every game? You guys tell me what you think. Game 2 is going to be on Sanctuary, so it looks like they both agreed to play 2-player maps. And I don't know, I feel like both of these maps are decent for Terran, but maybe a laser likes his medium 2-player maps. Doesn't want to play total late game either. Give me a minute, we'll be right back. Killing a lot of workers to going ham. And something that I'm very proud of to change the vernacular here in StarCraft. Definitely a true story, guys. Tell your friends. Remember when Protoss late game was actually 20 Tempest with a few Stormers? Oh, I remember, No Pret. Dude, that's when I loved playing Protoss. And then the Terran would pick up 4 drops and go in your main. And do you remember what we'd do, No Pret? Do you remember? You'd select your mothership hotkey. You double tap it and You fucking turn on 8 pylons and turn them into cannons, and all 4 medevacs get shot down, and you go, ooh, how's it feel, Terran player? Eat my fucking balls, you idiot. My 2 supply hero unit just killed 40 supply. Eat a dick. You weren't looking for 2 seconds because my Tempests are fucking give you 50 attack alerts, making you walk into my storm. Oh, the good old days. They were so fun, man. Oh! 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 How's that feel? Oh, look at that. It was a Stargate. It's just hidden. So this is what... Oh my gosh, jump scare. Sorry guys, I didn't realize once again we'd be looking into the dead eyes of a Terran player up here. He's got bubbles coming out of his head. Is that because he's breathing? Do they think sharks have a blowhole, guys? Why are there bubbles around his... Is it a whale? It's not a whale, it's a shark, right? Wait. Either way. Anyways, let's go back down here, shall we? The Zergling Ravager Swarm Host finding insane efficiency. Look at that! Oh my god, that was cinematic. Oh man. The earliest. So, because we had harassed him, it should be a little bit later. If we recall now, he shouldn't be able to get me, but we distracted him. Oh my god, again! Again, that's so... do you know how hard it is to actually get that picture perfect 2 games in a row? 2 games in a row, I got the recall bugged out by the perfect grenade timing. Because I'm leaving it too long. That's actually wild. Normally that's like 1 in every 15 games. Good spells. The problem is, he doesn't have enough army to capitalize on those good spells. A few good, you know, neurals or whatever, it's not going to make a difference if you've only got a handful of units. But now he's got a big Ultraling army. Time Warp does go down. He's got plenty of Overseers this time. Much better than last time. He doesn't have any Microbials though, or Blinding Clouds though. And the Immortals are doing pretty well in this corner. Trading out. What? Did 2 Ultras just phase through the Immortal Archon? Did you guys just see 2 Ultras appear out of the ground? I don't know if the replay just glitched. Or was there eggs? Oh, was there eggs? There must have been eggs in the middle of that fight. There must have been... I didn't even realize there was eggs in the middle of that fight. 2 Ultras spawned on top of the army. I couldn't see them underneath everything else going on. That was actually really good timing of those Ultras. He's going to do another zoning nuke. Oh, good storm. That was actually a big, juicy storm. They're morphing Archons on top of the nuke. Probably not the best. Classic! Classic! He didn't see it. He didn't see it. He hasn't seen it. He hasn't seen it. Oh, my God. That is the pressure of playing Maru right there. Against any other opponent, in any other situation, Classic notices that nuke. But Maru puts so much pressure on that you lose track of what's going on. Let's rewind that one. And he did not see that red dot at all. The stress of playing Maru, gang. Jeez. I swear you wouldn't see Classic make that mistake against anyone else. Alright guys, we got Clem in the top right side, his Sanctuary now, a laser in the bottom left side. We're going to go on to game 2. Clem managed to just overwhelm him there, but it was close. It was scary, and I do think those early 5 mutas going down was a crucial point. It was kind of funny because Laser didn't really play 2-base Mutalisk, right? He got a handful of Mutalisks out, but I think there's an argument he should have just played Corruptors. Since he was playing a 4-gas style, he really couldn't afford to lose the mutas and replace them. I wonder if he should have just played Corruptors from the start. If he just built 5 Corruptors instead of 8 Mutalisks, you know? You actually save a bit of minerals, 750 minerals versus 800. Save 300 gas. And just makes it a little bit more affordable and a bit easier. Of course, it keeps the Mutalisks alive. They do have the ability to snipe Widow Mines and the like, but yeah, it would be interesting. I wonder if Laser, if he plays a similar style, and he is going pool first again here, so it's like a 16 pool build. I think it's a good idea. I'd love to see him mix it up and just go Corruptors from the start. It was mostly a Burrowling Bane style. We could be critical for how late the upgrades were, but of course he wanted to get aggressive with Bane speed. It was like, I'm threatening a Bane speed bust and using that to have map control, using that to burrow Zerglings and Banelings forward, and just really putting Clem on notice from the start that, like, Nothing was going to happen for free. Now, notice with Clem's build, he cuts a bunch of SCV production to get this orbital started. I still really dislike this opening for Clem. It just doesn't feel right. It might be really quite good. If you're going to do a Reaper opening, I'm sure it's not terrible. But there's just something about your barracks sitting idle for like 9 seconds. And your command center also just kind of basically sitting there for idle for a couple of seconds while you wait to build the orbital. It just... I feel like I'd rather not be able to make the orbital straight away when the barracks finishes, build for 5 more seconds on the SCV that's in production, do a more normal barracks gas timing, or even skip the Reaper entirely. But of course, it's Clem. His Reaper is such a useful unit. More powerful than a normal human's Reaper. I do wonder, though, if everyone plays pool first against him like a laser is here, does it become even more of a waste? We'll find out. Second Queen's on the way. Immediate lava inject coming in. He did SCV scout. He's worried about getting cheesed here. Wanted to make sure there was nothing too crazy. And he will go factory. Now, are we going to see second gas or third command center off of that factory? Not quite sure. Reaper sees the Queen, and he's going to jump past. He says, hey, if your Queen's down here, she can't be defending the main base. He should be able to damage a few of these drones. You can see Laser doesn't really want to build spores here. Oh, he's going to have to on that one. No, he's going to lose it. Oh my gosh. Okay. He left that really low. I don't think Clem really expected him to be so slow, so even Clem didn't double down him. You can see here how annoying it is. Oh, he gets a drone. Welcome to Clem's Reaper, guys. You thought pool first kept you safe. Thankfully, the Reaper does go down, but so much damage there in terms of like lost mining time, drone kill, spore tricks. And now finally the machine gets back on track. Lair does start at 3.5 minutes here. Natural, though, you can see it's fully saturated at about 350 previous game. I think this game it's going to be just a little bit behind from that early disruption. Of course, the laser supply block right now needs to build a few overlords to make sure that supply block abates. It's going to go Baneling Nest very early. Feels like he wants to go quick Baneling speed yet again. It is a second gas here, guys, so it looks like a Hellion Banshee build. Not my favorite build, the 2-gas Hellion Banshee. Especially off the Reaper opening, it feels like basically Zerg's mining their natural fully, Terran's just starting. And then Zerg even should be able to fully be mining their third far before the Terran third comes down. But wait, that's a Viking. Holy moly, that's a Viking. Concussive? No, okay, it's a passive build. I was like, I thought he was about to start a Marauder there and go like Viking into Medevac and do like a Hellbat timing, but no, it's just a Viking to pick off some Overlords, a couple of aliens, and you'll just get follow-up. But wait, second barracks before third command center. Ooh, okay, so he's going to play a tempo style. I do like a tempo style with 3 barracks, but a laser with the triple queen wall off. He's got no queens in the main. Drops the Spire now as well. It's very bare bones here on the defense, and seeing the barracks timing, does a laser know this patch well enough to know that that means there's no third command center? I don't think he'll have the experience to know that. Overseer does get cancelled there from the Viking. Zergling goes down. If a laser realizes, then obviously he's going to be much more focused on army and not over-droning. And with such a late third, he's got kind of no other option right now. Does feel like he's much more committed to Mutalisks this game. Hellion's going to roam forwards once again. Burrow has started up. A laser has an MO here, but Clem doesn't look like he wants to give him room to get forwards. I mean, Clem didn't like being put on the defensive by that Bane speed threat last game. So he's like, well, I'll just get my Stim Marines and Medevacs out way earlier. Because I know if I'm on the front foot, I tend to be winning. An old QXC saying was, if you're not attacking in StarCraft, you're probably losing. Doesn't always hold up, but I think it's a pretty good rule to play by, especially for a guy like Clem. SCV micro in the natural pretty good. He did lose a mule. I don't think he lost any SCVs, maybe one SCV. Aliens clean up a few more Zerglings there. Lasers in a bit of trouble right now, I feel like. This is a scary moment. Now, there's no third command center yet, but you know he'll be building that soon. It will go down behind this forward pressure. Widow mines are on the way, combat shields as well. First 2 mines are on the field. Hellions getting surrounded though. Oh, good start for a laser. That's so nice. Cleaning up those Hellions before the fight even gets started. And Clem tried to redrop. Loses the Reddit point 1 instantly. There's no Banes ready though. A laser's being so greedy. Banelings have 2 armor and 50 hit points. They're very hard for Marines to kill, though. Baneling Cocoons are absolutely tanky as all hell. I think he's just trying to bait the stem, right? A crazy fight for a laser right now. Seems kind of nonsensical, but yeah, especially through the slow zone. Oh my gosh, a laser, what are we doing? A laser is headbutting into an awful engagement here. I don't know what he was thinking. The rule 101 of this map is this is a no-go zone. These slow areas are you do not fight there as Zerg against Terran. But even before that, he was engaging without Banelings. He threw away a few Mutalisks. This felt like, does he not? I think he's only just realizing there's no third. I think he might only be realizing that. It felt so unnecessary to throw those units away. And Clem now maintaining forward position. His own third command center is past halfway. He's ahead on workers. Oh, the Widow Mine just blasting. It feels like a laser's micro is severely lacking in these engagements. I hate to be critical because I love the way a laser's been playing this, guys, but this really feels like he's just kind of A-moving his army, and I think he could do better than that. We've seen great micro from a laser in the past. Gonna take down some medevacs there, some Marines and Mines going down. That Widow Mine will fire. The Mutalisks take big damage. They will take down the Widow Mine and start to pull back. Units lost have 600 in favor of Terran. And on equal workers, that's very bad. This is such a troll. Instead of killing every Marine, he damages them all. But you know what? With Ling Muta, it's fine. With Ling Muta, you can dive on top, kills one of the medevacs. Brilliant. Brilliant snipe there with the Mutas. He's going to try and get that full medevac. If he can target it, and he is. He knows which ones the Marines are in. The Marines have to start unloading. They're all on red hit points. They're almost down. The Mutalisks take a big shot as well. Clem doesn't quite have the numbers, and a laser may have been wasteful earlier on, but that fight turned in his favor, and Clem just did not quite preserve the unit count. The Mutas getting out of control. A laser on just 50 drones. He does not have a big economic follow-up at all, and equal workers with Terran, equal bases would not have felt good. Clem scans the third, and he's like, oh, man. Really? Because he knows this is not a good long-term economic spot for the Zerg. But those fights just started to scale a bit too well for him. That one burrowed Baneling completely undoing Clem's position. He tries to hot pick up, loses the full medevac. That single Baneling, dude. Normally, I criticize it because, you know, the units will just pull back and heal. But when you've got Mutaling on the front line like that, those Marines cannot just pick up and run away. And that was a brilliant usage of a single burrowed Baneling to find massive game-ending damage. If it wasn't for that, I think Clem definitely holds on and finds himself slowly building an economic advantage that kind of expands over time. And as the fights get bigger, they get more efficient for the Terran as well. He actually holds on here. He's not dead. I thought he was completely dead. Fourth base building for Zerg. Third base still not really mining very heavily, but oh my god, third command center could be GG if that goes down. 10 Mutalisks backing away. There's a burrowed Zergling there. He's trying to repair. He knows he's got to secure this third, but there's more Lings and Banes coming through. The alien sees it. Oh, gee. And if he loses that third, which he is about to, I think he taps. And yeah, he's going to come up. The Ling Bane's going to roll forward. The command center will fall. The Marines have nowhere to go. They go down, and that's GG. What a hero, guys. Just one more little replay here. The one little Baneling that could, just before that went off. Similar army, similar as a work account. There's not many Widow Mines for Clem. But yeah, you can see he's had 600 in the resources. There's 9 Mutas, 22 Zerglings, 1 Baneling, and that is a lot. How many Marines is that, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 12. 12 Marines and 2 Widow Mines get hit by that Baneling. Once they stim, they're almost dead. They almost instantly die to the Muta Zergling. Medevac goes down immediately. And then this other one that you think it's saving those 8 Marines? No. They have to start unloading because the Mutas are targeting it, and they all go down almost instantly. That's actually crazy. What a brutal turn that is off of a single burrowed Bane. That was cool. Clerm is a bully? Clerm. He's a germ, is he? Thank you so much, Valox Guides. Good evening here in the Eastern USA. Thank you so much for the big super chat, my friend. I appreciate you. It is a 11 a.m. It's actually nice and sunny today. Nice Saturday morning here. Sydney? Kona. What's Kona mean again? What Martarius? Can't even remember. Alright guys, going game 3. We've got Clem in the top left side. Eternity's Edge, a bigger map. A laser in the bottom right. Now, bigger maps, really good for Zerg because you've got more space to breathe. It's going to be longer for Clem's pushes to hit you. Downside is his drops and multitask can get out of control when he's hitting you on this base and then his other army's all the way down here. It's kind of hard to cover all that ground, and Clem's so fast. He often uses the mobility of mines, medevacs, and bio to actually outpace the Zerg. So getting Corruptor or Mutalisk control and not letting those drops dance around the back and distract him for long periods of time will be crucial here for a laser as he builds forward. Spawning pool 16 supply, nicely done. Gas, yeah, standard 13 barracks, 14 gas. It's nothing too crazy. These guys are just repeating the same builds over and over. Keep in mind, Clem's build is pretty conservative. So the only difference you could really say for a laser is, well, he's playing so conservative. You could go hatch first here, but I think a laser's like, I've practiced this opening the most. This is the one I'm confident in. But if he was to go hatchery first, he could maybe get slightly further ahead. But I think he feels like, the Reaper will do a bit of damage. This way I get an earlier queen out anyway. Just makes it easier. And for Clem, obviously, he could switch it up with the CC first or something. Against a conservative pool first, like a laser's doing, command center first, I think would be a much better opening for him. He can still go Reaper off of that if he wants to, but usually straight to Hellions is perfectly fine. Second gas goes down. Obviously, that's an extractor trick just to squeeze one more drone out here. As he does like to squeeze the Overlord in only after that. So it's Overlord there, and that'll pop just in time to start the second queen. So pretty nice build order, quite tight. SCV is going to come in, so still Clem not taking any chances. But remember, if you do go for the early Reaper, you are way under saturation on minerals unless you pull off gas, which is exactly what Clem has done here. So by pulling off gas, he's gone Reaper into Reactor, pulls off gas completely, and then only rallies back onto it with excess workers. This looks like another very quick 3 command center build, right? This does look like a very quick third CC into 3 barracks. Just going to give him a lot of bio. Comes in, Reaper sees the queen. Third command center. Yeah, third command center goes down. That's wild, man. Reaper dancing. Making sure no drones can transfer. See a laser oversaturating his main. Waiting for the queen to move down before he takes it. Reaper goes for a grenade. Can he get him? Oh, good spore trick. Nicely done there by a laser. And of course, there is an escape ledge here. Reaper can get out. Third command center is on the way. Second barracks is building. Marines are pumping. Very economic follow-up here for Clem. I like it. I do like it because a laser's playing so conservative. I don't think there's much point in going Hellions here. Like, what are you going to get from Hellions? You know, the guy's just going to camp on 2 base. If he's not taking a third and trying to transfer drones out there early, there's no easy Hellion target. So I actually really appreciate the way Clem is playing this. Oh, good drone micro by a laser. Had to get that into the open area where he could quickly throw a spore down. Of course, Clem's going to be very late to things like medevacs. Doesn't give up mobility for this. But his Reaper giving him a pretty good idea of what's going on. This is one of the strangest maps in that there's like random bookshelves and like people's like pots and furniture down there. I especially love that the chair is clearly made for some frigging gigantic person. Like, even a Protoss, I think, is way too small for that chair. So some giants were inhabiting this planet before this happened. Serious question. What time is it at the poles? People were discussing different time zones in chat. This is a crazy question. Right. Because if you're right at the northern or southern pole, I imagine you're just always going off GMT or UTC, I guess as it's called now, right? Universal Coordinated Time. Whatever it stands for. Oh, Reaper comes around, sees the Bailey Nest, sees 2 mineral lines, and gas is completely full. Ugh. Reaper does get minced. Alright, so this is gonna be like the you've seen Lair, you're afraid of Bane Speed, you're afraid of Burrow. How ambitious is Clem? He's just waiting for Factory, waiting for his Marine count to grow. He's definitely accepting being more defensive this game. I think he was in a good spot last game. I think a laser showed some pretty poor engagement micro in the first few engagements. Kind of felt like he was just A-moving, Clem. And then he got that great borrowed Baneling, which of course turned everything. Double Evo is not far behind. There's more gas. Smell something weird. Hopefully that's not a gas leak. Well, we'll find out. So just remember, guys, if you want to support the channel, I'm not going to go check until after this game is over if there's a gas leak. Reward my commitment with subs, donations, super chats, all the good stuff. Marine stimming in. Doesn't get caught by the burrowed Baneling. This is a good timing, dude. 6 Baneling speed's ready, though. Oh my god, is he going too deep? Clem's going too deep. Clem's going too deep. Has he, though? Okay, he loses a bunch, but good last second spready. And still a good cleanup for a laser. Loses 3 drones, but I think that's acceptable. And there's a burrowed Zergling blocking the 3rd. Single Marine over here is kind of annoying, but that should be okay. 1-1 upgrade's not too bad either. Okay. Burrowed Zergling does go down. And Bane trying to morph over here. Ooh-wee. Feels like with this Carapace lead, you don't need to rush with the aggression as a laser. Spire's just now started. He's actually fully droned his 3rd and his 4th's up. He's in a way better economic spot. He wants the forward position so he can use the map control and burrow. But I don't know how much he's actually going to commit. He's going to go. He's going to go for the mineral line. Oh, good focus fire in the Bane so far there by Clem. Alazer needs to get out. Alazer's stuck in the corner. This corner is nasty. Oh, and a lot of his Zerglings get trapped. That was a bad fight there for Alazer. Spire. Coming up. 1-1's coming up. But remember, he's not droned his 4th yet. He just threw away his army, and now he kind of has to rebuild it. So this gives Clem much needed oomph to get back in this game. He's got 1-1 on the way. Going to try and lift these barracks around onto the reactors. Now that he's got stim and shields, he wants as many Marines as possible. And a second factory on the tech lab. No doubt to try and go for drilling claws. Single Zergling's going to come in. Be a bit of a nuisance. Lings run forward at the same time. CVs do pull into the pocket. There's a few Reddit point ones, but a laser's not looking. And he actually looks to pull back, which is kind of cool. All right, we're gonna see a double pickup on the barracks, on the medevacs. Clem's not afraid of these Mutalisks, and that's why I still think Corruptors, guys. I think Mutas would be way too late and in small numbers and not able to replenish. But he goes Mutalisks. I think this is a big mistake. I think just go 6 Corruptors here. You're gonna shut down this drop. You don't need to worry about them dying. They can tank Widow Mine shots without dying. They can take dozens of Marine shots without dying. They have 2 base armor. Corruptors are so good. Great Baneling roll in. And he'll get a pretty good debt. Yeah, well, not as much as I thought. Gets a turret, 3 SCVs. Damages a bunch of others as well, though. Laser's Muta's now coming out, but in small enough numbers. And if the Ling Bane doesn't chase, he can't. Yeah, he shows it way too early here. And unfortunately, gives Clem the warning he needs. So I'm talking about the Laser's micro. I do think a Laser's micro has been a little bit lazy. I like his decision-making, but it feels like his engagement's not quite as clean as they could be. Now the Mutas do clean that drop up, which is really nice, but at the same time, that took a lot of his attention. Clem's going to dive in right now and bully him for it. He realizes Laser's whole army's on the wrong side of the map. This is not really a very entrenched push. I don't even know if Clem should really be on this side of the map, but he gets away with it and finds big damage because a Laser's just rallying into the Marines. He needs to wait for the Banes. Where are they? He doesn't have any. And Clem, he's going to bully a Laser out of this series. I think you can see the skill difference between the 2 players here. I think a Laser's builds and style is fantastic. But I think I've got to be real and I've got to call that what I think I see, which is just a big skill difference in terms of the micro and the execution of the engagements. Great style for a Laser. I think with different execution, this goes very differently. I really like this style, but unfortunately, he just wasn't quite able to execute and a few too many sloppy engagements. I do think Corruptors would have been better, but even with the Corruptors, Wait till you've got all 5 of them. And then just send them with that squad of Lingbane. A moved over. The rest of your army should already be rallying to the other side. He's always going to be pushing both sides at once. And Alazer kind of fell into the same mistake that Solar often has, where he pulls his whole army to one side to defend a push. Sometimes you have to do it, right? You just don't have enough army. But you really need to, even as you're doing that, be diverting everything else to the other side and pre-morphing Banes and trying to be ready for it. But yeah, he kind of pushed through. And I don't know if this didn't spot it. Yeah, it's Clem actually kind of dodged. So here's the problem. Is Clem moved around. I don't know if Alazer realized and those guys were already like moving past. So he's so focused here. I don't even know if he noticed this until they were basically on the base. That's unfortunate. GG, well played. Clem still incredibly good at StarCraft. Alazer looking stylistically awesome, but maybe a little bit rusty. And definitely some nice moments for the Zerg. I do love the individual burrowed banelings because they are so low cost. And I think he might have actually sold me on them. It's actually really, really freaking cool. GG, well played though. Clem wins with the Marine Mine aggression. He had a 4th base on the way behind it. He was way behind on 2-2. Another big problem that really would have hurt the longer this game went. But a win's a win. He gets the 2-1 and goes through. I don't know what this smell is. I think it must be coming through the air conditioning vents, guys. I don't think it's gas, but let me just check whatever it is really quickly and check my kitchen and everything. Maybe open a balcony door. Clem Alazer. All right, guys, give me a quick ad break while I try to sort out the weird smell making me uncomfortable. I'm going to be right back. Bento, calm your ass down. Bento, bento, bento. Stop your howling stuff. Bento, don't you howl anymore. Yeah, hey, buddy. Yeah, come watch StarCraft. So what we're doing is we're Nidus swarm hosting, and we're doing it to Terran players, because Terran players, what do you... That's what I thought about Terran players as well, but when you play them, you realize it's not their fault that they're that stupid, Bento. Dude, you could not micro any more virgin than this. There's like literally so little sex that is being had by someone who micros a probe this hard. Like, I understand, like, some of you are like, what? So what? Like, how can it be less than me? I don't get laid. I play games all day. Trust me. There is a level of not sex you can be having. If you micro your probe like that, like, you don't even have time to light a candle before you touch yourself. That's the level of micro Maples is fucking displaying right now. Like, get the fuck out of my base, dude. Like, fucking get romantic with yourself one day. Stop cheating yourself out of that connection you could have to your own right hand, man. Oh, he's looking for the barracks. Oh! 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 Does he find it? He's gonna find it! He's gonna find it! Oh, this proxy barracks location has come back in favor because no one was doing it for so long because the Protoss always checked here. But because of that, I was saying this the other day, Protoss stopped checking this spot. Oh, he gets to the inside. Oh, Hero's not happy about that. But he comes back, he comes back! Oh! Oh! Can you reach him? Oh! And that is a game of StarCraft. The best real-time strategy game in the world.
He's under attack.
Shit. What do we?
Your forces under attack.
Oh no, fuck off.
Base is under attack.
Kill these fuckers. Yes! Yes! Yes!
Artifact power at full capacity.
Yes! Oh, they were so close to killing it. I was trying to focus those Zerglings down because they were all attacking it at the very end. It was down to like maybe 1,000 hit points, maybe less. Oh. Oh god, that's so hard. The medevac ferrying the SCVs to the high ground was actually it. Shout out to Eon Blue in the chat. Oh god, with that infestor, he's got to be so careful, mate. Don't follow the army, Rainer. Rainer, oh, he does pop up. Fungal parasitic bomb. Oh, that's big. That's big. The medevacs are getting blasted, but the bio pulls behind the mineral line pretty effectively. Is it enough to keep it all alive? 2 medevacs save a few of the ghosts. A bunch of SCVs and bio do go down. Liberators coming in to try to save the day. The Hydras do take out one of those Liberators, but I think they should pull back now, as I think this push is probably over. Oh, he's continuing. Rainer's horny right now. He wants to get in there. He wants to rip this Terran apart. I think maybe chasing a bit further than he needed to, though. A lot more Hydras did go down there. That cost him a lot of money. Lib range before? Wait, what? It's so... Guys. Can you imagine being so well endowed you can't see the end of it? That's insane. I've heard of like really obese people not being able to see it because their view's blocked. But imagine looking down and it's so far away. Like, Terran players need glasses to see the tip now or something. What the hell, man? That's so fun. Let's get Burrow, guys. Wait, I already have Burrow? When did I make Burrow this game? Oh, I'm making it in the main. It was a misclick. Okay, awesome. I'll take it. Oh, GG! Oh! Oh! I'm sorry for making orgasm noises, guys. I'm sorry, but that was... If that wasn't worthy, then what was? Then what was? Oh, damn. Thank you so much, Captain Undead, for the $5 as well. Holy crap. Oh, my God. Okay. That was beautiful, mate. Get up the ramp, guys. Get up the ramp. Get up there. Get up there, fat boys. Shit. Alright, guys. The smell's coming from my computer. I think there's some plastic burning. Or melting or something. This is not good. GPU's at 70 degrees. That's normal. CPU's at 60 degrees. Fuck. There's kind of like a slight like burnt rubber sort of smell. Any guesses what that could be from, guys? Because all my temps on my GPU and CPU seem normal. It's like no performance issues right now. Super confused. Exhaust fan? Yeah, I think it might be like a fan or something. I'm not sure. It's not NVIDIA, it's AMD. Yeah, my temps are pretty normal. CPU is pretty chill. Wonder... Like a few of my fans on my case are dead, but my computer's wide open, so it's got tons of airflow. It's like the smell's gone now, so hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully it's not too important, whatever was burning then. Good. Oh, that one scared me. Well, see how we go, eh? Alrighty then. Alright guys, I'm not going to bother changing the title. We've got, next up, I wanted to do Skillous' Crazy Games. So, I think we might show... I think we might just show, yeah, a few of his specialty strats. Oh, it sucks, vicissitude. That's the worst. Hope it was a cheap one. Hope it wasn't an expensive one that died. Alright, guys. We've got Skillous on the top right side of the map, Baby Marine in the top left, and today we're going to be talking about some of the most disgusting and cleverest builds ever. So keep your eyes on Skillous, guys. Today we're going to be reviewing a bunch of his games from Home Story Cup, looking at specifically the one Protoss who I feel has not just been cooking, but has been 100% dedicated to cooking up fresh new recipes on the new patch, new build orders, new styles, and as I was just really unique take on trying to maximize the potential bonuses that Protoss get. So he's going to be starting it on Fear and Faith with a 12 pylon. He's going to go for a scout. He's going to use the worker-only tubes on the sides of this map to zoom across, and luckily he will be scouting Baby Marine immediately, finding out where he is, and then picking a strategy from there. For those who don't know, Baby Marine is Raynor. Raynor is just Italian in my mind now. He's the Italian's younger brother. He's the other Italian, the younger brother of Raynor. He's a very good Terran player who's really come into his own in the last few years, a very competitive player at the top level, whilst not being quite that championship caliber that his older brother is. And we're going to see how he does, because Skillous is going to show you things you have not seen before. Skillous already has been very good on doing double chrono immediately, so his opening is super tight. A lot of players, I felt like, were very off on their chrono boost timings at the start of the game on this patch. Skillous has been really good, chronoing at like 7-8 seconds, and then doing his second chrono immediately when he gets the energy, harassing with this probe as well, being a nuisance. Baby Marine trying to be very greedy here by only pulling one SCV at a time, but he does get away with it. Now, it's going to be Gateway, Gas, and he pulls a third worker onto Gas. Nice and early here, I think, after going to Cybercore. So immediate Cybercore before Nexus, 3 on Gas, and interestingly, it's probe down. It's going to move forward looking for that Nexus. Alright, probe's going to move over here. We'll see the SCVs kind of dancing around, looking for the command center. It's a blind 1-Rex expand here, where Baby Marine's not even building SCVs. He wants that command center down right on 17. That does delay SCV production. Nexus comes up for Skillous as well. And Nexus, pretty standard. Stalker gets chrono boosted, and Warp Gate's going to start up as well. Now, of course, Warp Gate gives you production boost even on your passive gateways, and this is one of the things Skillous has been pressing to its absolute limit. He's been so good at abusing that for defensive use, but it doesn't help on the offense. And you'll notice, what is this? He's got a probe still waiting just outside Baby Marine's base in the worker-only tube on that side of the map. Stalker comes out, second Stalker starts, and he's just chilling. But wait, a second gateway goes down. And a third gateway, and this is a build we've seen a lot in this matchup. Players will make Warp Gate, make 3 gateways, and they can do a nice little Stalker Zealot Adept pressure, If you go super aggressive, they can shut it down because they've got extra units, but they delay their tech. So they can get a mixture of economy and lots of army. It's not a bad style at all. It's a very cute style. Can find damage, but most of all, it's just exceptionally safe, especially against a Terran who's really rushing for like a Hellion drop or something like that. But Probe is still waiting here. Now, you can actually wall these off with a single depot here and here, but that's not something Baby Marines thought about just yet, because it's early game. I mean, why would you? It's so early. You've seen in Nexus. This looks exactly like a normal build. You see probes building here, but the Chrono is going into Warp Gate. Not only that, there's another probe heading across the north. There are now, right now, 2 probes, one on either side of Baby Marine's base. And look at this, he's sneaking in, sneaks in the back door, throws a pylon down. Baby Marine does not see it right now. He's scouting around the front. He thinks this is a normal game. He's seen in Nexus. It's not going to be anything else. Why would it be anything else? And look at this. He puts a pylon in the corner. Not only that, guys, he can go down this worker-only path as well. Look at this. Now, Baby Marine sees it. He sees the pylon on the left side. He does manage to kill the probe, but there's 3 Stalkers warping inside his main base. He's pulling everything over there. These 2 Stalkers run past the bunker. They're in the front. This probe has moved down the worker-only path on the right side. He's got 2 pylons inside your base. He's building a 3rd pylon on the far right of our screen as well. There is no way to shut this down. The Stalkers can micro for days. Widow Mines are trying to zone this down. But look, he's got Stalkers on the low ground as well. The Widow Mine unburrows, but now the Stalkers can run past. Unburrowing the Widow Mine was a big mistake. Baby Marine in panic right now. The Widow Mines get targeted down. The Stalkers are there, and it is game over. So yeah, that's what I wanted to show you guys. This is so cool because he's utilizing the map features in the most abusive way possible. He's known for playing gateway production really defensive, but he says, you know what? Let's go all out aggression. And I love this, building a pylon there, and then quickly, even if they pull up Marines from the high ground, you zip to the low ground, build a pylon there. The fact that he comes in from 3 angles with this. I mean, this would be hard to defend, even if it was just a pylon at the front. You're warping in Stalkers there. But the fact that he comes in from the back doors, genius for Skillous. Sorry, guys, I don't know how I did that. Alright, guys, so we actually showed these games in the wrong order because I specifically wanted to show you that, and I wanted to show why that works so well, because what he's actually known for is producing out of non-warp gate gateways. You'll notice they get a massive production boost when your your warp gate finishes, but he's normally doing this, and most of his games, against Zerg, against Terran, against everyone, Skillous is just building Stalkers out of 2 gates. And they build in just 16 seconds. With 2 gates, you can make a crazy amount of units. In this game, he's playing against an early Marine Cyclone tank medevac push. And off of just 2 gateways, look at how much army he gets. Yes, there's a 3rd gateway coming, but it's not ready for quite a while. He is able to pump these units out so incredibly quickly. The only problem with playing like this is it's so defensive, right? Units have to rally from the gateways to where you're fighting. It's not very scary aggressively. And he realizes that, which is why he will bounce between extremely defensive and extremely aggressive styles, so his opponents can't just blind counter him. Already at 5 minutes, he's got 6 Stalkers and a Sentry, and if we fast forward this, so the tank siege is up, but he goes around, refuses to give up map control, has Blink now, and these Stalkers just keep coming out, and he actually struggles to keep the gateways constantly producing because the cooldowns are just so quick. Right? It's so fast. He's got complete map dominance here off 3 gateways. He's adding more probes, adding a robo. And if he wanted to be more actually committed on the aggression, obviously he can transform to warp gates, cop the warp gate tax, as we're now calling it, 25 minerals, 25 gas per gateway. But as it is, with less gateways, you can actually produce a massive army. You just can't turn that into an aggressive force nearly as easily. And this saves you a lot of minerals. At this point, a lot of players on 3 bases like, I need 8 gateways. I need 8 gateways or I can't make a good gateway army. He's not worried about that. Look at this. He's got bloody 17 Stalkers, 12 of them across the map. And his Zealot count is also going to grow very quickly. Notice he's got 3 gateways. How often do you see 3 Zealots building? So even he's not actually macroing correctly here because he's not used to it because the patch is new for him as well. Where you'll see 3 Zealots now, but then when they finish, what's the bet? There's downtime on these gateways. If you watch that production tab, once again, downtime on the gateways. And it's almost constant downtime on the gateways because you just don't have enough money or you're not paying enough attention to it. If you actually queue the next round of units just before those ones finish, he'd have way more units. But even as is, his Zealot rally is not bad at all because he saved so many minerals on those extra gates. Jesus, I keep sneezing today, guys. I think that usually wire insulation. Ah, okay, GL. So like you reckon a little bit of wire insulation just like melted a bit. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Cool. All right, so guys, in this one, he basically just dominated him with this. You know what was really cool? His Warp Prism actually was hilarious. So check this out, guys. So he flies a Warp Prism to the middle of the map, and then he drops like a normal Terran or Zerg. He just clicks the Zealots into the Warp Prism and flies it over there. Now, at this point, I think he definitely could have swapped to Warp Gates. He's only got 4 gateways, though. So the problem is if he swaps to Warp Gates, it's a bit too early. He's gone 4th base, double forge, gas is coming down. I think his build's a little chaotic. He definitely could have gone for, you know, the splash damage production or the, you know, extra gateways and Warp Gates, the upgrades a bit earlier. But as it is, with 4 gateways, he's just producing, right? He's just non-stop producing to keep up a decent army and Zealot count. And he's basically allowing himself to save so many minerals on that and use it to build advantages elsewhere. And there's a desperate SCV pool that comes, but he's too far ahead at this point. He just overwhelms it, right? Zealots are massacring workers there. Widow Mines even decide to friendly fire the SCVs there because they're geniuses. Widow Mines, every Terran's favorite unit. And Skillous, I think what's so cool is he can play this very low gateway, high economy style, quite defensive. Or, it's very hard to identify, is he turning them all into Warp Gates and getting in your face and trying to kill you? And I think as long as you're able to bounce between these two styles, and you can even in the middle of a game, you could go Warp Gates, do a bit of an attack. But if you then are being greedy afterwards, you can turn them back into gateways. It doesn't cost you money each time you transform, right? You can transform back and forth as much as you want once you paid the first cost. You could be like, well, I can't afford 8 gates, but I still need to make a lot of army. You could, after a 4-gate aggression that fails, transform them back into gateways. Use those to constantly produce while being greedy by either adding a lot of gas and you know, splash damage or taking a greedy 4th base or whatever it is, and still get way more production out of it. And Skillous is the only person we've seen actually doing that in his series. Every Terran's favorite unit. There was a little bit of sarcasm there. Just a little, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah. All right, so next up, guys, we have the first quarterfinals game against Serral here, where we're once again just showing you little highlights. And what I really love about this game, as I said, you know, that idea of swapping back and forth. This is one of the few games in the tournament where we actually saw someone swap back and forwards between Warp Gate and Gateway forms. Now, he's going to do some similar builds in this series that he did against Lambo. I think I'll have already put that series up on Pigcasts, where he was kind of bouncing between the I'm building out of gateways and being defensive and bam, shoving across the map with this Sentry Stalker Adept pressure off of an Oracle opening, which was actually really frightening because, of course, one of the other big bonuses we haven't talked about yet is that pylons are always fast warping. That's part of why not only was it getting in the back doors on Fear and Faith that's so effective, but there's no more needing a gateway, needing to be near a nexus. So he can run forward and build a pylon and actually create really serious pressure. So check this one out, guys. Obviously, he's playing Serral, absolute beast, but he hides a few sentries. So he goes 5 sentries. And sometimes he commits super hard to this move out. So he opens with normal Adept Oracle, and then he'll shove you with like 5 sentries, a couple of Adepts, and a couple of Oracles, and he'll build a pylon on the edge of creep. And there are games where he full sends this, and he's got 6 gateways. He's only at 48, 49 probes, transforms them all to warp gates, and goes. What he's doing here is kind of a half and half, in that he has built 4 gateways, but he's building a forge. He's planning to build a Twilight, and all he's trying to do here is get an overreaction. He's playing Serral, one of the safest players in the world, one of the best scouting players, so he's playing the more conservative version, where it's not full conservative. There are times where he moves out of just 2 gateways and really tries to force an over response with minimal commitment. I guess he's doing like a half commitment, where he's like, he is going to actually make warp gates, but he's got +1 on the way. He's probing his 3rd. He's chronoing that. He's just trying to make sure he gets an over response, builds a few Adepts. He can Revelate, clear the creep, and he really wants Serral to build as many Roaches and Ravagers as possible, traps a few of these Zerglings. I think the one thing I'd really criticize him for here is he's clearly not that committed, but he's a bit slow to transition into the 6 gases and the Fleet Beacon here, floating a little bit of money. Obviously, this is a tricky style to get used to. He doesn't have years playing with this sort of Warp Gate style, but he does force a bit of a response. I would have liked him to maybe warp in a few more Stalkers and try to hang out on the edge of creep, pressuring for a little bit longer, and really trying to like slow down and wound Serral. Obviously, he's got a weird follow-up. He's doing Fleet Beacon Robo, like he's rushing a Mothership out, he's doing some weird stuff. But point being, I would have liked him to stay on the map. Doesn't really matter. Point is, if your pressure's done, what do you do, guys? Now, it takes a while to do it, but he actually actively transforms them back into gateways to produce units faster, because he's like, look, I don't have that many gateways. I don't want to spend more minerals on them. I'm just going to pump Zealots out of 4 gateways on their own and do it that way. Now, obviously, one of the weird things here is still no Twilight. I think he's purposely staying on slow Zealots as more of like a buffer unit to use with force fields and the Mothership. He eventually does go Twilight, moves out to a 4th base, but it's just so cool, this idea of he's actually thinking about this in terms of like, dude, I'm a bit of an awkward spot. I can't really afford to go 8-9 gateways here. And he actually just utilizes that advantage as much as he can. And you can see he's really understanding it. Now, obviously, once you're on 4 base, you've got Mothership out, you've got Storm and whatever else, you're going to eventually transform these to gateways. I think he does eventually. This game's kind of tragic in how it ends. I almost don't want to show you guys the end because it's so sad for Skillous. Skillous, I think, had a lot of great ideas in this tournament, but even in the other games of his I've cast, there were a few moments where his micro was a little lacking, or his attention to his army. In these moments where I think because he's so focused on these unfamiliar builds, when he finally does get going, he's not always watching his army as much as he could be. So you can see he kind of gets his 4th up, takes the gases there, he's taking his time. Serral's, of course, got amazing map dominance and a bit too much freedom, where you can tell Serral doesn't feel very scared. He's made some Banes and Ravagers, so obviously he did make a bunch of mid-tier army. You are going to be able to force this to late game. But I think at this point, most people would say you're on 4 bases, you're on 8 gases, transform back to warp gates. And one of the reasons that's really important, I didn't see Skillous fully get to that stage yet, is Archons. Archons become really important to quickly morph in a frontline that can absorb Banelings and protect your spellcasters from whatever Zerg throws at you. And that's and it's against Protoss as well, PvP against enemy Zealots. It's very awkward to rally High Templar out of your gateways and then try to grab them and morph them into Archons every now and then, because they're all going to be popping at different times, rallying from different angles. And it relies on you having enough control over a rally point that you can periodically go back to and morph. And I think at this stage of the game, when you're mining thousands of minerals and gas a minute, we want to morph 10 gateways. That's going to cost us, what, 250 minerals, 250 gas. I think you just cop. The gateway tax at this point, the warp gate tax, is not that big. Like I said, he never got around to transforming. Actually, he was transforming it as he was moving out, because he was going, oh, I'm attacking now. I'm on 10 gateways. Let's transform them all into warp gates. So Skillous actually had that in mind. So he had the theory. What he didn't have was the map vision or the map control, and he's caught looking at his base right now. This is his camera. He looks back, and his whole army dies to Banelings before he even gets a Storm off. He gets 1 Storm off as his High Templar die. Really sad finish to a game. He's playing Serral. It is what it is. And this is one of the things where A lot of players played the exact same way they've normally played up to this point. And why did they do that? Because you've got more practice with it and it's more comfortable. I admire that Skillous went and tried new things. I think he was way more exciting to watch than any other Protoss player in the tournament. On the other hand, people are going to go, oh, but look at this. He got hammered by Serral in this series. Oh, it's crappy. Number one, it's Serral. It's going to happen to anyone. Number two, he made it to the quarterfinals. I think that's a pretty damn impressive run. And hats off to Skillous for being a bit more creative, where other people, I think, were just kind of doing what they know innately. You could see Skillous really trying to step out into deeper waters and figure out the advantages that there are for Protoss in this patch. Is it overall better for Protoss or worse? I don't know. I do think the forward pylon warp-ins being so quick is underutilized by most players. I think Christianer has shown some really good plays with that as well. And I love that Skillous is mixing that in with his very kind of gateway production defensive focused mindset that he started with. GG, well played though. Hope you guys enjoyed this one. Let me know if you've been enjoying any changes. I do think getting the chronos down at the start. But anyway, GG, well played. I hope you guys enjoyed this little kind of purview of what Skillous is up to. He also killed multiple Terrans. He tried it against Zergs as well, the warping in the units in the bases to mix success. We saw him straight up... Actually, you know what? I should just show the other game. Never mind. I have brain damage. I have a brain damage. It's a problem for me. You know. Was it Rainfall where he just killed it? No, it was Eternity's Edge where he just killed him. I know we cast this just before. I think we should show this. This is turned into not a cast, but a review video, this one. I don't know. I didn't even plan to, but it is what it is. Alright guys, so we're going to just take a look at another game. You're going to see a similar format here. Skillous versus Lambo. This was game 2. I think Lambo was up this game. But this is a really cool strategy. Because it's very similar to what we saw against Serral in that last game, but with way more commitment. To give you guys the backstory, in game 1 of this series, he did that sentry pressure, but he got scouted moving out with the probe, and he actually committed like nothing to it. Never even transformed warp gates, and just like probed his third up. He played like just very, very economically. I think he might have actually won that game. It was a very close game, but he kind of fake pressured it. And Lambo kind of got quite greedy and got to a pretty good spot. I think Skillous ended up winning it, but it was very close. Actually, no, I think Lambo won that game, didn't he? I can't even remember. Anyway, point being, it doesn't matter. Because after fake pressuring in the last game, he moves out with the same pressure. But look at this. This time, it's like what I was talking about, 6 gate. 6 gate full send. He's completely cut probes on 49. So he's shown a third. He's shown probes building and transferring. He's shown a shield battery. But it's just 6 minutes 20. Against the Lambo, who's on 63 drones, trying to get Overlords and Roaches out. He's on his face with those sentries, Stalkers, Adepts, and he's built a pylon back there, warping in his first 6 Stalkers. They're going to arrive, then he's going to warp 6 more units in here. And he just absolutely annihilates. There's just not enough units. Lambo can't quite... He doesn't have time to morph Ravagers. And the difference between this attack, when it's just a light pressure and a real shove, it's really hard to tell the difference. It's very hard for the Zerg player with Oracles and Adepts in your face up to that point. No real chance for an Overseer Scout to get in before this moves across. This is a really, really kind of tough situation. Alright, so that's about that. You can see he just doesn't have enough units. This is an all-in. He's still not probing. No Twilight, no Forge. He's just building pylons. This is completely all-in. This is a gateway all-in. And actually, Lambo almost holds it. But he's already down in workers at this point, so even just holding it wouldn't be enough. And the Oracles actually kill his queens, start gunning the Ravagers down. There's a moment where you're like, oh, has he got it? And then you realize that just like regular Stalker warp-ins are actually going to overwhelm his Roachling, especially with the Oracles once they recharge energy. So he's just like, yeah, I'm on 4 hatcheries, but only 2 base mining. At this point, some gases go down behind it, and I think he is once again thinking about Fleet Beacon, just because Mothership's so good for surviving, and Zergs hate dealing with Mothership if they try to do anything in the mid-game. So it's not a bad idea as a follow-up. And you're going to see Lambo kind of just realizes he's done for. Ends up losing this a little bit later on to the next follow-up. So it comes in with another attack. Sentries, Stalkers, Zealots. You never expect another unupgraded Gateway unit all in with no Twilight Council. Twilight Council's for losers. Let's go! What would be funny here, guys, is did he ever transform off warp gates there after pulling back with the previous pressure? Let's check. I don't think he transferred these back into gateways at all in this one. But I've just rewound the game 2 minutes before the ending. So you can see when he was there with the forwards pressure, he pulls back, starts the Twilight Forge, but he just warps in more units and goes. Yeah, he just goes again. I think that would be unnecessarily fancy swapping back and forwards there. So I think that makes perfect sense. All right, guys, so showing you guys kind of this range. I love the way Skillous here is pressuring. Remember, if that army ever gets in trouble as well, he can recall it. So you've got recall as a fallback. You're using the fast-forward pylon warp-ins. You're using your early gateway production for the sentries to get out quickly, transforming into warp gates, and then warping in units on the front as running across the map. It's a beautiful build. I think it's pretty elegant, and I think he's really showcasing some of the advantages. That being said, this does not mean Protoss is OP or, you know, way better than it was before the patch. But I think it shows that there's this whole range of very different ways of playing that no one's really scratching the surface of yet. This is the sort of stuff I've been trying to do on ladder, defend with the gateways and then try to figure out when and how to put on forwards pressure. But watching someone like Skillous who's clearly put a lot of games into it has been really eye-opening. I hope you guys appreciated his creativity, and I hope a lot of the other Protoss players start to realize as well. For instance, if you're just defending in PvT, you know, against a straight-up push, just pumping units out of just 2 or 3 gateways without turning them into warp gates is massive. There are so many all-ins, and I've seen this in the Pigasaur Weekly as well. So we've seen PvZs where there's a Roach Ravager Queen Drop attack or a Queen Walk, and the Protoss is trying to make 6-7 gateways and transform them into warp gates and defend. Those holds are already on a knife's edge. They're even harder now if you have to pay 25 minerals and 25 gas per warp gate. But not only that, I've seen multiple games, like we saw Trap Die to Solar the other day doing that, where I'm like, dude, if you literally just stayed on 3 or 4 gates but constantly built Stalkers, you would outpace the production so quickly. And that's something a lot of players just aren't used to utilizing this. And like I said, most Protoss players have not even tried the gateway production. And you really need to understand when defending, gateway better, when attacking, warp gate better. There is an exception to the rule, which is, oh, I got caught out of position, units ran into my base, I don't have warp gates, I can't warp in to respond. Okay? So if you are on gateways, you need to be a bit more better with your map control because you don't have that stopgap. Likewise, if a drop sneaks into your main, you can't just warp in to defend. You might be able to recall, you might have units popping out, and you'd be surprised how quick those units pop out as well. And once Hero starts doing this is a huge buff to him. Because as was pointed out by some of the guys commentating at Home Story Cup and different tournaments, and I think actually, no, sorry, it was DNS's chat with Clem and Laser talking about the balance patch. This is a buff to Hero, clearly, because Hero is actually going to accidentally have units in his wall if he's building out of gateways. They will be rallying out of your base. You can set the rally to your wall off. Your units will naturally, as they pop out of the gateways, defend your base. Whereas it used to be if Hero had just warped in on the front, units ran into his base because there's never a unit in his wall, he sometimes would take crazy game-ending damage. If he's actually in a defensive stance, which to be fair, Hero is probably never in a defensive stance, so I don't know if he'll ever learn this style. That could be a buff for him as well. Anyway, you guys let us know in the comments anything people are missing about this patch. I think those are really big. I think the early chrono at the start, starting with 50 energy in the Nexus, also gives you a very nice head start on your economy compared to the other factions, which is really smoothing out the opening and allowing Protoss to do some pretty good things. Either way, cool to see what Skillous can develop. I'll be following his games over the coming weeks, and I hope he sticks with it and doesn't get demotivated by like, oh, I get crushed by this build or that build. I think getting top 8's an awesome run, and I think he'll go very far if he keeps it up. GG, well played. All right. Do you guys want... All right, now we're going to just do one more little research project before we cast what was meant to be a really good PvP, guys. Research project. I don't even know if I'm going to... I'm going to cast this, but I don't know if it's going to go up to YouTube as a cast. I'm pretty sure we're just casting it for my own curiosity's sake. I think we're in Group B, right? For Raynor? Where's Raynor? Group A? Raynor. Okay. Hey, Mr. Big. Sorry, we don't have a bracket for today. I was just going back to show a little highlight there. Just for a different video we were doing. To showcase how a build's meant to work. All right, guys. In the bottom left side of the map here at Home Story Cup, we've got Basilisk's Rainer up against Jumi in the top right side of the map for Streamer Zone. And he's going to be moving out with one of his very first probes on Blackrock. Oh me, oh my. Jumi, what are you doing, mate? Jumi has had some really delectable cheese lately. This looks like a proxy gate. And I wonder, on an 8 worker start, how many proxy gates does one build? 2, 3? Used to be top proxy 2 gate on the old 6 worker start. It's proxy 4 gate on 12 workers. I imagine you split the difference in proxy 3 gateways. I have no idea though. He's building a few probes. He's got the gateway there. Now remember, because you get so much supply on this patch, I don't know why they've given players so much supply for Nexus command centers and hatcheries on an 8 worker start. I think it's 1 or 2 higher than I would do, but they have. Does mean you don't get too supply blocked. Often with previous builds, you'd move across, you'd be supply blocked for a bit. But he's going to pause probe production anyway, build 2 gateways immediately, and this is a hatch first, 16 hatchery. Rainer has no idea. Now remember, there's actually Zerg Overlords got rebuffed after the hotfixes and everything. Their Overlords are almost as fast as they were on the 12 worker start, which is a huge advantage for Zerg compared to how expensive the scouting is for the other factions. And if he sees this with this Overlord, which he will, he's going to have time to react. I mean, he's already going 17 pool, which is not the earliest, but he actually got that down pretty fast. He must have been speed mining. He got that down in 1:34. That's a very quick 17 pool. And he sees the gateway, and he hides that he's seen the gateway. If he gets back to the pillar, so Jumi doesn't even know he's been spotted. Oh, he's going to pull drones? Wait, what? He's going to try and depower it. That's a terrible move, right? This is an awful move, is it not? Because he can just build more pylons. As long as he doesn't lose that, he can just build more pylons. This is an absolute disaster. For Rainer, I'm quite sure. As long as you... Yeah, because there's zealots there. Oh, supply block for Jumi, though. That's an awkward supply block. He's built a gas. It's way too early to go for a gas here. He's already thinking about an adept follow-up. I think pure zealots wins this. Rainer right now pulling drones. This is a bit of a doo-doo for Rainer, guys. I mean, he's distracting and allowing time to build a spine. Is this good? I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misreading this, but this seems a bit crazy. I feel like the spine crawler gets up anyway if you build it over here. Yeah, I don't know. I think that was a massive amount of mining time for very little gain. But we'll see how it goes. 2 more zealots coming in, the cybercore as well. The zealot production has been slowed down quite a bit. First zerglings are emerging. That pylon pretty well protected in the pocket there. Still 1 zealot over at the production. 3 zealots working on the hatchery, not trying to go in the main. Jumi's playing this kind of slow. It's not going in for the main base economy. Of course, knowing there's probably a spine crawler, Queens, doesn't want to get surrounded as well by splitting his units up too much. More zealots are building. He needs to build these adepts now, or stalkers. It's going to go adepts. Obviously better against the zerglings. The zealot over there, though, is going to get surrounded. These zealots are going to pull back. This doesn't feel like this was very, very hard hitting. I think Jumi could have gone 3-gate zealot and overwhelmed much harder. Because he's been thinking more about the follow-up with the gas. He may have undersold himself on the opening zealot aggression. I could be wrong. It getting scouted so early really hurts, though. Perhaps he should have built the gateways slightly further back. Feels like Rainer's done a lot of things to get himself to an okay spot, even though he lost so much mining time. The Zergling count's kind of crazy. Bunch of Zerglings go across the map as well. Probes will have to fight that with the shield battery. The Zealots get surrounded. Bit of an awkward positioning. So much surface area for those Zerglings, but I guess they were up against the water, against the wall, which is not too bad. Got to be careful of the spine crawler, though. More Stalkers are building. I think you need to recall an Adept. You can't fight this with probes. They'll get wrecked. Jumi is going to struggle in the multitasking. Oh my god, he chases way too far. Oh, he loses 3 probes. He's going to shade an Adept into the main. I mean, it could do big damage, but this is very multitasking heavy for Jumi. And it's going to be really, really awkward. Those who don't know, Jumi's name used to be for Jumi. So I feel especially weird when I say for Jumi here, because I'm just saying, you know, for him. But it sounds like I'm saying his old name. Stalker Zealot Adept getting surrounded. Nice surround here for Rainer. The spine crawler takes forever to root, but who cares? The Zerglings kill everything anyway. He doesn't even need the spine. The Lings are still in the main as well, and that is going to be a hold. And I really feel like this is so interesting because we saw the other day in the Weekly Cup, Mixu did a 10-pool drone pool, or 8-pool drone pool. I think it was 9-pool drone pool against Clem, but he didn't know to cancel, that he had to kill the barracks. A Reaper got out and ended up defending it. And it was purely he just didn't have any experience. You know, he was just making the cheese up off the cuff, right? And I wonder how much experience Jumi has here, and is this the best version? I think the follow-up with Adepts is really good, but I think you're meant to go 3-gate. I could be totally wrong on this. Of course. But I mean, the fact that he pulled a ton of drones that did literally nothing is kind of awkward. I think 3 gates is fine. It's going to be a little slower if you go 3 gates, I guess. But you needed to build that pylon much quicker, right? It's definitely not a refined build order. The fact that he goes gas before pylon, I mean, this is just a botched proxy gate. He's only gone 2 gates and he's forgot to build a second pylon. I think this is botched execution from both sides. I think the drone pull makes no sense. And I think the lack of the second pylon completely takes the teeth out of this push. You guys let me know what you think in the comments, but this feels like misexecution on both sides. As someone who doesn't know how perfectly to defend proxy gate on this patch or how to execute it, I think there's huge room for improvement on both sides. This is, yeah. I'm pretty confident we see a lot of cheese right now where people don't know the situation very well. Both sides are probably playing quite suboptimally. All right, guys, Rainer up 1-0 now, going on to Fear and Faith, top right side of the map as well. Pig, were you a pro in Warcraft 3? No, I enjoyed playing Warcraft 3 team games as a kid, but nothing else. Oh my. Oh, he's going to go proxy gate in the middle. Supernova Men's Club. Yeah, he's going to go proxy gate in the middle. So Jimmy doesn't know where Rainer's spawned. Let's see. He's going to try it again. And I think this time we will probably see a full send on 3 gate, I would imagine. I think you want to go up to at least like 5-6 zealots before you start thinking about the follow-up, probably. Though who knows? Maybe if he goes 2 gate, but he just remembers the second pylon, 4 zealots arrive, does quite good damage. Rainer's not going to know what's happening for a long time, right? Because if he's waiting for his overlords, which I expect, he's not going to know about it at all. So unlike the last game where he scouted it early, he'll have a better spot. On the other hand, it's going to be way further away, number 1. Number 2, he's not going to waste all of his money pulling drones for no reason. So in a way, Rainer not scouting this might actually give him a better setup against it. The middle of this map reminds me of old Dawn of War maps with like a chaos thing in the middle. There was like one of the old original Dawn of War missions. There's like a big middle chaos temple at the end of the campaign. In the middle, I don't know why, with these little pyres everywhere in this big statue. I feel like we're trying to summon Khorne or something. Summon a bloody... a bloodthirster or whatever. 3 gateways coming up. Okay, so he's got to go scout and try to find where the overlord is. Hopefully he doesn't give away where he spawned from that. So he is going to go 3 gateways. I think Jumi coming to the same conclusion I had, that like you got to, you know, commit a little bit more to it. He does need to build a second pylon though. Like he starts as a, I don't think chronoing the zealots is as important as starting a second pylon right now. Yeah. Second pylon before, even if it delays your second zealot, that's totally fine. Now, he's on 14 probes on minerals. Okay. Gonna chrono a second one. Overlord's there. Probe's gonna go up to the north now. And he's gonna go scout this. It's a hatch gas pool or hatch pool gas. Yeah, hatch pool gas. So it was pool before gas, went down 32 seconds ago, so about 1:40. Just not the earliest spawning pool by any means. And the zealots are building, but there's no gas follow-up this time. So this is going to be much more committed on the zealots. It's far away. Can he get in there and do the damage? Rainer, some of the best micro in the world. And if you full surround zealots, they do struggle. He's building another pylon. So I think he waits for at least 5 zealots before he shows this. The problem is, it's so far away. Yeah, it doesn't feel like it feels like the timing's already slipped away, doesn't it, guys? Oh, he's building a pylon in the base. What's that about? Why'd he do that? Was he just trying to make him pull drones? Well, here come the zealots, guys. First 6 zealots are arriving. He doesn't want to reveal it to the overlord until the last possible second. He's like, gotta hide this, man. We gotta surprise him. Remember, slow zealots are very, very slow. Rainer, if he builds a big round of drones here, Would be bad for him, but he's about to see it. The Zealots hiding themselves to the very last second. My God, it's a good job of hiding it, bro. It's a very good job of hiding it until it gets right in there. But he does get in there now. The Zealots. Okay, the Zergling's going to go around. That's the right call. You do not want to fight the Zealots head on. Just run away and try to intercept the reinforcements. Try to cut off the rally. Try to go maybe after the economy of Protoss as well. These Zerglings do take out one Zealot. That Zealot can take out these 3 Zerglings with a bit of micro. And indeed it will. These Zealots getting up and towards the main. He's got to get up in that main. 16 Zerglings. But the problem is the injects have already finished, which means 16 Zerglings are building. And with no gas follow-up, this is very all-in. The Zealots need to do a bit of hold position micro, a bit of focus fire. He's got to try and go after the Spine Crawler. The Zealots are all derping into the mineral line. The Zerglings and the drones trying to surround all at once. Raynor sending everything in. The 2 Queens adding some fantastic damage. And Raynor with excellent worker stacking micro. The 2 Queens hidden behind the worker line. It looks like he will just barely defend this. The proxy gate against Zerg gets shut down. And that looked more convincing. You see, the previous game, I was like, I don't know what I can draw from this. This game, I look at this and I go, I don't think proxy gate in the middle of the map's very good. I don't really know what else he could have done there to make that much more powerful. I do think with how much he delayed, there are adjustments for sure, 100%. Right, we can optimize this. Like, let's talk through the optimization. So his probe was here way earlier than it needed to be. If you're going to wait this long, which you're going to on a 4-player map, you actually need to get 16 probes on minerals as quickly as possible. I think that's like set in stone. So you actually don't need to send a probe to the middle of the map this early, because you only want to be building a 12 pylon. That sounds weird, but I legitimately think, and you maybe should be doing 4-gate Zealot even, which is also sounds weird, but yeah, I think you want to go 12 pylon, and you still want to chrono at the start. So I think you still want to do the normal chrono, send the probe out maybe 10 seconds later than this, go for a 12 pylon in the middle of the map, right? Get up to 16 probes as quickly as you can. And yeah, you can still go 14 gateway in the middle, this sort of thing. You see, he goes 13 gate because he's like, I gotta get these started, man. But the actual right thing with such a delayed push is actually to get another probe first. You see, he's cutting probes already. But look at what ends up happening where he's struggling for money to build Zealots non-stop, to chrono them, to build probes. He's got multiple chronos saved up as well. Actually more important for you to get 16 on minerals. So you actually want to get 17 probes out and go 4-gate. You guys let me know if I'm correct on that or not. I think you actually want to do the exact same kind of 12 worker one rather than half and halving it here. I think 3 gates makes sense if you're going to go gas afterwards and squeeze like a few more probes in. You're gonna kind of like hit him with like 5-6 Zealots and then transition behind it. But yeah, I think you can see here he's struggling for money so much. I think unless you're going to go with your first 2 or 3 Zealots, you want to make sure you full saturate this mineral line, number 1. And that would be really interesting to see how that plays out. I don't think this pylon really achieved anything, unfortunately. I don't know what he was trying to achieve. Maybe hoping to like make him pull drones, think he was cannon rushing or something. But GG, well played, man. Raynor holds on, gets a 2-0. And Jumi doing some limit testing for us on proxy gates, seeing if they work. I wonder... I still don't think 4-gate's necessarily that much better. Like I've just talked about how you can optimize it. Conclusion, do I think it's good? I think this is also just too far away. Feels like it's just too far away. Against Zerg? Yeah, this doesn't feel great. I don't know, man. Even if it was 4-gate, I still don't think I'd particularly like it. I think on the previous map, if it doesn't get spotted by the Overlord straight away and he goes 3-gate, I think it's a bit more dangerous. But I think I would still want to be doing this as close as possible and getting in there with like the first 3 Zealots to immediately like run in and start messing with the mining in their main. I think the goal for me with a proxy gate is always get in the main base and start killing drones. Against top tier Zerg micro these days, really hard to get enough damage off of that because they're going to build a spine crawler behind the mineral line. They're going to have a queen. Maybe the queen's not ready when you first get in there as well, but they're going to be like trying to surround you with drones, pulling back weak ones. So you want to try and get in behind the minerals and the gas in like these choke points where you can't get surrounded. But in the middle of the mineral lines, it's really dangerous because they can drill through you and surround you so suddenly. Raynor did a really good job. Avoid fighting the Zealots front on. Often first rule of defending a proxy gate is click your Zerglings across the map, go hit their worker line, or try and cut off the reinforcements. And he did a really good job getting a Zealot, almost gets a second one. And the fact that he got 2 queens together in the main, like that already is crazy when the first Zealot's hit. You know what I mean? GG's. Probably not the best strategy, but I think at its best, if you hide it outside their base, I think if you hide it outside their base, 3 gates is good. You want to hit hard and fast off of 14 probes. But if you are going to go for the surprise in the middle, I think you go 4 gate and you basically, yeah, you go 16 probes as fast as possible. And then you try to do what he did, hit with 6 zealots, surprise them. Most players won't react as well as Raynor. Probably pretty hard to beat at low levels. But for Raynor, Serral, it's going to be hard to catch them off with this because their micro is just so good. GG's. You guys let me know, is Proxy 4-gate completely dead? I think right now it looks like it's pretty bad in this matchup, but we'll find out. Hopefully some more players test it out. GG's. You could have tried map hacking. I remember seeing a Proxy Gateway game on this map. That's true! That is true. You should have just map hacked like that idiot versus me. Alright guys, a last StarCraft series for the day. We've got one last one, which is an awesome PvP apparently. I know PvP doesn't float everyone's boat. I think this was meant to be one of those bangers though. Okie doke. I think we'll play our last... by the way, I was thinking, because I've got a sponsored stream on in 5 hours, we're doing another KFC stream, guys. Once I'm done casting, we might pause, eat some lunch, take a bit of a break, play some more games, and then I might actually just keep streaming all the way through to the sponsored stream segment later, with just like a break here or there where I put on a video. Raynor was doing 16 hatch 17 pool, I believe, Nika Potato. Yeah. Yeah. Only have your opponents with questionable names lined up for the sponsor segment. Oh, what was his name? Just Fap or something? UFAP. It was UFAP. And the first thing they asked in the game was, do you fap? Which is a nice one. I was like, playing an intelligent person. Alright guys, quick ad break. Last ad break of the day. It's like, UFAP. UFAP. Yes. Alright, don't go anywhere guys. We'll be back in 3 minutes. We've got a best of 3. Aragfire versus Showtime. Apparently, it's a bang bang. Is it MSI League of Legends casting? 100%. I love League of Legends, Gungadi. It's my favorite game. I commentated League of Legends once. It was during my subathon in 2021. One of our goals was to commentate other games. People made me commentate a League of Legends match. I've never played League of Legends. I was like, there's a guy throwing barrels, and there's a fucking anime waifu who's fucking stabbing a dude, and there's some colors flashing on the screen. It was really good cast. It was high tier. Yeah. I don't understand why people don't like mirror matchups. If I could, I would play only ZVZ. These are the only balanced matchups. You are a rare human, Misha, in YouTube chat. That's very rare, my friend. Most people do not look for fairness. They look for novelty. And they prefer the asymmetry in a game like StarCraft as opposed to the symmetry. So a lot of people are like, no, I don't like. Myself included, quite often. But I do think there are rare mirror matchup pro games you watch, which are some of the best. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Very quick ad break. And Showtime Arrow are coming right up. Trap still can't kill him. Parting probably feels a lot better watching this, going, okay, it's not just me that struggles to kill this shit. Like, you're actually so good. Oh, you know he's running. Hey, get fucked! You know that's a parting. That's Dark Templar in parting form, yelling, get fucked, no GG to that hatchery as he runs away. Jesus Christ, what an absolute shithead. Dark here. roaches off 55 workers. I think he should be safe versus this, but 55 is like the absolute max that he can go for. Oh, he uses the ledge. Estrella, you cheeky little creative shitbag. He drops on the ledge, barely reaches one drone, gets another kill. He's being so annoying. Just picks up, pulls it back. He actually probably could have stood his ground and fought that. Remember, he's on 2-2 versus 2-1 upgrades. Colossus are trying to get added back in, which is a good idea when your opponent exhausts their Vikings and uses those by landing them. Oh, he comes in and he takes it. Battery overcharge and 4 disruptor shots. Apparently too much there. Clem bit off more than he could chew. What? Why is that there?
Upgrade complete.
Oh no. So he wants Serral to join with that army while he doom drops. Oliveira says, don't worry, just trust me, buddy. I got this. Hold my hand. Do you trust me? And Serral there, he looks from side to side. He says, okay, Oliveira, Aladdin, I'll come on that magic carpet ride with you. And you know what? He's showing him a whole new world, a whole new place of doom drop. Got big damage, but the carriers might punish him. And the doom drop turns into doom for his own army, not for his opponents. It looked like a really good move. Has anyone ever done any martial arts? Can you guys imagine someone in a kickboxing class and they're like doing a roundhouse kick and they're like, but like they never did it in front of a mirror, so they think they're doing it correctly? That's essentially what I see when I see people who don't watch replays in StarCraft. It's like, and you're like, and they're like, why aren't I winning fights? And I'm like, what the fuck? Have you not looked in a mirror? You're not doing any of it correctly. And they're like super oblivious. They're just like, what? So yeah, that's like a very, very common thing. So learning to look at replays is a big part of actually like checking what you did in the game. Because your perception of what you did is very different to what you actually did. Quick response though does save those units, but he needs more banelings. He needs more units on the front line. The Broodlords, can they save the hatchery? Yes, they can. At the last second of the 11th hour, the Broodlords come marching. They said, look to the northwest on the third day as the sun rises. And apparently Gandalf and a pack of Broodlords just rode out of nowhere to save Rhaenyra's bacon. Because if they weren't there and he lost yet another hatchery, he'd be in trouble. Despite that, he still lost 18 drones. He's lost a lot of creep control. He still needs to find some counter damage. Where do I want to put my spawning? We'll probably here, just so Reapers can't circle the mineral line completely. Or is my main race as a pro? What's up, Cascara? Zergy, Zerg, Zerg, Zerg. Zerg. Zerg, Zerg. Yes, me lord. More work. Yes, me lord. Woo! Oh, we're still talking about how nuclear power works? I thought it was basically they put the uranium in the manger, right? And then they go, oh, they convince it that it really wants to have a baby. And then it's like, can I have a baby? And then the stork comes and it brings the radioactive material for it. And it goes, yeah, and it gives it, and it combines and it fissions it. And then a nuclear egg comes out. And then we feed that into the gigantic 3-story tall chocobo. And then it poops out raw energy into our power lines, and that goes to our houses to power all of our needs. I don't think anyone can argue with that science. It's been proven. Wake up, sheeple! Hits me right in the G spot with a move command, and I'm like, whoa! For me, when I'm going to play the NA ladder, you know, I normally shower before I go to sleep, but I have a special shower before I hop on ladder in here, where I say, how can I get used to it? How can I get prepared? How can I get in the mood for the NA ladder? And I basically just climb into a garbage bin, I look for anything moist in the garbage bin. Dry refuse, not as effective. And I like to just kind of sponge bath myself. I'm like, just kind of rub it in there. Rub. Oh, is this like a moldy sock? Oh yeah, I'll just fucking rub that on my face. And then it puts me in the mindset for any ladder where I'm ready to face anyone, man. One man with two pincers. Serral versus Rogue was a banger today. What did they play in, Mr. Big? Was that in Basilisk or what? Didn't realize those two played. Ah, they played in Basilisk. Oh, that's cool. I really want to watch Rogue's games more than anyone's on this patch. I'm waiting desperately for them to drop the GSL CK5 replays, guys, so I can watch more Rogue, because he's such a genius. And I think, you know, when something's looking powerful for Zerg, oh my gosh, he's so good at abusing it. It's like sick. Kind of gross even. You know, it was interesting, the Wardy Mondays was still dominated by Protoss players, but I guess Shin was the only guy who played. But Classic beat Shin, Nightmare beat Beyond this week. Yeah, no one recommended me any of these games. I guess I see why. It looks like it was just a ton of PvP, which is bizarre. Bizarre to see, man. But yeah, I know a lot of people were saying Zerg kind of wrecks Protoss, but is that still true? Or some people say, I heard other people saying it's balanced now. I don't know. It's just one tournament. Rogue destroyed everybody in the GSL CK thing, so I'm really keen to see how that goes. It's kind of funny because I thought once the Protoss players started using the things a bit better, they might be a bit more powerful, but I think everyone's still just struggling with motherships as well, right? There's a Necron's Mechanicum battle report. Cool. I might watch that another day, Hassa. Oh, right, guys, let's get after it. We've got Showtime in the bottom right side of the map for EGD. What did I just press? Oh my gosh. Cool. Right, there's some cool graphs in this game. Arag Fire in the bottom left side. It's a PvP that has come highly recommended to me. Straight from Home Story Cup, guys. People told me this was the best PvP and one of the better series of the entire tournament. So we'll see how it goes. Both players chronoing very early. Almost identical chrono timings. Shows that they are getting that one ironed out. Actually, I think their chronos were late, guys. Not gonna lie. I think both their chronos were a little late, right? Because chrono goes for 20 seconds, right? Oh, no, that makes sense, actually. Because you want to do it at about 7 seconds, 6.5. And I think it finished about 27 seconds for both, so that does make sense. Going to be seeing a 14 gateway for both sides. Looks like they're both planning to wall off on the high ground. No scout just yet. Arog goes across. Okay, so Arog's going to scout. Showtime is going to go for the latest scout, which is what I've been preferring. So I do think in PvP especially, I was enjoying the... was it PvP? There's a pretty cool... No, it was PvT where I was going Nexus into Double Gas into Cybercore for a little bit, but this is just going to be Double Gas... Gets the second chrono immediately. Arog also immediately second chronoed. And I imagine they're both going to build that second gateway. Yeah, you can see Showtime scouts after his 2 gases. Here goes that second gateway for Arog. Showtime. Looking more and more like he's planning to 1-gate, actually. Ooh, okay. He's just going to go Cybercore. So he's going to play 1-gate against Arog's 2-gate. Arog could get much more aggressive here. He does build the second gate. Showtime's just happy to delay it a little bit. Oh, right. Sorry, it's been a little while since I played PvP, guys. I haven't played in the last week. You're meant to go... What I've been doing to not delay the second gate is I've been delaying the second gas just a little bit. Second gas was delaying just a little bit. After watching Max Pax, Hero, and Harstem play some games on the ladder, I was kind of copying what they were figuring out. Not sure, but that was very early days of the patch, so... We'll see as time goes on what the most efficient is. If Showtime doesn't feel like he's got enough money to start both gateway units straight away anyway, and he wants to go immediate warp gate, I think this is perfectly fine to delay that second gateway. Because you can see Arog goes 2 Stalkers, but has to delay warp gate for it, and warp gate is a super important upgrade, especially if you're playing defensively. You can defend most all-ins off of 2 gateways as long as you get your warp gate up quick enough, because then you can just produce units defensively so fast. Alright, so Showtime there with the third pylon slightly earlier, blasts the probe, he's looking ready to take the Nexus, and he's got that sentry that'll allow him to scout. Meanwhile, Arog over here, got that third pylon in the main, 2 Stalkers ready to apply pressure. Did I score Showtime Hearthstone, by the way? I don't think so. If I did, my bad. Checking the gold, I like that. Showtime's like, ooh, make sure I'm not getting cheesed. Make sure there's no cheeky, greedy ass build coming my way. And whoa, third gateway and warp gate chrono. And Showtime's just put his Nexus down. And now he sees a highly aggressive build from his opponent. And he's going to have to make a battery and just make units non-stop. Now, if he morphs warp gates, I will be severely disappointed in Showtime. I think Showtime's very smart. It's very obvious that warp gates are much worse in these sort of clutch defensive positions than regular gateways. Well, there is an argument. You get the first warp in earlier, a bit more immediate. You've got to spend 25 minerals, 25 gas. And with every follow-up unit, you know, you're falling behind by about two and a bit cycles. We'll see. Does he want the immediate units right now? I mean, maybe the first units are what really matters for the hold. I think just keep producing. Yeah, he's going to go warp gate. He's going to go warp gate for the immediate units. I dislike it. I think unless you're going to die in the next 30 seconds or 20 seconds, I mean, as good as... I mean, he wants the force field, so I guess it's fair. It's not bad. And it's what he's used to. You're playing a tournament. You're under pressure. You want to rely on your normal muscle memory. You're not used to queuing up units. You're probably going to do this. He's probably not practiced regular gateway production at all, so fair enough. But it is very powerful defensively, because with even just 2 gates, you can outproduce almost anything. In this case, though, numbers don't really matter, because there's no Warp Prism for his opponent. He can defend with Force Fields. Even if Arog overwhelms him numbers-wise, he can split them with Force Fields, make up for it with Shield Batteries. 2 gates should be enough here. He's going to build 2 Adepts, which... Wait, where'd those Adepts make? Am I blind, guys? Oh, that was Arog making the Adepts. I don't know why I thought that was Showtime making those Adepts, but Showtime does wall him off. Arog's got the Nexus up, is probing behind this and building a Twilight Council, so Arog's not too far behind. Obviously, he likes some real damage here. He knows he's a little behind.
Thanks for the
Think about shading in, but keeps canceling at the very last second. Ooh, Robo. Okay, Robo goes down for Showtime. Very respectful. I could have sworn he'd just go Twilight. You can see the way Showtime defended. Warp Gate made perfect sense. If it wasn't a sentry-focused defense, and it was more of just numbers and shield battery healing, I think regular gateways would have been better. But yeah, I think if you're doing a sentry-focused defense, you got a pretty narrow choke point like here on Rorschach. I think his play was near perfect. Twilight Council starts up as well. We've got 2 Adepts rotating around the north. Hallucination sees it. Stalkers will go hunting. The Stalker sentry will split up. You just gotta be careful, because these guys could catch you with some force fields of their own. Arog says, naughty, naughty Showtime. He's going to grab himself a double Stalker pickup there, which is brilliant. Surprised Showtime hasn't proxied a pylon, guys. If he'd sent 2 Adepts in, this could be checkmate already. If he just warped 2 Adepts in on the other side, imagine if they hit Arog's base. He could kill 10 probes. Like, it could be game over, but very defensively minded from Showtime. He's called Die Mauer for a reason, guys. It means the wall in Germany, the fortress. Because he loves defending and building advantages. Many have said is if there's a weakness for Showtime, it's sometimes being unable to convert that advantage into a victory promptly, and his opponent's making kind of late-game scrappy comebacks. Showtime did accidentally let the shield battery finish, which is slowing down his transition, but he's up a couple of workers. His Blink is on the way now. He's building Immortals as well. Blink is almost finished for Arog. Arog is also going up to 7 gateways and is also playing full Warp Gate focus. Stalker Sentry coming forward. Remember, all you need to do is build a pylon for that forward warp in point. Warp Prism not as valuable as it once was. not as integral. You can just build that pylon 18 seconds later. You'll be warping in here. 4-second warp-ins, even for just an isolated pylon on its own now. My army looks way better for Showtime, not gonna lie. Decent micro for Arog, but feels almost like an overcommitment. But hey, he gets like 3 or 4 units. Damn. That's a brilliant timing for Arog. So confident. The way he took that fight looked absolutely mad to me, but it paid off big time. A good advantage in the units lost tab. I don't think he can press through Shield Battery Immortal necessarily, especially not without setting off the barrier before the fight. Needs to get a single Stalker shot on it. Second Immortal there should be able to save the day. The Stalkers, though, of Showtime not quite having Blink, and you can see just how costly that is, but the Immortals look pretty powerful. Arog moving in. He's trying to blink back. He's got to be careful about overcommitting in here. He's not got a third base. Showtime does. I'd love to see 4 Stalkers blink around and try to run in the natural blink in there and maybe get a few pickoffs. But you can see the way he's trying to rotate. Showtime sees everything as observer, well aware of what's going on. And I'd like to see Showtime move over here into this open area, but right now Arog has the numbers, and if he lures the Immortals out into the open, he can take him out. 2 shots for an Immortal. Well worth trading a Stalker for that. The other Immortals come forward. They will also get taken out in 2 shots. And Arog looks like he's going to take this game, because now the Stalker count is just way too far in his favor. 7 gates against just 2. Just 2 warp gates here for Showtime. His extra gateways are just now finishing. They're not ready. And the Stalkers should be able to take care of everything. Arog, a few of his probes, Stalkers actually got surrounded by probes, which was kind of adorable. You know, once these Stalkers join up, he'll blink forward. He sets off the barrier. And now that the barrier's gone, you know he's going to blink on ya. And that Immortal will go down. Very nice play here. Arog with a really nice win. Guys, Arog's French, right? I know Arog is a massive underdog. I feel like this, if you looked at, you know, just a number cruncher, the odds for this match would have been something like 6-1 in Showtime's favor. But Arog actually takes map 1. And you can see Showtime here was just investing in a bit too big of a spread. If you go back 2 minutes, what do we see? Third base versus Mass Gateway, right? Pulls a few workers off the gases. Showtime builds a probe advantage. And whilst Immortals are very good for defending, that early trade was so good with the blink advantage. Blink timing advantage really gave him an edge. And then Showtime, he tries to build a lot of batteries, but batteries can't move. So you build 4 batteries here. When the fight rotates, the batteries aren't very useful. He goes back to probing, goes a 3rd and a 4th gateway. He is pretty good at consistently building Stalkers, but still, with only 2 gateways, hard to get the numbers. And Arog just traded so well. Out-trading your opponent while committing more to army. Brilliant play. Gets the win. Takes game 1. Did he see the aggressive gate count? Was Protoss? I think he just lost too many units. Defending the 3rd. And spent a bit too much money on batteries, right? I mean, he was in survival mode trying to defend the 3rd, right? So you can't really make gateways when you think you're about to die, because it's going to be a minute until it finishes, transforms, warps in a unit. But I think he's just kind of stuck in that position. He's like, trying to get the 3rd up, trying to hold on. Like, I was thinking we might see a forge and a bit more probing there, but I think he was just in a really tough spot. Tried to be a bit too greedy. And I think the Robo makes up for you being down a few gateways, but yeah. The thing is, if he's actually transferred them back to gateways, it's like having kind of like 3.5 gateways. Might have been able to defend constant Immortal plus 2 gateway production in regular gateway form. I think 3 gateway would be plenty. If he has 3 gateways in gateway form and a Robo. But the problem is losing the 5 Stalkers initially to not having Blink was, oof, rough start. Elite-ish, thank you so much for the 16-month resub. Appreciate you so much, dude. If you guys want to see more StarCraft coverage, please don't forget to support the channel, guys. Support's been really, really light today. But yeah, if you guys want to help us out, go for it. Yeah, same tip goal from the Pigasaur. I know I took a few days off stream, but we had a lot of stuff to organize on my end. A lot of YouTube videos that we've got coming out over the next few days. A bit of editing to do, a bit of things getting sorted on a personal end as well. But yeah, help us, subs, tips, cheers. Please do. We'll give some more shout outs at the end of this series. Alright guys, Showtime in the bottom right side of the map. Arog in the top left side. It is a big PvP. Because now, the incumbent, the favorite, EGD's Showtime is 1 game away from being down a loss to a player that he's heavily favored against, and that would be awful. It's going to be Rainfall, a 2-player map. Interestingly... okay, never mind. I thought Showtime was going to build that pylon in a weird spot. I was like, what's he doing down here? But he was just rallying in that general direction, and both sides will go for that standard wall off. Now, Showtime obviously just got stuck in survival mode, way too many shield batteries and immortals. That's always the problem with being defensive, is like, Stalkers kind of lose to immortals and shield batteries, but then you look at the mobility and he just rotates around. He's like, those 4 shield batteries aren't useful. Picked off a lot of Stalkers, that sentry usage was good. Arog was just very decisive in general there, and I think the smoothness with which you can turn aggressive now with the new fast warp in pylons is... It's hard to factor in how much that's worth, but it makes a big difference. Thank you, Smooth Scotch, for the Twitch Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Probe's coming forward a bit earlier once again here for Arog. So he's playing kind of the safer of the two, which is interesting. Showtime's actually being a bit greedier. I think Arog's yet again going to go for the more standard 12 worker, kind of get the 2 gates up before the Cybercore. Showtime's just going to make his build a bit easier, a bit more chill by going for the Cybercore into the second gate, which I actually like. This build order actually seems a bit easier to do, honestly, for Showtime. Cybercore into second gate into Cybercore. Cybercore is slightly faster for Showtime. You can see it's hard for Arog to actually afford that Cybercore. So, you know what? I really do like it, especially with how fast Warp Gate comes in for Showtime. I mean, he was missing a pylon, like I said. If he just had built a pylon with his scouting probe that he had hidden on the other side of the map the whole game. And I think he was worried about the gold base. That's why he was keeping it there. But if he'd warped in 2 Adepts after his initial hold, I really think Arog would have been struggling so hard. But Showtime is a player who doesn't really play his opponents as much as he plays the race and he plays the matchup, and he tries to play it the safest way possible. You know, he plays it a bit like a computer, where he's like, this is the best way to play PvP. But realistically, if you're the stronger player, one of the easiest ways to win is you just apply pressure. And you're like, I'm faster than you. I'm better at multitasking. I'm better at all the dynamic situations. The more interactions, the higher skilled, more experienced player tends to just gain advantages. The more of these interactions there are. That's why you see Hero, Clem, you know, your Partings. A lot of these guys just get a bunch of wins, and some of them seem almost easy and effortless. It's because they're in their opponent's face. And they often just kill them in 5-6 minutes. But Showtime, his style just doesn't lend to that. Showtime doesn't get very many easy victories. He kind of has to work hard for just about everything. Now this time, Arog looks like he might be going for the quicker nexus. First hallucination's going to come through. 2 Stalkers against 2 Stalkers in a sentry. Easy D there for Showtime. Oh, nice. Arog gets an extra volley off. Arog's very aggressive, as you can see. Doesn't really show any fear. Starts his own nexus, about 20 seconds behind. Not a big deal. He just keeps looking for this pickoff. This is so... Yeah, I would 100%, if I was playing Arog, be looking to counterattack this guy. I'd be like, oh, this guy loves just picking at you and looking for little mistakes. I'd be like, my instincts would say, don't let him do the thing that he wants to do. You know, it's that core, that base thing of me just going, look, I don't fully know what your best skill set is, but I can tell you love being on the front foot and chipping at players. I'm going to punish you, dude. Force fields could be deadly here. Arog is gambling right now. Dude, 2 force fields there could have trapped 2 Stalkers. Showtime should commit already. Showtime's taking a bit too long here, I think. Honestly, well, that was not it. Showtime with a bit of a panic field there. His shield battery is now burning. Sparks are flying off it. It'll be like that for the rest of this game because buildings do not heal for Protoss. Only shields regenerate. Nonetheless, Showtime manages to get a unit kill and is making a proxy Dark Shrine. Arog doesn't see it. He goes in that direction, but he doesn't see it. He's sending Adepts down the left side of the map. He comes in, gets in the main. Sees no Robo. Only 2 sentries. Twilight not upgrading. These are all kind of tells that Dark Templar might be out there, but if you look at the way Arog played in the last game, skipped on that detection, skipped on the Robo, super streamlined, pure blink timing using the pylon instead of the Warp Prism. Adepts get intercepted and they shade away. The first Dark Templar will be coming in about 30-40 seconds. Arog comes in. He sees Blink getting chronoed, 2 gateways. It looks a little sparse, this main base. I'd be getting suspicious. Sees a 3rd gateway, sees an army that looks suspiciously small, and he drops a robo. Yeah. He's like, where's your gas? Where's your money at? Like, what are you doing? If he realizes something's missing, that's good scouting knowledge there for Arrow. Good read. He realizes something's up. Robo goes up for Showtime as well. And oh! He actually finds the Dark Shrine. Thinks about targeting it and he realizes this is dangerous. I might get caught here. Let's just run away. Oh, he's going to pylon wall. I don't know if that's necessary. I feel like in this scenario with how far away that is, you can literally just run your probes for like 15 seconds. I mean, maybe this is cheaper than running your probes away for 15 seconds. I don't know. You'll need the pylons eventually. He is supply blocked, right? So actually he needs the pylons. He also could force field to save this. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I would just you probably just want to let it die actually, because you need him. You need to open the wall up anyway. The wall off. Yeah, let it. He doesn't care about losing the pylon now. And there we go. DT gets in. Observer's out. Doesn't even lose a single probe. Nicely done. Over on the right side, Showtime snagging an extra pylon. That's always cute. These 2 adepts have snuck by him though. So he clears that pylon. These 2 adepts are coming in towards the natural. There are some stalkers and sentries nearby. Immortal is on the way there for Showtime. Not the most flexible unit, but pretty decent. And oh, good probe move. Great probe move there for Showtime. Tobias shuts that down. Only 2 probes going down. Arog has blink. This time Showtime does as well. So there's no big blink advantage. 4 more gateways building. Arog playing no forge, no 3rd base. But he's on 50 probes. The lack of a 3rd is wild. He sees the 3rd as Showtime and he just wants to be on the aggressive front foot. He doesn't want to let it, the defensive play work. I feel like he should have moved up here though by this point and killed this Dark Shrine. Not doing that, I think, is a little sloppy. He does leave an Observer and 4 Stalkers at home, or 2 Stalkers, which is really good. But no 3rd base, and he's overprobed, and that's unfortunate. He's moving forwards, though. 16 Stalkers. There's only 10. With an Immortal. 2nd Immortal's just popped out. A few Zealots and Sentries in the mix as well. Those Zealots will be excellent tanks. No shield battery on this base. Honestly, I don't know if Showtime needs it. Oh, man, it's every warp in is so scary, though, because it's 7 warp gates already. Warp prisms there as well. I don't think the Stalkers can blink in this time, but force fields could split him a little bit. And you can, with your blink, always pull back your weak units. Showtime can as well. Nexus taking damage. He can target the Nexus. 3rd Nexus starts just now for Arog. So Arog likes to get the big army, take the forward position, and then only expand behind it. But Showtime punishing this time. Showtime says, there's no way, man. I can punish you. And he's actually going to take out the Prism. The Immortals coming in from behind. You can't stand and fight those. The Observer gets sniped as well. Units lost tab is now still slightly in favor of Arog, but only slightly. Dark Templar comes in, kills a probe, does get sniped there by the Stalkers with the blink. Over here, though, it looks like another Stalker or 2 got caught on the retreat. Units lost tab still. Or now no longer in favor of Arog Fire. Showtime takes a 50 resource lead, and he says, okay, let's rebuild the Nexus. You got my Nexus, that's fine. Your 3rd's not even finished. I'm going to go for a Forge and try to get to the next step. Diving forward, Arog, the Mad Lad, takes out both of these Immortals. Does he have the numbers to make this work? Those Zealots tanking really well. Arog's probably going to swap to more defensive Blink Micro now. And indeed he does. But he's got the reinforcements coming in much closer to the action. Those sentries go down here. What a crazy game this is. This is going to turn into a bit of a knife fight. 300 resources, now 400 in favor of Arog. Showtime is the one who's been losing that last trade. You gotta be careful with the Mortals because, like I said, they're not agile. They're really good when they're shooting Stalkers. They're really good when they have a Prism behind to pick them up and ferry them to safety, to dodge projectiles. They're also insanely high-value targets for the Stalkers to blink in and all just target at once. And if they do get caught out, oh, it's so expensive to lose them. They really rely on you kind of building power over time. Yeah, watching Home Story Cup today, guys. Highlight series from Home Story Cup. Welcome, a few people tuning in. Showtime here. He's got to hold position while his Prism tries to get forwards. Both sides purely warp gate focused, neither trying to use the gateway advantage, but I'm surprised we aren't seeing a few more pylons peppered around the edges. The potential kind of counter-attack warp-ins and that sort of stuff. I think those habits are going to take a while for players to build, and especially in an intense game like this. Dark Templar drops in the main. Did he notice it? Uh-oh. There are 2 observers. Where are they? So there's one in the natural. It'll come up pretty quickly. That's a good response. He has 3 Stalkers and an Observer already. And he dives! He dives to the front and kills an Immortal! Massive plays here for Arog. Dude, Arog's a beast. DT gets in. Oh no, he wasn't watching. The DT walks right past. I guess he he moved past with the Observer maybe. Showtime takes out the Warp Prism there of Arog, but his Stalkers are getting jumped on by Zealots for it. I think Showtime might just be dead now. He just threw away his Warp Prism. He's got +1 in charge almost here, but it's not here just yet. That being said, the Warp Prism did go down. Most of Arog's reinforcement will be at home. His Zealot Stalker's doing pretty damn good damage. But he's also cornering himself. You don't really want to lose the Stalkers. The Zealots are expendable. The other ones are not. And I love that move. Does lose one of his Stalkers before recall completes, but I think it's a good choice. Arog needs a 4th, needs a Forge. He's got a Templar Archives. He should be putting back on gas in the main. He's on 4 gases, but his mining's in total chaos right now. You can see, yeah, total chaos on the mining. So Arog feels like he's a player, at least in this matchup against the defensive Showtime, choosing to really not focus on the late game. He wants to be getting ahead right here, right now, and he's still got momentum in this game. I'm shocked he left the Dark Shrine alive this long. Why would you leave the Dark Shrine alive this long? Because now, finally, DTs cannot be built unless Showtime reinvests. Showtime's still got the Prism on the left. But the problem really for Arog is that +2 is getting chronoed. Showtime's building not just Immortals, his Templar Archives is coming up. Showtime will start adding Archons, and as he gets to an Immortal Archon ball, feels like Arog's style is going to fall off in efficiency. Now, he has resaturated his gases, but he's got to transfer from the main. He's got to take a 4th Nexus. He's been a little reticent to do that. He's not rushing in that direction. If he can keep denying like a 4th, look for good Stalker pickoffs, I think he's in an okay spot. Like his Forge is coming in. He's building a cannon in each base in case DTs are left over and do come in, or even just helping against individual Zealots. But it's that +2 for Showtime that he's been constantly chronoing. Which means this next few minutes when it's +2 against 0-0, that's where I think Showtime can start to snowball this game in terms of the trade. So Arog trademark aggressive might actually be playing into Showtime's hand because Showtime's got a cannon battery defensive spot, faster reinforcements here. Arog trying to bully him. Showtime is the one with the upgrades. 1 upgrade advantage right now, soon to be +2 against 0-0 in about 5 seconds. See these two count down on that old 1.4, 1.7 times speed, whatever it is. Stalker's trying to blink back right now. Nexus up on the top right side. 2 more gateways building in the main. It's going to be 10 gates for Arog. Very hard to support 10 gate production, but if you're mostly building Zealot Archon, I can see why you'd be doing it. Now, Archon count's crucial. 4 for Arog, only 2 for Showtime. Mass Zealot for both sides. Archon's hard counter Zealots. You can keep your Archon safe and get hits in the middle of their clumped up Zealots. It really favors the guy with more Archon. So right now, Arog, I would actually argue, has the better comp in if they both A move. But if Showtime keeps his Zealot safe, his 3 Immortals add some really nice ranged firepower. He doesn't have a Warp Prism, so his Archons caught up front could get taken out. Whereas Arog has the Warp Prism that he can always use to ferry his Archons to safety. This is looking like a good fight for Arog. I don't think Showtime should have committed here. Then again, +2 against 0-0. Maybe he should have. That's clearly why he was fighting. He knew he had the upgrade advantage. Arog's Archon Micro is good, but can it make up for +2 attack? +1 finally kicks in during the fight for Arog. But that +2 upgrade advantage might have just been too much to come back from. There are 2 more gateways here as well, but they aren't ready just yet. Zealots warping in a few at a time. He's floating money. It's so close. Showtime doesn't have a warp in point as close. It's a bit further off to the left. His Immortals dancing in and out. The Archon getting low. The Immortals have to stay safe. This is so incredibly close, but these +2 Immortals of Showtime really letting they're adding their weight, adding their just ranged damage, their tankiness to the fight. And this third base going down to be a disaster. The Immortals, they can take it out. 1 more shot. He takes it out. And that puts Arog Fire back in the Stone Age. Sure, Showtime's only on 3 bases mining, but it's the upgrade advantage. It's the ball of Immortals. And you're going back to a base that now doesn't have gases. Showtime, he's got his 2 bases up. He's mining from them. If Showtime can squeeze in a 4th, he's good. And you know what? He's going to spend all of his gas on Archons, which is a massive power boost. This moment of respite adds 4 Archons to go with the 5 Immortals. And that should be a finishing blow. He's even squeezing in an armor upgrade rather than a 4th Nexus, which I disagree with as being the most optimal. But hey, why not? Upgrades have gotten him this far. You might as well keep going at this stage. Archon drop on the right side. Kind of cute for Arog, but don't think that's going to cut it. The better upgraded Immortal Archon does so well in these small fights. Showtime picking away at him, about to overwhelm, saves a few of those low shield Archons. Arog has to tap out. A close game, though. And a game where, once again, Showtime finds himself up against the wall in very difficult circumstances. I really feel like Showtime needs to be punishing Arog. To me, strikes me as a player who's playing very intelligently. He's playing the opponent. He's cutting corners. Showtime doesn't start punishing that. He's gonna. I think he's playing a player with much less experience and probably a bit less multitasking than him. And I think he's giving him an easy path to making these games nail-bitingly difficult. Showtime. Let's see if he can mix it up in game 3. Spoiler alert, guys. I gamble he won't. I think Showtime's cocky enough to go, yeah, I play the exact same way. He can't kill me. I'm Showtime. I don't know. I don't think Showtime's cocky. I think it's just more... I don't want him to change his style. I literally just want to see 2 Adepts squeezed into his build as a counterattack. Like, it doesn't have to be a massive amount, you know? Just a little something to make Arog react to him. Thank you so much, Smooth Scotch. Appreciate the Prime Gaming sub. For those who don't know, did you guys know you can actually support my channel without any money? Type 1 in the chat if you guys have Amazon Prime. Does anyone here have Amazon Prime? Did you guys know this is a thing? So basically, you can not only get same-day delivery and all that other great Amazon stuff while making sure warehouse workers live in the best conditions ever. We love those warehouse workers. No pee breaks for you, peasants. But you can also actually get a free sub each month for it as well. Did you know that? So if we're watching Vibe and we're like, wow, I love Ultralisks. I love watching Ultralisk Vibe. Though actually, I think it's the other guy killing with Ultras. Is it his Ultras or the other guys? I don't even know. He's going to be playing some Mecha Balls, some Mecha Bellum later. It looks like he played his EVZ. It's an Ultra versus Ultra War. Damn, looks like a banger. What if I want to resub and give Vibe some support? We click this button here, guys. You'll notice there's a picture of a crown. It says, get a monthly free sub with Prime. Click sign up there. You can link your Amazon account to your Twitch account by clicking that connect button. And if you already pay for Amazon Prime, you will get a free sub every month. It will not auto renew. You have to actually manually click, hey, I want to subscribe to this streamer each month. But make sure you use that every month. We get the same money we would from a normal sub. You guys get an ad-free experience. You get access to the Pigasaur replay packs you guys can find in the Discord, emotes, whole bunch of other perks, and you get to give me money straight from a billionaire's pocket. So be a miniature version of Robin Hood. Take that $5 out of Jeff Bezos's pocket, give it to me or another streamer of your choice. Do not forget to use that every month. Otherwise, it will sit in their coffers. Tango Whiskey has heard the call. Tango Whiskey B4 with the Prime Gaming sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, mate. If you guys haven't already done that, if you're watching on YouTube, by the way, come over to Twitch. Use that once a month. Even if you're watching on YouTube, give me free money. We appreciate you guys. But yeah, please use it. Surely we've got 600 people watching, 550. I know there's more than one person with an unused Prime sub, guys. I'm just saying. Click the button. Takes you 30 seconds. Costs you no money at all. Make sure you do it. I think the sub count's up to date as well. It says 12 subs today. It looks about right from looking at my alert list. Yeah, it's about 12 subs today. So we've had 12 subs today, guys, and one $5 super chat. We've been live for 5 hours. Let's just say we are on less than McDonald's wage for today. Heads up. We appreciate you guys, but please do support if you can. Also, help us cover this goal so that we can cover next week. Pigasaur, guys. Otherwise, I am not sure if I'll be able to support it.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
I'll probably try to either way, but you know, it'll be hard not to lose money on it. Because we will be away for next week's Pigasaur. Parmigiano, thank you for 35-month resub. Big quads on campus. Ooh, big quads on campus. Dude, do you actually have big quads? And are you on a campus? How the hell did you come up with that name? Were you the dude walking around college, university with just giant quads? Wearing like really tight short shorts? It's such a fantastic name. It's so memorable. Cattle Brews are gifted a sub. Thank you very much. Drago Blue with the 15 months. Oh shit, did we just activate a high train? I think we did. Hey, you got my Bezos box. Thank you, Parmigiano, Big Quads, Tango Whiskey, Drago Blue, Smooth Scotch. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for the Bezos box.
Appreciate the love, man. Big Quads. That's how they go. Cattle Brews are gifted us up to Stormy Shippy as well. Hey, thank you, mate. And to Fozziak. Welcome. Welcome to the Scam Train, friends. Thank you very much for the support. Game 3 between Showtime and Arrow. I'm not going to hold this one up, guys. We appreciate you guys. Please sub, tip, cheer if you can. You know, I want to say a big thanks to you. I'm not going to hold the stream hostage or anything like that. But yeah, please clicking those buttons and I'll give you guys shout outs between the the games, maybe in the games as well. Oh, Mangork, thanks for 100 biddies. Thank you, dude. I saw a clip today, guys, from I think it was a Melbourne train, not a Sydney train like this one. There was a guy, no shoes, and he was lying down in the main section, like right in front of the door of the train. And you know when you you twist your leg from one side and then over the other, like where you're trying to crack your back? It was so he's just lying in the middle of the train carriage and he's just doing that from side to side. And it was so funny. There was like a 50-50 split in the comments where like half were just like, oh my God, these fucking degenerate, homeless, crazy people. What the fuck? The other half were just like, yeah, brother got a back spasm. You got to do what you got to do. Hey, even if it's, if your disc just slipped out of place, sometimes you got to lie down in a public spot and just friggin' try and pop that bad boy back in, don't you? And I'm like, I don't know which side I'm on. He wasn't wearing shoes either. So I don't know. Not wearing shoes on the train. Done that as a teenager, pretty feral, I feel like, but yeah, I don't know. You know, at the same time, I will randomly there's like the bar to hang on the train. I love hanging on those. And then when the train's moving and you kind of swing, it's so good for like, obviously not if it's peak hour or if it's too crowded, but I love just having a little hang, feel the spine decompress. Oh, I'll just hang there, just like swinging like a monkey on the monkey bars on the train for like a good few minutes. Feels good, man. All right, guys, without further delay, let's get into game 3. EGD Showtime, top right, Arog Fire, bottom left. It's washout for the map. And Arog has been aggressive, has skimped on the defenses. Showtime has been the wall. What I want to see Showtime do here, guys, is he is hiding a probe on the map, making sure there's no cheesy business. I want to see that probe build a pylon. And the moment he secures his natural, I want to see 2 adepts warp in and go in Arog's base. Arog is in your face from the start. I really think he'd struggle to deal with that. I think it's such a minor adjustment to Showtime's build. It should be really easy to mix in. I admire how good Showtime's defense has been, but I also think these games have been unnecessarily difficult. And I think right now, he is so focused on playing his perfect game and not making anything difficult for Arog. We'll see what he does to mix it. I like the Dark Shrine in the last game. It wasn't a bad idea. But Arog's scouting came in just in time, right? Like the Hallucinated Phoenix was literally perfectly timed, and he just realized there was something missing. He was like, no Forge, no Robo, only 2 sentries and a couple Stalkers. Like, if there was 3 or 4 sentries, 3 or 4 Stalkers as well, it's like, oh, okay. I know where Showtime's money is being invested, but what he saw was clearly suspicious. Now Showtime's going to go for that Cybercore into second gateway. Cool. There's the second gate and Cybercore both back from the wall off. Problem with this pylon is I guess sometimes if you're trying to fight in a concave, your units do get blocked because Stalkers can't move through this diagonal. But it's not a big deal. Showtime will harass a little bit. Arog's going to go for a little proxy. It looks more just like a hidden second pylon than anything else to me. Like, it doesn't look like it has to be committed there. It could just be a fake out. Keep in mind, there's a lot of gold bases on this map, by the way, like semi-golds. There's a few gold minerals there, a few here, a few up here, a few here. Also, you can actually collapse rock towers on these. So you can collapse this, and it will crush those 3 mineral patches on both sides of the map. You can also do it here. It'll crush these 3. Here, we'll crush these 3. So there's actually rock towers all over the map to crush mineral patches on these bases. So it's actually a very good move if this game's like going on for a long time. If it goes to the mid game, you've got units on the map, you got a double drop or something, go around breaking the rock towers on your opponent's side of the map. It will remove massive amounts of minerals in case it goes to late game. Patches put this mechanic in like a year ago when he started, running this map in a lot of his tournaments. I think I've seen one game where Clem finally took the rock tower down after playing this map about 50 times. Probe does get taken out. Did Showtime see that? Ooh, he does. Okay, so Showtime sees it. It's a quicker nexus for Arog this time, while Showtime is actually the one being aggressive. I like it. I said I wanted to see aggression. Let's see Arog defend for once. Showtime stopped at 23 probes, and he's just going. Now, there is a hallucination coming forward. There is a Nexus. Wait. Is this not aggression? Did Showtime lose his probe? Oh, Showtime's probe died. Wait. He just sent it into scout. Oh, no, it's still full defense for Showtime. Never mind. He just thought Arog was being aggressive, so he was trying to play safe. Can he get that Stalker? Not quite. Oh, his Stalkers might go down if he stays too long. Get some good damage on the battery. He could have stayed in 4 here, actually, maybe. Because the battery was out of juice. The fear, though, is what if there's an energy recharge? The energy recharge is that and you overstay, then you're screwed. Showtime does go a few extra Stalkers. He chronos Warp Gate. But now he's just building units out of these in Gateway form. Oh, is he going to stay Gateway form? Or is it just 1 minute? Because look how fast. Guys, 14 seconds to build a Sentry in Gateway form. They build so quickly. Sentries build insanely fast. Stalkers in just 16 seconds as well. Oh, wow. So he's actually queuing up units on purpose. Showtime is using the change here just temporarily to squeeze a few more units out a little bit quicker while he's gas-starved. He's going to transfer down to that natural. He's down 3 probes, though. Arog gets ahead here, and Arog's the one who's, yeah, blinks a few seconds later. Don't think he cares too much. Hallucination comes in. Might be a little suspicious. See, blinkers being chronoed. Stalker's all over the map. He's looking to make sure there's no way Arog can get far through. Like, look at this map vision. It's like, no surprises. Arog's probe finds the one hole where he can surprise him. Third gateway comes up. Hallucination's going to go around the left side. Forge for either side just yet. Showtime staying on gateway production. You can make a massive army off 2 gate if you just non-stop produce out of these, but it locks you in a defensive standstill until you transform warp gates. That's the one thing he's got to be wary of. Pylon goes up on the front. Showtime moves forward. He does see this hallucination. He'll take care of it. Hallucination darting in and out. So this is going to be, it looks like 4 gates, right? 3? Am I missing a gateway somewhere? No. It's just those 3. So 3 gateways, forward pylon, 3rd Nexus starts. Arog's up in probes. I mean, the problem for Arog right now is look at just how outnumbered he is because Showtime's not making warp gates. He's not wasting money making extra gateways. He's not made a 3rd Nexus. And he's actually got an incredibly scary army coming across this map, which I don't think Arog can stand and stop. Showtime utilizing the gateway production here in game 3. And that's I mean, Arog doesn't have the numbers. He can't possibly hold. Adepts are going to go in. They will cause damage, but because he's rallying units at home, he actually has a Stalker and a Sentry there, all ready to defend. Showtime. He's got Blink available. He's going to try and take out the pylon. Adepts get inside the main. Stalker and Probes will deal with it pretty quickly. Showtime, yeah. He's got Blink ready now. Can he blink back the weak units? Pretty good blinks here for Showtime. The Sentry with the Guardian Shield does save a lot of damage. I think Showtime... pretty decent fight. A lot of these Reddit point Stalkers for Arog just not quite going down. It really makes you want to see Showtime keep committing, but Arog even chases. Oh, I love it. Arog's got a little bit of hero in him. You know when half your Stalkers are 1 hit from death and you blink towards your opponent's green hit point Stalkers and scare them away? That's the attitude difference, right? Showtime is like, oh, I gotta go get life insurance. Arog Fire doesn't just drive an uninsured car. Arog Fire drives a stolen uninsured car. And when you pull Arog Fire over, Arog Fire is like, excuse me, I don't need to answer your questions. They're like, you need to show us your driver's license. He's like, no, I don't need a driver's license. What for? This is my private domicile. This is my home. You have no jurisdiction here. I'm sovereign citizen. Essentially, he's bringing out that sovereign citizen energy. Showtime's out here like, yes, officer, here's my license. Oh, what else would you like to search my car? Crazy. Crazy difference between the two and how they're playing. Arog Fire gets in with 2 Adepts again. The sovereign citizen backstab normally doesn't work out when I watch internet videos of it, but he's getting some decent eco damage here. 14 Stalkers versus 13. A few more warping in. Showtime has now pivoted to full warp gate production. And that's going to allow him to very quickly reinforce the front. I'm not driving, I'm traveling! Right now, Arog Fire has a massive worker advantage, so honestly, he's traveling pretty well, but he's got to be careful. These Stalkers are really damaged, and you can see the army supply is pretty close with Showtime. Grabbing one, almost 2 more Stalkers. It's 6 gates to 4. Dark Shrine coming in is a big play. Robo and Forge are there. But look at this. Pylon on the north. Oh, if he sees that probe, he doesn't see the probe going home. If he saw that, that might remind him, uh-oh. Dark Templar could come in at any moment. Showtime, though, starting to take the edge in these trades. But look at this. The Adepts have been non-stop. This is what I'm talking about. Arog's been so just incessant on getting in his face, keeping things difficult. Showtime's struggling to get his economy up here. He's going to lose another 5 or 6 workers. Really nice play here for Arog, but has Arog started an Observer? Yeah, his first Observer just came out, guys. It's in the main base. It's idle right now. Dark Templar did not get warped in. It looks like Showtime forgot to do that. Showtime's just shoving. Guardian Shield could help out. A few Zealots coming in. It's going to be at 8 gateways soon. 3 more gateways coming up here for Arog. So he's on 6 warp gates. A few Zealots coming forward. Charge is almost there. That Immortal. Oh, bloody beautiful force field. The Immortal gets popped forward there, isolated from the pack. It goes down, and Arog's got a 4th base on the way. Showtime might actually be dead in this game. He's not dead, but he's definitely looking down the barrel of Arog. Arog's ahead in everything except upgrades. There's about a minute, I want to say. What is that? 83 seconds for Showtime's +1.
Thanks for the Bezos
30.
box.
Yeah, it's about a minute lead on the +1 for Showtime. But everything else is behind. He's down about 9 probes. He's forgotten about his Dark Templar tech. He's not used it. I mean, there's observers ready, so fair enough. I think the Dark Templar Shrine may have been spotted. But, oh, denying the 4th would be good. But he wasn't really watching immediately, and that means, oh gosh, he's going to lose 2 Stalkers. Okay, only 1. Not as bad as it could have been. Showtime also thinking about sending Adepts forward. I like that. Sick of just being the defender. Big supply block for Arog, but he gets out of it now. Pylon's finishing. 4th base is there, and of course, Arog's going to be able to transfer down to that base. 9 gateways are up. It's Zealots. It's Templar Archives. And what does Showtime have to contend with this? 24 Blink Stalkers. He has to make a decision now. Does he pivot into Zealots or does he play pure Blink? He's not making Charge. He's going to play Mass Blink. I say that he makes Zealots. He might have just forgotten Charge, guys. He might have just forgotten Charge, which is much worse. If he's consciously playing Mass Blink, it's not too bad. It is a style you can play. Neeb invented that style way back in the day. Showed people how to do it. Mass Stalker comes back. There are Zealots in the north. Showtime cannot afford to lose his 4th base. He's got to defend that, and his Stalkers will get there in time. Units lost time is still about 500-600 in favor of Showtime. Grabs another Zealot there. Almost. Not quite. Arog's micro has been really good. I've really enjoyed Arog's micro. I think he's in his opponent's face. He's adept harassing. His multitasking is being good. Overall APM is actually higher by 20. Both players at almost 500 actions per minute. Kind of makes me doubt that metric meaning anything at all. But yeah, I mean, I know it inflates a bit, but still, I think it is a general idea of how fast these players are playing. The Stalkers are getting caught there for Showtime. He's got to be careful. He's down in supply, man. Even though he's been trading better than Arog, he's got to be careful. Zealots get in, but Cannon, Battery, and a few Stalkers should be able to defend in that natural. This is the stage of the game where Blink Dark Templar and going in with either masses of Zealots or Blink DTs starts to be the more effective counter, but Arog just wants to punch through the front. The Battery Cannon there, he feels like, oh, I might throw the game if I do that. But with no Archons for Showtime, honestly, I think he could overwhelm this front. It's equal upgrades. He's got a gigantic army. He's going to take double Nexus. I feel like if Arog was super decisive here, he might have been able to break him. I mean, it feels like you might throw the game in situations like that, but you got to realize there's no Archons for Showtime right now, which means your Zealots are going to do really well. Dark Templar walks in. Nice micro for Showtime. Grabs 2 probes and then tries to pull out a cannon range, but he actually gets blocked by the warp-in. Unfortunate. Showtime had looked away there. Kind of derped that Dark Templar out. Stayed in range of the cannon. Big thank you, Jonas, Elementalist, everyone else there for the Prime subs. We appreciate you guys very much. Thank you. Those watching live. Showtime maxes out. You'd think he's out of the scariest situation, but he's not. He's still not got Archons. And Archon's just absolutely massacre Mass Zealot. The problem for Arog is Arog's not really expanded his gas either. So Arog's going to come in now. He's got a Zealot drop, but there's cannons in every base. Like, both sides have cannons. It's hard to find an exposed base. Showtime is almost max, but his Zealots get back. And the cannon targeting the prism was very well done. You can see how much damage that prism took. He sieges it up in the corner, thinks about warping in, and then does pull it back, but Warp Prism incredibly fragile. Templar Archives only now coming in here for Showtime. And he's caught up on the max supply now, which is really big. I think Arog's army is not really going anywhere. We don't see like a carrier Tempest transition. Disruptors, I think, is usually peak for this stage against these armies. Get a couple disruptors in there, they can find crazy damage in PvP. One shot all of the basic units. And there we go, that Robo Bay, as well as Mass Gateway coming in for Arog. Both sides on +2, Showtime starts +3. Showtime losing a few Stalkers pretty quickly there. You have to react very fast in these sorts of games. I love the Zealot attack in the north. Few Zealots warping in there for Arog, but they're on move command. Let's lose that fight initially. With, of course, future warp-ins. That'll be an issue. I think with the superior Archon army, you can play defensive now with your main army as Arog. Send much heavier Zealot counters, which he's kind of doing, but it's not as heavy as I'd like. I'd like to see Mass Zealot on the counters, and he's not done that just yet. Bottom Nexus does survive for now. I heal it with the battery. Zealot's going to move in there. The cannon's not fully in range of this fight. Immortal's getting caught out. Showtime's going to lose those. They're not the most useful unit this late in the game anyway. Poor supply for very little damage output. The Zealots, though, running into the Archons. Oh, terrible fight for Showtime. Showtime needs to get out of here. He's still not on Archons. He's making Immortal Zealot, but he's just got no gas. He's not been able to put on the gas yet. And Mass Zealot Stalker's not going to cut it. Not 15 minutes into a game. These 5 Archons. I don't know how much damage they've done. They don't have that many kills, but man, every time they land a hit on those clumped Zealots, it's devastating. That bonus to biological, the splash damage with the small Zealots all clumping up when they charge is huge. It's totally okay for Showtime to be down on workers. You can always drag this back, but you need an efficient supply. The problem is he's on Mass Zealot into Mass Archon. He's making DTs now, but he needs to morph those into Archons. His gas is really, really premium right now. He's going to try and target some of these units down. Does target some of the observers. He's trying to use the DTs in the mix, which is really cute. Holy moly. Has he actually caught him out right now? He gets all the observers, takes out an Immortal there. The Warp Prism's very exposed. The other Immortal goes down. Showtime. YOLO, man. Showtime. But Arog brings back another observer. And it could die. Oh, it's a bit too far away. The Prism goes down. Showtime on the War Hunt right now, chasing him down. Ah, the Observer comes in there, and this time it is the Observers of Showtime that get taken out, and that's actually a good enough hold, I think, for Arog. Yeah, you're down 500 in the resources lost, but you've got base 5, base 6, base 7 will be coming up soon as well, no doubt. Your opponent does not have that. Showtime is broke on 4 bases, and Arog taking care of him here. Would love to see Showtime be a bit more decisive. He played this in a very reactive way, a very defensive way. And I think we saw Arog willing to take a few more risks in this series, be on the front foot. And while Showtime was hard to put away, you can tell Arog was really confident when he was in charge of the game. Really confident when he had map control. Really confident roaming around and constantly sending adepts in. And he danced back and forth really well with Showtime. So a very impressive win here for Arog. And it's now up 80 supply. It should be game over from here. I do like as well. I said, oh, his army's not getting any better. He's not going disruptors. Literally right when I said that, he started the Robo Bay. The disruptors are coming out, which will just be the tiny final cherry on top of the cake to finish this game off. And you can see Showtime trying to warp a few units in there. There's no observers on the front, so the DTs could cause problems, but true desperation. Dark Templar there. Did he get one of the DTs? I'm not sure. I think he might have. Yeah, looks like he got him. Or maybe he attacked them with the Archons? Arog takes the game there. GG's. Guys, did Arog kill the DTs with the Disruptors or the Archons? You see, we got 2 DTs here. Did he get them with the splash of the... Oh, that one just died. Was there... Maybe it was in range of the cannon. Oh, they were both in... Right, the cannon. Wait, no. Right, I'm confused. Does Arog have an observer here that I can't see, guys? There's an observer somewhere. I just can't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay. I was like, it's just really hard to see the observer above the R. Okay, Arog just had an observer, so his units just killed the DTs. Never mind. GG, well played. Really nice play here for Arog, guys. Gets a 2-1 over Showtime and a fantastic PvP victory. Hats off to Arog. GG, well played. That was a good PvP, man. That was a good PvP. I hope you guys enjoyed that one. Thank you, whoever it was who recommended me that one. And... what I really liked about that third game is that Showtime actually played Gateway only and had a massive army off of it, and it actually gave him some really good like late early game, early mid game map control, and was very scary for Arog for a while. I think if Showtime added gases a bit earlier, probably could have been a bit more okay in that game, because Arog's transition wasn't super fast. But yeah, it just took a bit too long. I don't know if there was any cool individual strategy in that. Like, what was there any standout strategy in that series, guys? I'm trying to think. Like, basically, Arog just got in his face, right? It was kind of like he just stayed on top of Showtime, and Showtime was just playing very defensive. My man. Yeah, absolutely, Marty. How you doing, Andras? What's going on, dude? Ah, man. What's going on? All right, guys. What have we done? We actually got a lot of series today. I thought one or two of them would be a bit longer, but they were all actually kind of medium because all best of threes, right? We had a lot of like 30 to 40 minute series today. And we had a 9-minute Rainer Ajumi as well. But most of them were 30 to 40 minutes. It's kind of a nice change to bounce between different series because I normally just, I cast so many semis and finals and best of fives and best of sevens that are like an hour to an hour and a half. It's kind of nice to go, oh, series over before 40 minutes sometimes. That's crazy. It's crazy. Kind of nice to cover more different players as well. It's kind of, I'm kind of bummed that Alaza lost. Oh my god! Poster boy! Holy moly, thank you so much for the love, Poster boy!
Smile.
Smile! Hey, Tams, you learned how to read an emoji. Well done, Tams. It's the first time she's ever read an emoji correctly. Poster boy, thank you for the $213.48. Taking the Pikasaur goal to completion. That means, yeah, 100%. I'll be putting in the money for next week's Pikasaur. Thank you so much for that. I will be away, guys, but make sure you watch Cranky Ducklings, maybe Steadfast Might Cast, Enki, Pachika, Bully, of course. Bulmy Olger's always there. Dave Tester might be there. All the normal people. We appreciate you guys so very much. Smile is such an anticlimax after the alert and value. It's, you know, it's the most generous people who are the most understated Oz Protoss, right? They're always the ones who are just like, they're anonymous or they just drop an emoji and they're like, hey, let's fill that goal. You know, we appreciate you guys very much. Thank you, dude. I was about to have a lunch break, guys. I was thinking, actually, what videos did I put up yesterday? We could show you guys one of our videos we put up yesterday, potentially. Did we put up the wave pool guide on pig coaching? I think that went up yesterday. Let me go take a glance. The wave pool build, guys. If you guys haven't seen the wave pool build, I know it's maybe it's a bit of a dumb name, but it's like waves of aggression. It's such a fun ZVT build. I absolutely adore it. You guys should check this one out. Links in the chat. I might put a tied thing here as well. I think I'm going to create a little Nightbot command and chuck that in the title. But I really love this build. I think this is such a fun way to play if you're sick of being defensive in ZVT. You know what I mean? Yeah, let's do it. New command, ZVT. Drown them with the Zerg wave pool build. Alright, let's see. ZV exclamation mark ZVT. Nathaniel's name. Sick of defending. Drown them with the ZVT wave pool build. It's just wave after wave of stuff for your opponent to deal with. It's really fun. I love it. I think it's great. You guys should check it out. So we chucked that one up yesterday. Let me go see if there's any comments there of people with any like really pressing concerns. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, are you sick of sitting in the corner as a Zerg with the Terran going, oh, deal with my Reapers, deal with my Hellions, deal with my Banshees. Look at me, I'm the guy harassing you all game and you have to react. Well, if you're sick of playing like that, this build's for you. It is the Zerg Wave Pool build. Shout out to Nathanius, who named this one while we were workshopping it in Twitch chat. There are waves of aggression, and they never stop hitting the Terran pretty much from start to finish. Obviously, there are chances if your opponent commits incredibly hard for them to basically... I love these guys. They're like, aren't Terrans the guys who need help with build orders? It's like, I did one video the other day. It was one of my opening videos where I was like, cool, this is how you open. Here's like the Protoss openings for 8 worker. And there was like 2 people like, fuck you. I was like, what? And they're like, how's this gonna help me against Broodlords? And I was like, what? They're like, go search still, Emma. People in the comments are like, guys, you know this is an opening guide, right? Like, they're like, how is this gonna help me with the man? I'm like, it's telling you what supply to build your pylon and your gateway and your nexus on. It's like, I don't know. Guides for all on the way, man. Guides for all on the way. We'll get there. But check it out, guys. I'm going to very quickly grab some food. So you guys check this out. And we might play a few ladder games after that. We'll see how we go. Okay. Wave pool build. Let's go. Wave pool build. All right, so we do the wave pool build as in the title. I'll put that on the video for you guys. I'll play an ad break really quickly. I'm going to grab some food, and I'll be back in a minute, and we can play some games, okay? So check it out, and we'll be RB. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, are you sick of sitting in the corner as a Zerg with the Terran? Sitting in the cuck chair is what I should have said there. Going, oh, deal with my Reapers, deal with my Hellions, deal with my Banshees. Look at me, I'm the guy harassing you all game and you have to react. Well, if you're sick of playing like that, this build's for you. It is the Zerg Wave Pool build. Shout out to Nathanius, who named this one while we were workshopping it in Twitch chat. There are waves of aggression, and they never stop hitting the Terran pretty much from start to finish. Obviously, there are chances if your opponent commits incredibly hard for them to basically put you on the defensive, but it's easier said than done, because we are going to be hitting them with wave after wave, and it's going to be very hard for them to ever get out from underneath our thumb. And that's why this is a really fun build. It's a style which I did many times way back in the day, and I think it's especially annoying for people to deal with on a new patch where people are just figuring out builds. The 8 worker start, I think, makes it a little bit stronger as well. And it should be fun to see how this goes. Now, we've picked the biggest map in the pool out of the 2-player maps because this is the worst map for it. So we're going to try and show you the worst version. Now, I often do a build like this off of a Captain Dickhead opening where I do drone harass and then... That was a misclick. And then I go for hatch first. But we're going to show you a more, I think, emulatable pool first version of the build. That pool probably should be about 2 seconds faster. Normally that should be about 1:07 if you get your build just right. And I guess oh my gosh, sorry, I accidentally set a rally point to my natural. So guys, you are going to see a poorly timed version of the build, because look at that, we've accidentally long distance stripped. Anyway, 16 pool into 17 hatchery into 17 gas is your opening. We'll put that all on screen. You should absolutely be able to get the timings I'm hitting in this game since we've misrallied a few drones. Assuming you're a Diamond Plus player. One more drone, build the extractor. So 16 pool, get that, build one more drone, and then pause on 17 because we want to make 4 Zerglings, okay guys? So 4 Zerglings is going to be the next little bit. We've got 2. Where's the other 2? Okay, there we go. So we've got the 2. That drone can rally there. And you go for a Roach Warren right after those Zerglings. So it's a Roach Warren on 19 there after building those 2 Zerglings. After building the Roach Warren, you actually, believe it or not, build 2 more drones. We also want to put on gas. A little bit slow to put on gas there. Click your lings around the edge of the map to dodge the incoming Reaper. So don't just go on the direct path. You see I've shift clicked them down here to go into the natural. Overlord's coming in. Probably just want to shift click that to the pillar. And we want to build an Overlord behind those 2 drones. So 20 supply Overlord. When that pops, we want to make 5 roaches, okay? Command center's on the low ground. Barracks is there. This all looks standard. So this is all just encouraging us to go in. And I'm just going to shift click my Zergans. I'm not even going to micro them. I'm going to say move there and then attack move, okay? Behind this, we didn't build any queens. Keep in mind, no queens. We've got 3 roaches on the way. We'll build 2 more as that lava becomes available, okay? So we've got 2 lings there. They're going to go after the marine. They don't quite manage to kill it, but that's okay. Where's our roaches? Okay, we were on gas a little bit late, which is why I couldn't quite afford that last roach immediately. And here comes this Reaper, and we can go across the map. Now, behind that, what do we do? Overlord and Queen, guys? Right after your 5 roaches, and then another Overlord. Because you are going to be supply blocked and start squeezing in drones and roaches, okay? Oh, these roaches rallied in the wrong direction. They're going to be a little bit slow. Don't make Ravages. You want to save your gas. We are going to go lair, second gas. So it's 4 lings into 5 roaches, into 2 base muta, back into roaches. And we are going to build more drones, as well as that second queen finally starting that. You see the main saturated, so rally to the natural. And what is the rule for going lair and second gas, you might be wondering? Well, the rule is we need 8 workers on the natural before we do it. So just focus on the roaches for now. Try to get as much damage as you can. Keep mixing in overlords, drones, overlords, drones, overlords. We can run up this ramp and try to do some damage. Now, he's got a bunker, and he's got multiple marines inside, and he's got a tech lab factory. So we ain't going to do nothing. Now, I think we've got about 15 seconds until the cyclone's out. Oh, we got the Reaper. That's nice. He gave us a free kill. Always nice. And we're going to be up to about 8 or 9 workers on the natural now. So let's go lair, second gas. He's lifted his command center. We're going to run away. This Overlord is actually going to go hide, guys. Now, we could try to jump on that cyclone, but I think we're just going to go home. If they've already reacted, they've respected you, they've done this, just pull your Overlords back so you don't give any kills to the enemy cyclone. You might think, is this really achieving anything? It's not a huge amount of direct damage. Now, if you can squeeze a 3rd queen in for a little bit of creep, that is always nice. I'm going to do that now, but it's not a high priority. If you want to go droning first, that's probably the more important thing, to be fair. Now, when do you take your 3rd and 4th gas? Only after we saturate this base. We've got enough drones that are about to saturate it, so you know what? I will do it in a moment. Let's just squeeze 2 more Overlords in. 2 more Overlords, then we can take 3rd and 4th gas and the 3rd hatchery, okay? So I'm going to move over to the 3rd hatch, but I'm not going to take it straight away. Why? Because Spire and Overseer Scout is what has to happen first. The moment the lair's done, Spire, Overseer Scout, that's going to go through the back and see what his follow-up is. Keep droning, keep injecting. So inject, inject, drones, drones, drones. We can put guys on these gases as well. And depending on how much threat you're under, you want to either rush roach speed along with the lair and Overseer, or delay it if you feel safe. I feel like he's been pretty defensive. He could come with like a Marine Cyclone medevac pressure. So we will need to build a few more roaches soon. And that roach speed and more roaches is what we want to adjust based on our fear level. The more afraid we are of our opponent, the more we're going to commit to those earlier. But for now, we're just going to build extra Overlords. So that if I get surprised by an attack, I can quickly build those. Of course, for now, I'll still build 3, 4, maybe... Let's build 4 more roaches. So we'll have 8 roaches on standby. We've got the queens and the roaches can all be pulled together. All my queens are on a defensive hotkey, so if I do need to react in a scramble, we can pull everything. And we want to have at least 500 minerals and gas, so we can build 5 to 6 Mutalisks when the Spire is done. And you can see this is kind of lining up perfectly this game, which is awesome. Oh, we did lose a queen. That's unfortunate. I'll build a new one there. Replace that. All right, we can build 6 Mutalisks, so 5 to 7 mutas, guys. We're going to rally straight to this right side. And then down here, and we're going to fly them in to do damage. Behind this, I think I'm going to build a couple more roaches. We're going to do a very safe version. Let's go 12 roaches for safety. We haven't seen any like serious sign of aggression, but we'll put a few of those in the main in case he drops there. Rest at the 3rd. All else we're doing, drones, overlords, drones, overlords, injects, drones, overlords. Pretty chill. Whoa, okay. Oh, I didn't realize he was going 2 barracks. So he actually blocked my scouting very well. He might be able to kill my 3rd because of that. Let's come over here with the queens and the roaches. The mutas, we don't want to trade our mutalisks. We just want to scare him away. So we've built a few more roaches. We're going to chase him with the roaches and the mutas. We're going to try and focus down one of these medevacs, and we will get it. We don't want to lose them. Let's go double Evo. You're always meant to go roaches behind this. Let's see if we can do some damage. Okay, so we're going to build a few more drones, take the gases. Let's try and get in there. And we're going to try and build some more guys behind it as well. Oh, he gets all of my my Mutalisks. I wasn't expecting him to be out here with so many units. Oh my. Okay, this looks like an all-in, right? How's he got so much armor? We've just droned my third against what appears to be a 2-base all-in. Yeah, he's not even got add-ons on his barracks. This is really bad. So we need to contaminate the factory to block him bringing units across. And I'm actually going to pull my guys back, okay? So my Mutalisks are going to go around for some very light harassment. We're going to make some Ravagers. We're going to quickly try and put guys on gas. Just 2 on each for now. Get 1-1 upgrade started so we're not stuck on 0-0 roaches. And you were always planning to go for a mass 1-1 roach build behind this. But because he's gone so aggressive, we're going to have to do it earlier than normal. Oh, he swapped his buildings, so the Contaminate didn't go off. Okay, he's coming up here, guys. We do need to mass roaches to try and deal with him. I think we might be running into his army, though. Oh, my God. Pull back, pull back. We accidentally let him move past me, which is very bad. Okay, so my Mutalisks are going to go past. They're going to go fly into his base. He's being very aggressive. Terrans hate when you put them on the back foot like this. And you know what? This is where you A-move into the tanks and lose your army. Guys, he's on 2 base. Just go take a new third. I'm still up on workers. I've still got a sick army. I've got 1-1 upgrades on the way. That's going to be a massive power spike. There's no need to micro those Mutalisks or to overcommit and throw the game. So build more Overlords, keep making units. I don't know what his army looks like now. Is he going to kill that creep tumor? No, so he's probably gone to the middle of the map now to rotate, right? And we can catch him! Catch him on the rotation! Let's go! This is huge. Okay, so we can retake that base, and we can just keep massing Roach Ravager because we've got the army up now. And he's going to go for a big attack. He's going to go for a little drop, is he? Okay, I see. We're going to Hail Mary that. Oh, damn it! We didn't quite get it. Oh, it's fine. That's fine. All right, my main's a little undersaturated. My natural's a little undersaturated. Let's make sure these gases have workers on them. And we can play this one out. Yo-Yo's putting up a really good fight, man. This is why I like practicing at someone really gritty like Yo-Yo. He's like, he's not going to give me an easy win. I'm like, oh, I'd like to practice the build. Want to play a custom. I want to do a little guide. And he's like, I'm going to murder you, boy. And I did tell him, play as hard as you can. But there's still no third. And that's kind of the big problem, I think, for him right now. Is without a third, Mass Roach Ravage is kind of impossible to punch through. So I will get 2-2 upgrades, Infestation Pit, because that's always how you can add depth to a Roach Ravager army, is adding either a few Infestors or just going Hive Tech for like Broods or Ultras or something. But I think ideally, now we're at 60 drones, and that's what you want to get. Normally it's about 60, 66. We've got the gases. I guess a few more drones on minerals just to get to the normal 66 3-base saturation number should be good. And we're going to send these guys in like that. The rest of the army here is actually going to just fight here. So these guys are kind of sacrificial. Okay, notice my army just got caught out. But notice we're running in right now. Because I saw that he was actually kind of screwing around a little bit. And we're just doing crazy damage to his economy. Oh, look at this. Okay, so he's actually in my base. I don't know how he got there. I don't have Burrow, unfortunately. I'm going to leave just a few roaches. Just no control group. Dump those and leave them there. And we're just going to keep making Roach Ravager so we can defend his counterattack. Because he's got no economy now, okay? So he kind of has to go. These guys are going to run in here. We did just kill his base there. His eBay, I should say. Trying to bait stims and stuff out of him, see what we can do. Gonna make a few Infestors. He's making a pretty sick army here. Got like a big boy army. What are his upgrades? 0-0. Oh! He's on 0-0. We're almost on 2-2, guys. This is gonna get really bad for him with time. So we're just gonna bait the stim, drop the biles. If he chases through the biles, that's really bad. Have we got 2-2? Almost, we're so close. We'll make a hive as well. Get the extra gas. These roaches are trading so well against Marine Marauder. And we are just in an amazing spot, aren't we? Let's make sure we don't throw our Ravagers away as all. Oh, he's up here. He's pushing. Yeah, he's pushing. Oh, huge. Because remember, we've got 2-2. 2-2 just kicked in. I just heard the upgrade alert. And we surround his army. We managed to take it out. This was an odd game because we got to see a very prolonged 2-base all-in from my opponent. But Roach Ravager is amazing for dealing with 2-base all-ins. And you guys got to see a bit of a banger follow-up to a game, which was meant to be more of a simple, hey, let's get ahead, throw the waves of aggression, and just kind of run away with the game. Ended up turning into a bit more than I expected it. We got a Hive on the way. We can make melee. We can go Broodlord Infestor next. Is a really good way to finish off of this opening. I've still got this squad of Roaches at the home. So if he does counterattack in some way, that's going to be big. You can sometimes even snipe an Orbital with pure Corrosive Bile. So we're going to grab our weak Roaches, heal those by making them into Ravagers. Do we have an Overseer? Yes, we do. That's going to contaminate the factory and then come back to the front. And we are going to actually kill this command center. Okay, so we're going to bring these guys over, run the drones away. Oh, we've got an Infestor there. Do another Fungal. And we can rebuild some of those drones. Not too bad. Let's F2, everything to the front, and win this game. He's just hanging in there. Greatest Buyers coming in. We can build a few Corruptors. Good for shutting down drops like that, but also they're going to turn into Broodlords eventually. And let's just make sure our economy is okay. So let's take a 5th base. Take both gases. 6th base. Take both gases. Oh, I think I just... Okay. Alright, here we go. Roach Ravager Infestor. We're just going to shove up this ramp. I don't think he has enough to... Okay, we're just going to fungal him. We're going to drop some changelings to try and send these up here to get vision. I think we'll just come around that north side then. Okay. There's no way he can defend both sides. You can see we've got the Corruptors in there are really good against the Libs as well. So we can just keep building Roach Ravager. Corruptors will take care of all the Libs. And he's only on +1. So upgrade-wise, we are fine. There was a few moments in this game where I was like, how does he have so much army? How is this so scary? And you could see that it was because he didn't get the upgrades. That's why his army was so scary. But just to review the build order quickly, guys. From that stage, once the mutas are out, your whole goal, normally, if they're building a 3rd command center, they're macroing. They're not trying to do a really decisive counterattack like him. Get your 3rd base saturated while taking double upgrades. Go 1-1 Roach off 3 base and just go for the win off of that. There are things you can do beyond that, like I showed there, but realistically, normally you want to have put your opponent in deep waters with the Roaches. You want to have put your opponent in deep water with the Roaches, with the 4 Zerglings at the start, the Mutalisks, and then with the 1-1 Roach. It's a shame I threw my Mutalisks away there, because if I didn't, they could have gone in, started picking off SCVs, trying to grab Rallying Marines, and just given me a little bit more forwards pressure. Keep in mind, he'd moved his factory, which is why my Overseer didn't contaminate there, but we did send that back in. And I like to always target the factory when I'm playing Roaches because tanks are absolutely everything. He obviously just forgot the upgrade. I think he meant to have +1 weapons with this. Normally that's what you'd have is +1 attack with a 2-base all-in. But because the first all-in, we give up this base, he got a really good position, and I just said there's no reason to throw the game here. Just take a new base. If your opponent's all-in on 2 base, you've got Roach Ravager. Just wait for your upgrades, take a new one, save the drones. It's never worth throwing your army away into a bad angle. He had to cut some real corners to get such a big, scary army into such a good position. If I fight there, I lose the game. If I give up the base, catch him on the retreat like we did, get a bunch of these Marine kills, we're in a good spot. GG's. Really well played by Yo-Yo from a scrappy spot, but obviously a very particular follow-up. Normally, I'd say the game's actually much easier for you when you're doing this build because you just get to flow over him. You're like, yeah, the mutas are here. And they're like, oh, God, I'm not ready for that. And by the time the Roach Ravager hits, usually it's 1-1 upgrade kicks in and you just roll in with a maxed 1-1 army and they just don't have enough to defend their 3rd. Often, if they're defending their 3rd, I'd come with like half my army from here, half my army from here. But even if you just come in all from one side, you'll probably be hitting about 10 minutes a lot of the time with a maxed out army. In this game, obviously, there's more fighting because he's done this 2-base all-in. He's disrupted me, killed my 3rd. Maybe even 9 minutes with a maxed out army. Even though you've done 4 early Zerglings, 5 early Roaches, very quick 2-base Mutalisk, you'd still be surprised how fast you max out just because Roaches just such a cheap, efficient unit to mass. GG's. So we're going to show you guys how to not commit to the build as hard. And I think that's generally going to be a good idea. If your opponent is clearly playing ultra conservative, you just want to chill. Especially, I mean, we are showing you the worst position for this build. At Eternity's Edge is, I believe, the longest rush distance in the map pool outside of getting cross map on the 4-player maps. So usually this is an aggressive build. It's good for small maps, and that's where it's going to thrive. But we're showing you in a weaker environment just to show you can still play it here. Might be a bit more surprising on the bigger map. Maybe a higher chance of your opponent being greedy on the bigger map as well. You never know. So we do the 12 Overlord, we do an extractor trick, get to 13 supply. Nicely done. And let's just make sure our 3rd base, 4th base are all good. 5th base up there, so you can see we can just cycle through our camera locations. And we will go for that 16 pool momentarily. Just make sure your drones are all kind of rallied to different patches, and we'll use one of the existing builders to go up there. Drop that spawning pool, should be down at a minute 7. Maybe half a second late on that, not too big of a deal. We're gonna go for a 17 hatchery up next. So one more drone, guys. One more drone. And you can see as we get closer to 200 minerals, that's when we want to pull a drone down just before about 175 minerals. That's when you pull that. This guy can go replace the guy that just left. Build a hatchery. Center it, set the rally points, build one more drone. 17 gas, build one more drone. So you can see that drone can rally to the gas immediately, right? Because we've already got 16 on minerals. And we're going to save lava because 17, we want to build 4 Zerglings, right? So it's going to be a few seconds. We have to wait a few seconds. So we want to go 4 Zerglings and a Roach Warren. Let's just make sure we build the Zerglings first, so we don't block ourselves. Then the Roach Warren comes down. Doesn't matter. I know you could technically afford the Roach Warren straight away, but it's totally fine. And now we want to build 2 drones. So we want to get back to 20 supply before building the Overlord. It's really important to not... because we need to wait for extra lava from the natural to pop out to get all 5 roaches anyway. Remember, click your lings around the side of the map. This is a big map. It also means we aren't scouting our opponent until after we've committed to the build. We now build the Overlord, and when that Overlord pops, we're going to build lots of roaches. But look at this, guys. No command center on location. So we can pull back our Overlord, and we can go, oh, okay. Now, you could cancel the Roach Warren. I'm not going to do that. What we're going to do instead is we're going to build 1 more Overlord and a Queen. A 2nd Queen. So we've got 2 Queens in Overlord building. And, oh my god. I don't have money for a Spore! Oh, he could have lost that if he wasn't careful. Okay, that's just silly the way he was microing that. Our lings do distract him a little bit, I think. We do manage to keep that alive. Build 1 roach, guys. If you're not going to commit to the roaches, still build 1 roach. I forgot that if the Reaper comes in, you need that roach. Learn from my mistakes. Now, you could go there here. Do not go there. You need 8 drones on the natural before you go there, is the rule I've figured out after reviewing the replay and writing the notes up. So make sure you get 8 drones on the natural, and then you can do it. So now we've got like 4 there, bunch more about to pop out. So we're going to queue up just a few more drones here. That should bring us up to about 10 drones on the natural once they all pop. So now we can go lair and 2nd gas. You can see we're at 27 drones. So lair, 2nd gas can go down. Oh, I accidentally used the wrong drone there. That's fine. We lose 5 minerals. Who cares? It's not the end of the world. Just annoying. Inject. Inject. Yeah. Let's build some more drones. And you can see we're just skipping that roach stage because our opponent played so passive here. Now he's... okay. He has a Cyclone. Of course. He's expecting that roach aggression. So what do we need to build? Well, pull back your Overlords because you don't want to give him free kills. This Overlord's going to run this side and then run around the back. It's going to turn into an Overseer. This Overlord's going to go back. And we want to think about a 3rd base. We do want to think about that 3rd base. But first of all, let's build a few more drones. Let's make a few more roaches in case he comes across the map. He did catch the Overlord, so we're going to build more Overlords to replace it. 4 more Overlords on the way. I know it feels like a lot. Trust me, it's fine. He's building Cyclones. They're not good long-term units. We're still going to build the Spire here. It's only 1 Cyclone. I know Cyclones are kind of good at defending against mutas, but they don't shut it down on their own. So we're going to get the 3rd base. It's a little greedy. Roach speed, probably the higher priority here. And we need to get up to like 6-7 roaches. Now, we probably should have built those roaches a little bit earlier. I'm kind of hoping that he's not going to be too aggressive straight away. We'll see if we get away with it. I'm going to try and fight with the drones here. That was Hellions. And it was a bit of a dive. Tells me he's probably going Hellion Banshee. I really wish I could be Overseer scouting now. Unfortunately, we can't. We'll send an Overseer around the map now to see what's going on. Build just a few more roaches. That'll bring us up to about 7 or 8. We can get this 3rd and 4th gas going as well, okay? So we got 3 more guys on that gas. 3 more guys on this gas. You can see my Spire is up so much faster than if we committed to the roaches. So even though I don't have the 500 minerals and gas just yet, that's okay. Build 1 more Overlord just to make sure we're nowhere near supply blocked. And it's okay for you to not build straight away. Obviously, we want to maximize how quickly we get those mutas out. But if they're not as fast as possible, it's not the end of the world. Putting a few slow zergling spotters out there. We're going to build a 3rd queen here. This queen will become the creep queen. We've got 2 bases full of mining. We can rally to the 3rd. And now... just waiting for that little bit of gas. There we go. 5 Mutalisks. Enough to one-shot our opponent's workers. I say 5 to 7 with the build, but if you're doing the build tight, usually you're not going to have enough gas for that. We're going to build 1 round of drones for the 3rd. More important than that, because I don't know how aggressive my opponent's position is actually to make sure we build lots of Overlords. Now, why do you build Overlords? The reason you build Overlords is because Overlords are flexibility. And, as you can see, we need flexibility, and that is the reason why he is coming for us. Okay? So we are here. We've got the queens. They've stacked some injects. Them and our roaches and our ravagers are going to try and defend. And all we're building is roaches and Overlords and ravagers. Trying to see where he comes from. And you can see we're out here. We got 2, so the Mutalisks are cutting off the reinforce because we saw a turret in his base, okay? We're going to make more Ravagers, just 1 more because we need the gas for everything else, and lots of Overlords, 6 Overlords. I know that sounds crazy because we know he's doing a 2-base push right now. Got to be careful. He's only on 2 gases, and with no 3rd command center, that puts him incredibly well committed, okay? So we're going to keep injecting, keep making Roach Ravager, and it looks like he's returning home, which is awesome. So what are we going to do? Double upgrades. 1 big round of drones for the 3rd. Only 1. If I don't see a 3rd base, still might be an all-in. Looks like an all-in, doesn't it? Yeah, it is. Just keep making Roach Ravager, guys. Okay, so we're going to try and get some creep out here. Make sure your Roach Ravager is kind of out on the map. He's got the tower, that's fine. Keep injecting. Keep putting guys on gas, because gas is going to give us the tech units that we so desperately need. Okay, we've got 1-1 finally started. So we are on kind of like a very basic army, right? Just unupgraded Roach Ravager. Doesn't feel particularly good. But we've got 3 bases on 2. Trying to rally across this map. And he's done a pretty good job of it. Okay, we're going to try and split the army here a bit. Make a few more of these. He's going to push into our arc, which is really good for me. He saw the morphing Ravagers and he thought, oh yeah, let's take advantage of that. I'm now going to split my army into 2 sides. And you can see, even though this is a very aggressive build, he's trying to blind counter me by basically hard countering my early aggression. And then going for his own big 2-base push. But you can see, we've gone for the big flank. We're going to surround this army. I'm going to make sure my mutas are intercepting that drop. Don't eat your own biles. We still haven't got these. Let's take a fourth. But we have it. And that's going to be game. All right, so this is a worst case scenario. Longest map in the pool. Opponents blind countered us by just going high ground CC, immediately going for a Cyclone. Weird position. This is not what your games should normally look like, but we wanted to show you guys basically a stress test situation. Just to kind of go, oh my god, okay, how do we adapt if they're just a friggin' weirdo who's gone for a high ground CC immediately into defensive bunkers on the high ground, Cyclone, this sort of stuff. And remember, the moment we didn't see a command center on the low ground, we already are just like, there's no way I'm committing roaches into that. We were lucky to surround the Reaper. Remember to build that roach early. But remember the rule, once you got 8 drones on your natural lair, second gas, and then just drone up those 2 bases, steadily getting up your 3rd, your 4th gases only after the minerals are fully saturated. Keep that in mind. You can see it's kind of loose that timing because sometimes you'll have to build a bunch more roaches to defend before then. But essentially, once you're full on minerals, you can take the 3rd and 4th gas and the 3rd hatchery. But we want the Spire as quickly as possible. If we're in any threat, or we think there might be threat, roach speed and extra roaches as needed. And you're going to adjust that scale based on your knowledge of like how much safety you need in the matchup. Obviously, it's a very 2-basey build, but it's meant to keep the game smaller, keep your opponent busy dealing with a few Zerglings, then a bunch of roaches, then the Mutalisks, then the rest of it. If they try to limit that interaction like he did, you do just skip the roach pressure. Build a single roach for defense. It's kind of good to have a single roach as well, because then they might see the roach popping out, think you're building more than one roach. But just follow that little follow-up is quite important, I think. So let me just go over this part of the build a little bit more, because it's kind of tricky there. So if we don't build roaches, right, we just build one. We go for 1 roach. We should have started before the queen, but then we start 2 queens and we build a couple of extra overlords. You're always struggling with your supply at this point. But because you're not building many roaches, in this case, it's not as bad as normal. Normally, if you build the 5 roaches, you're straight capped on 32 supply. And you need to just keep building extra overlords to try and get out of that supply block. And then drone as hard as you can. Because you've only got 1 mineral line. You are pretty desperate for minerals. You really do need to prioritize droning this base up. It's something I think a lot of players are so used to 12 workers. They're just used to having more minerals around. And even on 12 workers, and the big weakness for a lot of mid-level players was not saturating this natural quickly enough. With a build like this, where we're purposely delaying that to be more aggressive, it's going to be even more important when we focus on building these drones to build them as quickly as possible. Guys, obviously, the Cyclone hunting down my Overlord was really good. I tried to hide. I thought, oh, he's going to probably bring a flying unit over. In hindsight, my lair was almost finished. So I actually could have just morphed that on the pillar. And then either flown in, or if I see the Cyclone leave, then I could go down south and it would be much faster. Whereas this is a very geriatric getaway. I mean, this is actual game speed. It takes a while to escape. Whereas with an Overseer, you fly south, you're gonna get out of there much quicker. Now, to be fair, he was gonna lift his command center, and he would have killed me either way before that was done. But it's a reminder here, always have an Overseer active. So what I didn't do in these games, and what I would really advise you guys to do, and I'll be doing more as I play this, is don't just make a Spire, make an Overseer. When your lair's done, Spire plus Overseer. In this case, I've got to make it like here and then fly it around the edge of the map so it doesn't die to the Cyclone. You want to have that vision. The earlier that I realized this was a 2-base all-in, the earlier I could have got a quick carapace upgrade, made more Roach Ravager, and I wouldn't have been as pressed up against the wall with my Roach Ravager against his Marine tank push. The earlier you know it's a 2-base push from your opponent, obviously the easier it is to handle that, as there's suddenly no need for you to drone your 3rd up. You just need to mass Roach Ravager, defend the push, and you'll have it in the bag. Check it out, guys. Go give that as many views as you can. I think it's a really good build. Rewatch it. I think it's going to be fun. It's one of the most classic styles I've always taught in Zerg versus Terran, because it's a great way to get aggressive. Put the pressure on your opponent and not being on the back foot. Frozen Tots in the air fry too. They're so good, J-Mag. Aren't they? They're so good, man. They're just insane. Yeah, just exclamation mark ZVT. Sorry, I forgot. I put it wrong in the title. That's my bad. I fixed it. Fixed it now. All right. I don't know if I have energy to really ladder. I'm gonna be laddering in 3 hours time for our sponsored stream. We might just like chill and play some other games. Maybe I'll play like. I think I'll play like a couple Zerg games quickly. I think we'll just do like a couple Zerg games. Mouse gameplay. Set mouse. Enable scroll speed. We're good to go. How does that build work in ZVP? Lower levels, you might be surprised. It might actually be quite decent. I find like probably all the way through to Diamond 3, you'd be surprised how many Protoss players struggle with 4 Zerglings coming across from a pool first and then 5 Roaches walking across. They really shouldn't struggle with it on paper, but in experience they tend to. Yeah. Like the Oracle should pop out not too long after the Roaches arrive, I would imagine. But even without that, they should just be able to wall their base off, and your Roaches can't really get in. It's not exactly a high damage force, but yeah, I'd say for most people they might screw it up. Pro tip: any fries you don't finish, fridge them overnight, mash them up just a little with a fork in the morning, and give them a light pan fry. Mash them up, really paradoxical. Oh, cool. Make a little fry hash. Yum yum. Nice. We could play a little bit of Darkest Dungeon as well. A little bit of Darkest Dungeon maybe. So I think I kind of, it took me a while. At first I was kind of getting annoyed at Darkest Dungeon the first time I was playing. I realized that I think what I was missing was just like stress healing, and like basically dragging fights out is like kind of a necessary mechanic, it feels like. Because I was like, these stress healing things are so slow. Surely it's not, there's no point in doing it. But then I kind of realized how much it was about that. And I was like, oh, you gotta like kill the biggest threats in a fight. And then there's like one little skeleton with like a club left, and you just like let him swing at you for like a minute, for like a few rounds while you play songs, let your dog howl, and heal up your party at the end of fights, which I was not doing. I've started doing that, and that game's been flowing a bit smoother now. Surprised how many high ground CCs have been playing against this style so far. Yeah, I mean, if that's common, just no need to play this style, JMReg. Like, if people are just doing shit openings, just go straight 2-base muter or something like that. Like, you know? If people aren't playing meta, like, at your MMR, just... if you know, I mean, who knows? Maybe it still does good damage for you, but if you're finding, you know, doesn't feel correct for you, just, you know, just play 2-base Mutalisk or something like that. Get a round of Muters out and then go into Roaches afterwards. Just skip the early stuff if you want. My man. Yeah, air fryer is so good. Can't believe I was team no air fryer. To be fair, the reason I was team anti air fryer, guys, is because people are actually really stupid when it comes to explaining what an air fryer is. They're like, it's just a game changer, it's the best. For years I was arguing with people, I was like, you guys are fucking idiots, it's just an oven. And they're just like, well, no, you don't understand, it changes the game. All people needed to say was like, oh yeah, but it has a really, like, it heats up instantly, so it saves you a ton of time. If anyone had said that to me, I'd be like, oh, I get it. But people are like, nah, it makes your fries extra crispy and shit like this. And I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Makes your fucking fries extra crispy. Like, I get it does, but that's not the main attraction. The main attraction is it's like any other fucking hot fan-forced oven that like spreads air well. It just heats up way quicker, which is a great use. Heating up the oven's so annoying. It was just so funny that like I was arguing with my chat for like a year about this, maybe longer. And no one was just like, oh yeah, it's just a really good time saver. It heats up really quick. Everyone was like, yeah, I was like, this is crazy. All right, guys, I haven't really practiced pool first in this matchup, but I've been meaning to. You go there. Thank you. Oh shit, Helix, you're still awake. How you doing? Got that home story got bug? I did go see all my my nephews yesterday. Nephews and I guess I only have one niece. Oh, hello. I had Shuri first, eh? 18 hatch. Alright, we should be saving money for the queen, surely. For the queen! You see, that finishes. We don't quite have 175, but close enough. And then Overlord, I think. I think it's crazy how fast the guy is, the Overlord's on this start. Seems a little bit wild to me. Like, I don't know if Zerg needs this advantage. You know what I mean? I'll take it, but I don't know if they need it. Where do you think his Overlord is? Are we coming over here or something? Is this a good map for 2-base muter? I feel like it's not bad. I've made Ling speed. That's fine. I don't actually want to kill him. Let's go back. I'd like him to just see some Ling sneaking past would be nice. Question, do we build a random spine crawler, guys? I feel like I will. I'm going to make a random spine crawler. Oh, no need for that. He's making a random spine. So why has he got Ling speed then? Dude, trying to understand North American players' ZVZ logic is proper brain damage inducing. So like, yeah. I'm just... It's playing mass upgraded Zergling, which hard counters my style. Shit. Well, this is gonna be rough. This is going to be really rough. Oh shit. Forgot to move. I thought I'd move them down. Apparently not. Yeah, I think we might just be dead. Building spores as well. Okay. And there are barcodes, so we have no idea who we're playing. Fucking hate these guys. Alright. Okay. Got Adrenal, right? Yeah, Adrenal 2-2 is almost here. Okay. He's massing ultras and turtling. Like, that's what I'm saying. Is this guy trolling? Like, this doesn't feel like someone trying to win, you know what I mean? Could be wrong. I don't think anything beats ultras other than ultras, right? And like lurkers, obviously, but neither of us is into that tech.
Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Like, I feel like this guy's just preparing to Nidus me for sure. Something like that, right?
Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Does have the upgrade advantage. Trying to build a hatchery here, which is cute. But I don't think Microbio does anything. Seriously, this is a streamer, yeah? Okay, I might be overcommitting now. Do I have 3-3 yet? +3 Kara never started, so we might actually be in trouble. How are his ultras doing so much more damage than mine, guys? The hell? Or did he actually just focus fire that well there, maybe? I think he's got me. I was a bit too slow to rebuild my ultras there. Spent a bit too much trying to max my economy. I think he had the corner base this whole time as well. Oh no, he doesn't. I think it's just whoever starts attacking first just kills the other really quickly as well. Come on, Spine Crawler. Fuck. How often do you see drones killing Ultralists, guys? That's sick. You got all my production facilities. GG's. Yeah, I thought after holding the first push would just be easy, but I threw all my ultras away on the counter. It's all just about taking efficient fights. If you think about this like Serral would, he just never would have taken the inefficient fight, essentially. Ultras and speedy zones is hilarious, by the way. left him in there. Yeah, the delay on my +3 really hurt me as well. Okay. You guys can all go there. I feel like he can't have that much money. Oh. GG's. Yeah, I was actually in a good spot. He doesn't know, cannot heal out creep. You mean my opponent with bringing the queens? I don't know why the opponent had queens and infestors. I guess he thought I was massing mutas. But yeah, weird player. Very weird player. Yeah, lacking the carapace really hurt in the Zerglings. I should have just used an Ultra to defend my bottom bases a little bit earlier while getting those spines up. And just kept my main Ultra army alive. As long as I took efficient Ultra fights, I had more bases, I think. So that 5th base and then 6th base. And he was struggling to get a 5th up. But I needed to not throw my Ultras away for 1 or 2 more fights to get a tangible advantage. Ew, good luck, have fun. I didn't realize Azure has been playing so much recently. 400, very nice. Australian server. Ah, so rare to play another Aussie these days. Nice to get that Aussie server. We can both micro to our heart's content. We're slow on that drone. Happy Friday from the US. Thank you, Jake Made Cake. Big thanks, Cranky Ducklings, for the raid before. Appreciate you guys. Hope you had a lovely stream over there. What are we playing? ZVT. Oh, let's do the wave pool build. Give it a go. See how it pans out, eh? It's a little bit better if you block the Reaper rotating. Not that it really matters. Delayed my pool a few seconds. Yeah, it's annoying. Not the end of the world. Okay, 2nd base there, 3rd base there, 4th base front. I'm going to build 1 more drone because I'm just slightly late on that hatchery, sending the drone down. So it should be hatchery normally, then I'd build the other drone, then take the gas, and then build 1 more drone. 17 supply, we want to build 4 Zerglings, and a Roach Horn will be delaying our queen, remember. Quite significantly. Four Zerglings. 3 on gas. And I think we decided we wanted to build 2 more drones next, and then an Overlord. Then we build out. Oh, I was meant to be 1 more drone, wasn't I? So these 2 are going to run it on that side. These 2 are just going to chase this. And I guess we forgot to build units, so it is what it is. Okay, 2 roaches, 3, 4 roaches. Nice.
Hive cluster is under attack.
5th roach. Ah, he actually targeted it. Smart. Gonna build some queens. Get the Reaper. Oh, he's distracted. We go there. Build some more drones. We should have had 1 more drone this whole time. I'm gonna pull 2 guys off gas temporarily, just as like a little kind of bonus efficiency thing here. Drones. Go like that. And you can replace that. Alright, now we can rally there. You gotta get 8 drones on your natural before you click lair. Remember, that's the rule. As per the build order. That's only 5. Whoops. Sorry. He's already got a tech lab up, so I don't know about this. Overlord's gonna run this way. These guys are gonna run home. Build more drones, take a second gas, pull back over your Overlord. He's gonna go Cyclone. So you need to get your Overlords out of there. And build more of them. He will get the Overlord. That's okay. He's like reacted pretty heavily, which is why I don't care too much about trying to do more damage there. I'm like, yeah, I think the damage is being done. As long as we keep these 5 roaches alive, of course. Build more drones. Rally there. I think with a little bit of creep, all my queens on the same hotkey, I think we can defend. We'll make roach speed, of course, because when they've reacted this hard, the counter pressure usually hits pretty sharp. Let's get that 3rd base going. I haven't figured out what he's up to yet. We're going to go send that over, Serral. And we're going to get up 2 bases. We're going to build 4 more roaches. You go there. You go there. Go there. Spread a little bit of creep around. And we'll build 2 more Overlords. Okay. Creep on the left. Creep in the middle. 8 roaches plus roach speed coming in should be fine. We're going to have 500 gas soon. See if it's mech. See what it is. So, mute is that way. He's completely trapped in there. Was it mech? Nope. It's 2 bays, then this feels like so many units. Does he really have a 3rd and this many units? If so, that's very impressive. I don't think so. I think he's full 2 base.
forces are under attack.
Didn't even get the kill. Nice. Alright, we're just gonna go hide in the corner. You go there, you go there. Still got some creep out. Lots of overlords.
Forces are under attack.
That was a mistake. I think I should look to trade. See if we can find some damage. Kinda gotta get him before he has like 2-2 or anything, right? Oh, oops. Okay, we got a whole bunch of infestors.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
That's not good.
Mutation complete.
Yeah, let's turn them all into Ravagers. And let's try and do this. Yeah, you can do that.
Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mutation complete. depleted.
Okay.
Mineral mutation. Our forces are under mineral field.
Once Bane speed's closer, we'll consider using that. For now, we're just chilling.
Our forces are under attack.
Spread the creep out, get the map control now. Better late than never.
Metamorphosis complete. Metamorphosis complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mutation complete.
Okay, we got Banelings now, right? We do. Yeah. Okay. This was not very well played by me. I think what we need to do now, let's get rid of these Ravagers. Oh, a bit far back.
Mutation. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
Being very annoying.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
This is very bad play by me. The late game. Normally I finish people so easily. That's why I'm derping it.
Mineral field.
Letting this get dragged out when we should have had it over a while ago. It's alright. Practice is practice.
Is under attack.
Doesn't matter which part of the game it is.
Are under attack. The high cluster is under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
He has like a billion Marauders. GG. He's got me.
Forces are
Threw away too many units, guys. Fucked up. Remember, they always have more armies than you expect now with the way the mining works as well.
our forces are under attack.
GG's.
Our drones are under attack.
Good macro for him. Really bad play by me. We had so many advantages. We threw them all away.
Under attack.
Still these Mutalisks out, funnily enough. Yeah, we let him between our rallies now as well.
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, no, I don't think there's any way.
Cluster is under attack.
thinking about it. Kind of thinking, is there a dream here? I'm the king of really stupid, unnecessary comebacks.
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack.
He's lost all of his medevac units as well, you know, it's not just... All of his air units are really expensive.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. A creature is under attack.
I just realized he killed my infestation.
Our forces are under attack.
Ooh, he's right there, he's right there. He just F2'd.
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, he's got some tanks. Macro's looking really nice. This is the best map for late game Terran as well, so. Some more infestors.
Mineral field depleted. A creature is under attack. A creature is under attack. Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, I think I'm just a bit tired after 6 hours of casting. Like, I normally dislike late game StarCraft in general, so when I'm tired, it's a special level of incompetence.
A creature is under attack. A creature under attack.
Oh, he's gone the heavy lib again. Dude, how do I just never have the units ready for this?
Our drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. A creep tumor is under attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Exhausted. Our forces are under attack. The high cluster is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Why is my control so bad?
A creep tumor is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
So I need actually a lot of lava. Because you want mostly Zerglings against this sort of army where they're
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack.
yeah, you need crazy amounts of lava. That's like my weakest part of my game is keeping my injects up as time goes on.
Cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our
How many workers we got? I think the bases are mining out quick enough now.
Mineral field depleted. A creature is under attack.
But I don't think I'm going to build any more workers. Maybe those will be the last. Yeah, I don't think we want any more than that. Because then it will just be too inefficient. Build a few more ultras. Have I built any vipers? I need to rebuild the vipers.
Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Mineral field depleted. Unacceptable command. Our forces are under attack.
He's going to push my corner.
Mineral field depleted. This our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Unacceptable command. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mineral Our forces are under attack. Mutation complete. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are attack. A creep tumor is under attack. Their speed guides are exhausted. Our forces are under attack. A creep tumor is under attack.
Yes! Ultra Corrupt is really good. Woo! Oh, almost threw that game like 6 times. Hot damn, guys. GG's. He had really good follow through on his late game. He kept surprising me with the massive libs because I was being lazy and not building Vipers. Because we normally don't build Vipers because they don't normally go heavy lib when you've got Corruptors out. But he went heavy lib and I was like, oh shit, I actually need Parasitic Bombs in here to add some anti-air. Well played by him. He kept building tanks all game. He didn't have vehicle weapons, which is good for me. He didn't have any armory upgrades, I think, which saved me. I think if he had like ship upgrades, tank upgrades, I'd probably die long term. But I think I was ahead early, so the fact that he got back into a good spot was like really impressive by him. But managed to just keep rebuilding my economy. The main problem was I just kept not leaving a drop defense squad off on the side. So I should have always had like, you know, 30 Zerglings, a few Banes, and a few Corruptors on one side. GG's. Pig, I'm hooked on the new Frostpunk 2 DLC. Yeah! Wait, so do you actually control battles or you just like send, you build army and you send it and it just like resolves the thing? Like, because I know you meant to, there's like some military production now. I imagine it just resolves as like a story event. Oh man. His first attack, lots of libs happened during time he had no Corruptors, just terrible timing. Yeah, I think I had a few Corruptors, but definitely not many. It was an awkward moment. Yeah, soldiers are resources. It's just macro, no micro. Yeah. Whew. Crazy game though. It was good we kept hitting his production. Remember, that's how you win late game against Terran guys. You got to keep hitting their production. Because they're going to try and focus everything on securing some insanely well-defended strong point. And if you fall into the trap of fighting into that, you will lose. I stole a lot of resources down here, which was pretty sick. Obviously would have liked to steal more. But even though we lose the base, our Lings go in. So we actually find really good trades on his rally point. And that's brilliant. It's so good for us. Probably should have busted this at the same time though. Bit slow to remax over there. So against really Marauder heavy, Ultras actually aren't good, guys. Well, not great. You want like super heavy Zergling. Super duper heavy Zergling. But to do that, you need a ton of lava. Rookie question, would mutas not help with the tanks? No, not late game. Late game, mutas are more of a harassment unit. They're for like going around the flanks and harassing. But at this stage of the game, they're going to have so many missile turrets they can build everywhere. And they should have like the late game upgrades, which he actually didn't have this game, luckily, like building armor and stuff like that. So if he had like building armor and high sec auto tracking, that would diminish their efficiency as well. Could I have gone Broods to siege the right side base in the end? Absolutely, because he actually, he still was building tanks and he didn't have any ghosts or like Vikings or anything. So yeah, getting like 8 Broods would have been really nice for sure. It's just an old team name, and I haven't bothered changing the URL, Tedek, that's all. I'm just Pig, though. I don't go by X5 Pig since a long time. But it's just an old team name, old URL. I just don't want to change all the links everywhere. I'm just too lazy to change. I'm just like, I don't care. Just to, you know. But you can just call me Pig, my friends. This last engagement was very pretty. I really enjoyed this last engagement. That made me happy. It was a very, very efficient engagement. GG's. Whew. What a game, man. I had a 9-kill infester, 9-kill infester, 6-kill infester. He did not really respect the fungal. It is interesting, there's definitely a few moments where the infestors stopping to auto attack meant they were a little bit further back than I thought they would be. And I was like, oh, why aren't you guys in fungal range yet? And I was like, oh. It's not that important to just be maxed all the time. It's obviously helpful if they're hard pushing Larry, you want to spend that money. But if they're just camping, it's okay to leave a bit of supply free and just make sure you build the right units. Like, you're not really trying to force one big fight. Obviously, the downside of not being maxed is if they do shove, you're not ready to fight. That's the downside. But in games like that, I feel like Terran rarely goes for a super committed push, and I'm mostly just chipping at them. Yeah. But, minimal medevac bio play is wild. That's the power of Corruptors, Rajan. I killed all of his medevacs multiple times, so he kind of stopped rebuilding them. Yeah. My man. Dude, late game StarCraft is like the most tiring thing. We're doing a sponsored stream in 2 hours, guys. I think we are done playing StarCraft for now. I think we'll hop back onto StarCraft ladder for that. Let me play a really quick ad break and see what we do now. Give me a sec. We'll BRB. Oh my gosh, we're gonna file down these workers as well. Oh. And fight him they will. Oh my god, 5, 4, 3, storms everywhere, 2, 1, the shade finishes, the storms are there, and Ilias with the storm adept shade combo steals the point. Nick teleports in after the fight's over. Nick teleports after the fight's over. He's like, guys, are we fighting for the point? Are we fighting for the point?
Run.
Saved.
Under attack.
The economy Mr. Ghosty. Do you guys think I could have done that? Map controllers, whoever holds the leash of the intern that rotates maps once a year. Ragnar. You're not wrong. He's going to siege a few libs. The libs are going to do okay against the mutalists. He's got to unsiege these libs. He's got to unsiege all the libs, I believe. Nice spread on the mutas. Is it enough, though? I think the mutalists with the 2-3 upgrades should be able to take them down. But, dude, nice spreads on the mutas to try and minimize their splash damage. He's killing quite a few of these liberators. Is this beyond second vaunted liberator push this game? Mass transfuse going down on those mutalisks. The libs are falling. No way! Oh, Beyond overcommits. He overcommits with his liberators for the second time in.
Now, I just got a whole lot of love.
Ready for pickup?
Talk to me, boss. Where's the hot action? Don't got a whole lot of love. It's go time.
Loud and clear. Light flight's here. Here's your stop. Understood. I heard that.
Oh, micro! Those lurkers getting very low. He's got to flank from more than one side, though. You can't be just covered in like this, I don't think. Can he do it? Can he do it? Those lurkers get stormed. They take a lot of damage. Man, there's just so many lurkers. Rogue is just massing lurkers on the front like a psycho. He's like, nah, man. Nah, mate. Immortal Storm only counters this if you have a sick flank. Good storms. Good storms. Massive engagement comes in right now from two sides. But the lurker count is wild. Can Raynor clear it up? The answer appears to be yes. But how many units will he lose in the process? Those last Immortals are getting hammered down. The Oracles and Zealots coming in from the left will just be barely enough, and he breaks it. Raynor with a stunning engagement to clear up the army. Hey Pig, my friend Stuart is watching your stream. Can you give a shout out to Stupidas? Hey, welcome, Stupid Ass. Thank you very much. I hope you are having a great day, Stupid Ass, and welcome to channel Stu. Or should I call you Mr. Pidass? Either way, got a bit of pizzazz going on. How you doing? This is something where you can go back to early Legacy and like Storm into Tempest and stuff was really big. Oh, that Ghost barely got out of Observer Vision. Snipes a High Templar. Oh, he's gonna get another one, is he? He doesn't have enough for Snipe. Clem just running forward, clicking with his absolutely huge canister rifle. My God, Clem, well endowed with a big canister rifle there. He's gonna take out another one. Oh my God. That Ghost just killed 3 High Templar. Forward, the medevacs do not get out of there, trying to evacuate. And Clem's out of income. He's just got this little army here. He's going to find the last Protoss base with the last 8 probes on it. There's not enough money to rebuild probes or Nexi right now. He loses every probe, which means... No way! Clem just forced to draw. Clem just forced to draw. There are no probes on this. Oh, no, he has enough money to rebuild. He can rebuild probes. He can rebuild probes. There's still 2 Nexi. If he gets rid of the Nexus, if he gets rid of both Nexus, it's a draw. If it gets rid of both Nexus, he can float his buildings and it's a draw. He needs to get rid of both Nexus though. No, don't get distracted by the army. Clem, this is your only condition. Your army is so much weaker, but he doesn't get the Nexus. If Max keeps the Nexus alive, he can rebuild probes and long distance mine. But if he can't keep the Nexus alive, then he will be dead. Clem knows that. He's only got 1 medevac, and Clem not able to get the draw condition there, and he'll have to tap out now. Oh my God, she doesn't see. Is she gonna scan? Oh my God. Oh my gosh. She scans now. Too much? Dude, I mean, you defended your economy. You're still on 83 probes. I feel like Jizzard's way ahead. Oh, Hungry Ultras. Hungry Ultras is playing his favorite game called punching children in the face as they walk past him on their way to school. Oh, my Lord. Guys, and this just tells... Okay, the Protoss government finally sends some people to intervene. You just imagine the underlying racism that threatens, or worse, to creep into the SC2 GOAT discussions. Not cool. Come on, Glakavan. Guys, don't even... Can we just be honest and stop being so politically correct? We all know what people are just fucking... They don't have emotions. They look different to us. They don't speak our language. They're impossible to understand when they try to speak English. They don't speak our language. They don't have emotions. And they're called Finnish people. And we love them anyway. We fucking love them anyway, okay? We love Serral. We loved Elfie back in the day. We loved Wellmu. They're a bit weird. They're a bit different, but they're fucking great, okay? And they're very good at StarCraft, and we're okay with them, okay? We love our Finnish people.
Research completed.
Oh my God. Holy moly. So guys, straight out of Home Story Cup, we do have, here's Eon Blue. All right guys, what's up? All right, I really need to go get some exercise. There's a bit of sun outside. It looks nice. So what we're going to do is we're going to change the stream title to Serral vs. Clem Home Story Cup Finals. Just going to play the video of that, guys, so you guys can check it out. Some pretty fun matches. I'm going to be gone for about an hour and a half. Going to go for a run, have a stretch, get some exercise in. And 2 hours from now is when my sponsored stream starts tonight. We're doing KFC sponsored stream. I want to play a bunch of ladder for that. I don't know what server I'll be able to play on though, so we'll see how we go. if we can play ladder, maybe I'll commentate a bit during it or something like that instead if we can't find good games on the ladder. But yeah, I'm going to go for a jog, and thanks for hanging. I just figure, what's the point in ending the stream if we're just going to restart it? We might as well chuck an entertaining series on. So I hope you guys enjoy, and I'll see you all in a little bit. Thanks for the patience. Grand finals of Home Story Cup. Clem in the bottom right. Oh, he's going to be very upset. He got cross map Fear and Faith in map 1. This is not where you want to spawn on this 4-player map. You want one of the side spawns. I think horizontal might be best, or maybe vertical, but you do not want cross map as a Terran in TVZ here. Now, to be fair, the Zergs, after their first 4 bases, have to stretch out to very far away 5th bases all the way out here, right? That's pretty tough for them. But for Terran, how do you ever get past your 4 bases? I do not know. I mean, it is absolutely so hard to cross the middle of this map. Lots of big wide open areas where Zerg Army's going to love to engage. And of course, it's also the patch where a lot of people have said Zerg is super powerful, super broken. That being said, this week we had a hotfix nerfed Zerg Lava. Oh, sorry guys, one thing. I just forgot. I've not turned off the event on Team Liquid. So, my bad. I just realized I should have turned that off like an hour ago. Looks like all this is off as well. But I don't know if the other events are finished or not, so I'll just leave those up. Sorry. But at the same time, it also nerfed the Reaper build time. I think a Reaper build here would suck. I think Command Center First is the best build on this map. I think this is also the best spawn, best map for a battle mech style. Because you can sit on 4 bases with battle mech for a very long time, have some good mobile harassment. It can be a little hard to directly push across the map, but I think battle mech and non-Reaper openings are the best way to optimize for the bigger 4-player maps personally. You can also do like a barracks with a few Marines, try to snipe Overlords, but I don't think a Reaper, especially, remember, Reapers got nerfed by 2 seconds on their build time, and it's a 4-player map. I think a Reaper is going to be a near worthless investment, but Clem's going to go for it. I think the reason this costs a lot more than on the 12-worker start is notice he's at only 11 or 10 workers mining. He is speed mining there. He's doing some shift clicks to boost, but you do give up a lot more mineral mining to get that early Reaper out. Also, his gas is mistimed, so his Reaper's not going to be able to start straight away. So a slightly mistimed build order here for Clem to start the finals up against the Hatch gas pool of Serral. And this looks like it was a... Guys, that was... Wait, what is this? Build order for Serral. Oh, it's a pool first. Okay. I was like, how is his pool already finished? I thought he went hatchery first. I was like, that is such a fast spawning pool. But of course, it is because he went 16 spawning pool before hatchery, which is a very safe opening and quite solid as well. Probably the most one-size-fits-all opening right now against Terran and Zerg, even though against Protoss people do prefer hatch first. So I will have to do a new opening guide soon talking about that, but my eyes just on how this goes. I mean, the fact that Clem's even in the finals, I think, surprises some people. He's such a gifted player. He's such a freak, but a lot of Terrans have been saying this matchup specifically feels very awkward on the new patch. I'm not too sure about TVP. I haven't seen too much TVP, but we'll see how both players play it out. Serral, of course, is a wizard. A player who's fought here from the lower bracket, by the way. He lost to Raynor in the upper bracket, so he's had to fight his way. Clem has not lost a series yet. There will be a bracket reset. If Clem wins this series, it's over. If Serral wins, he'll knock Clem to the lower bracket, and he'll have to win another best of 3 to win the entire tournament. All right, apologies, guys. Just had to turn off that Brazilian Dynasty logo. We were casting some Age of Empires before. This is not the Brazilian Dynasty. This is Home Story Cup. But what can I say? I'm a professional, and I'm not restarting the commentary because we're already 3 minutes into the game. It is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. This here is a professional one-man show, and it is what it is. All right, Reaper's dancing around. Third Command Center goes up. So it's a very early third Command Center. Remember, if you want to go third Command Center and go for either a starport or a second barracks, your factory cannot produce Hellions early. You do not have enough minerals to do everything at once. Clem, prioritizing his income, and that Reaper, of course, just going to keep Serral pinned on 2 bases for a little bit. Now, Serral does go lair. No second gas just yet. There we go. Second and third gas goes down. So this looks like a 2-base muta setup. I do think 2-base muta is so good on the new patch. And I've been waiting to see an intelligent Zerg actually play it in a pro tournament. And it's well, we've got the proest of matches, the hardest opponent, and the most intelligent Zerg in the world, Serral. So we'll see what he does. He's thinking about a Baneling Nest, but he changes his mind. He decides third base first. But that will be blocked by the Reaper. No, it won't. Clem, a little slow to react there. Didn't spot it in time. 2 Hellions are coming forward, so it's just 2 Hellions, 1 Reaper into a 2-1-1. This is Clem's old favorite build, the 3cc 2-1-1. So 3 commands and is very economic into 2 barracks, 1 factory, 1 starport. He'll get 16 Marines, 2 medevacs, and stim upgrade all lined up. And that's going to be amazing against early mutas because Marines can shoot up, very mobile, you can push, you can force the Zerg to make some more Zerglings and Banelings. Whereas if you let the Zerg just pin you in your base with their Mutalisks, you're going to end up falling behind in income. The Zerg's going to cover the map in creep spread. It's going to be a nightmare. So I think Serral, he's feeling good about his economy and his tech, but he will have to walk a little bit of a tightrope to probably defend the double medevac of Marines that'll, I guess, be probably moving out just as his Mutalisks are leaving the base. I mean, it could be kind of weird because if Clem doesn't realize it's Mutalisks, obviously he could take big damage, but I mean, it's so obvious, right? You've seen a delayed third. You know Serral's on 2 base. Surely Mutalisks are on his mind. I've got to imagine this is a common build order on the new patch. Alien Reaper rotating around. I've not been following the new patch too closely this last week, guys, not gonna lie. Took a few days off, much needed break after the insane hours I've been streaming. But I've been spamming aggressive builds, lots of Zerg, 2 base mutas, early Hydra pushes against Protoss, really trying to do a lot of things off of that 2 base tech and punish people for kind of, a lot of people are still just default fast third base, fast fourth base, lots of workers. And I do feel like there's a lot of vulnerabilities for players leaving themselves wide open. If you are willing to just commit to that tech, get in there and really cause a lot of a disruption. Now, Serral, he's got 7 mutas out, 8 minutes, 6 minutes, and his third still fully mining. His economy is sick. He's got mutas out and his third is mining. I mean, that's very powerful. And Clem, he's going to go over there, tries to find the Overlord, but I think it gets to safety. Indeed, it does. Marines can't quite reach it. Overseer's on this side as well. I think he's waiting to contaminate either the factory or the starport, or maybe an engineering bay if he finds it. Engineering bays are behind. You need 125 to contaminate with the Overseer, which will freeze production temporarily on an enemy building. Mutalisks not quite able to get the Widowmine before it burrows, but he can bring the Overseer to finish it off. Remember, Widowmines fire faster now, guys. I didn't mention that yet. That's one of the big changes in this last patch. So the Widowmines will fire faster now. I have not seen this in pro dynamic ZVT matches yet. It should make the Widowmines a little more brutal to deal with, a little bit harder to friendly fire yourself with them as well. Factory does get contaminated. Overseer tanks the first Widowmine shot. The Mutalisks target it while it is recharging. Linkbane timing attack coming in. Guys, Serral's going for an attack. He's committing to a big Linkbane attack. He's not got Evo chambers yet. Linkbane gathering together. 1-1 upgrades only halfway done. If he can hit before Clem's upgrades finish, get a big economy damage, it'll be huge. If he can get some Banes in the natural, Banes in the third mineral line, or if he can connect with his Marines. Here we go, Clem in the open. Oh, a huge misstep for Clem. A ton of Marines get caught on the corner between those bases. This is not the sort of play you expect from Serral. Serral is normally such a defensive player, such a macro god. But look at that. The Banelings are zoning him, and as long as he doesn't let those SCVs escape, this is a disaster for Clem. The SCV is trying to get back to the high ground. The Widowmine does fire very quickly, but he's just not got enough Marines. The massive Banelings roll in. Clem gets overwhelmed, and Serral with a decisive game 1. All right, guys, going into game 2. Serral in the bottom right side of the map. It's Rorschach, a dominant win in game 1. And I'm so curious to see is Clem going to mix in, do you think, any 2 base aggressive builds? It does feel like the Zerg economy gets a little bit out of control, but very defensive opening in map 1. It was also a nightmare spawn. On this map, Terran can expand towards the opponent. Take your third here, 4th on this base maybe even, or even on this gold towards the bottom, and you can push through the watchtower towards Zerg on this bottom side. Serral, on the other hand, is going to want to expand in a straight line. He's going to want to go up north to this 3rd, this 4th, and often you'll actually see Zergs take this 5th in the middle, top middle of the map, as their gold base, 5th base. So you kind of, as Terran pushes towards the Zerg, Zerg expands along the top away from the Terran, trying to put as much space between them as the Terran. Between them and the Terran as possible. Now, interesting, this is 16 hatchery. I thought 15 hatchery was a little more efficient, but hello? Serral. Has he figured something out? Is he going to go 18 gas, 17 pool after that, I wonder? Because I think if you're going Omega greedy and doing 18 gas, 17 pool, 16 hatch might time out so that the spawning pool finishes with the 2 hatcheries. But I think this is incredibly dangerous if your opponent's cut workers to get an early Reaper. Now, it once again doesn't feel like Clem's going to have 50 gas for the barracks, and one has to question this build order for Clem. Guys, is Clem messing his build order up? What's going on here? I don't think I've had a single game where I wasn't able to start a Reaper when the barracks finished. Very odd. It seems like Clem cut a supply to get his barracks started, but didn't get his gas started early enough. Very odd. Gas is on the way. It was pool before gas still. You can see the pool still went down ahead of time. Pool starting 31 seconds ago, about 137. So it looks like a standard 16 pool. This is really interesting because that Reaper does not feel early. Remember, Reapers are also delayed 2 seconds on this patch. I don't know. I really just dislike Reaper openings in general. On this patch, they don't feel amazing to me. This is very first impressions. I'm not here from a position of authority saying Clem's wrong for doing this opening, but to me, it feels like he's not even optimizing the Reaper timing because his barracks is delayed. Reaper build time's been nerfed, so the Reaper's later than ever. And it just feels a little bit awkward of a start for Clem, where I don't feel he's maybe leaning into the advantages the way he could, but I know a lot of Zergs were complaining, a lot of Protoss complaining, oh, Reaper gets there too early. I personally, if you guys watched my patch video, maybe you did, maybe you didn't, I was talking about how I actually don't think you needed to nerf Reaper or Adept build time. I could be wrong on that. Nothing's set in stone. I don't have any super firm opinions, but did feel a bit unnecessary. Reaper gets 1 Zergling. He does force 6 Lings out of Serral, which I guess is decent, but all of this does delay the command center a fair amount. And if you wanted to play 3 command centers anyway, it does feel like the Zergs are willing to just chill on 2 base, right? 2 workers on gas. No need to rush an early third. Just get your 2 bases up. And will Serral go for a lair when he hits 100 gas again, like that last game? I mean, it would be a little bit later than the last game, I think. But I still have a feeling he's very likely to do that. For now, though, non-stop drones, saturating these 2 bases as quickly as possible. And it's going to be, yet again, a 3cc 2-on-1. Clem's going to do the exact same build as the last game. So just a light Reaper harass into that, up against, once again, nice fast lair for Serral. Serral's got those 2 mineral lines up. You're going to see him take a 2nd and 3rd gas. This is the exact same build orders. Holy moly, guys. These are the best mechanical players in the world, and they do love, when they find something that works, to repeat it over and over again in the opening stage, especially on a new patch. And it feels like we're getting to see build order wars right now. Clem says 3cc 2-on-1, exact same build as pre-patch. Serral says, this is a new build. I'm going to play 2-base muta. Let's see which one wins out this time. On a smaller map, not as big. And Clem obviously not wanting to get those Marines caught on the corner moving out to the 3rd like on the last map. It's also just a much better 3rd to defend for Terran over here. So I think he's got more opportunities. But I do think the Reaper in the Hellion kind of hasn't really achieved anything. And I think there's room to be very greedy against this opening from Serral. But Link counter's going to come in. There's nothing at home to defend. That's unfortunate. He's got a few Marines on the ramp. I guess they could pull down. He's got to be quick on the SCVs, though. Already 1. That's 2 SCVs. Lovely snipes there for Serral. He goes for the 3rd. Greedy boy. And Clem with a quick enough reaction. Only loses 2 workers. Well played. Hellion's going to try and catch these Zerglings on the retreat. They will take out 1 or 2. Serral does not blink. Doesn't care about losing 1 or 2 Lings. Oh, he sets up an ambush. Oh, Clem not watching. Massive ambush from the high ground. Clem getting too cocky. Just assuming that Serral was just being greedy here. Didn't have any other units. He just blind chases. He does grab 2 Zerglings before the Reaper goes down. That's very Clem-coded. Just identifying. He's like, this is going to die anyway. Quickly. Target those 2 Zerglings. Grabs the kills before falling. Spire's almost finished. Bane speed's almost halfway done. Serral gets that extra SCV for 2 Lings. Well worth. Spire's almost there. 3rd barracks does come in now. I'd love to see... I wonder how 2-base play does against this. Because I wonder if you can make it hard for Zerg to drone their 3rd. If rather than playing the early 3rd command center, you play something more aggressive. You know, Clem, of course, has been playing for a long time where speedrunning to 3 bases is the best way to play. And he's made this build look amazing on 12 worker start. But I'm wondering if he's giving Serral a bit too much control over the map. And if now with the 8 worker start, the changed minerals, is he not getting as much of a payoff for that 3rd command center compared to maybe getting forward on the map earlier? Now, he is going to get forward again. The mutas are almost here. He's got to be really careful to not overextend because the mutas can stop you from running away. They can shoot down the medevacs that normally are your insurance in a game like this. Turrets are going down, I'd say right on time. They're going to finish just after the Mutalisks have popped out of these bases, and I think that's perfect, right? About 20 seconds before they're technically needed, I guess, but better safe than sorry. It's impossible to know the exact timing those mutas are coming. Carapace, +1, Burrow, and Flyer attack on the way. Clem's going to have to deal with Burrowed Banelings. Serral realizing map control is going to be there for Zerg, and that gives you a chance to burrow those Zergling or those Baneling traps all around the map. You could also put Zergling spotters just to see whenever the Terran moves out. Give you that early warning. Most Terrans aren't going to invest in a Raven. 4th and 5th barracks on the way. Clem with a few Marines in the main. I'd say he's very well established so far. Almost gets a Mutalisk. Not, oh, he did. He got one. Got one Mutalisk. Almost got two, actually. Now, Serral's fully droned his 3rd. After the previous game, where he played so aggressive, isn't this such an intelligent play for Serral, guys? Last game, at this point, massive Link Bane with no upgrades was rolling in and killing him. This time, that's not happening. Now, Clem's building siege tanks. Siege tanks are countered by Mutalisk play. You want to play Widow Mines and then add a Thor or two against Mutas. So this is a very odd choice for Clem, and I think it's because he's worried about a big Link Bane attack. This is a poke, though. This is not a real attack. But Serral's kind of making it feel the same as the previous game. Look how paranoid Clem is. He's really playing around Clem's expectations, and now that he's got Clem pushed back, 7 more workers on the way, he's going to rally to the top right side base. I'd love a macro hatch, maybe a 5th hatchery either here or, like I said, up on the gold base is the more common expansion path for Zerg. Would be great. Serral working his way forwards. He's keeping Terran pinned on that side. 1-1 upgrades will kick in for Terran just seconds before Carapace comes in. Armory's finished as well, so he's ready to go to that next step. Widow Mine production is now started, so yeah, it was 3 tanks for safety. Oh, Clem, was that 2 more Mutalisks get caught. Really good cleanups, but even though Serral only has 4 queens, look at his creep. It's actually getting out reasonably far. Remember, creep spread has been slowed down a little bit on this patch, but it also means it recedes a little bit slower. Oh my gosh. Clem always zoning out this edge so well. Serral sees the Marines, turns around, but what is this? Oh, this is a tiny army in the middle of no man's land. I don't like this at all. This is a crazy attack, and oh! Serral grabs his whole army. Clem, caught on the map, loses a double drop. Oh my gosh, how many Mutalisks did he snipe? He only got like 1 or 2 more Mutalisks for 2 medevacs worth of Marines. His main base is very vulnerable on the production. He doesn't have any turrets here. He's going to try and come forwards. He's got that 4th command center, which he can march towards the Zerg. Keep in mind, Serral does not have any sort of hive on the way. Oh, the single Marine denies the 5th base on the gold. Serral has to just take it down the bottom. Probably send another drone to the north. Oh, Burrowed Banelings get caught. Okay, at least Clem knows about the Burrowed Banelings now. He's going to keep scanning, clearing the creep up in the middle. It's not a crazy amount of map control for Serral. Serral's not on the way to hive just yet. But Clem's going to be getting antsy, and I actually think Clem needs to be very careful in this fight. I don't think he needs to force an engagement. Look at the supply. As much map control as there was for Zerg, there's not that much creep spread. There's no hive on the way, which means Terran going now to 7 barracks. He'll add Marauders. He's got vehicle weapons upgrades. This looks good for Clem the longer this goes. Oh, hello. I did not realize those were there, guys. Those Marines on hold position right there is maybe not hold position, but just stop there. They're kind of the fallback Marines. Serral not watching as they do step over, misses the opportunity. Serral's going to go for a counterattack. Mutas and Zerglings going across the map. I love to see it. Too many players, when they play Mutas, only ever counterattack with the Mutas, and they never use the Ling Bane. If you bring the Zerglings and the Banelings, it's so much harder for Terran to deal with. Look at how fast this army is. Jumps on top, breaks through the rally point. A vicious move for Serral. And you can see on the map, Clem's entire army is trying to come home. Widowmine did take out a Mutalisk, got some good splash. He actually didn't kill that many workers, but I still think this is a crazy amount of damage. Infrastructure, depots, gases, massive mining time. So many Marines that went down on the rally as well. He's just going to try and attack the turret there. He realizes, yeah, maybe not. I don't really want to throw all these Mutalisks away. And he does want to save all of these red hit point Mutalisks if he can. Somehow only 2 of these SCVs went down. I don't even know how that's possible, but apparently it is. Widow Mines are in the middle. Got to be careful. Good splits there for Serral. He's got a few burrowed Zerglings in the natural he can unburrow later. A few down here also that are outside of turret range. The supply does not look that bad for Clem. You got to realize you have more of a tail on your income. A lot of our game sense from 12 workers says, oh god, I got to be attacking his Terran. I can't let him expand. But if you look at this, Serral's only on 4 bases mining. He doesn't have a 5th or 6th base with any workers on it. It's similar workers. Upgrades are now slightly ahead for Terran since he has that +2 upgrade advantage. But look at this. Unburrowing Zerglings into the expansions. Mutas are going to join in the main as well. Going to go for that missile turret with the Zerglings there assisting. Lovely move there for Serral with the +2 Mutalisks blasting down that turret in the main. The Thor on its own, Thor does not do well against Mutalisks. It needs a lot of Marines and Widow Mines as well. Clem will clean up the northern base, but his production is being breached yet again. That's going to make things really tough for the Terran. Doesn't like defending like this. He wants to be way more active on the map. But oh no! SCVs! I don't know if that was a misclick or what. A bunch of SCVs transferring underneath there, really struggling. The Widow Mines do fire much quicker now, remember. About 0.22 seconds faster from them tracking a target to them shooting their payload. But those 21 worker kills are really going to help. Clem is desperate to punish Serral. He's not able to. Serral spots it. He'll only lose an Overseer. Which is perfectly fine for the Zerg, who's now got Ultra Cavern, +3 Carapace, Adrenal Glands, Flyer Carapace. So he's got all the upgrades to swap into a more generic ground army. He's got a few burrowed Zerglings peppered around the map. Some Zerglings up here, though there is a planetary on that 4th. You can see how Clem's being forced into a slightly more defensive 4th base setup. A lot of Terrans would have liked this forward 5th there, or maybe down the bottom. Oh, burrowed Banelings. Oh my gosh, that's a lot of Marine corpses. It looks like it killed at least 8 Marines, maybe even more. The Widow Mine is retargeting there. Serral tried to defuse it, but Clem quickly changed targets to one of the Zerglings that wasn't dragging that shot away. He sees the Hive. He knows the Ultra Cavern's just about to finish, but the Lingbane counterattacks are where it's at. Serral does not want to fight on Clem's terms. He wants to counterattack, he wants to bust in, and the Mutas, oh no, Serral not watching! Serral not watching, and he throws away a lot of Mutalisks. Back on the front though, the Marines there trying to pick up into these medevacs. They will pull away. Serral trying to dive in on all sides. He's kind of ambushing Clem, where Clem's not quite looking and not quite ready to deal with it, and you can see Serral is playing a very clean game here. This is a really, really nice game for Serral. He's not letting Clem dictate. And now, as Clem forces the push, is he ready to fight? I don't think Serral should be. I think Serral should still back away and give this base up. But he's only on 4 bases if he gives this up. And, oh, it's so awkward, though. Look at that tank mine positioning. Beautiful line of tanks and mines. Now, Clem is already anticipating the counterattack. Look at this. Half of his army has gone home. He's already given up the frontal push because he knows Serral's being very elusive today. He's counterattacking. He's all over the place. But look, Serral is getting ready to ambush him. He sees the army coming back now. He's thinking about jumping on it, but instead he splits the army. Half goes north, half goes south. The split Terran army does get ambushed by these units, but there's not enough Banelings to really overwhelm it. Serral just pushes him back, and then he pulls back himself. We'll need to morph more Banelings up there if he wants to go for this. Baneling tries to burrow, does get sniped before it can get the burrow complete. Serral's only on 4 bases. The longer this goes, the worse this looks for Serral in that regard, but the 4th base is only now rebuilt. So actually, Clem's income is definitely not as high as he would like either. Big army supply lead for Clem. Can he turn it into anything? It's 3-3 against 2-3. Gets an Ultralisk and a Queen that pop out. Hatchery's going to go down. Big Link counter attack. Not going to find anything. The Widow Mines will quickly burrow. Take out a few of these Zerglings. SCVs quickly running away. That was a lovely Widow Mine. Same time, a drop goes into the main base, but it looks like it will be cleaned up. Nice defense for Serral. A lot going on. These guys are the fastest players in the world. Well, people would say Raynor is up there with Clem as probably the 2 fastest, but Clem is, I think, by far the quickest in the world. I mean, maybe not by far, but definitely it feels that way when you are playing against him. He is an absolute freak with the multitasking, but Serral knows it's much harder to react than it is to be going first, so the more you can keep him pinned on his side of the map, the more effective the Zerg army could be. Infestors have only just begun, though, and without Infestors, he can't really punish Clem for balling his army up, unless Clem comes a little bit too deep, which he's not really willing to. The Ultra Bane runs forward. Clem's micro is really good, though. Good pullback micro. The Banelings all go down. The Ultras trying to deal with these Ultras. And look at that. The Widow Mines do get good shots. The Ultras are heavily damaged. Mutas dancing around in the main base, finding a bit of damage. He's going to fly over it. Oh! Boom, boom, baby! Widow Mines and turrets blast those Mutalisks. And that is a devastating blow. Serral's bank is gone. But these Ultras still holding on for now. He needs to defend this base. This is Serral's 5th base and his only 5th base at that.
I worry, though, that with how clumped the Clem bio is, one good fungal could ruin his day, and he's going to go for a drop here. If he doesn't spot the Infestor, and the Infestor fungals the units, they will not be able to pick back up into the medevacs, and that's why this is a very good unload. On the other side, he's going to deny yet another hatchery, it looks like. If he just targets it, he can easily kill that hatchery. But he doesn't target it, goes for an Ultralisk. He tries to move north. Here comes the fungal. He's going to drop on top of the Infestors. The mad dog that he is. Clem tries to drop on top of the Infestors, but he's got a full medevac that goes down with the fungal. Corruptors now coming in as well. Another medevac with units inside it could go down. This is a lot of units falling for Clem. Clem needs to pull back, lick his wounds, and gather his army together. He's got ghosts, but he just EMP'd a Corruptor, guys, and that is not the correct button. EMP is to deny energy from spellcasters. It is not going to do anything against units that don't have energy. Fifth base is now established on the bottom, but it is an orbital command center. It means it's very vulnerable to future attacks. There are still a dozen Widow Mines spread through the middle here, which you'd love to either pull back with your army or have a fight over in the near future. Sending a few Zerglings forward. Serral trying to defuse these Widow Mines, but what a small army. Just a few Marauders, Mines, and Ghosts here trying to take this fight. The Widow Mines landing a few pretty good shots. The rest of the Widow Mines are mostly fired, though, now. A few Ghosts get caught up front. The bio falling back. You have to watch out for the Infestors. That Infestor got F2'd into the fight. Does get taken down there. The bio coming forwards. Clem fighting like an absolute beast, but the Infestors, if they land a fungal, your bio will be trapped. He's getting dangerously close. The fungal clips only 4 Marines. Definitely not the fungal Serral was looking for, but he's going to burrow one Infestor, loop around the scan. Does not want to go into that scan where he's going to be spotted. The bio going to start to heal. Clem's on 5 base. Serral has his 5th base mining here, but he also has a 6th base mining up top, and that is a problem now, where Clem is going to feel a little bit more pressure to get going, but he's got to watch out for the Infestors. I'm telling you, one big fungal from the side could ruin everything. Widowmine just killed 6 drones up the top. Very nicely done. That Infestor is still behind this army, but it's going to die very quickly to the Widowmine when it unburrows. The Marauder spread is huge. Beautiful army setup here for Clem, but watch out for that fungal from behind. Serral's Infestor's too close. He needs to get some distance so it doesn't instantly die, but now it gets the distance. It pops up, lands the fungal. More Infestors, Ultras, and the Corruptors taking down the Medevacs. The Medevacs are meant to be the way out of here, but the Medevacs are all going down. The Infestor comes forward. Another fungal does land. More Marines come forward, but not that many Marauders. And the Ultras are chomping down. Their splash damage is absolutely crazy. The Ultras, a lot of people go, oh, Ultras are bad. You build Ultras when you want to lose. I am glad the last few years has taught people how wrong they were. You pair the Ultras with Lings, Banes, Corruptors, and Infestors, and they become the chunkiest of boys, the goodest of boys. And they just want to give hugs to the Terran army. And it's not their fault that after they hug the Terran army and show them love, the Terran army ends up in little chunks of meat, diced up, spread around the battlefield. That's not the Ultralisk's fault. He doesn't know his own strength. He's a good boy. I promise. Borrowed Zergling does get taken out. Orbital's going to float over there from the natural. This base gets ransacked. No defense. But can escape through the worker-only path. Only workers can move through those areas. Going to have to spread some bio down there. Bit of Marine Marauder Ghost will, of course, clean that base up. It's going to land the Orbital in order to scan these Zerglings and remove them. You can tell Clem does not have a lot of the things Terran's used to having in late game. Normally, as a Terran at this stage, you've got 6, 7, 8 Orbitals. He's only got 4. And that's where he's behind in this game. Serral's struggling to get any resources on these newer bases and secure them. So Clem really can still play this quite patiently. But I think in Clem's mind, he might be further behind than he thinks because of that lack of orbital command centers that he's so used to having. His main and natural are mined out, so is Serral's. Their third bases are pretty low as well. Zerglings come in, and yet again, that base getting ransacked. He tries to push forward. Can he get the hatchery? He can. Oh, nice Widow Mines, and he's going to try to boost away, but the Corruptors are on him. And oh no, another orbital command with no defense. Clem wide open on these bases, just not having any planetaries on these edge bases. And I think taking 2 edge bases with orbitals was a bit too much. I think he's actually, if he just took the bottom base and played a more compact style, I think he'd be in a better spot. But look at that, he's not leaving any units there. And these Zerglings are going to unburrow and just rip apart that worker line. Absolutely devastating. Bio's going to move north. We will have these guys move south. There's an Infestor behind it. You can see now Serral's got the army supply lead. He's never had any extra bank. But if he's ahead in army supply, that is amazing for Zerg. Remember, he's got an Infestor from behind. This fungal could be game-ending. Not the best fungal. Good enough. Good enough. No, he catches a bunch of ghosts, gets on top. The medevacs do pick up and boost away with a bunch of these units at the same time. That northern base is just so barely defended. A few Marauders and Marines, not really enough to hold on. Does unburrow the Ghost Marauders, or unload, I should say, the Ghost Marauders on this side. Burrowed Zergling denying the south base at the same time. Desperately trying to hang on is Clem. He's going to get a few snipes down, and that will be 2 Ultras going down. But of course, Serral, he may not be maxed, but he's got more money right now coming in. A few hundred more minerals. A little bit more gas coming in per minute, but not many extra bases. Serral can take this base, and that's it. Resources lost 12,000 between the two. It's obviously in Clem's favor. Pretty standard for this matchup, but he's down 30 workers and his economy is so fragile behind it. Oh god. Oh god, oh god. Oh god, the Infestor's gonna pop up. Oh, Clem saves the units at the last second. Beautiful pickup there for Clem. And look at the way he boosts forward. He was hoping to catch the Infestors there. He's hoping he could catch the Infestors and then just pick up again. He does snipe that Infestor, but does lose a Ghost for it. Serral will lose another Infestor though. You can see Clem is so good at punishing Infestors. It's one of his best skills. A lot of people run away from the Infestors to dodge the fungal. Clem often runs towards it and tries to focus them down before they can land their spells. But oh my lord, he's got Corruptor Ultraling Bane all over him. Widowmines take out a bunch of Banes. They damage the Overseers, but he's getting overrun right now. The Ghosts do not have enough units to fall back on. There's no planetary here. He does manage to hold on for now, and he is up 30 army supply. But Serral continuing to harass these bases. The supply is still so close. Clem never got to that late game Terran that we're so used to with mass orbitals. I'm loving the way Rorschach here is playing out, guys. I mean, I think this is a pretty good map for Terran. I think Serral's struggling because he doesn't have enough bases to take. He should probably try to take the top left corner base. Might be the best chance here against Clem. The Marauders up front quickly pick up. They boost back. The Marines and the Ghost trying to shimmy away on this side. He's got some Marauders up north as well. And that's a huge snipe. He's going to take out the gold base. Look at that. The Zerglings cannot get there in time. Clem can pick up and run away. He's on the front as well, though. Those medevacs have got to be careful. Just keeps pulling these units back. He did lose the Marauders up north. Not able to save any of those. Still got a few Widowmines guarding this northern base as well. Just Widowmines scattered all around this map. Clem, his front base is so important. He needs another base, and I think he should just focus on the top since he's already got that mining. I almost think the bottom base is easier and better to take, but as long as he keeps denying the gold, he's kind of covering that northern base just by being up in front of it. Unfortunately for him, and luckily for Serral, all the drones return for another long-distance mining trip just after Clem abandons that position. And now he just sends, four Marauders and 2 medevacs. Can very quickly snipe a hatchery, kill a few drones, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Zerglings do take out a few Marauders here. It's a good trade for the Zerglings. Marauders, not that good at clearing Zerglings. You need Marines, you need Ghosts, Widowmines, these sorts of things. Units lost time 15,000 in Clem's favor, and Serral, he really needs a good fight. He's only got 2 Ultras. He can't really afford to rebuild many Ultras. It's mostly just Lingbane, a few Corruptors, a few Infestors, and it's all about landing that fungal. But it's been so hard to pull off because Clem is so active on the map, and he keeps scanning these burrowed Infestors that are trying to sneak in for the damage. Now, Clem will get down there and defend this mineral line. Does need to scan it, though. And indeed, he does. Very good awareness to realize those units burrowed. These Zerglings not really finding any value. Clem's kind of covering every side now, and he even squeezes another command center and a few more gases. Keep in mind, guys, a change we haven't mentioned. Gases only have 2,000 per geyser now. Back on 12 workers, it was 2,250. The gases will mine out much earlier, and we haven't seen a lot of late game. I'm really curious to see what that looks like. And who is that going to favor? I don't know if it's going to favor either side particularly. SCVs, clean a bunch of SCVs there. These SCVs trying to pull away right now. Clem, got to evacuate that expansion. Zergling's denying it. I think Clem needs to focus on just one. I don't think you can expand to both bases at once. I think just control the bottom, give up the northern side, and give yourself a bit of an easier setup to defend. There is a Liberator over here with a few mines. Corruptors could, of course, take that out, but Serral pushed into a bit more of a defensive stance himself. Overseer does get taken out. Liberator does get cleaned. Careful of these Widow Mines, though. Constant Ling run-bys. The Lings are cheap. Keep in mind, Serral's only got 69 workers, and you might think, oh, he needs to build more. Well, he does build 3 more. I actually think that might be a mistake, because how many more minerals are there really to mine? I mean, he's got, I guess these bases are pretty fresh because they keep getting sniped. The gold base still has quite a few minerals on it. Maybe 3,000. He doesn't have concussive, says chat? There's no way. Oh my god, no way! I didn't even notice. Oh, he's forgotten concussive. We're back to 2023, the year where he kept forgetting concussive 3 years ago. Oh, that's such a bummer. That hurts so much against the Ling Bane. Doesn't affect Ultras, but it affects the Ling Bane so much. He does get another hatchery snipe, but at the same time, his SCV is getting ransacked on that base again. This side also getting ransacked, but the SCVs do evacuate this time, which is good. He's going to pull back on the front. There is a Burrowed Infestor right there. 44 workers on one base right now. These Zerglings finding excellent value. Serral's just going to borrow some units, but oh, he's going to catch him on the corner maybe. Careful, Clem, you got caught on the corner in game 1. And here comes the Infestors. Whoa, he misses his fungal though. Serral botching his fungal. Not every day that you see Serral botch a fungal. The Infestor comes in, another fungal gets botched. Serral's fungals have been whiffed. This is big opportunities missed for Serral. And I got to be critical, man. He should not be whiffing these Serral's fungals. His unburrowed fungal ambushes have been very weak recently. It's like he's throwing them too early and he's not accounting for the unburrow time. It takes a full second for that Infestor to wriggle out of the ground. It's not instantaneous. It would be super unfair if it was. It's got to give it a little bit more of a chance to breathe. Does take out that Infestor, the Snipes, and the Widow Mines, taking out a bunch of these Ultras. There are still Zerglings down here. If Clem doesn't leave that army there, he's in trouble. I love this position, though. Can retreat around the corner, and if you chase around that corner, Ultras are going to ruin your day. Mass Zergling down south. He pulls into the corner, does Clem, and Clem should be fine there. He can fight in the corner. It's a lot of Zerglings, but without Banelings or anything to overwhelm, it's not going to work out. Clem absolutely smashing now. 20,000 resources out of the units lost, and it's getting worse with every second that goes by, but a Fungal and a bunch of Corruptor Ultraling Bane could ruin his day. Oh, Fungal does land on a bunch of the Medivacs. A full Medivac just went down. Full Medivac did go down there. The other Medivac's getting caught by the Fungal, but there's not many Corruptors to finish them. The Banelings are connecting, though. Clem did take some nasty Banes, some nasty Fungal on the Medivacs. One Medivac still had Marauders inside. The Burrowed Banelings not quite able to pull it out. And you can see there are still Zerglings there. Another big Ling Bane attack down south. Clem's been so good at abandoning that base when he needs to. He's on 5 orbitals. He denies the middle again. Serral just cannot get this, but Serral should have taken the top left a while ago. Obviously, it's easy for us to see. Oh, another full Medivac goes down. Clem, canceling a hatchery is good. It's not worth losing a full Medivac, my friend. It is not worth losing a full Medivac. He's going to go for a Marine drop on this side. Going after these drones. Oh, the Medivac takes some big damage. That's going to be a shutdown drop, I think. Clem trying to focus on the front. Loses another Infestor, does Serral. Ling's getting in the 3rd and going down to the 4th as well. Oh, Clem just wants to keep attacking, but he's not taking the time to set up any insurance, and now his gas is running out. That's a real problem. He literally puts on gas in front of this. He's got to realize how painful that is, these Widow Mines constantly firing. Serral just bleeding units out on all sides. He's staying active, though. He's staying confident, and it still feels like both players are in such fragile positions. The income now, double right now for Serral, but hey, if Clem mines these 2 bases for a minute, he'll catch right back up. He will be mining more than Serral when he's able to, but Serral is just not going to let him be able to mine from those bases. Corruptors need to go after the Liberator. They will turn around, but he's only got 2 Corruptors, man. Look how slow it is to snipe even a single Lib. The middle base goes down yet again. Serral's gas base, I mean, it's almost out of gas as well. Almost gets caught. Fungal could catch these Medivacs, maybe. Clem, he's kind of second-guessing himself. Should I go forwards? Should I go back? The Corruptors. Serral! Oh my god, you football hooligan with the public urination. That is a disrespectful maneuver there. Goes and pees on his assimilators. The double drop does get caught there by a Fungal. That hatchery does get sniped. Hooligan behavior from Serral. Very classic of the finish. Famously a disrespectful people. Known for their public nuisance. Obviously, I'm kidding. Some of the most mildly well-mannered people in the world. But I do like the idea of Serral, I don't know, kind of trashing cars in the street, lighting them on fire, that sort of things. And whoa! It's not over! Whoa, 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 whoa! Okay, Clem just threw in the towel. Clem goes for the percent GG. That was not over by any means, guys. He did lose a bunch of ghosts. I don't think it was over. Pretty similar supply. I think it's just because he couldn't defend these bases well. He in his mind, he's so much further behind than he is, but he wasn't accounting for the fact that Serral's resources are running pretty low. Serral has this base. This base is almost out. He's down to, like, what is this? He's got 300 minerals up there. I mean, this base has just never been able to mine. There's... What is this? 900, about 1,000, maybe 2,500, 3,000 minerals there. I think Clem was actually doing okay. It's just so stressful because he never entrenched any defense in these positions. It's like, Lings are here, Lings are here, Lings are here, Lings are here, Infestors are popping up. And then, of course, he loses. He doesn't have many ghosts. His army's like mostly Marines. His gas count's really low, and he just kind of feels like, how can I deal with this army? My army's mostly Marines. I've got 1 Lib, 8 Marauders, 3 Ghosts, and 6 Mines. It was a really tough position. There were still 5 Ultras, but Serral was almost identical in supply. A very, very close game. This is insane. This was really, you could tell Clem was just struggling because he never got to that heavy command center count that he's used to. And I really think, if I had to point out the crucial mistake, I think he made the Maru mistake. You guys hear me talk about this every time Maru plays against Serral, where he tries to expand to 2 dangerous bases at once. And I think the moment you take an orbital here, this is a very dangerous base, and that's fine. But then he lifts this orbital and moves it up there. And I think there's a mistake for 2 reasons. Number 1, he still had a lot of gas on one of these gas geysers. 900 gas left. You're going to see him move it in a moment. When did this happen? 20 minutes? Yeah, so he's moved that now. He left 700 gas on that gas geyser. Obviously, I get you want another base to mine from, but almost immediately it backfired with his economy taking a massive hit. And then he was basically trying to split push the middle and defend the north and defend the third. It's like he was playing as an entire Dota team on his own. It was really hard defending 3 lanes for the whole time. I can understand why he felt stressed, and I guess too many of his ghosts had bled out over the minutes of action. I think a few too many of his medevacs were getting caught by the corruptors and the fungals. Hats off to Serral, because Serral felt claustrophobic. He felt how impossible it is to hold onto this base. He somehow managed to hold onto this base for a long time, which was impressive. The gold base kept getting sniped. And unless Serral was able to like mine this top left base, Serral didn't have a long tail on his income. And the natural efficiency of Terran in a TVZ was actually catching up to him. So I think this is one of those games where it's really hard to judge. You're playing the minerals mine out at different rates. There's like less gas total on the bases. The minerals are the same, I think, in terms of overall amounts. But they mine out at different races, at different paces, I should say. It's just a weird game to judge. So I think it's really hard for Clem to know exactly where he was in this game. And I guess he just bled out a few too many ghosts and found himself feeling like he didn't have enough technical units to continue. But I do think he could have played a bit slower and a little bit more careful in this game, potentially. And definitely held off this expansion for a bit longer. Obviously, you'd say, well, where do you put that command center instead? I think you just leave it there. Just focus on mining these 2 bases and pushing while keeping your defense easier. And you take this base only later. Several minutes later, when you've got enough attention to really spare, and maybe this base is mostly mined out by then. Either way, great game 2 for Serral. All right. Crazy game 2. Clem just playing such an intense style, but trying to expand to both sides at once, so difficult. It's so hard to do. I'm surprised he was able to withstand the constant burrow assaults, the Lings popping up, popping down, Infestors ambushing him. Anytime you're constantly having to react that much and move around that much, it really is very, very difficult. Now, I thought 12 depot was standard, but I guess if you're going either 13 gas or 12 gas, 12 barracks to speed up your Reaper, then 11 depot is fine. I think he's going to go 13-13. We'll keep an eye on it because his Reaper timing's been weird every game. So I really want to pay more attention to his opening. Serral just droning up here off a 12 Overlord. So 12 Overlord droning up. And you can see, yeah, it's 13 barracks, 13 gas. So surely he doesn't build another SCV. Otherwise, oh no, he's doing 13-14. So the reason he's speeding his barracks up like this, I would love you guys to tell me. I don't know why he's building his depot and barracks a supply early when it doesn't actually speed up his Reaper. Is it because it allows his orbital to make 1 supply earlier? Oh, that must be it. 16 pool for Serral, guys. So this is 16 pool into 17 hatchery, I think. But I think this is purely to get his orbital a couple seconds earlier. Because he can't build his Reaper straight away, but he wants the orbital. Sorry, guys. Yeah, we got the score wrong. Wishful thinking. Yeah, he cuts SCVs on 16 here. So 16 orbital. Okay. Normally people go 17. And also a lot of people, even if they do a Reaper opening, they pull off gas. This is so... His build's interesting. I don't know. I feel like he could be a bit more mineral focused. I could be wrong. Because I don't feel like he's really used his factory immediately when it comes up. But then again, if you don't get the factory on time, you want to go Hellion Banshee, you can't build the starport on time. So that actually does make sense. I really need to put a lot more time into studying the Terran openings. I don't know if this is optimal, though. I feel like I need to benchmark the difference between this sort of opening into 3 command centers and Beyond's command center first build. Because I get the feeling command center first should get way ahead. But Clem loves his Reaper. He wants to go for the Reaper that he's used to doing. Fair call. Depot goes down. We are going to see that factory in the near future. Does need to keep building SCVs, Clem. He waits until the other one is literally 0.001 of a second from finishing before he queues up the next one. Is he going to do that again? Look how close this is. Oh, that time slightly late on the SCV, but that's so funny. No minerals being tied up in the queue for Clem. He wants to put those minerals into buildings as quickly as possible. No queuing units for the greatest Terran in the world. Oh, he's going to get a drone. Oh, that Spore. I can't believe there was even room for Serral to place that Spore right next to where the drone was. Almost gets a snipe there. Even though this was a pool first build. So hats off to Clem for finding some damage. Does regen a little bit. And we'll be able to jump out that left side. Nicely done. Second gas goes down. Ah, so he's going to play more of a directly aggressive Hellion Banshee build this time rather than being so defensive. I do like that Clem wants to get in Serral's face a bit more, but I'm not sure if Hellion Banshee is so good against 2 base. And Serral's been playing the same build 2 games in a row. I would not be surprised if he does 3 games in a row. Serral's sleeping on that weak drone, goes behind the mineral line, presents itself to the Reaper. The Reaper happy to take the kill. Oh, he might get another. And the spawning pool placement making it hard for the Queen to micro. This is why I try not to block any of the gaps in my minerals with my spawning pool. I always feel like anytime I build my buildings behind my mineral line, it's more of an obstruction to my own army than it is to my opponents. I'll try and come up here with link speed. Can he block him? Oh, the Simp Shrine is there. The Zergling, can they block? No, they cannot. The Reaper will escape. Very nicely played there by Clem. His Hellions have arrived on the front and they will help protect that Reaper. Cloaked Banshee is on the way, but it's actually a fast 3rd base this time. Serral's mixing it up. No 2 base muter on Eternity's Edge. No 3rd command center just yet for Clem, though, keep in mind. So he is quite committed to this Hellion Banshee. He would like to find some more damage. So far, he's been highly disruptive. With just a Reaper into some Hellions. But this is so interesting, guys. So it's, just to summarize the opening, it's 13 barracks, 14 gas. There is a natural delay on building your Reaper, but it allows you to build a 16 supply orbital. This seems to be the opening that Clem has settled on. And I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's probably pretty good. As much as I think, you know, hey, mix a command center first, mix something else in. Sure, this is not a bad build order for Clem. Zerglings going around the left side of the map. 3rd command center has just now started, along with a 2nd barracks. He wants to start a 3rd barracks soon as well. Actually poking around the front, not finding anything just yet. Spores are coming down pretty late. Serral's done a good job of being very greedy. Zergling's going to run in on the natural. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Zergling's getting in there, finding damage. No one's at home. Hellions are far away. Luckily, Clem's very quick to pull his units. He's going to lose 2 SCVs, and there's still a red air point mule that just got dropped, but it does survive. Very good defense, 2 SCVs, mining time. Still a very good trade for the Zerglings. You pull the pressure away from yourself. You get a lot of mining time, probably worth 200 minerals, as well as those 2 SCVs. He's moving over to the right side. Banshee just snagging a few drones before pulling away. There are 20 Zerglings that have been rebuilt. Serral is safe against this. If you dive past as Clem, you will find out just how exposed you are. Oh, that's bad. But Zerglings take a second, and actually the Marines, plus the SCVs, should be able to hold. He's only going to lose 2 more workers. Could be worse. Still a good trade for the Zerglings, wasting that much mining time. Hellions are going to try to drive in. He can't run past. He can definitely roast the Zerglings on their own, though. Where are the Queens? Queens are a bit far out of position, and the Hellions take advantage to bait those Zerglings into a few bad engagements. Banshee's going to try to come back over. Queen's exposed. And hey, nice snipe. Gets a Queen. Banshee gets out of there. Where is the other Banshee, by the way, guys? Oh, we lost one. Did it fly over the Spore? Not sure. Hellions getting a bit of them surrounded by the Zerglings. They've killed a lot of Zerglings, but now Serral gets a 4th base. I think Serral's doing okay. He's on 67 workers to 49. Remember, you might look at this damage and think this is great. If it was a 3 command center, this would be amazing damage. But this command center is actually delayed. It's only floating down at 7 minutes. He's down 20 workers. So there is a higher standard for damage needed when you go like this. And he's forgot his engineering base. Oh no. Oh no, he's gone his armory and then realized, wait, I haven't even made 1-1. I think Clem's a bit thrown off, guys. I do think Clem's feeling his confidence hit a little bit on this patch. We've seen it in the past, you know, when the balance turns against him, Clem sometimes does get a little bit upset that his aggression's not quite working out. I don't want to tell the story of, oh, Clem's easily tiltable and just bad when balance isn't favored for him, because it's not true. Clem has done some of the most ridiculous comebacks we've ever seen, but it does feel like that is a huge mistake. He's still not started 1-1. He's going to commit to a 1-1, a non-1-1, sorry, a Marine held that timing. Not a bad attack, but Bane Speed's already finished. It is a bad attack. It's not going to find anything. He's got to save the Marines. He does save the Marines at least. A few Banelings have to get used at the same time. Banelings roll into his 3rd. Chadhammer's not enough on the high ground. Oh, that is huge. His 1-1 upgrades start, but they are behind the Zerg upgrades, and these are not even fast upgrades. His 1-1 started. Hive's already on the way. At the same time as 1-1 upgrades begin for Terran, there's disasters, and then there's this game for Clem. The Hellion Banshee did not find enough damage for this early game. He's forgotten his upgrades, and his Marine Hellbat timing hit so late that there was already Speedbanes ready off of 70 workers. This is not going well for Clem. Don't get me wrong, I have heard a lot of Terrans say that the balance is off in this matchup. I haven't talked to them too much since the latest hotfix. Very well could be true. Got to make these disclaimers. There's always a few very emotional people in chat where I'm like, it's probably true. I don't know. We'll find out. I mean, to be fair, Clem's beaten Raynor to get to this grand finals. It can't be that bad, right? Balance in StarCraft is a fragile thing, of course. Yeah, the best players do often find ways to succeed and get to the top. That's how Clem's found his way here. Serral, what is he doing different to Raynor? We don't know. I'll have to go. I'm going to be casting that series as well, of course. I kind of went straight to the finals to avoid spoilers. But, see how we go. 2-2's coming in for Serral now. That lead on the upgrades is just going to be a killer. Because now as Terran, you're going to be trying to push fights when you're equal on upgrades, not ahead. And that fungal could be deadly. If he can trap these Marines where they can't get away, that could be a real problem. But double drop rotating around. Oh, Serral with the Queens! Serral with the Queens is shutting down the dropships. The dropships are going to go down, but he did not focus fire. Serral did not focus fire. He was distracted on the bottom side. The Marines there distracting him. The Banelings moving into the tank fire. Oh, Serral finally shoots down the drops, but not before making a bit of a mistake. Finally, Serral does clean it up. Banelings connect on the right side. Fungal stopping those Marines from picking up. Zerglings getting on top of the tanks. Honestly, I don't even know if they did stop him or not. A run by comes in. Chadhammer does defend from the high ground. I'm not sure if the Fungal landed, because I feel like the Banelings were already on top of those Marines when it hit. Not sure if Clem just reacted a little bit too slow. Hard to say there. But Clem, that attack getting stopped. Looks like it'll probably be the cherry on top of the cake for Serral, because he's got Adrenal Glands, Burrow Infestors. It's a big map. He's got decent creep coverage. Not crazy, but decent. Clem's coming forward with another Marine Mine Siege tank push. Just one tank left over from the early game. 4th command center, 3 more barracks are building. He's going to have to claw his way out of a tough position in this game. Serral running around the north side of this map. Marine drop in the south, getting ready to go in. Serral's army's nearby. But damage on that hatchery. Can maybe come back and finish it off later. Serral loses another hatchery in the middle. It's tough. Serral stuck on 4 bases. Clem's now got his 4th getting established. Clem has this way where he can attack you and expand at the same time. And these Widow Mines get a few decent shots. He's going to have to probably pick up and leave as the Banelings are on top. Meanwhile, on the other side, where'd the drop go? I think the Spore Crawler just shot it down. Spores and Queens both have kills on them, so definitely that drop in the south side did get taken out, and that I think is where the victory is for Serral. He also forces this to lift off using Burrow constantly. It's such annoyance of Clem. Meanwhile, Big triple drop as well as a tank on the right side. Oh, cool army. Picks up, pulls back. Very nicely done. Ling's coming on the left side. Planetary's not ready just yet. SCVs are in trouble. Clem just cannot get this fourth base established in peace. He's really going to need to outlast Serral in this game. And as a guy whose main way of playing is charging into battle, bayonets fixed, and trying to overwhelm his opponent, it's not really his style to turtle up here. I also don't think it's a good map to be turtling up late game. But the momentum is just not there with 3-3 so far ahead. His 2-2's finished. 3-3's already almost halfway done for Zerg. About a third of the way complete. More than a third even. Lib sieging up here. Queen's going to go down. Uh-oh. Multiple queens could go down here. That could be a real problem. But the Libs will try to fly onwards. Uh-oh. Widowmine bio in the north. Good Widowmine splatter comes down. You got to watch out for these fungals. Clem attacking into a guy who he knows has active infestors all over the map is the sort of savagery that Clem is known for. But it's also... it's a double-edged sword. It can be amazing at giving you comebacks and surprising the Zerg and putting them on the defensive. It can also lead to you stepping into the clutches of a giant fungal, a set of banelings, and your whole army could disappear instantly. Does pick up, boosts off to the side, saves most of those units. Well played. There is still a burrowed set of Zerglings underneath. He does not scan for it. Just the amount of multitasking being forced here is massive. Big army on the south side. Serral's changelings see it. Going to stim in from that side, but oh, gee willies. Oh, gee. Oh, gee. Does get out. Kind of baits the fungal, which is not too bad. Widowmine's on this side still set up. Clem attacks his own Widowmine. Clicking very quickly right now. Clem needs perfect fights. Ling's unburrowed. Chadhammer, the Lib, and the Mine do clear them up almost instantly. 5 more SCVs go down there. Stuck on 4 base. That being said, Serral's only on 5. And remember, that's kind of the same thing we saw in the last game. Is Clem's so good at keeping Serral on a low base count. He will out-trade long-term. He's only ahead 2,000 for now, but that will grow. Things can get really crazy. Couple Widowmine shots going off. Nothing massive. Festa comes forward. Single Marauder tries to go up. Marine Marauder goes in on the south side. See the Ling Bane rolls in. The bio's going to spread backwards and trade with those Banes because there's not many supporting units. Serral not too happy about that trade. There's a really kind of crazy pattern recognition in that situation to realize as Clem he could just spread his units out and absorb. Very rare. Oh, the Infestor gets caught. Clem just goes forward, 3 Marauders stim, but at the same time he gets caught in the bottom by Fungal Baneling. 3-3's on the way for him. His +3 attack will be done soon. Right now he's down 2 upgrades. It's a bad time for him to be fighting, but he's Clem. He knows not how to defend. He is always on the front foot. That's where he plays his best StarCraft. He's not just going to give up map control while he waits for upgrades. And it's a fair call. He's just got to be very cautious. If Serral lands a good fungal, gets a flank of Ultraling Bane, anything like that on him, this could get out of control. This hatchery looks like it will fall. Beautiful pullbacks there. Fungal not really landing in the biggest way, but the upgrade advantage is massive, and you can see it playing out there. +3 kicks in only now after a lot of Clem's army goes down. Clem wants to get that hatchery, and he will be able to get this hatchery, but how much of a price does he pay for it? Ultras are on top. Another couple of Ultras getting blasted down. He's got to watch out. If another Infestor comes in and he gets caught up here, Clem could be in big trouble. Man, the Queens are starting to fall. Here comes the Corruptors. Here comes the Lings. Marauders are not very good against Zerglings, guys. Corruptors taking out the Medivacs as well, and that's where you get the real value in these fights. And you can see just how close the units lost is. That's terrible for Clem. Clem needs high value on these trades. He's not able to get it. He does avoid another fungal. Corruptors take out a Liberator. He started stepping back. The speed Clem plays at is utterly insane. But Serral able to hold on to the middle base. Fungal is going to land. 1 Infestor goes down. 2nd Infestor goes down. Ultras, Lings, Corruptors, Banelings all hanging on. Massive fungal. Widowmine lands on the Ultra. The Marauders do get taken down by the Zerglings, and at the same time, the devastating counterattack up here. Liberator not going to be able to defend those Zerglings too fast. 4 or 5 SCVs do go down. Clem down 50 supply right now, 20 of which is army supply. Serral has secured 2 bases on the front. The Fungals are just never landing. Clem is playing dodge Fungal right now. It's like dodgeball, but instead of dodging a ball, you're dodging your opponent's disgusting wad of green fungal growth that they are trying to throw onto your face. The Zerglings evict the SCVs from that northern expansion. Clem will counterattacks with a snipe on Serral's base. But remember, Serral's got this base down here as well. Does he, though? The Liberator's there. The Queens will move in and clean it up. The amount of multitasking these two force out of each other is utterly insane. Widowmine firing on a single Zergling there on screen. We've got 7 Ultras, 10 Corruptors, 12 Banelings, and 3 Infestors. Serral maintaining a pretty good army. If he could get some Infestors behind the front line, he could look for that ambush that could be game-ending. But for now, he's in more of a standard setup with just Zerglings running around the north. And the Liberator, she'll eventually defend, but she'll take a while. That's a lot of Zerglings. That's a lot of SCVs that could go down in the meantime. 4 SCVs ends up being the cost for this one. Marine Marauder mine on the left. Clem is just so outnumbered. He's got 5 bases up, but he's struggling to find an angle. Does get another hatchery snipe in the middle. The problem is now with the Corruptors out, these moves get punished more than they were before. You really need to just make sure you're not throwing units into the meat grinder because he's barely out in the trading. In TVZ, you're meant to be up 10,000 by now. He's only up 3,000. And with the 5th base only now established, that's going to be really tough. Widowmine does take out the Overseer. Baneling goes and detonates manually. Clears it up. Don't need detection to tell a Baneling to blow himself up in the vicinity of a hidden unit. Bio cleaning up the spores. He's going to find another hatchery snipe. Dude, Clem is a freak. If this wasn't Serral, I mean, if this was, yeah, even Serral, sorry. If this was anyone but Clem, I would say there's no chance for the Terran a few minutes ago. But right now, Clem is kind of doing Clem things. He's continuing to attack and multitask, the things he does better than anyone else in the world. And there is always a chance in the heat of the action. Look at that, catches another Infestor, forces you back. 5 bases is still established. He's building another command center. There is always the chance you just get overrun. There's 21 Marauders, 29 Marines, 9 Widowmines, a tank, and a Lib. The Banelings roll forward, Microbial Shroud going down. You do not want to fight in that Microbial Shroud as the Terran. But he says, hey, the Zerg can't connect with me. I will chase him through it. Zerglings going around the north. New army. Or actually, it's the same old drop on that bottom side. Not able to find any new hatcheries. Serral has both center hatcheries secure. This base got rebuilt over here. It's crazy that Clem is able to get back into these situations where he has a giant army, where he's maxed out. He's actually up 26 army supply, which is huge. Corruptor's going to come in, though. Look at that. The Liberator that was defending that base for so long goes down. So clever. Yes, a few Ultras die on the front, but Serral is butchering that northern base, which is such an important part of Clem's economy. Down here, 4 Ultras are still ready with an Infestor, and that Infestor is a real problem. You can see the way he drops the Fungals and then pulls back, but unfortunately doesn't chain it well enough. Does still at least take out one of the medevacs, but 7 SCVs go down here. Clem is going to push in again. He wants to at least deny this base since he's taking losses on both of the other fronts. The Banelings, the Zerglings getting gunned down. Those Widowmines are deep in the red. I don't think that hatchery can survive. The problem for Clem is his Marauders are so wounded, he does not want to fight with these guys for a while. They need to get back, heal up, and try to chill. This drop down here is going to try to find some damage. The Ultraling Infestor will go for a counterattack. That's an army that can kill a planetary. If he snipes this planetary while defending at home, it's going to be huge. The Marauders are still deep in Zerg territory, but they're all deep in the red. That is some absolutely tragic levels of healthcare. Clem. Oh, Clem. All the Marauders get caught out. They are 2 supply units. They are not Marines. They are very expensive. He picks up on this side. Liberator comes in. He's throwing the kitchen sink at Serral. Serral, he's getting hit by knives, cutlery. A pot hits him in the shins. He says, ow, that hurts, but he refused to buckle down. He refused to bend the knee. Clem, he's emptying the entire cutlery drawer and throwing it at his face right now. He's trying to jam Serral's hand into a toaster, but Serral does some kung fu, blocks his hand, puts Clem's hand in the toaster. And at this point, you're expecting more mistakes out of most Zergs in this situation just because of the pressure Clem's mounting. But Serral is just too clean. He's not letting him land those big hits. And every time he steps too deep, the fungal ambush comes. And whenever that fungal stops him from retreating, Clem takes massive losses. Lings find the northern base again. He just chases him back. Look at this unit's lost. It's only 4,000 resources apart, man. It's only 4,000 resources apart. Serral is simply trading too well. As long as Serral can maintain these bases, and this base just refuses to die anymore, especially if he gets a gold base or this base up here, it seems like Serral's going to go for that safer one. You desperately need more damage as Clem, but the map is vast, the distances are great, and it's really hard to push across such a big map. Serral, his defense is just out of this world, man. Oh, Widowmine's firing, not getting the big juicies that he was hoping for. Corruptors will chase this drop away. He's going to try and dive on the other side. There's a few Ultras nearby. Pretty good Marauder count, though. Clem microing pretty well. First Baneling does connect, but Serral even splits his Banelings at the last second. Oh, look at that. The Marauder's gunning down the Ultras. But the hatchery, it does go down. The Marauder's dancing. The north side, the drops, one of the full drops got taken out. The other ones will escape, but there's only a few units left inside. And you can see Serral says, okay, you kill my hatchery, you're going to pay a big price for that. Completely hunts down the army in the north, evicts Clem from the command center, and not just that, the orbital. Clem taps out there, the orbital. I think he was going to save the orbital, but what else was going on, guys? If we rewind a little bit, I think he was going to save that, but I think this army was about to headbutt in and die. Did he get fungled? Because I think those SCVs were going to save it, just barely. But I think even if he saves the command center, he's in a hard spot. And I think Clem, he was fighting so hard from behind for so long, and he's like, I'm dead, man. I know I'm dead. And he was pretty damn dead. I think that's a more fair one than the previous one. It is crazy because he is Clem. He's able to drag his way on for 10 more minutes from miles behind in these games off of pure multitasking. But Serral's just a little bit too clean, a bit too good at like knocking away his attempts to create chaos and just keeping the game clean enough that Serral can build upon those advantages. And I think in that one, once the Corruptors are out, you're not meant to still drop. You're not meant to still be running around the map sniping hatcheries. Clem, he was fighting Corruptors for the last 10 minutes of this game. He kept finding success with it because he is Clem, because he is a freak. Once Corruptors are out, those drops are getting shot down. You can't just pick up and fly away. The drops are getting shot down. They are dying repeatedly. It's a really big problem for him. But what was the answer? Well, you'd normally say, well, turtle up, build planetaries, go ghosts, you know, turtle. Where's he going to do that on this map? I think this map's a bit hard because I think ideally he would probably take these two bases up top since they're in like a pretty tight pattern and then try to crawl to this base. But I think it's going to be really hard to do that while keeping this base alive. I think Serral's probably going to keep busting it, and Serral's going to be able to eat up this gold base pretty much for free. And if you do focus on the north, Serral probably tries to take this base. If you focus on the south, he probably tries to take these two bases. Maybe it's a better plan. I'm not sure. I haven't seen a lot of late game on this map. I haven't seen a lot of like end game Ghost Turtle at all on this patch, but only time will tell. Once we see more of those games on these maps, we'll get more of a feel for which ones go which way. Oh, imagine that, guys. Waiting for hours for the lower bracket to play out, then to do the sellout segment, and then you are now here down 0-3. But I do think Clem's going onto a map that's a bit better for him. Rainfall. Bottom right side is Clem. Top left is Serral. This is the Tourmaline of the current map pool. In that, you've got your natural, you've got your third, you've got your fourth, even more compact than Tourmaline, and you've got a fifth base out front in the middle. So it's a really good 5-base setup for Terran. Now, once you get out to these edge 6th and 7th bases, those are much harder for Terran to hold on to, but they are still clearly Terran bases, and these are clearly Zerg bases, right? So unlike Tourmaline, where there's two middle bases in the corners that are very hard to contest, I would say these ones are a little bit easier for the Terran player to deny and potentially get to one in the late game if it goes that far. We'll see how it goes, though. Once again, guys, we are going to see that 13 barracks into 14 gas here from Clem, which is why he goes for that earlier depot. Serral, he's gone for the 12 Overlord, did an extractor trick to get to 13, built 2 more drones. You can see the extractor trick money. Oh, he did an extractor trick, actually. He did not extract a trick. Oh, did he 12 Overlord when he goes... And that's a 15 pool, is it? 15 spawning pool. Okay, nice. And sharp spawning pool timing. Wonder if Serral builds 6 Zerglings. Wouldn't be a bad idea. I mean, Clem, I don't think is going to SCV scout. You can run around, avoid the Reaper, and get in there. Have a good time. Okay, barracks gas. Very straightforward here. It is interesting because I feel like against Hatch first, 12 barracks, 12 gas feels better than this build Clem's doing. I would rather be 1 SCV down and hit like a super sharp Reaper timing. But I think because Serral and a lot of these top Zergs are going 15 or 16 pool, it's this probably the safer option. And oh, gasless. Look at this, guys. Gasless. Just 2 Zerglings, 1 Queen. Gasless start here for Serral. Hello? Is he really going to try and take 3 bases gasless? How in the hell is this going to work, guys? That's a crazy build order. This is a very... I guess he just builds like 5 queens. Because you're not going to get roaches out for a long time. So I guess maybe your third is not even that quick. Maybe it's just build 4 or 5 queens on 2 base. Get your creep out and then just take gas, take your third. just as is naturally feels like a decent timing. Cool. All right, we'll see how this plays out. Reaper is, of course, heading across the map. 2 Zerglings do avoid it. They're going to come in and run into the Marine in the SCV, try to snag that SCV on the command center. Second gas goes down again immediately. Like I said, not a big fan of the Hellion Banshee off of the 2 gas. I like 2 gas openings, but it does feel a little hard to find the damage. We'll see if Clem can just, I don't know, figure something out to get a bit of a better start, because it did feel like he was not in an amazing position in that last game. The Zergling tries to target the Marine. Serral's going to keep these things alive for a few more seconds. Let's see the high ground. That Zergling kind of just stays there in vision, and the Reaper will hunt him down. Where you hiding, boy? Are these creep tumors? They're just weird flowers. I think they're just weird flowers. Alien flowers. Serral's forgotten to take his gas, guys. There we go. Does now drop it. Third hatchery starts at about 325. Drones are building. Okay, I'm so confused now, because how does this match up for Clem against Serral? Like, I'm thinking you've got Hellion's aggression. There's no Ling speed. I think Serral will plonk down a Roach Horn. I think this is way too late to go Ling speed first. You guys know how Serral used to do those gasless builds a year ago? I mean, up until now, even on the 12 work account. Basically on the 12 work account, you do these gasless builds, you take the super delayed Ling speed, then just play it out. But no, he does go Roaches. Okay. Just going for the Roach opening. Haven't seen too many Roach builds, have we? We haven't seen too many Roach openings against Terran. Curious to see how this plays out. As long as his Spore timing's tight, I think it should be fine. He's got that 10 worker lead. With the delayed third, obviously still... Yeah, I like this. Insurance. This is the anti-Clem drone, guys. You need to have an anti-Clem drone. Even if you leave a Queen there, he'll bounce it with the Reaper Grenade and run his Hellions in. But a Reaper Grenade will not affect an Evo chamber that walls your base off, which Serral can do reactively. He does start the drone there. Drone has 200 max hit points. So you can see even there, in the red, it's still got 50 hit points, which is ridiculous. Oh, Reaper goes down. Clem with a rare mistake. Oh, no, Serral wasn't watching. He doesn't get the wall off up. He walls him in now, but he's walled in. Oh, he does almost surround one Hellion. But 5 drones going down. Nice damage. Clem here with some good multitasking. Yes, he lost a Reaper on the left, but it distracted enough to get 6 drones here. Spore Crawler does get cancelled. Third command Senate now beginning at 5 minutes. Clem's found a little bit of disruption, but the Roach on the left side, a couple of Queens here in the middle. Where's the Spore Crawlers? They are on the way. I think he skipped one in the main though, right? Oof, Roach goes a bit too far forward. Yeah, he skipped it in the main. So greedy. But I guess with the lair almost finished, he feels fine. And indeed, he's correct. He can probably delay that. He's building it now that he's confirmed that it is indeed Cloaked Banshee. Oh, the Spore trick. The reactions here for Serral. Absolutely stellar. Now, he's only got 5 Queens, but that is enough. Oh, no cancel on the Spore. Does lose a drone and a Spore Crawler. 75 minerals, plus the drone that he won't be getting back. And the double engineering bay goes down at a much better timing. This time around for Clem, remember that previous game it was like Hive was starting as his 1-1 started. Don't think Serral's going to be able to start Hive with 1-1 this time around. It's going to be crazy if he does. Infestation pit goes down right now. You're like, whoa! How the hell? You don't even have gases on your third, Serral. I don't think that makes sense. Like, I have to Hive Mog Clem, okay? Banshee goes down. These Hellions still rotating back and forth with the Overseer there. The Banshee will get pushed away, and Clem finds himself a bit of damage. He's down 17 workers. Now, one of the weirdest things compared to the 12 worker start is I often see Terran down 15, 20 workers on this patch, and I think, man, they're so far behind. And then a few minutes later, the supply looks like really competitive, and the tech looks pretty competitive, and I'm like, oh. So I think it's... There's so many things that I'm like, I'm looking at these games like they're 12 workers start, but it's also the mineral difference I think really matters. I think the extra few minutes you get mining your main really helps Terran so much. I think it helps Terran and Protoss a lot compared to Zerg, but Terran especially in this matchup, like against the Zerg, it really, the extra mining time in the main before the first 4 mineral patches mine out, it really does feel like it helps Terran and Protoss so much, because Zerg's always a base ahead. Always has the earlier 4th, often the earlier 5th. That's really big. Yeah. 1/1 upgrades on the way. Ling speed. He's going to go early Baneling Nest. I think it's way too early to go Banelings just yet. And can he actually defend this right side? If Clem snipes this hatchery, that'd be big. Roaches are not the fastest units, but Clem goes for the direct combat, and nice transfuse, saves the day. Hellion drives in, gonna kill a few drones, but those Hellions do fall for just 2 workers. Good defense so far. Remember, this is a map, guys, where there are the wreckage of a lot of Terran units. This is very much the Empire... the Return of the Jedi. This is the opposite of the Empire Strikes Back. There's a lot of Return of the Jedi references around this map. You've got wreckage of all sorts of dirty Terran Imperial machinery with Ewoks partying on them. Not sure if the Ewoks and the Zerg would really get along. Infested Ewoks? Oh my god, imagine if you could build infested Ewoks in this game. I don't even know what they do. I just want them. I want zombie Ewoks. Anyways, second factory goes down out front, 4th command center there as well. I just finished watching Andor, by the way, me and my wife the other day, guys. Oh, how good is Andor? I didn't know Star Wars could make good things since like about 50 years ago when the first one came out. You know, it's been decades, many decades. That's amazing. It's really good. Such a good show. One of my favorite shows in recent history. Just across all types of shows, not just franchise stuff. Nice move here with the Marines, but the Fungal stopped him from picking up. Dude, that second Fungal was actually kind of genius because the Medivacs could not keep up with the Marines there. That was actually really smart for Serral. Stops him from picking up, does pick up and pulls away to the right side as well. Have you not seen Rogue One? Rogue One was all right. I don't think it was anywhere near as good as Andor. Had a really enjoyable final part of the movie. I think that the ending to Rogue One was really satisfying. And like, well done. I just feel like the build up to it was just okay. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even know Andor was in it. I watched it back when it came out. It was so long ago. So I didn't even know what any of the backstory of the show was or anything great. It was great, guys. It was really great. I much prefer watching a show when I don't know where it's meant to fit in your stupid universe, you know? I'm like, well, I know this character's going to do this and this is going to happen because of this. Ugh. Festazar over there. Nicely done. Lingbane and Fester pulling back there. Nice hot pickup. Marines pulling to the right side, to the left side, and the right. All right, so Serral has made it to late game. He is simply ahead, guys. He is up 30 supply. Clem, though, he's got the Marauder production. He has concussive this time. He's not forgotten it, and he's building a 5th command center. Ghost Academy's about to go down. He's also continuing to build siege tanks, which I think is a good call. And it's really hard for Serral wants to push. Clem's making it really hard for him to push. That's the hatchery. These guys are going to stem in from this side, but this means I don't think he can defend this base. He's got so many tanks, but this base on the left is easy pickings. Nothing to defend the base on the left. That's unfortunate. If this was an orbital, it would actually be better. The fact that this command center here really hurts. He's got nothing to defend it. Command center goes down. Planetary goes down. You can tell Clem did not want to give it up, but he's got no units to defend. The microbial ultras will smash through. And he's going to come in from this side. Clem picks off one Baneling, picks up, tries to boost forward. Sporkrill is going to limit his ability to dance around these ledges. We'll go to the edge of that ledge, try to hit some drones maybe from the high ground. The Zerglings are there on top of him. With the 2 queens targeting the weak medevac, his time in this base is limited. If he goes left, there's spores on the way out as well. He's kind of trapped in here. Same time, he's going to go for a bit of a counterattack. Clem has 8 siege tanks, 11 marauders, 27 marines, losing those command centers. He's back on 3 bases. So he's kind of been put in this position where he was way too conservative with his tank spots. And it's kind of unfortunate because he's more expecting an attack on the right side. The planetary on the left was kind of what he thought of as being a more entrenched position, which Serral would avoid. But Serral, I think just by chance, happened to pick the more exposed base. Gets himself big value, and denying 2 command centers for 1 attack like that is just such huge momentum. Marine Marauder coming forwards. Oh, a couple of Zerglings going down. Careful, pick up, get out of there. Ultra Lingbane Infest is going to go forward. Spy is coming in. Remember, once the Corruptors are out, these drops are over. You can't keep doing these drops. He got away with it with scrappy, crazy Clem-style play, especially on some of the bigger maps. But number 1, Serral's been dealing with every game. He knows you're going to keep doing it. Number 2, it's Rainfall. It's a smaller map. It's a map where you've got to be a bit more contained in your style. There we go. 1 Ultra goes down. Ghosts are coming out. Remember, Ghosts, people were saying they would be overpowered in late game. I really don't know if they are. And I think it's kind of funny because we haven't seen a lot of turtle late game. If we saw a turtle late game, like we did on the previous map pool, the previous patch, maybe we would say that the ghosts are overpowered, but it's so interesting because, like, as always, you know, people get very angry at me for not having strong opinions about the ghost one way or the other, and kind of having a let's wait and see, let's test and see what it looks like. But double the energy cost for a snipe, plus 50% supply is a big cost, and that doesn't even matter right now because the ghosts aren't even here yet. Microbial Shroud is so good when you don't have ghosts out yet. Finally, a few snipes come in. I love the lift on the command center there. You could just see how powerful Microbial is when there's no snipes. Once you have snipes out, you're fine, because tank splash damage can deal with Ling Bane, snipes can pop the ultras, but if you've got ultras with Microbial Shroud, Marauders and tanks just do so much less damage to them. You need the snipes to deal with the ultras, or Microbial becomes very, very powerful. These roaches are throwaway units. Serral does not want to keep these anymore. They are garbage supply. He wants to replace them with much better units. He's also making Overlords. He'd like to drop Zerglings in the main base, just as a way to open up a new front. He can see Clem on Rainfall on a map that's better for Turtle late game. Clem is actually going to play that slower late game, that Turtle style. Clem is the best in the world at this, I would argue. Well, you know, Maru doesn't really play it lately. Like, when was the last time you guys saw Maru just straight up Turtle to Super Turtle? Like, he's still probably the best at it. He just doesn't do it that much lately. Curious to see Maru playing on this new patch. Can't wait to see what he looks like. Classically, Maru was far ahead of Clem in that sort of Turtle situation, but Clem has really evolved over the last few years. His ability to Turtle is so good. Very rarely uses the Select All Army key, and I think that's the secret. You know, years ago, the difference in late game is you'd see Clem, see this drop, he'd F2 his whole army to the main, F2 his whole army to the left. Maru would never do that. Let's see how tilted Clem is, because Clem, if he's super tilted, he'll still make that mistake. He's scanning, sees the Great Aspire in the main. What he doesn't see until now is the Zergling drop coming into the base. Does he F2 his whole army? Well, no, he splits it. Splits his army immediately. Ravager's trying to bile a Sensor Tower. That's the most Serral move I've ever seen. Runs into Sniper Sensor Tower with bile. What a freak. The Ravagers will go down at the same time. Massive attack on the front. Blinding Clouds leading the charge. The Ultras want to steal that planetary. The Banelings are going to stop the repair. Brilliant snipe there while the Zerglings distract in the main. That is such an excellent execution of this attack. Now, Clem, he really needs to scan and repair these engineering bays. He's got building armor and high-sec auto-tracking about to kick in. He needs those upgrades, but the Burrowed Zerglings are going to finish these off, aren't they? Oh, he's forgotten about the Burrowed Zergling. Serral, every time, if Clem doesn't see this happening, because there's multitasking going on, he kind of forgets to scan. He's got to be doing these scans preemptively. That being said, he's on 5 orbitals, 4 more command centers building right now. Planetary here, planetary there, more and more command centers coming up, and Isaac's going to finish building armor, is also probably going to finish, and some turrets going up to stop any future waves. More tanks are building, which is excellent. Remember, guys, siege tanks are one of the best units for turtling in late game TVZ. They are very weak to Broodlords. However, most players will not build Broodlords. That being said, I was talking about it earlier, let's talk about it again. Ghosts are 3 supply, and they can only have 2 snipes at max energy. This is 24 snipes available, which means 12 ghosts can technically, if they all get their snipes off without dying, can kill 12 Broodlords. The Broodlords are more supply. They are 4 supply. But keep in mind, it's not the same as what it was with a 2 supply ghost that could cast 4 snipes, right? It's a very different equation. You need a bigger amount of supply in those ghosts if you want to rely on those for anti-air, anti-ultra, anti-spellcaster, all the things you need. And look at this attack. Serral sneaking in from the side. The army's out of position. Once again, that planetary is going to get busted. Nice Blinding Clouds to lead the charge. Really good micro from Serral. Beautiful Blinding Clouds. Snipes do take out a bunch of Ultras. 1 or 2 of the Vipers goes down as well, but the Banelings are there. Gaming Zerg has left the game. Oh my god, that's some gaming that he was doing. I guess one of the observers was lagging. One of the other language commentators, perhaps, guys. We do see Fungals going down. No crazy SCV damage. Let's take a look at the tally. 2 Ghosts died, a few tanks. 1 Viper only. It's a shame he let those Vipers escape. I think it really takes the wind out of a Zerg's sails if you get the snipes on all the Vipers. Total of 8 Ultras have died this game. Units lost tab, only 2,000 in favor of Clem. And Serral's trying to take these forward bases. He's kind of going, oh god, this is going to turn into one of these drawn out late games. He kind of realizes, got to deal with this. You can't let Clem eat up 50% of the map's resources, because long term, He's going to be more efficient. Now, I have a feeling if I had to make a prediction right now, Serral already has a big bank. He might just overwhelm him. Remax, remax, A move, overwhelm, right? With numbers, another Ling drop going in the main. He can eat some missile turret shots. Doesn't matter. These Lings and Overlords are super cheap. I predict he makes 12 Broodlords and wins the game instantly with them when the Broodlords show up, because this heavy siege tank count is going to friendly fire like crazy. But it's got to be after a lot of the ghosts die in a fight. I think that's got to be the best timing for it. It's probably going to happen like 26 minutes. Let's say 8 minutes from now, something like that. It's going to happen around then. That's my prediction. I don't know why. I'm just feeling it. I have my spidey senses tingling. There's going to be like tons of tanks and marauders and not enough ghosts to defend it. And then the broods are going to come in and at least kill a base, if not do any more. Dude, look at that. Ghost drop to defend. How cool is that? But that means your ghosts aren't on the front lines. Double planetary. Oh, even abducts a siege tank. I forgot you can abduct siege tanks again. Welcome back, Zerg players. Vipers do their job again. Oh, the planetary gets blown up. It's a shame Clem did not repair that planetary. He does lose 2 of those planetaries, which is very expensive, but he's got more command centers come in. Marauders do deny this hatchery on the right side. Serral evacuates his drones. Might throw another one up down here. Yeah, he's sending a Ling, so he could throw a Nidus here, and then he can just pop the drones out, mine from there, pop the drones out, mine from there. Very cute move. I do like to see Clem knuckling down, because I've been wanting to see Serral versus Clem in the late game with the new Ghost. Now, for those who don't know, the Ghost snipe is now unbreakable. You cannot interrupt the snipe except by killing the Ghost or by getting out of range. So if you're committing to a fight, you need to either get Banelings on the Ghosts, or you need to just hope they don't have enough energy. With 20 Ghosts, 60 supply of Ghosts right now, my lord, that's really hard to deal with. I think Broods would be a terrible mistake at this stage. But you know what's interesting? There's only 1 Infestor, 1 Viper. Chat says, I feel like Clem only makes tanks because he's tilted. Otherwise, he'd normally absolutely refuse. I would say it's the opposite. He's finally calmed down from his tilt, and he's making sure he doesn't die. And this secures late game. Tanks are really good for securing late game. I would say this, normally he's too cocky to build them, but he knows. He knows, man. One more game, Serral wins. I mean, tanks are such a no-brainer on this map. He does hate tanks because he doesn't like turtling, but in this game, he is turtling. It makes perfect sense to turtle on this map. It's much better as a map for turtling, but he does want to deny this base. Nidus Worm going up in the main. He's got no units there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He does not realize those units are there. This is scary right now. What's inside the Nidus? Zerglings. It's just Zerglings, but Zerglings will do good damage. He's not got new units pulling out. Did not replace the turrets there. Ling's getting around the base. He's already burrowing a Zergling here or there. Bunch of ghosts will pick up, boost into that main base to deal with this. I think in a game like this, you just drop a mule here to repair. Gonna pick it up, rebuild the tech lab. If you drop mules and you drop it not on a mineral patch, they will be on auto repair these days. Small change in this patch. Ghosts come forward, couple snipes on the ultras. Gotta watch out for the fungal boy. The infestor waddling forwards, but did not scan to clean all these Zerglings up. That is a problem. Siege tank planetary slowly denying this side. Every mineral Serral steals from here is not just 5 minerals for him, it's 5 minerals taken away from Clem. Every single trip those drones deliver is direct damage, and if he can bait Clem into some bad fights here, that could be amazing. Thing is, if Serral gets baited into walking in and out of tank fire and snipes the whole time, it might more than make up for the damage that he's doing by stealing the resources. And I think this is really good calm play. Some people have told me they think if you go mass Broodlord, you can still beat these ghosts because the Broodlords shoot fast enough to kill the front ghost. I get the ghosts are back to 100 hit points, which is nice. They're not the crazy 125 hit point ghost that was just insane. I think that's not right, though. With Broodlords being 4 supply, Ghost being 3, and with late game Terran being able to sacrifice SCVs, he's got 11 orbitals, so he can start doing that soon. I don't think that makes any sense. I think it only makes sense for Broodlords to minimize your opponent's usefulness of like tanks and mines by making them friendly fire each other, and then go into that next step. Another good planetary snipe. Nice move. Thinking about pulling back. He's going to leave a few Lings in there. The Lings are all stuck behind each other, trying to get on top of the tanks. Do take out one of them. I like that. Just a safety scan, making sure he checks for that. Serral still long distance mining. He knows how important these resources are in the corners, man. And I think he will put another Nidus Worm here in the near future. More Lings and more Corruptors. So he's going to go up to 16 Corruptors, guys. There's only 3 libs and 8 medevacs. That seems like an overcommitment unless you're planning to play Broodlords. Serral seems to be purposely letting his drones die here. Happy to sack the supply to replace it with better units. He's going to hit the right side. Clem, so focused on the bottom left. There's a Nidus in his main base as well. Ultras take damage. One of them does die. Clem, very slow to clean up this main base. Really taking his time. He's only got +1 vehicle armor. I'd like to see him continue these upgrades. He realizes. +2 now on the way for his tanks. He's building another tank as well. Surprising to see him do it. Remember, guys, if Serral wins, it will reset the bracket. There'll be another best of 3. So Clem does have a second life. Gives him a little bit of a fallback at this point. You're down 0-3. You might want to just chill. Save your energy for the next series. I don't think he'll do that. I don't think he's the kind to give in like that. He's scanning for broods. He's like, what? Are you going to go broods? He's like, do I need to build some Thors and Vikings? He doesn't want to get caught on pure Ghost. He'd like to have a little bit of support because Thors or Vikings have such long-range firepower. It really complements the Ghost snipes really well. But with no actual Broodlord commitment, he feels pretty chill. He's going to go up to 14 siege tanks. Still, I think there's still a Burrowed Zergling there. So he doesn't scan, doesn't clear it. Those are just going to keep going up. Could leave a siege tank in the main. Might be a nice way to deal with it. Serral's mining more resources on the right side now. And that is one of Clem's bases, remember, guys. This is not a shared base. This is not like a 50-50 base. This is absolutely one of Clem's bases, or meant to be. Serral stealing, it's really big. But every time he chases in like this, you can see now the unit's lost tab, 11,000 in favor of Clem. He's got a 10,000 mineral bank. The gas bank, you know the gases run out way faster now, guys. Does this hurt late game Terran or Zerg more? Might hurt late game Terran more than Zerg. We'll find out. Zerg can rely pretty heavily on Ling Bane. A pretty long time. It's not the most gas-heavy army. Oh, a couple ghosts popping out. Tanks there as well. Zergling's not doing that much to the ghost, but it was the friendly fire tank shot that almost killed him. Corruptors come in for a wee attack on the left side, but the public urination does get stopped by the ghost turret. Got turrets, libs, ghosts. Not a lot of anti-Zergling though. The planetary on the right side will wreck these Zerglings though. The libs do get sniped by the Corruptors. I do like the dive for Serral. I think the dive there throws away a bunch of cheap Zerglings, mineral units that he's got in excess of. Gets a bunch of high-value targets. I think that was not a bad trade. I mean, obviously the number keeps getting worse. And Serral's not really mining this base. Feels like Clem is getting to that point where there is an inevitability. And unless you can kind of catch him out and make him make a big mistake. But it is pure Ghost Siege Tank, right? Like, it doesn't seem like that many units. The 3 supply Ghosts. He's got 69 supply of Ghosts. Oh, no, he just built a 24th Ghost. He's building a 25th. 25 Ghosts! He's got 75 supply of Ghosts. It's pure tank Ghost. A crazy style for Clem. I mean, what else are you going to build, though? Maybe some libs? This many Corruptors? Maybe not the best idea. Oh, he even picks up. He snipes the Ultra, picks up the Ghosts. Command Center's getting peed on, though. The Corruptors will be able to remove that Command Center. But it's about efficiency. Losing a Command Center and a few SCVs does not matter. Tempo does not matter. You've got 1 billion more Command Centers. As long as you're trading more efficiently than the Zerg and you eventually mine the resources, there's no reason for Clem to panic here. And he should be replacing the turrets, replacing the tanks. I think a few Widow Mines would be nice, because right now he's relying on pure Ghost to deal with Zerglings. Also, remember, Ghosts got nerfed. I didn't mention it, guys. Ghost's attack got nerfed. They only do 15 damage now. So it's still flat damage versus armored and light, but it's 15 damage a shot, down from 20 before the hotfix. I just remembered that. You guys let me know if there's any other changes I forgot to mention here. So many things that have changed. 20 damage Ghost was insane, but remember, back in 12 Workers, they always did 20 damage against Zerglings. They would always 2-shot them. Now they always 3-shot Zerglings. So they are nerfed against Zerglings. Against Banelings, they're always going to 3-shot them, same as before. No, and before, yeah, because Banelings aren't light units. So against Banelings, they're exactly the same. Against Zerglings, they're worse. In this matchup, those are the only 2 things that matter. The Ghost's regular attack has been nerfed. And remember, it's 3 supply now. So you don't have as many, like the ghosts, you've got 27 ghosts, but that's a way bigger percentage of your army supply. The ghost is actually nerfed in the late game in this matchup. That's something I didn't think about until now. Just its regular fighting ability heavily nerfed. Now, is that lower gas going to affect Clem way more than Serral in the end game, guys? Oh, he's doing the Broodlord swap. 23 Broods against 28 Ghosts. He finally gets scanned. There's no Thors, no Vikings. The problem here is if you go forward to snipe, the Banes and the Infestors are going to jump on your face. You normally want some Vikings and Thors to poke and prod at the Broods. There's no anti-air. He has no anti-air, guys. Ghosts come forward from the left side. Doesn't use Cloak just yet, but he does already snipe 1 Broodlord. That's 1 Broodlord, 2 Broodlords, sorry. 2 Broodlords go down. Ling's in the bottom left, though, clearing the base. Clem on mass Ghost right now. Most people would build Vikings. Most people would build Thors, not Clem. Clem has 3-3 for the Thors. He doesn't have any Viking upgrades, so understandably, Thors would be the better choice. He's going to rebuild a few SCVs to mine out these bottom side bases. Serral, his bank is no longer bigger than Clem's. Clem, I believe, is winning this game right now, but remember the immense amount of value that is put into squads like this. He has a few ghost squads like this on the map. The amount of resources into that, the amount of supply, resources, minerals, gas, and time, and 1 fungal and a bunch of banelings, and it all goes bye-bye. Now, there's only 15 Banes on the map, so engineering that situation for Serral, going to be near impossible. But I need to mention it because there's a lot more execution in endgame than people give it credit for. We always go, no, Terran should always win, Protoss should always win, Zerg should always win, depending on what side of the equation they're on. And then they see even a rank 10 pro gamer almost always loses to the top 3 pro gamer in this situation, no matter what the matchup is. And I'll say it's not skill-based. It's the only way to protect your ego. Does get some good snipes off, but he's got to be careful, guys. Both sides have got to be careful. If the snipes come in, the oversight is really good. Okay, so guys, 14 Ghosts have died for 5 Broodlords, okay? Keep it, we'll look at those numbers and see how that expands or contracts for either side. Command Center goes down, lovely push for Serral. This is, by the way, my prediction of the game ending at 25 minutes with like a tempo Broodlord swap coming in and clearing him up, totally incorrect. I was completely wrong on that. I don't know why I had that spidey sense, but I did. I was totally wrong. Clem has turtled up very well, has withstood the avalanche, has gotten to a very good economic late game position. And now, Broodlords, Infestors, dancing around the map. 28 Ghosts. And he's building more. I think he's building too many Ghosts. So here's the thing, guys. There is a point of units, there is a density where there is no way you're going to use them effectively, and I think 20 Ghosts is at that point. He's going to get a double snipe off. Nice transfuse. He chain transfuses. Dude, that's amazing. The snipes there are kind of amazing. There's a point where you get so many Ghosts, all they do is clump for Fungals and Banelings more, right? Command Center goes down. Vikings do come forward. Snipes coming in. He's not using much Cloak on the Ghost. He doesn't want to waste the energy. He knows how expensive that energy is. Do that. Broodlord volley does crazy damage. Serral bullying him. He's got this high ground here. 15,000 resources lost. Favor of Clem right now. But remember, Clem's losing a lot of gas units. And his gas bank seems to be a bit lower right now. He needs to get these gases back up mining in the corner. There's another 2,000 plus gas there. And gas is going to be the thing that runs short in this game. Oh my gosh. Dude. Look at how many, you see the Ghosts all get stuck behind each other coming in like this, and he gets a few snipes off, but also the tanks are killing his own Ghosts. I think he should unsiege all the tanks. Guys, there's no Ling Bane anyway. He needs to unsiege the tanks. The tanks are doing more friendly fire than anything. Clem's tanks are murdering his own Ghosts right now. He's got to unsiege the tanks. There is nothing on the ground threatening for Zerg other than a few Infestors, and as annoying as they are, I think EMP can deal with that. Clem, he has full scans. He's got to get off this mass siege tank. He's still building siege tanks. He's just killed so many of his own Ghosts. Guys, we checked before. It was 14 Ghosts. He's lost 18 Ghosts for 8 Broodlords since then. 18 Ghosts for 8 Broodlords. That is great trading for Serral. That's really good trading. Units lost tab has closed to now 14,000 between the two. He's attacking his own command center. Clem, shades of MMA right now. He needs to get these tanks out of this army, but now there's more Ultraling Bane Infestor. Now he needs the siege tanks. This is why Liberators are better than siege tanks, because they don't friendly fire, but they do the same job of long-range siege that can zone out the Infestors. You can see the Ghosts here really struggling with that tank friendly fire. The Thor did go down earlier. There's still 19 Broodlords poking in and out. He wants to force Clem into this awkward Viking Thor army and then overwhelm with the Lingbane Infestor. Ghosts are sniping, but a bunch of them die to the siege tank friendly fire. The Ultraling Bane threatens forward, but it pulls back. The command center goes down. Serral is bullying Clem back in the late game. How fascinating is this? The siege tanks, I think, are a big mistake here for Clem. Being on tanks still this late in the game is an issue. And Serral has found a way to bully his opponent with really good mixed arms combat. The Broodlord's poking it out. And you can see the tanks are so bloody good for Serral. They are massive damage dealers. Broodlings don't do that much damage. The Broodlord Strike only does 26 damage a shot. The Broodlings themselves nibble pretty slowly. The Vikings find some good damage, but remember, they only have +1 ship weapons, so the Corruptors will eat them. 3/3 Corruptors with Fungal catching them. That Orbital's going to go down as well. The Broods come forward. Here, the Broods are a little bit scattered. The Ghosts will land some big snipes, but their tanks are doing crazy friendly fire to their own units whenever the Broodlings get on their face. Will the Ghosts be able to deal with this? The Broodlords are struggling. We do see those Corruptors chase down the last Vikings on the right side, and the Broodlords are pushing him back. Clem getting pushed into the corner. He's out. He's out of gas. He's out of gas. He never continued mining the gas fully in the bottom left side, and those are the most important ones. These gases here he didn't manage to get. Serral's going to take that base off him. He needs to swap into marine production now, and that is a disaster for Clem, who's going to find himself taking massive damage. Oh me, oh my. There are few remaining Ghosts, not with good energy. He's killed 26 Broodlords, guys. So he did kill another 18 Broodlords, but he lost a ton more Ghosts, Vikings, tanks, command centers, everything on the ground to do it. The Marines are trying to stem back. You can see the Lingbane coming in right now, overwhelming the Terran army. And he's going to pick up and pull backwards. Clem trying to hold ground, but it's just so hard against these Broodlords moving in. And with Serral stealing this last base, oh man, that forces Clem to do something about it, but he's just not able to. Funnily enough, you can see how much less damage the Broodlords do now that there's no siege tanks left. But Clem, he is going to throw in the towel, moves up the ramp, gets overwhelmed. And I don't know if I learned anything from that game. A lot of people, they go, okay, now we know Zerg late game beats Terran late game. I don't know that at all from that game. I think anyone who draws that conclusion is jumping to conclusions. I think what we know is that tanks kill their own units and Broodlords counter tanks, which is something I've been talking about for a long time. I've always said when a Terran has more than 10 siege tanks, Broodlords are always a good choice, even if it's just a few Broodlords to mix in. I haven't quite seen it like that, though, where the Terran let the siege tanks friendly fire themselves as much as they did. I think that was a crucial mistake for Clem. I think even if he abandoned the base, pulled back, kept his Ghosts alive, that would have been good. But I also think he was way overcommitted to Ghosts. He was on a pure Ghost tank composition. I think 25 Ghosts is already the absolute limit of where you want to go. But if you look at this Ghost count, he was going up to about 30 Ghosts. It was pure Ghost siege tank. And I think that's just too much. I think as nice as the tanks are, because they're easy to use, they're good for securing bases, I think 15 tanks is kind of the absolute max. I also think it's really good to have lots of factories with tech labs. I like that he was rebuilding this tech lab, because you do want to be able to quickly build a few Thors. I think if you can get a few Thors up front with Vikings, that's going to be great. And we all know the ultimate Terran late game comp is normally Ghosts, Libs, Hellbats, and then potentially some Thors or Vikings mixed in if your opponent's heavy on Broods. The reason is, though, the Libs will not friendly fire. They will stop the enemy infestors from getting in range. They work as a really good siege unit from behind. Otherwise, the Fungal's going to ruin your Ghost, because then they can all get caught by the Banelings and the Fungal, right? So Libs end up being a bit better. Hellbats to help just eviscerate a few Hellbats mixed in, because they one-shot the Broodlings when they land. So all the Broodlords shoot out, and if you have some Hellbats mixed in your Ghosts, they one-shot the Broodlings. And the Broodlord's strike damage itself is very low DPS. It's 26 damage every couple of seconds per Broodlord. It's not a huge amount of damage. So he was still very heavy on siege tanks at this point. And yeah, perhaps could have gone into the range Libs early. He has range, you know, perhaps could have gone into that. Definitely needed to unsiege his tanks, maybe give up a position, adjust his composition. And I think he had plenty of time to do that earlier. But hey, first time using the new Ghost, they're a bit more supply heavy. We've heard that they're just broken and Ultras and Broods are useless and dead. I think Serral's once again showing us, I've said, I'm not going to jump to conclusions. I'm really waiting to see how Serral plays these units and whether or not he still makes them look good, what the interactions look like when you have Serral versus Maru, Serral versus Clem. And I think we learned here that there's still a lot to be learned. Anyways, that activates the next best of 3. Clem is not dead. He's got a reset. Let's hope he can mentally recharge and go into the next best of 3 with a renewed attitude. All right, guys, the final best of 3. Clem has been dragged down to the losers bracket, which means they're both losers now. Clem in the top right side, Serral in the bottom left. Some people go, Pig, you're so mean. It's the lower bracket. Don't call it a losers bracket. Mate, they've both lost now. All right, they're both losers. Nothing wrong with it. Oh, being a loser is bad. No, it's not. Losing is good. How else are you going to get better at a game if you don't, or anything in life, if you never lose at it? What, you've only ever won? It means you've never learned any hard lessons, have you? You think you're going to be truly great at something without ever losing? Illusion. It's an illusion if you think this. Now, guys, check it out. That was Overlord on 11. So Serral is doing 11 Overlord. Is this only if he's doing pool first, or does he do this with hatch first as well? He's doing 11 Overlord. Is this more efficient than the 12 Overlord into Extractor trick that Lambo and the other Zergs have been doing? Oh no. Has Serral figured something? I think Serral is literally, I don't think he spent any time practicing for this tournament. I mean, from what I heard, him and Rainer were watching a Protoss match. They didn't even know that Protoss gateways produce faster when they're not in warp gate mode. And Harstem is so, like, Harstem didn't even correct them because they just kept going, Skillous is bad. Why is he not making warp gates? Skillous is bad. Turns out, Harstem was kind of confused. He's like, I think this is fine, guys. And then eventually he realized, like, well, you know, they do produce faster. And they're like, what? So I don't think Serral and Rainer literally have read the patch notes. I honestly think they just opened the game for this tournament and started playing and trying to see what buttons feel good. It's the only explanation I have. So 1 minute 37 spawning pool. That's a perfectly timed spawning, a perfectly fine spawning pool timing. Very, very similar, I think, to the 12 Overlord, 13 Extractor trick. Both are fine. So it turns out, guys, 11 Overlord. If Serral's doing it, the noob-friendly opening, 11 Overlord, perfectly fine. I should have just told you guys the noob-friendly opening to begin. I really thought about doing it in my beginner guide. I'm not saying it's perfect. It's probably not the most optimal. But I'm like, damn, you know, it's so easy. Just 11 Overlord, then build more drones, and then Overlord pops, build more drones. Damn it. Serral, simplicity. Very nicely done. Hatch gas pool, or hatch pool gas, I should say here. See the double queen pops out, or at least begins immediately. Reaper's on his way across the map. No command center first, and also no other style openings for Clem. Like, we haven't seen 2 Rex Reaper. We haven't seen 2 barracks wall off on the natural, the Cure build, where you build a bunch of Marines, potentially, you know, snipe a bunch of Overlords, pressure across the map, really put the Zerg vision in a corner. Clem's been very much sticking with what he knows, with a slight variation here and there. That being said, he's going double gas again this game. Feels like he kind of feels like the second gas is helping him out, but I think Clem definitely feels like he's having to play every game from a little bit behind. Normally, there's more of a knife's edge of will Serral survive the first stim timing and defend his 4th base? And I think for Clem, what's so frustrating is he feels like he's playing, and that whole window where Zerg was afraid of him, he just cannot find any real kill timing or anything even severely menacing at that stage of the game. And I think we'll see if he adjusts. Does he turtle up? Now, this is a good map for Terran, I think, right? You got 3 bases, 4 bases pretty compact, 5th up north. I mean, 6th base is going to get a bit further out, but I think the first 4 bases are in a pretty compact pattern. There's some good ledges to work with, which generally Terran's happy about. That being said, the edges of the map do stretch out a little bit, but like these bases, they're kind of hard for Zerg to defend. They're not right in the corners. And I think you want the bases to be more compact and more easily accessible as a Terran. As a Zerg, you want the bases to be more spread out into the corners further away, where Zerg's mobility disadvantage struggles. Pig, you should call it the top bracket and the power bottom bracket. Nice. Nice. Well done, Twitch chat. It's not true, Pig. If you never lose, you actually learn how to not lose. You're just good. Yes. And these people definitely exist without using cheat codes in single-player games only. Armory's on the way. Oh, Hellbat timing. Sorry, guys. He's going to be going for 4 Marines in a medevac, and Hellbat's old school, baby. I was wondering how this Hellbat timing would look on this patch. Oh, my God. It gets spotted. It gets spotted immediately. Oh, no. That's so bad. Spinecrawler goes down instantly. Serral was going for a lair here behind the third base. He was trying to get away with some greed. But now he's got time to get that 5th queen out, to get his spine crawler up. He's going to try and micro backwards. The Ling counterattack is always the scariest thing when you do this build. Clem needs to realize that because this got spotted, 100% he was going to go for this. But the Hellions... Oh, God, he's got to be careful. Clem's so focused on the front. He's tunnel visioning. Evo Chamber Wall-Off comes up, buys him a few seconds of time. Spine Crawler not quite ready. Damn, dude, I thought that Spine would have plenty of time to finish, but apparently not. Serral already losing a queen. Lings on the other side are still fighting at the same time. Spine Crawler comes up, starts to give some hentai to those Hellbats. They are not enjoying it. They are not weebs. The queen, though, oh my gosh, he didn't transfuse the Spine. Big mistake for Serral. Serral finds himself in a bit of doo-doo here. The queen, she's going to fall back in the red. The Hellbat Marine, is it enough, though? I think the Hellbats are low enough. The Zerglings can now clean this up. The Marines do get left behind there. The medevac has to pull back, and 6 SCVs go down. That is a disaster. If the Zerg realizes it's this Hellbat timing, the Ling counterattack has always been the counter, and you have to be ready for that. But Clem didn't quite clock it. He's been a long time since he played this build, probably, and he forgot about that factor. If it gets scouted, you have to be ready for the counter, either with a quick wall off or something else. He wasn't, and that scout was tragic. So I think this is a very different situation, and this is a good build. I think this is clearly a good build. I think a lot of people look at this, they draw the wrong conclusions. If there's one thing I know from reading YouTube and Twitch chat comments, people basically mostly fall victim to a results or an outcome or results focused mindset rather than a systems focused mindset. So if you look at this and you go, this build is bad, you are completely incorrect. That was a free win against Serral's build. Perfect hard counter build order if it doesn't get scouted. Why? Serral's going fast lair behind a fast third. He doesn't have a Roach Warren or a Baneling Nest. He didn't even build one reactively. If that Ling doesn't see what's going on, this is an entirely different game. But beautiful scouting by Serral as always. We always talk about the myth of the Serral Zergling. It's a Zergling where back in his first year dominating, he would always get in your base with a Zergling and see everything right at the moment when you didn't want him to see it. And you can see, look how quickly he saw that. We're on Serral's camera. Look how quickly he throws a Spine Crawler down. Within a second of him seeing that medevac, Marines loading in, he's like, whoa, there's a Hellbat timing, quick. And he grabs all his existing Zerglings. 5 Zerglings end up ruining the economy behind this and distracting him. I mean, this could have been absolutely lights out if it was not seen ahead of time. He also kills the Reaper before the push even starts. Has time to set up an Evo Chamber wall off. This is huge. This is a huge win. I think the build is good, especially if Serral's being greedy. You're still hitting a 5-minute timing with 6 Hellbats, a medevac, and 4 Marines. The queen count is not that crazy high. Remember, right now, Zerg Lava is faster than it's ever been out of the hatcheries. But hatcheries are 300 minerals. Queens are 175. So the kind of thing is, if Zerg's able to just keep droning regularly and doesn't have to like rush the queens and the hatcheries up quite as fast, right? Because what are we seeing? Zergs are going a bit later thirds with a lot of their builds, fast 2 bases. They're constantly building drones. And if they're able to get that drone count up, they can kind of just get too big. And then, you know, they're just out of control. But are they more vulnerable to timings like this? I mean, he only had 5 queens ready. He didn't even have extra queens building. I guess he has a 6th one on the way, actually. It feels like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. But definitely with the build he was doing, where I think he was trying to rush... I don't know what he was trying to rush, probably Mutalisks. I think he was probably going to try and get up his Spire, get up some gases. I think Serral was trying to get away with a bit of a greedy build here. I don't know for sure. We can't tell because obviously he scouted this so early, so we didn't get to see what his normal gas timings would be. But as it is, he was trying something a little bit cheeky. This should have been a really good build to punish him. Unfortunately, falls flat. The counterattack just does so much damage, and that's going to be a GG. All right, guys, rough game there for Clem. So unfortunate, but that Zergling running in at the perfect time. If he at least raised the depots there, I don't know if that Zergling gets the info. Like, I don't think Serral gets the info if the depots go up. So very unfortunate for Clem, but he's got to be so tilted now. And you can tell Clem's just not finding the value he normally does. He's going to go for that 11 depot opening as per usual. We do see 11 Overlord for Serral as well. Oh, Serral's workers bouncing around a little bit. He's got to be a bit careful. Keep in mind, your workers are going to want to go walkabout a lot more on the current patch. A lot of people, I was really confused. I was like, why are my drones doing this? The reason is, normally on the 12 worker start, you get to 2 workers on each mineral patch so early in the game that even if a worker gets to the mineral patch and is like, oh, you're not quite finished mining, and they check, they would go, well, there's no other mineral patches that are free. They all have dudes mining them, so I'll just wait here. But in the current thing, if your worker gets to the mineral patch and is there just a fraction of a second too early while the other worker's still mining, they go, oh, there's a free mineral patch here, and here, and here. They'll go to a random one and they'll bounce around. So that's kind of the funny little thing that is different with this 8 worker versus 12 worker start, that I'd forgotten that in the old 6 worker start, it was tough on maps with good minerals. The minerals are nice and close to your hatchery. It's kind of tough to keep your workers doubled up nicely. So we are going to see a 17 pool. So I think this was 15. Was it 15 hatchery or 16 hatchery? I think he's been going 16 hatchery, 17 pool. Solid opening here for Serral. I've been doing 15 hatchery, but I guess if you're doing 17 pool, 16 hatch, 17 pool is fine. Of course, I do a lot of drone scouting and harassing as well, so my builds are a little bit more chaotic. All right, guys. Command center coming up here on the natural. It's going to be 18 supply command center, completely standard. He did SCV scout this game. He does not want to take chances. Unfortunately, you can't hang around and block the third because there's a good chance Serral just plays 2 base Mutalisk here again. 2 base Mutal looked fantastic for Serral. I wouldn't be, you know, annoyed if he played that again. I don't think it's a bad build order at all. Gotten away with the hatchery first for now. Of course, the Reaper is going to cause a bit of damage. He's only built 2 Zerglings for now. Does he build any more? Got to 4 Zerglings. Is Serral... And he's got Lava idle right now. He's not droning. Huh? Was he literally just doing that to keep them safe? Oh, he did. He purposefully held onto his lava until closer to when the queen was out. Wow. Okay, because he doesn't want to spend money building a spore to keep them safe. That's so funny. Oh, wow. Just the little adjustments Serral does are so beautiful. It's already injected the natural. This queen wants to throw a creep tumor down. He wants to send both queens to the natural, but that Reaper threatening. Just going to put it here to connect the bases instead. Ooh, and Clem doing Clem things. Gets himself that snipe. Oh, he's so annoying, isn't he? He's going to go for the second gas. No more 3cc in this series. Ah, such a bummer that Hellbat timing didn't work. I really think that Hellbat timing. That Zergling doesn't get in there right then. It feels like that should disrupt Serral's rhythm and bounce this series back. Remember, guys, these guys played a similar circumstance in Maestros. Last year, Maestros won in Paris. Serral won, I think it was 4-2 in the finals. And then the bracket reset happened, but Clem came out and just swiftly dispatched him with some timing attacks and got the 2-0 despite losing the first series. But that was not as dominant in the first series as this one's been. I mean, 4-0 Serral versus Clem. When was the last time we saw that? And you know what's really funny as well, guys? Because balance is... Oh, hold on. Reaper goes down. Oh, Hellions are going to dart in. Zergling's going to try and dance around. Hellions running forwards and back. Balance is so hard to judge because it's so subjective and we're always comparing to the most recent state of relative balance. So it's always like this patch right now, this clearly looks a bit better for Zerg than Terran, right? But was it better for Terran than Zerg before? And this is like the thing I've always said is like, you know, the guys who claim Serral's not the GOAT and it's Maru? I've always said those guys' best argument is basically there's a subset of guys I see on the forums who are like, well, Terran's just harder and has always been the weaker race. And I'm like, if you guys actually want to believe Maru's the GOAT and not Serral, that is your best argument. Your best argument is if you truly believe that basically Terran's always had the short straw in terms of balance, and it's just been way harder for Maru to achieve results than Serral, then you can actually, yeah, like I'm like, okay, that sounds like a valid viewpoint for you to hold. If that, then that. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I also don't like, I feel like it's like such a hard thing to even debate. You're just kind of like, I don't know, I feel like we're just talking about our feelings right now, man. There's some stats nerd out there who's like, no, I have figures. Banshee going in towards the main. Hellions rotating around. Feels like he's kept the...
All right. Sorry, I know you guys are all invested and you are having a fantastic time, but I do have to interrupt. We're going to resume that in just a moment, everybody, as we need to announce something. It is, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas. It's Christmas in July. 'Tis the seasonings. Now, for those who don't know, we were streaming earlier today since 9 hours ago. But I took a break. You know what I had, guys? Yesterday, Doc got some wicked wings from KFC, and she had some leftovers. I had that for lunch. Then I went for a jog. And then on the way back from my jog, do you know what I did, guys? I got more KFC, and I just ate 3 pieces of original recipe and a whole regular chips dipped deep in that delicious mashed potato and gravy. It is the day of KFC. A nice 10-kilometer jog wedged in between. It's been fantastic. What can I say? Hashtag sponsored, by the way. This is a sponsored hour, guys. We're doing 4 of these sponsored streams this month. They are really, really fun. For those who don't know, it is Christmas in July. If you're not in Australia, you might be a bit confused. For all the Aussies watching, and there should be a lot more at this time of day. Guess what? It's cold, or at least as cold as it gets in Australia. And all of the Christmas lore and culture stuff actually makes a bit more sense in winter rather than summer. Though we do like surfing Santa here. So as a result, KFC is doing a ton of deals this month. If you guys get the KFC app, you can get in there and you can get awesome deals. I actually just played the Colonel's Catch game to literally get, I got a six pieces of original recipe, 2 regular chips, and then I threw a potato and gravy on top. It was actually absolutely amazing. So that's what I just destroyed. That's why I'm burping into the microphone like an absolute savage, guys. So today we're going to be playing some games. I know you guys want to see the rest of that series, so I will continue on with that. But first of all, before we get into it, let's remind you guys, don't forget to open the KFC app. There should be all sorts of stuff around your stream right now where you can click in and you can play. You can download the app yourself. There is a daily deal, or some deals. Some days there is not so much a daily deal. There is the Colonel's Catch. Now, today, I'm kind of embarrassed. Today's the first day I didn't make it to the final level of the Colonel's Catch. So this is actually... Sorry, we're getting pop-ups on my phone. Dot is telling my brother and his wife, Jared's doing a KFC stream right now. Come watch him play KFC games. Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Dot. Good to see pop-ups on my phone saying that. That's hilarious in our little messenger chat. Anyways, you can play this once a day and basically unlock deals. So check it out. Guys, rather than stream my view, I'm just going to play it here. So what we're going to do is basically based on the levels, you will unlock a certain deal. So we're going to play this really quickly. This is a test version of the game. You can only play it once a day. I've already got the deals. So it is a little bit, this is a display only version essentially. Let's start catching. I got to catch 10 drumsticks and I have to dodge the bones. All right. Oh my God. Okay. Well, that's just an unlucky spawn. That is. Okay. Let's go. All right. We got 1, 2. Dodge the bones. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh my God. I'm noobing it. Oh my God. I'm going to fail level 1. Okay. I need to get 10 before time's up. Oh my gosh. Okay. That's just unlucky. I got 2 bones spawning right on top of me. How was I meant to dodge that? Okay. 7 seconds left. We can do it. We can do it. We've got 4, 5. We've got 4 seconds left. I need to get 5 more drumsticks. No. Oh my God. I ran out of time. Okay. I suck. All right, guys. I may have failed the first level, but thankfully KFC is nice and they've given me some pity deals anyway. So we got like $3.95 Go Bucket, $5 for 10 nugs, $12.95 chicken deal for 2, which is not bad. Actually, that's what I got before anyway. Wait, you're telling me even if I lost the game, I could have got the same deal? Oh my Lord. Anyways, point being, play Colonel's Catch, get after it, get yourself some daily deals. You don't have to play the game many days. Many days, there's not even a Colonel's Catch going. There's literally just a deal there, smack bang, in the promotion section of your KFC app for pickup only in the store, and it's pretty fantastic. Of course, let me just make sure we've read everything out here, because of course, for those who don't know, it is something where we do need to make sure we've read everything. It can only be played once per user, and rewards are personalized. Keep that in mind. Other than that, guys, I think the one thing else I have to mention is the terms and conditions, and this needs to be read verbatim. For those of you who were here for our first KFC stream this month, I've been working on it. I've been working on my kind of terms and conditions voice. You guys, the job is get ready to rate me out of 10 in the chat on how we're doing. My first read was like a 4 or a 5. We got up to, I think, an 8.5 by the end of our first stream. Let's see how we do this time. Not everywhere and not forever. Daily deals are only available for pickup only via the KFC app on... Oh, has this not been updated? That was the wrong date. Maximum of 1 redemption per person per day. Only available until 10 p.m.
Yeah, only available for pickup via the KFC app on, I believe it should be the 11th of July, 2026. I believe our lovely manager and waifu may have copy-pasted the verbatim terms and conditions from the previous day's ones. Oh, no. This is only for Australia, yes, but that's okay. I don't think the date really matters. I adjusted it to today's date. We should be all good. But yeah, download the app, play the game, guys. Try to beat my high score, which today was literally 7 points on level 1, which is embarrassing. To be fair, like I said, when I played it for real in my app earlier, I got, I died on level 2. I think I had like 11 or 12 points on level 2. You need 14 on level 2 to get to level 3. The highest we've got is, I think, 17 on level 3. You need 16 to complete level 3 and unlock the final deals. But see if you can beat it. Let me know what happens. And you're in KFC right now. What are you eating, Vigilant? And why are KFC chips dipped in potato and gravy so bloody satisfying? I don't even know, man. I can barely fathom it. Anyways, I know I've cut you guys off at the bit of a nail biter, so let's continue this series, and we'll do a bit of live commentary with me sitting over it, okay, guys? Here in our KFC jersey before we get into some live games. So we've got Liquid Clem in the top right side, Serral in the bottom left, and actually, I'll just have a listen. I'll just have a listen to my past commentary. I think he's going to be more hype and more in tune with where the series is up to. Serral, of course, winning the first best of 7, 4-0 now, 1-0 up, only needs this game to seal the deal. Timed response. Carapace is already on the way. Serral didn't have the money for melee. He needs to... Why is the KFC chicken so good? Well, I worked at KFC when I was a kid, and it's those big, awesome pressure cookie fryer things that they cook the chicken in. Those things are awesome. They seal all the juices in. It's so good, man. It's fantastic. Feels like he's kind of built into his play double checking those upgrade timings, and there we go. Yeah, very little. Big is it true KFC offers kangaroo in Australia? Unfortunately, that's only on the special mythical menu that definitely does not exist, except in my brain canon. And in my head canon, it does exist, and it's fantastic. Nothing like some kangaroo fried... Wait, no, that would just be KFK. Kentucky Fried Kangaroo? Oh, that would be, yeah, KFK. So Serral's going to have a really nice upgrade lead on the Carapace. Aliens damaging this. Banshee sneaking in the right side. Could grab a few drones and get out. This right side mineral patch very exposed, but Spore Crawler does so much damage, doesn't it? Oh, good micro. Good micro on the Queen by Serral. Pushes the Banshees away. Yeah, he loses 3 drones, but look at the units lost tab. 2 aliens and a Reaper. You've only killed 6 drones. A couple Zerglings. It does feel like Serral gets to 4 base, largely unmolested. Is in a pretty good spot. That being said, his creep spread is nowhere near what it used to be. And this is actually another thing that I haven't even talked about much in this series that I'm thinking about. The creep is slower to spread now, right, guys? I'm not imagining this, yeah? There's so many changes, so many mods I've played in recent months. I'm pretty sure they slowed down creep spread, but also slowed down the rate at which it recedes. It feels like that combined with Queens being more expensive. Zerg does have less dominant map control. And even if they get ahead on this supply, they're not in that position where creep's halfway across the map and exploding like crazy. Chat confirms you're not imagining it. It is slowed down. Look at this tank push. Oh, already got a tank here. Serral does not have Bane speed just yet, but it's about to kick in. He does not want to give up this base. There are Hellions guarding over on that right side. Queen's taking damage. Transfuses just in time. Bane speed is in. And I think it's go time. I think Serral has to defend this right now. His Lings coming in from that top right. If they can get on top of the tank, that'll be massive. Do the Lings get on top of the tank? Yeah, beautiful split on the Lings. Some get on top of the Hellions. They chase them away. Some get on top of the tank. And the double drop does save the units. I mean, you don't lose too many units as Clem, but a really clutch hold for Serral. If he loses this 4th, his other base, his 5th in the bottom right, is very far away. Hard to defend that. Bit of an awkward one. His Banshee's floating around the middle, looking for more damage, not finding it just yet. Really important to start 2-2 immediately, because +2 Carapace is already on the way, guys. He's already 45 seconds complete on that. Okay. Picking up, dropping forwards. 4th Command Center has started. A bunch more reactors building, as Clem, of course, goes up to 5 barracks. He's got the 2nd factory building, 4th Command Center. More drops moving forward. He's going to join these. Oh, he's going to go for a big attempted snipe, maybe. Queens do take down one of the Banshees. He could try to drop the main, and then when the units pull back, stim in on this hatchery. The hatchery is so wounded. Holy crap! Points. Oh, Clem is hoping that Serral just gets slightly out of position. He can just snipe the hatchery. There's no way. The Banes are close by. Really tight defense. And the Infestors are here. Going to pick up, boost towards the main base. Could unload on these Zerglings. Zerglings will take out a few of them. All right, picks up, drops again. Yeah, about 5 or 6 Marines will go down very quickly.
Thank you so much, guys.
And pull away as the Spore Crawler's coming in.
You guys just dropped more subs than Clem just dropped Marines right there. You just dropped more subs than Clem dropped Marines. Slap your bacon down in the chat. Slap your KFC buckets down, actually. We've got KFC emojis. Spam your KFC emojis to say thank you for the gifted subs, guys. We're gonna take a bacon break. We'll do a KFC slap, okay? I'm not sure what sound a KFC slap makes, but I'll hide my camera and I'll see what I can do.
Generally, when you're playing Clem, it's not uncommon for him to have your creep contained like this. The fact is, you've got Infestors, Burrow, +2 Carapace. These drops are so dangerous with Fungal available. Any missteps for him, and he will get punished. You know, Clem was thinking about dropping Marines on the Infestor for a second there. Dancing around, looking for damage. Well, these Overlords are really good. By the way, guys, you can drop tanks on these ledges and utilize them all around this map. Clem has not used them yet. I'd love to see him use them. There are some in the middle of the map as well. They're not quite in range of these.
I found it, guys. It's just big KFC.
They'll be more useful later on in the game if we go to late game. Picks up some units there, pulls away. Very nice micro here, so
that's the sound of a fried chicken, I think.
Right there. Clem's going to try and bait him into it. And gets a decent little shot. Picks up the Marines at the last second, but the tank does go down. You can... ledges. I was going to put Lurkers on those ledges in our Big Brain Bouts match against Demu a month or two ago. Didn't quite manage to get there because he went battle mech on this map, guys. We still haven't seen a pro do it in a pro tournament. I was sad I couldn't do it in a show match. SCV's pulling back. Lingbane from both sides. Dude, is he just going to roll him? Oh, no, 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 no. The Banelings. Okay, they do pull back. They're not going to get the SCVs. The Marines come back. A Fungal lands. The Infestor goes down. Baneling does connect somewhat. The Zerglings, I think there's just enough Marines with so many medevacs to hold on there. Clem, though, is way down in supply. Loses 9 workers. There are Zerglings that have forced his fourth to lift, and Serral is just swarming over Clem. You can see the confidence just growing here. And Clem feeling like he's playing from behind this whole series long, struggling on this new patch against Serral. Serral with such smooth openings, such powerful advantages from the early game, and so many cute little details. I mean, the delay on building the drones on the natural until after the Queen was a bit closer to being built. Just cute little things like that, little details. Serral has already added in. Widowmine drops, an excellent idea. When you're behind, Widowmine drops are one of the best ways to get back in the game. That's way too many medevacs on the front. He sees the Ultras. He sees the 2-2, his own 2.
Guys, I'm clearly so tired in this commentary. It's so funny coming at the end of a long day. GG! Who gets it? Let's bring some actual hype. Pass Pig, shut up, you suck. Oh my god, Serral utterly dominant and destroying the Brutal Beast. And unfortunately, Clem, despite getting kind of close in some of those games, a bit too far behind, unable to fight back. GG. Pretty epic series. Thanks anyone who's been watching for the whole last 2 hours. Obviously, we put that one up a few days ago. I figured that would be a nice length for me to go for a nice jog, get some KFC into me, and then get after it. But we're logging back in game right now. This time of day, I don't think there'll be anyone on the American server, so we're going to go over to the Asian server, guys, and we are going to get butchered by some people over on the Asian server, having some fun, seeing if we can get our butt kicked over there. I could hop on Europe, and but I think my account there is kind of low ranked. I don't think it's fully ranked up, and I'll be playing with crazy lag. So I think it'll be more fun to get beaten up with good reaction speed. If the Asian server's pings are being nice, I will see how we go. But it should be nice and fun. Of course, for those who don't know, if you weren't here for our last KFC sponsored stream, basically we had some cool people come in. We had some cheaters come in trying to steal our chicken. The Grinch essentially came and tried to steal Christmas from us. But we said no, no, no. We said no, no, no. We had a guy proxy gates outside of our base on a 4-player map. A real cool guy proxy gated outside our base on a 4-player map and almost got us. But we managed to fight back. That was a fun one, and it should be good. Pig was the last pig. Was the last pig KFC stream before or after your weight loss journey? It was like a week ago, so it was after. But honestly. Yeah, I think KFC is actually pretty decent for the weight loss journey, you know? Chicken, yeah, eat some breading, you know, it's right. There's some oil in there, but you're getting a large amount of protein, so it's incredibly satiating, you know? So as someone who has lost large amounts of weight multiple times because I love food of all varieties, it is, yeah. Is it? I mean, it's still obviously going to be pretty high calories, traffic. Obviously, I'm not saying you're eating it to lose weight, but I'm saying as far as fast food options go, eating pieces of original recipe chicken is not really the thing that's easy, at least for me to overeat. For me to overeat, what's the easy thing?
It's going to be probably the chips. It's going to be drinking lots of drinks, eating lots of desserts, eating lots of ice creams, blocks of chocolate. Those are the things that get me a bit more. Cheesecakes, all that sort of stuff. Guys, we are playing random against Zerg. We do not have our settings turned on, and that is really, really scary because we are going to be playing here, and oh my gosh, guys! Am I literally am I the best in the world at changing their settings in the game? I am. I'm so quick at it. Never remember to do it before I queue into game. Always once I'm in there. We've got a Terran versus guys. What do you want to see? Should we try a battle cruiser build? Yes, I think we should. This is a big 4-player map. Opponent could spawn anywhere. It's the Korean server. Good chance we get all in. So we do have to keep an eye out for that. I think we're going to do a gas first battle cruiser build, or maybe actually I'm trying to think if we should go gas first. I think gas first into double gas is fine because we're gonna go 2 Marines, try to snipe down the Overlord coming in, and we might do and I think we'll play blind, no SCV scout, which could get us killed. I didn't see my opponent's MMR. Often I'm playing pro gamers over here on Korea. The Korean ladder is like, I could be playing someone who's 4K MMR, you know, quite a bit below me. I could be playing people who are legitimately top tier pro gamers who I regularly will play over here. So expect a very stilted experience. I'm either going to get bullied or do the bullying. Actually, to be fair, even a 4K player could probably have a decent shot at me, I think, right now. But anyways, so we'll build a few Marines. We do want to get the command center up, not too slowly. I think it's okay to bank gas with this gas first. I don't think I need to prioritize factory timing so much as I do command center timing, if that makes sense. And I think this SCV times out well with this. So we can, we can go out and we can maybe just take a quick look around as well and see with that SCV. Okay, so we go Marine, we go Orbital. I think we just go, oh, hello. Yeah, okay, so we do see. That means my opponent has spawned top left. So we know where they've spawned. That's good news to know that. And like I said, I don't think it matters too much. So what we're going to do is I'm going to build my command center up here. And he's got a pillar. Like, I don't think a second Marine gets there in time. So that's all fine. So what we're going to do is we'll build the factory now. And we'll build it here to seal the wall off, right? And then we'll build the reactor. And then we want to get that depot as well, okay? So the Marine, he's just like there. And then, okay, we can go back to the high ground. Get this depot, because we don't want to get supply blocked, right? And you'll see we're banking gas, but that's okay, because remember, we need to build a couple Hellions, and then we need to bank gas for the battle cruiser, okay? So put the Marine over here. He's going to go stand on the edge. Now, is this a good build? Probably not even close, guys. But I've been doing some one-base battle cruiser, and they feel really janky. And I keep thinking, like, you know what? If I hit this slightly later, but already have an expansion up, it's probably way better. I don't know for sure, but it definitely feels that way. So we'll see how we go. All right, you go there, you go there. We have 3 on gas now, which is great. We can build 2 of those. And, of course, we can get this guy as well. All right, fantastic. Unfortunately, we accidentally made an orbital on the wrong command center there. That's okay. Okay. All right, once these Hellions are out, we'll go across this map, try and take a look at what's going on. And we want to get 4 Hellions out straight away. Potentially dive in with those, okay? So we'll go up here. Oh, cool. Okay. Okay.
Big job.
Add-on complete.
What's going on? Go ahead. SCV ready. Brand new.
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. All day long.
Okay, do we want a 4th gas? I think we do.
SCV ready. Is that it? SCV ready. I'm going in. Hell yeah. Are you ready for this? I'm in a heap of trouble. Ready. Talk to me, boss. I'm waiting on you. SCV ready.
SCVs are under attack.
Oh my god! A lot of Zerglings, guys, and it's quite laggy. It's quite laggy! Alright, it's fine. Okay, first BC is here. Okay, it's fine.
Go ahead. Ah, you scared me.
Okay, you guys also go there. Alright, can we get another BC, please? Alright, so we're gonna get 2 BCs. I'm gonna send my barracks through as a thing. There we go. Despite losing the depots, we somehow have enough supply. I think that's because we lost so many of these guys. So we're gonna build 2 more of these. Now the question is, do we play 3 base or 2 base from here? I feel like 2 base mech all in might actually be kind of decent. Ho ho! Where's your macro, boy? Where's your macro? Don't exist.
SCV ready. Who called in the SCV ready? Smoking. Pedal to the patching you through. SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. Big job. Yes, sir. Who called in the fleet? This better be good. Stop. Bad news.
Oh, he escapes!
Base is under attack.
Take it. Yes, Commander.
Oh, man!
Base is under attack.
Oh, no. No! This actually could have worked. My opponent had no defense. I just couldn't micro. No! No! Well played. Alright, GG, well played. Dude, that felt really laggy. It says it's 170 ping, but it feels like it's about 220. Ah, Korean server actually feeling kind of nasty today. GG's, what was that guy? Like 5k? 5k 4, not bad, not bad. Alright, I'm 5k right now. Welcome to the Korean server, ladies and gentlemen. I think just doing a normal barracks gas, getting the aliens out on a normal timing, and then going double gas is totally fine, actually. I think it might work out a little bit easier there, guys. Unfortunately, we don't have this account ranked up across different races, guys, so we're playing random, so we have to kind of make up the build as we go. If you guys have any requests for Zerg, Terran, and Protoss, you let me know in the chat after this next game. We'll do another KFC shout out. Big thanks to KFC for sponsoring the stream today, guys, and I hope you're doing fantastically well. Oh, we got a Protoss opponent. Just under 5k. It's a Protoss versus Protoss. Okay. So, ooh. Rainfall is the map. It's Protoss versus Protoss. Pig, how'd you get that sweater? KFC, send it to me, mate. It's pretty nice. But I believe, Dot, if you scroll up in the chat, my lovely wife actually found a place where you can buy it. I think there is a KFC merch store where you can grab it. I could be wrong. Oh, I forgot to chrono. That's all right. I guess we're saving the chrono, guys. We forgot to do the first chrono. I was too busy thinking about the build order. So what we're going to do, I think in terms of execution, I'm thinking of some fun builds we could try. You know, I kind of just want to use the gateway. So for those who don't know, here in StarCraft, basically your gateways get a massive production boost once warp gates kicked in. If you don't turn your gateways into warp gates. So I think that's what we're going to be looking to use today. First of all, I'm just going to build a gateway back there. And apparently a probe didn't start up. How, I don't know. Could have sworn I clicked it, but that's all right. We're on the Taiwan server this game. Not too bad. Let's take ourselves a gas. And we just want to make sure we're getting this economy up nice and fast. Now, I actually kind of want to get a second pylon up really early because I want to make sure we don't get supply blocked at all here, if that makes sense. So we're really just focusing on the economy above everything else. Okay, I think we will go scout just to make sure because it's a Korean server. Very, very, very cheesy players all over this server. Lots of really good timing attacks. And all right, we're going to build the cyber core over here. Okay, nice, 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 nice. And we often like to get the second gateway next as well. Okay, let's do it. So we're still going to build 2 gateways to start. Nice and solid opening. We've got 15 on minerals, 2 on each gas. He's going to try and interrupt my minerals. I'm just going to go, nope, you can leave now, buddy. Oh. Interesting. We can immediately go for a pylon on the low ground as well. Okay, pylon on the low ground goes down. Very nice. Our opponent's going for a few units. Okay, no worries. Let's go hide in the corner. And we can get a 3rd worker on each gas now. Fantastic. Oh, these guys are all doubled, actually. I'm here. Alright, now we can get the next one. I'm going to go hide down here. Oh, actually, did he already hide something up there? I think he was just following me. Alright, get a stalker there. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Get the energy recharge. What you want to do is you want to make a hallucination. Hallucination's going to go across the map. That's going to go there. Keep building stalkers. And we want to get a shield battery on the front.
I'm here in the shadows.
Okay, fantastic. Check if they've expanded. Keep building units. Nexus only now, going down for my opponent. No Twilight Council, no tech either though. I'm gonna make a robo. I don't trust this. I do not trust this at all. Do we get to the corner? I don't know, I'm kind of worried that there's something up there. So I'm going to build a pylon here. And then we're going to go like that. Could just be chill. We're going to build 2 more stalkers here. And that's what I was talking about, yeah. But I wasn't watching, so GG's. Nice move for him. That's a good warp gate attack. That's 7 stalkers this early off 2 gates. Wow. Did you build 4? 5? Oh, there must be a 3rd gateway out there as well. Jeez. Okay, nicely done. Man, and a Nexus as well. My opponent must have had a really tight build order, guys. That's insane. Were they not mining much gas? Or was my build order just that bad? So one thing you can do in a game like this, guys, is you take a corner base. That's what we're going to do. We're going to take my opponent's corner base, because that's the last place they'll check, right? Got a force field there, so he can keep me trapped in. See? So we predicted that. We knew my opponent would do that. Dark Shrine goes there. Nice, 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 nice. This is where you try and bait the force field a little bit, or make him look like you want to go down there at least. He doesn't get too, you know, distracted. Ooh, okay. Prism? Or just I think what we're going to do is we're going to make an Immortal first. We'll make Charge. We're not going to make Blink. Blink's for tryhards. There's no way I can use Blink correctly. Oh my gosh, even that was bad. So he's going to see the Dark Shrine now. We want to go Prism next. Try and ferry our units out of our base. Dude, this was so impressive. Was this all just off 2 gateways? How did he get so many units off just 2 gateways? Is there seriously not a 3rd gateway, guys? What was the timing on that? Maybe he double chronoed it and I just wasn't paying attention. I wasn't really paying attention to his chronos. Alright, cancel it. It's fine. It's fine, guys. Totally fine. We're going to make warp gates now. And now we have to win with this army. Okay? Last ditch effort. Will it work? Unlikely. You never know. Sometimes your opponents get excited, they make a doo-doo. That's what we're hoping for, okay? Oh my god, he saw every single pylon. GG. 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 Okay. It's so weird because like my instincts still think, oh, that's a low pylon field. I don't want to go there, but it's actually good. There's no such thing as a low power field anymore. All right, guys, we've got 5 gates coming in. Do we make 1 Archon? GG's. GG! Well played! Very nicely played by our opponent, guys. Really well done. I'd like to be playing Zerg right now, guys. Unfortunately, we don't have our Zerg ranked up, and I don't want to bully low-level players. That would be very uncool. So, we are going to be chilling out. Look at this build order, though. What a sicko. How did he get so many Stalkers that early? So, he's gone for the 2 gates. Does he chrono the Warp Gate, or does he chrono the Stalkers? It's one or the other. So, he goes Stalkers, non-stop, non-stop, non-stop Stalker production. Really nicely done. Just never stops building Stalkers. Oh, yeah. I think I had a big gap on my gateways, didn't I? Oh, yeah, I did, didn't I? I think you can defend with sentries, but you need to be building multiple sentries. And on this ramp, it's a little wide, but with 2 force fields, you can block off like 90% of it. So you need to keep building sentries if you want to play that sort of defense. So my opponent gets out 5 Stalkers pretty early, and then just warps in 2 more on the front. And it's hitting at 411. Yeah, really nicely done. This is not much later than you'd be hitting off a 12 worker start, except it just felt like a big surprise to me. Cool. I wasn't watching, which is what made this so hard. I lost 2 units before I reacted. GG's. Very nicely done. All right, guys, what we're going to do is we're going to do the lag handicap. We're going to go to Europe, where I think I have my Zerg actually ranked up. I'm not sure. Actually, I'll go to Americas first, my normal server, where all my accounts are at the correct rank. Everything's rated. Everything's correct. We'll see if anyone's playing late night America first of all. Normally, I don't stream it this time, but we will see how we go. While we get logged on over there, guys, it is time for another episode of The Colonel's Catch. That's right. Did you guys know, guys? KFC right now is running some stuff. Let me get myself another one of these links so I can play another version of Colonel's Catch. Normally, you can only play once a day, guys. But as a streamer, they've given me special links, and I can play it unlimited times. Not unlimited, to be fair. I have like 5 times I can play it. But thank you very much for hanging out, guys. It's officially KFC's annual Christmas in July. 31 days of legendary daily deals and unmatched value exclusively on the KFC app. Today is game day. Instead of just a standard daily deal, we're playing Colonel's Catch live on stream to unlock something even better. You guys go into the KFC app. You can check it out. So let me just open. So if you open the KFC app, you go to the promotion section. It will be there, guys. Yeah. So if you go to the promos and rewards in the KFC app, you can scroll down, go in there. I've already used mine for today. That's what I had for dinner. Literally just when I started the stream, I had 6 pieces of original recipe, 2 regular chips. I only ate half of that, three of them, and a potato and gravy to dip the chippies in. But that'll show up there. If it doesn't show up for you, just restart your app and it should show up. Otherwise, there will be a daily deal there on other days, where there is sometimes just a set deal for the day. And as you progress through the levels, you will actually unlock better and better deals. So essentially, there's 3 levels. You get to the max level, you get to choose from the deals. Like, you get 9 different choices to pick from. If you just lose on the first level, you only get the 3, which is awesome. So yeah, remember to check the app daily. There's a brand new mystery deal revealed every single day of July here for Christmas in July. You guys can try and beat my score. Today, I'm very embarrassed. The one we did on stream before, I didn't even pass the first level. So I'm going to try and do better than that, and you guys can see if you do it. Keep in mind, guys, this is not everywhere and not forever. Daily deals are only available for pickup only via the KFC app on the 11th of July, 2026. Maximum of 1 redemption per person per day, only available until 10 p.m. So if you guys are going for some midnight chicken, it's going to be a bit too late, all right? Now let's play. Wait. You don't like the potato and gravy? Dude, that's what you got to dip the chips in, Ozprotos. It's so good, man. You got to dip your chippies in the potato and gravy, man. Banging. All right, guys. So first of all, we got to catch the drummies, and we have to avoid the bones. Let's see if we can do this. All right. I failed level 1 before. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got 2. Wait, what the hell? It didn't grab one of those. All right, we grabbed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You only need 10 on the first level. Ooh, dodge the bones, dodge the bones. Hey, already passed it. There we go. Nice. 12, 13, 14. Oh, we got hit by a bone. We got bone blocked, but still 14. We have progressed to the next level, guys. I'm a literal pro gamer. Sorry if it's going out of focus. So we got some pepper mayo sliders, zinger burger for $4.95, double tender burger combo for 2. Screw that. I want more deals. Let's play level 2. Catch 14 burgers. Let's go. All right, guys. I think coal. Yeah, it's catch the burgers, dodge the coal. Catch the burgers, dodge the coal. Isn't it funny that that's even a thing? Like, imagine in the modern day, if your parents, like, you were really naughty and they actually went out of their way to get a piece of coal. Like, where does one even find a piece of coal these days? You can't, like, bring it back from your job at the mine anymore. The children yearn for the mines. Oh, okay. 18 on level 2. 18. That's right. Now we've got a $6.95 6 wings and chip deal. $10 10 nugget combo and a $12 3-piece box, but I want to play level 3. I want more. Level 3 is the best, guys. You got to dodge the bin chickens and you got to catch 16 chip packs. Let's go. Okay. Now this one sometimes is really hard, but I think it's like semi-random how fast and like the order in which they fall. So I've already grabbed 3 chippies, 4, 5. Dodge the ibis. Oh, I only got one of those. All right, nice. All right, we're at 8. 9. I think I need 16 to pass this, though. Oh, got hit by that ibis. It takes a while to respawn your chicken bucket, guys. All right, we're up to 13, and we're out of time. Oh, 3 points off. All right, I failed the last level, guys. But they give me some deals anyway. $5 for 10 nugs, $3.95 go bucket. Oh, no, that's... And 6 pieces of original recipe and 2 regular chips for $12.95, which is actually... what I had for dinner just before. Bloody fantastic. You don't dip the chips. I mean, the chips are good on their own, but dipping the chips in the potato and gravy is incredibly satisfying. It's really good, man. You could buy a charcoal briquette or something. Charcoal is completely different from coal. I'm trying to remember the resource systems in different like city builders, and I'm like, you can get like a charcoal kiln just to make charcoal. But yeah, to get actual coal, you got to dig that stuff up from the ground, right? It's probably the same to a kid. They wouldn't know the difference. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's awesome, guys. All right, so that was our second run through. Let's see if we can find a game here on the Americas server really quickly and get after it. They're chips. Not like potatoes and gravy is weird. Also, it is French fries, not chips, pig. Oh, yeah, Ozprotos has got my back. I don't even need to tell you off, Sojo. Ozprotos has got me. Like, they're French fries. I'm like, do we live in France? They're fries. There's a lot of things that are fried. They're not the only thing that's fried. They don't have a monopoly on being fried, okay? I don't think anyway. All right, let's see if there's any late night slash early morning people on the American side. Occasionally I'll get like an Aussie or a Southeast Asian person playing the Americas region this time. So we'll see how we go, guys. Or maybe actually I saw Azure in chat. Azure, you're go again, son. I thought you had me earlier. The heavy lib commit scared the heck out of me, man. That's crazy. Chips are the stuff in the bag. yeah, we call those chips as well. But there's hot chips and there's there's you know, fucking there's a bloody bag of chips, you know. Calling KFC chips fries is insane. Actually, in America, do they have like thin chips at KFC? Because that as an Australian, that seems very wrong. You know, it's meant to be thick cut, bloody big old delicious, crispy on the outside, soft on the inside. Oh, you guys have wedges. I mean, I don't mind wedges, but I don't know if I have many wedges that are as good as KFC chips here. What do you call spice chips in a bag? Hot bag chips? Oh, do you mean spiced as in spicy? Right. What would you call? I mean, you just call those like chili. So we use chili for what you would call like spicy or spiced. We might say spicy as well, but it's more likely that. All right, guys, we got a Protoss play. I didn't see the MMR. You guys let me know what you'd like to see and why does it involve a hatchery in my opponent's base. Actually, I think this is a really bad map for a hatchery inside their base. So maybe not that. Maybe. Any strategy requests, let me know in chat. You guys, just name a unit. Just name a unit. You guys name a unit. Name a Zerg unit. I'll try to make it work. Oh, we're doing this extractor trick a bit early. Whoops. All right, try again. Jeez. All right, not the smoothest opening. Zerglings, Lingbane, Zerg. All right, we'll do something with Zerglings, probably Banelings. Okay, we'll try and play a Zergling Baneling style. All right, no worries, guys. Let's do it. Okay, so first things first. Third base there, fourth base here, fifth base down the bottom probably. Actually, let's go third in the middle. No, yeah, we'll go third there, fourth there, fifth top left. All right. Is my opponent gonna let me expand? Ooh, I have a feeling we're getting proxied. Are we getting proxy gated? I think we can defend it. We saw Rainer have no idea it was coming and defend it in Home Story Cup. So if he could do that, we could do it too. Oh, you are coming in. It's kind of late, hey? I've heard Cannon Rush is a lot worse this patch. Which is odd. So I thought Prince F was a bit of a menace even on Six Worker start back in the day, but I guess I can't really remember. Alright, gas comes down now. So gas probably should have been a fair bit earlier, but that's okay. Haven't seen a single zealot walk in. That's got me questioning. What are you doing here, mate? What's this? You'll die. Alright, Cybercore comes up next. It's nothing crazy. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like anything too crazy. Ooh, I forgot to build this Overlord. That's alright. Alright, so we're going to build another Overlord there. We're trying to find the second pylon right now so we can see any sort of like Stargate, what sort of tech they're going for. We want to make sure these guys are split up. You can see there's 3 on a patch, which is not good. On 2 different patches. Keep putting drones, okay, so it's just like, yeah, there's just a second pylon here. I'm just gonna kind of hang out near there for a little bit. And I might even actually just go back to the natural. I'm happy to lose my Overlord, as long as it gives me a chance of seeing what's going on. Now, if you want to play Ling Bane, you do need to get lots of hatcheries up. So we're gonna rally one guy onto there. Try and get this third base up. And let's see how we go. Oh, he built a Stargate directly underneath it. I just wasn't watching. Oh, what the heck? The Zergling got blocked. Okay, we'll build 8 Zerglings here. Stargate is there. Is it going to be a Void Ray? Okay, Link Speed's still a little while away. I think we can surround him if he's not watching. They're not watching. It's an Oracle. Okay, so we need a Spore in the main. Alright, we're going to try and build a few more of these queens here. Ooh, okay. Stalker? I don't know if that gets the kill. Okay, we're building a bunch of Overlords right now. Always good to build a few extra. Okay, so he's just chilling. Let's get the Evo chamber. Run away. Okay. 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 So notice we're going to try and go all the gases at once here, guys. So the more gas you have, the better, because then we can do things like make banelings if adepts come across the map. Make sure there's a spore in each base. And we really need to make sure we have a lot of hatcheries. Ooh, sentries. Okay. A few more drones there, which I know is a little bit greedy, but I think is okay. Blair's going to come up now. We're trying to take a 4th and a 5th base. Now that sounds greedy. That's because it is. But you have to be a little bit greedy if you want to play a Lingbane style. Otherwise you're just... If you play too conservative, things just don't really come together. Okay, looks like he's going to do Skillous' build, guys. So we are going to build a Spine Crawler here. I'm also going to send just some Lings across the map. The rest are going to try and defend. I do need to make some... Banelings? Let's move one Spore forward.
The hive cluster is under attack.
Yeah. So like I said, that's going to go down. But we made some guys swap in, that's totally fine. Okay. I didn't think he'd be doing stasis traps with it, but... Okay, so now we get Bane Speed. We want to go up to 6 gas. Okay, we're gonna try and make some dudes. Okay. Okay. All right. We're doing fine. I think this is good. Hydra's coming out. We just did some crazy damage there, guys, with the old 2-prong Lingbane. So good suggestion.
He's not watching, which is crazy right now. So look at this. That was wild. Okay, getting away with murder. Alright. Alright, we've got a big pack of Hydras now. I don't know how. But we are in an okay spot. We're going to build one more round of drones there. You guys can go there, I guess. As long as there's no fourth, I'm feeling really confident. Opponent's trying to make, looks like an upgrade. A storm upgrade, to be specific. Which is, of course, one of the scarier upgrades in the game. Okay. So we're going to try and get in there with a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to roll 2 Banes into this mineral line. These guys are going to go like that. You go like that. You go like that. I think I'm just going to come in from this one angle. Just with a bit of a pre-spread. And then maybe... Ah, I see. Okay. Didn't even know you could do that. It's crazy. Oh! Oh! Did you see that? Those Hydras are doing pretty well. Oh, Storm's still a really good spell, guys. Guys, just remember, you're not a professional gamer until you balance wine, okay? I've been teaching you guys this for years. No one ever listens. It is the main move. You guys want to become pro gamers, you gotta complain more. It's never your fault when you lose, only when you win. Okay, nice.
Our forces are under attack.
Okay, you guys go there. Am I missing a gas geyser in one of my main 3 bases? Oh, I've got a few guys not on there. Okay, I see. I was like, my gas does seem a little bit lower than it should be, right? I have so many minerals. And I'm constantly supply blocked. This is high level play, guys. What can I say? It's high level play. High level. Oh, hello. 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 Free zealots. I like free zealots. As long as my opponent's on 3 base, we're fine. We can take our time with this. We can go Broodlords next. Nice. Didn't lose any. Okay, so now we've got a little bit of creep spread, and that just makes you feel better as a Zerg, doesn't it? If there's like, it's like the safety blanket of Zergs. You have a little bit of creep. Don't feel as vulnerable. You feel protected. Alright, we've got big hotkey mess ups, but that's alright. 89 workers. We can go Broodlords next. We can get Carapace. And I think he's taking the top base. So I think what I'm going to do... These guys are going to go over here. Okay, these guys are going to pull back. You guys go like that. You guys go. More Zerglings. Okay, he's got Colossus, which is really bad for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to make Corruptors. Corruptors are really nice because they shoot Colossus and they turn into Broodlords. So they do the 2 things that I need right now. Those Zerglings are trying to distract him desperately. He's trying to get in the corner. What does he know? That will not avail him. That will not help you, boy. Alright, we can make Ultra Cavern. Ultra Cavern. Ultra's really good against like Storm and stuff. Because they're very tanky. And they don't care about your silly splash damage shenanigans, right?
Mineral field. A creature is under attack. Mineral field depleted. A creature is under attack.
So what we're going to do, guys, is what is called a three-way surround. It's a very advanced term, just in case you guys you don't know what that means. I say it like it's a novel term that isn't self-explanatory, you know?
Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. The high class is under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Our drones are under attack. Is complete. Our forces are under
Okay. Chasing through Storm, not advisable, guys. But I don't want to leave these guys out to dry, you know? I don't want to leave them out to dry. You guys save them. Save the boys! Save the boys! Save the boys! Oh my god. I have not. Guys! Doc, come here. You gotta help me with it. You gotta help me. Guys, we have to do a third KFC shout-out. Guys, don't forget to log into the KFC app. That's right. It's Christmas in July right now. And much like I'm giving you epic StarCraft games that are incredibly close, even though I probably should have won this a while ago, but I'm bad, so we're making it fun and hype because I'm a good streamer like that. It's Christmas in July. There's special deals every single day of the month, or days like today where you play Colonel's Catch, which I've already done multiple times on stream today. Open up your KFC app right now. If you're watching live on Twitch, click on the app. Go in there. You can see the links all around the stream and in chat. Download the app, and there's a new app deal available every single day, which is just absolutely awesome. So check those out and get after it. And yeah, thank you very much, KFC, for sponsoring the stream. Don't forget, guys, it's, of course, only redeemable before 10 p.m. today. Only a single deal per thingamajig. And what else? What did we miss, Dot?
Not everywhere and not forever. Daily deals are only available for pickup only via the KFC app on today's date. Maximum of 1 redemption per person per day. Only available until 10 p.m. Jackson, maybe restart the app.
That's it, guys. It is, of course, Australia focused, this sponsorship, guys. So these are Australian-specific deals. If you're not in Australia, probably don't have access to it, but that's okay. Oh, yeah, I'm just doing silly stuff. I should have won this game a long time ago, but I played with my food, I think. And playing with your food, you shouldn't do it. You should eat it. That's what food is for doing. It's for eating.
Like KFC.
Yeah.
You're meant to eat it. Oh, that's scary.
Okay, you guys run over here. Get it! Not quite. GG, guys. Alright, we messed up. It's fine. It's not about winning, it's about having fun. Much like having Christmas in July. Alright, GG's. Ultra's gonna run away. Our opponent, Jacko, here has managed to make an army that's not poopy. It's a decent army. And, yeah, it's a pretty good army, in fact. It's played pretty well. It's good to see that I got a decently ranked opponent here. I'd say they're at least like 4.5 minimum, maybe even much higher. Really can't tell. Which is awesome, because I wasn't sure I'd be able to find any opponents at this time of day. So, GG's. GG, well played. Australia actually serves, so maybe they're Australian even. GG's, well played. Units lost tab. Oh, 12,000 worse. Nicely done.
Wow. Wow. Lost 43 points. Ooh.
Yeah, what can I say? Too busy licking our fingers rather than winning the games. But yeah, that does close out the KFC sponsored stream, guys. I know they're very much trying to get it all within the hour. But yeah, we already played it a bunch of times today. Don't forget to check out the KFC app. Check it all out. Did we say everything, Did I? We did? All right. Nice, 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 nice. I love deep fried high cholesterol. Oh, how are we doing? What's up, Wizard of Oz? Why you being... What's going on? What's going on, gang? Pig, tell Blizzard to put skins on sale. Yeah, it's really dumb that they're so expensive. They never put them on sale, Kansai. Who should I ask at Blizzard that, though? I wish they put stuff on sale, man. They'd sell heaps more if they did. Dude, what's with all the late night? We got a bunch of Aussies and Southeast Asian players on. Or are the Americans waking up and playing in the morning? What time is it in America, guys? Is it morning time? Isn't it like 4 or 5 a.m.? It's getting hot in this sweater, not gonna lie, guys. I might sneaky take this one off quickly. Yeah. 1 a.m. West Coast, yeah. Oh, okay. I guess maybe they haven't gone to sleep yet. Right. Okay, maybe we got some late night. Singapore server, though. This is probably an Asian player. We're gonna give him the double good luck, have fun. It's a cool guy playing on a barcode, die their identity, guys. Alright guys, we're gonna do a pool first. Apparently pool first is pretty good. I'm thinking of doing a gas pool even. Thinking about it. Not sure. I don't think you need gas before pool ever. It's cringe that barcoding hasn't been fixed. Yeah, I don't know why they never did anything about that. It's pretty lame in a multiplayer game for people to all be hiding their identity, I agree. Why are we down 1 lava from where I normally am? A bit red. Looks like I've done my build order a bit wrong. It's alright. Alright, ZVZ. Oh, I forgot. I went hatch first without thinking about it, guys. It's a big map. We'll see how much trouble we get in for this. If my opponent like 9 or 10 pools, it's going to be hard. What are we doing? Alright, okay, sweater's off. Big thanks KFC for the sponsored stream, by the way, guys. Pretty awesome. Finger looking good. Kentucky Fried Zerd. Alright, so we're doing a more defensive opening. I'd like to go up to Mutalisks off of this. We'll see. Overlord sitting at home. Very defensive stance for my opponent. Interesting. 2 Zerglings. Go over scout with them. Everything else is just going to chill. I think we'll build 1 more Overlord as well. Get 1 to the tower, 1 to just sit outside the base. Alright, everything's doubled up nicely in the main. We're rallied to our natural. Let's make sure this Overlord pulls back. Actually, I do want to take our 3rd out there or out there. I think out the left is a bit closer. Ooh, link speed's a little bit late. Do we really want to take a 3rd though? I might just play 2 base meter like I was saying. 2 base meter is still pretty solid. Yeah, I like that. Shit. Okay. Well, at least his queens can't help defend. Queen's booty was sticking out there, which is why she kept getting clicked on, even though I wasn't trying to. I'm just gonna build a safety spine, because why not? Oh my. Okay. It's more lings than I was expecting this early. A lot of Zerglings. Tried to cancel it, wasn't quite able. Interesting. You did build a spire, right? No. Oh, that hurts. Okay. 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 I haven't checked for Nidus yet, but I think we're okay. Oh, I forgot to roll the Banes in. Okay. Oh, he's going Hive. How is these? I don't know how my hotkeys are never in the right spot. This is so weird. Is he still not retaking us? Alright.
Drones are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mutation. Our forces are under attack.
Okay, what's our worker count? 83. Go ultras. We need massive, massive, massive amounts of ultras. I don't have any Vipers, which is a big mistake. +2 carries coming in now.
Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack.
These guys are gonna go down here. Gonna have overseers there.
Gonna send 2 of those in. Gonna have 2 overseers. We're gonna ultraless drop. Alright. He doesn't have a ton of bases, so he can't do this all day. Gotta try and see where he's at though. Oh, we did stop that really nicely. Okay. Nice. Good dodge. Go, go, go. This is it. This is it. He didn't think we had as much as we did. I did F2 them, but apparently they didn't get the F2. That's always nice. They died before they connected. What the hell, boys? Oh no. Alright, I thought it was a messy enough trade to be good. That was a terrible trade, and unfortunately I didn't have extra overlords, which means I'm supply blocked from losing them. Yeah. Yeah. I had a accidental shift click held down there, which is what meant the order didn't go through. Yeah. Nice defense. I think we've let him get to the point now where he can withstand my superior income, which is really bad. So, you can try and go your own lurkers eventually. I don't like to do that. I feel like it's a cop-out. Okay. This is really good for me. As he came forward. Ooh, Fuyo! The blinding clouds. You've always got to bring Vipers with your ultras. I didn't do it in all my previous ultra attacks. And then when he attacked me, finally, we got the ultra Viper combo. This, I thought they were an A move. I thought they were going to kill them. But my stuff all lined up for his ultra spikes and died almost instantly. Ugh. Ugh. But, yeah. The blinding cloud, when it does come in, is a big playmaker when you're playing ultras. You've also got to be really wary because you're going to be on a higher economy. And you do eventually want to actually lower your economy a little bit. Throw away things like your Mutalisk to actually have a competitively sized ultra army. Problem we often make with ultra styles is we make like 5 ultras, A-move them into like, you know, so 5 ultras is 30 supply, right? We think, oh, it's ultras, they're so powerful, but you're attacking into like an 80 to 100 supply opponent's army. And you're like, well, why do they lose? And it's like, well, they're outnumbered 3 to 1. But then when you finally come in here and you see these blinding clouds, and you realize like, oh, it's so powerful. So very powerful. GG's. Kind of sad I didn't manage to kill his hive with my Ling drops. Didn't get as much damage there as I thought we'd be able to, but GG's. Nice. The ultra, yeah, the Dropper Lord attack happened 3 times. We did 2 Ling drops and 1 ultra drop. The ultras dropped, I think one of them got sniped before it unloaded, but the other one killed like a few Hydras before it died as well. Unfortunately, they had like a good 30 Hydralists in his main waiting for it. What's up? Pig Serral, Rainer, Clem, Laser Youth, Thermal DNS have YouTube videos. Oh, Serral has a YouTube? Awesome. Let's go take a look. Can you link it up for me? I didn't know Serral had a YouTube. Oh, clear stating their dislike. Obviously, that changes patch that changed gameplay that contributed to the dislike, but A-Worker is a common recurring theme. You've been a big proponent of it in the past. Would you get the group together for a discussion video with the pros? Maybe. In the past I've asked people to have discussions and they've all declined. Maybe they'd be more open till now. I think there's valid complaints I think generally speaking, there is a general consensus that people are not particularly happy with how Blizzard's been patching the game. Like, it's very nice to have Blizzard patching the game. Oh, they discussed the new patch over kebabs. Nice. Is this the video we're talking about? But yeah, I watched DNS's video. I think there's like valid complaints about the patch and how it's done, and there's a lot of things that like aren't done. I have a lot of complaints as well. Like for me, so I think a lot of the things though when I hear feedback specifically about 8 workers is it's a very crap discussion, and I'm not really interested in talking about it much, to be honest, Vardson, because we're at this frustrating point where it feels like I don't know how much of my like I make videos and I try to make cohesive comments, but it's always one thing that I say gets taken and put into the balance of the game, but not the other things. And then I get blamed for it and people like attack me for it. And I only have so much energy for it. You know what I mean? And it's one of these things where it's like, you know, like I kind of like 8 workers conceptually. I do think the command centers in the Nexus should have less supply. So I think one of like the main reasons of why I like 8 workers is it's meant to be harder to expand. That's like, there's literally one of the big things is like, let's make it so it's a bit more opportunity cost to expand. So mass expanding isn't the default every game. Let's slow down the pacing a little bit, which is my very subjective thing that I think is enjoyable for me personally, as well as a lot of players who are slightly more casual, is if you can have the game progress a little bit slower and hopefully exist a bit longer in the mid game. As well as, you know, change the minerals to allow more 1-base strategies and kind of 2-base fast tech builds, not getting punished as bad. But their mineral changes are totally different to my mineral changes. The 8 worker start has more supply than what I prefer to do. Even Green Earth's mod, which I really love in most regards, has more supply than I like for the command centers in the Nexus and the hatchery. You know what I mean? It's one of these things where also a lot of people are like, there's like 50 things happening at once with balance changes. And it's like, the problem is every time pros talk about it, people talk, they go, oh, well, 8 workers didn't change anything or whatever. Like, you know, it's meant to add variety. And I'm just like, that's not what I didn't say it would just magically add unlimited variety, but the discussion around it gets boiled down to this like subhuman IQ level where everyone's just like variety, diversity or something. And it's like, it was never going to massively, completely change all the strategies outside of breaking the builds and making the meta a bit more chaotic for a while, which is an upside or a downside depending on what you enjoy. Do you enjoy a chaotic meta or a settled meta? And that's just a purely subjective thing as well. So it's just this weird thing where it's like, I watched the DNS video with Clem and Eliza, and they made some really good points. But then there's also points where they're just like, it's just, a lot of it's just people being triggered by weird changes that come out of nowhere and a lack of communication, you know? Like, you know, even DNS is just like, why is the shield battery at 75 energy? Why? Explain that to me. And I'm watching it and I'm thinking like, well, I can explain it to you. It's like DNS is at the same spot I was at a few patches ago, where I'm just like, what the fuck are all these changes doing? Actually, this was me last patch. And I've just come to accept that, you know, Blizzard is just going to make some changes where I just squint at the screen and go, why? Why'd you do that? Like, you know, thankfully, on the plus side, they reverted, I think, the 2 dumbest changes from the last patch, which was the 25 hit point bonus to the Ghost, which came in at the 11th hour and they just slid in there, and the Viper Abduct, which was just so stupid. I hated, like, the fact that they took Viper Abducting tanks away, I just hated. I absolutely hated both of those changes. I'm glad they got it. Do you think the Reaper nerf was necessary? I don't think the Reaper and Adept nerfs were necessary. Look, I think if you watch that DNS video, there's one clear complaint, which is 8 worker change is probably more trouble than it's worth because you have to change too many other things. Where I'm at with it is in terms of, I would just rewind the Zerg lava to exactly where it was before, and I would just buff all 3 races macro mechanics. so that Zerg's not quite as and give Zerg a bit of a bigger one for their lava. But it's gated behind lava inject, so it doesn't kick in too early in the game. So you get rewarded for going pool and queen, but then you do. That's the simplest way. Obviously, depending on how much control I had, I think there's this whole list. Like my very first patch, and if you watch my patch coverage, I did a video where I was like, okay, these changes are okay in this regard. This I'm critical of. Blah blah blah. 8 workers I'm excited for. Like I really want to try that. I think the pacing feels a bit nicer for me personally. I enjoy the early game having a bit more of a slower build up. That's subjective. There's other reasons I like it, but those are going to be very subtle and slowly felt throughout like the overall build range, which you're not really going to see outside of looking at a plot graph of where the builds end up. But then I was like, okay, but why is Ravager still slow to morph? Like why are like there's all these like very weird like nerfs over the last 5 years that have killed a lot of people's interesting builds, and I really don't like it, and that's kind of frustrating. Yeah. How would you judge a change to move back to more Brood War style mineral harvesting? The saturation is gradually going up. Oh, it'd be amazing. I think everyone would love to have a more dynamic one. I think it's a bit hard to code into the game. It's a bit complicated. If they're willing to do it, it would be amazing. I think it would be so good. If you could make it so the bases are a bit more dynamic rather than just slap 16 workers on a base and that's it, it would really differentiate it 100%. I think a lot of people would love that Hollerin. It's a shame they never did that with StarCraft 2. 8-worker posting still feels very fast. It's fine. 8-worker posting feels like shit. Everyone in my friend list I play team games with, I really doubt I'll change my mind on that. Yeah, it's really interesting, performance, because like I think that's like it's just kind of split. Yeah, like some people say it's terrible, and some people say like what, it's totally fine. I think like hearing like Clem and Eliza talk about it, and a lot of people they're like, oh, and a lot of people are like, it just feels wrong. You're so broke all the time. You're always supply blocked. You always have to just build so many pylons and overlords. And I'm kind of like, that's kind of the whole point, is that's like where you're going to get some more potential, like, having a slower build up. There's going to be a little bit more opportunity cost in the early game. But the thing is, like, the price was always going to be that you have to build up a little bit slower, but it opens up a little bit more pacing for you to do more, aggressive tech builds earlier and stuff. Like, the thing is, so the mindset that I see is basically like everyone in StarCraft, and this is why I think it's crazy they changed the work account. You know what I mean? Because it is such a big change, and that's why it was always a bit of a pipe dream to me, and it's why it was crazy. I was like, oh wow, that's crazy, because everyone's been trained to like just rush through to 4 bases so quickly and all that sort of stuff, and now it's a slower build up where it's way more gradual. You're like, oh crap, okay, like prioritizing the 3rd command center really early really is going to slow down the 2nd and 3rd barracks, or prioritizing the 2nd and 3rd barracks is really going to slow down the 3rd command center. And it's just a bit more delineated in terms of like your money can't go everywhere at once. You have to build up a bit slower. Each expansion has a bit more cost to it before it gets up and pays off, because it doesn't give as much supply. Like I said, I would have it give less supply to make that more accentuated personally. But there's also things like, why are overlords almost as fast as they were before? You know what I mean? Like it's just one of these things where I'm like I can rant all day, but I'm done. I don't have enough energy to sit here ranting about a process which I have no control over and is completely not transparent. If they can reach out to me anytime and ask my advice on things, but like I'm very unmotivated to do content talking about this when I cop flack for shit that I have no control over. You know what I mean? Like I'm just like, and everyone has like a there's a few people who have really intelligent discussions, but for everyone who has an intelligent discussion with me, there's like 5 people who are just saying really dumb, angry, emotional comments. And I'm just like, I don't want to manage the emotions of a bunch of angry nerds who are unhappy that their toy got changed, They were unhappy before when there was no patches. Now they're even more unhappy because the patch is obviously basically a PTR on the live game. And it's just like, I'm like, man, I don't have time for this. I play games to have fun. That's what I'm here for. I'm not here to fucking manage a bunch of angry nerds' emotions. And that's what it often feels like, where it's like I can't just say things without people jumping down my throat. And I'm just like, fuck off. You know what? Yeah. Are the games any longer on the 8-worker start? It feels very similar to me, Chenstrap. People are saying, oh, this feels like shit. It's just people not being used to the new format. Partially. Yeah. Seems pointless to try and turn this into a different game by making the start slightly slower. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's okay to have that view error. Like, I think it's pretty fun, and I think it kind of feels like a very similar game. I think it's like, I think people ranting about 8 workers, honestly, in my opinion, I'm gonna go out on a limb. I think it's just people struggling to adapt to a different cadence. Like, and I always knew that was going to be the case, and I literally warned about it when I talked about 8 workers. I was like, some people will hate this. It's going to also give people an off ramp. I would hope more people enjoy the cadence and enjoy it and enjoy the change up, but like, some people are going to just stop playing, you know? It's going to be hard to learn for people. It's going to be disrupting a thing they've been playing for 10 years. Like, yeah, that's what's going to happen, man. Yeah. Delayed for no good reason. I see no benefit so far. Yeah. I mean, this is why I don't like talking about this, guys, because it just goes in circles. People going, well, I haven't seen the difference, and I'm like, okay, like, that's cool. You know what I mean? And it's like people can have that view, and like I think it is very subtle. Like the difference, it is quite subtle. You know, it's relatively small. And the thing is, if you play the exact same way you did with the same goals you did pre-patch, you're gonna notice it even less. You know what I mean? And that's what I've seen from most pro players, is playing the exact same way they did pre-patch and just trying to find ways to copy-paste that over. And I feel like there's been a handful of people who are really trying to lean into the patch advantages, the different economy cadence, this and that. But I've been pretty far and few between. But yeah, it's also one of those things where it's like we can have a smart discussion about it, and then who do we tell that to? You know, we can shout it at Blizzard. I can make a video, and then what's going to happen? I've seen a pattern, guys. 1 or 2 things I suggest in isolation from said video will get taken and put into the game, along with nothing of the other things. They won't be implemented quite the way I said, but then people will get angry at me for suggesting them. And I'm like, well, this is not how I suggested the mineral change. This is not the supply I would have done for the 8 workers. I would definitely have done less, you know? But that's, you know, what it is. So it's just a weird thing. I think realistically, it's just if someone's been playing something for 10 years, it's their comfort game. It's just going to be hard for them to adapt for a lot of people. And a lot of StarCraft players are very bad at learning new things because they've been playing the same thing for so long. Like, I was the same until I played a lot of RTS games starting probably 4 or 5 years ago, and a lot of different strategy games in general. And then, like, since then, every game I learn, I get faster at learning the next game because I'm, like, just quicker at picking up new hotkey systems, new things, swapping between different modalities. But the first ones were really hard because I'd been playing just StarCraft for so long. And I was like, oh my god, it was so hard to pick up. So, you know, I don't want to be the guy who's like, oh, you guys are idiots, just fucking put some effort in, you'll learn. Like, I get it. It's hard, man. RTS is like deep and complicated. I just spent like a month learning Age of Empires 2. I was at my fucking wit's end like every day trying to figure that game out, man. I loved it, but like, holy shit, it took a lot of effort. Like, I swear I was eating a lot of food and I was losing weight every day, I think because I was burning so many calories just fucking thinking and absorbing new knowledge every day. You know, like, and then right whenever I'd get into a flow and I think I got it down, you know what would happen, right? Right when I think I'd got it down, they'd come out with a new civ unit, a new unique civ unit that I'd never seen before, and I'd be like, what the fuck is that? It's an elephant with armor? Okay, I think you meant to go monks. I go monks. Oh, they can't convert it because apparently it's not an elephant. It's a ram with an elephant skin. And I'm like, this game's fucking broken. But also, like, I love that there's so much to learn. That's the joy of it. And there's just, it's endless, the possibilities and the variabilities, right? And that's that style of game. It's a very, very different game to StarCraft. But it was exhausting learning it. So I feel you guys. But anyways, I've really enjoyed getting a lot of these tech builds going. Just going standard 3 base, I find really quite dull. I would say whenever I play like a really standard 3 base build, I do think it's more boring than 12 worker pre-patch. So I think when I play like this, and if this ends up, everyone says this is the best, there's no other way to play, I probably would be like, okay, like you should probably revert it. I still am unconvinced though. I still think there's like a lot of room people have to try and kind of figure out all sorts of different modes, you know, and different styles. But we'll see how we go. All right, so I'm playing this kind of like a ZVT, I guess. This is weird. I've got a second gas. I'm droning now. I don't know why I'm building 4 queens, but I am.
This guy didn't even come across the map to harass. That's crazy. Builds Oracle, doesn't even harass. Wild. Okay. I'm gonna make some roaches now. Did he go Blink Stalker last time, guys? I can't remember. Don't think he did, right? Alright, what style are we playing? Maybe Sneaky Spire. Oh no, he did a bit of a pressure, didn't he? Ooh, I might be being too greedy if he does that again. Alright, let's go Sneaky Spire. I think his scouting sucks. I forgot to start my 4th. Okay, we got 66 workers, which is good. I'm gonna make a few Ravagers, just like 2 preemptively. Oh, nice move! We're just building drones. Got a few spores coming out. Probably just goes ground style after, right? Okay. Okay. So what do we see here, guys? Second Cybercore, he's going full air? Wait, what? He's going full... Guys, this guy a troll. He's playing Sky Toss. Don't think that's good. Then again, Hero did it the other day, so all the Protossers will be doing it. I'll copy him. Alright, I'm going to keep my guys back because I think he's going to try and beat me on air upgrades. I'm going to go over there actually and try and pee on him. Alright, let's try and go Hive. I'm going to pee on this to make him fight me. Yeah! Okay, this is a weird one because he's got a second Cybercore. And yet, he's making Stalker Sentry on the ground. So, riddle me that, guys. Why would you do that? I can't figure it out. He's making Immortals as well.
depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Metamorphosis complete. Mutation complete.
Adrenal. +3.
Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. Mutation.
That's a dead Nexus. Okay. My roaches are just gonna run away. Or run in there, I should say. Okay. I don't know why I'm so jittery today, guys. I think it's just because I'm playing kind of all day, I guess. Okay, sick. Now he's got immortals. I don't know how many he's got.
Mineral field. Our forces are under attack.
So we're gonna make a few Vipers. Let's make it 3.
Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under mineral field depleted.
Oh, hello.
The hive cluster is under attack. Our forces are under attack.
I'm having my ultras to just trade.
Mineral field. Mineral field depleted. Mutation complete. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted. Our forces are under attack. The hive cluster is under attack. Mutation complete. Our drones are under attack. Mineral. Our forces are under attack. Mutation. Our forces are under attack. Our forces are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
What are we missing? +3 carapace for both ground and air. Let's send 1 ultra. And we've got a ton more. Gonna come in for another trade here. Let's go.
See if we can pick off some more of these air units. What's he got? Oh, is that all you've got? You're dead! You're dead, you just don't know it yet, son! Oh, you're dead! You're dead, boy! You dead! You don't got no prismatic alignment. You dead, boy. You gotta get out of here, boy. You gotta leave. You still alive, but not for long. Nuh-uh. You think you still alive. You ain't, boy. What you got right now is just some last little ounce of dignity you're about to throw away by not leaving the game when you got your chance. This is my beating a Protoss player that built flying units voice. What can I say? It brings out the worst in me. It's not my fault. He chose to play the flying units. It's not my fault. Anyone who disagrees has never played against Skytoss. You're outing yourself. You're hating on me. Threw pretty hard against this guy before, so I had to get revenge. Whee! Let's get in. So we can just kill these. We just, you know. What units do you have anyway? Still microing stalkers. Okay. What units do I even have? Not that many. Build some ultras. Killed a lot of his buildings. Alright, these guys can run over there. Oh, we've got 2 ultras over here. Alright, I'll send those ultras around there as a little run by squad. I'll give them a pet overseer to play with. Oh! Why didn't I leave guys here? Alright, we're gonna leave 1, 2... We're gonna go make 2 broodlords behind his mineral line, because that's funny. I'm gonna make zerglings, because zerglings are fast. I like fast things. Much like the rider of Fast and the Furious 16. I want to make fast things, and then they go boom, and then the lady is gonna jump on a train, the train's gonna explode, and then a helicopter. That's the plan. See if we can pull it off. Do we upgrade a spy yet? Oh, apparently we don't. Okay, we'll just come in and do a wee-wee then. Wee-wee! Alright, let's go. Oh, is your base getting weed on? It is, isn't it? It's alright, I'm a nervous weir. I can't do it when anyone's looking. Wee! Alright, let's go. Grab an Archon. Oh, did you just blink into me, mate? Naughty! How dare you? Very rude. Very rude. Oh, you trying to focus fire? You trying to focus fire, boy? Guy can run in there as well. Alright, you guys can go. Yeah. So if you guys haven't figured out, I learnt about honor in video games from watching I can't remember what the film was called. So there's some guy who's something about squeal like a pig boy kept saying. I don't know. I always thought that was the way you should act when you're winning a game. Honestly, I don't know how to make Protoss players leave, even when I'm trying. Like, it's actually hard for me to get him to leave because I've got all these corruptors that don't really shoot down. I guess I go more broodlords and then A-move them. Probably the right thing to do. Because my actual ground army's not being that big this whole time. I guess now we can maybe get in with these guys? I don't know, we'll just attack from this side, I guess. Okay. Okay, I think we'll go in here and pee on his buildings again, because that sounds fun.
Be on the gateways. Whoa! Throw some blinding clouds down. So his range units really struggle. Whee! Get also more some brood lords. Alright, we should have it. GG's. Damn, he played pretty good, man. Yeah, I did not expect the Phoenix play. The Phoenix surprise did some good damage. Pig likes green cloud more than orange one. Oh, orange cloud exists. Serral in the chat. What's up, dude? I've been playing so little and I've only been casting, and no one's using it. No one's using the orange cloud. I think you used it a few times against Clem. I should definitely be using it more. Dude, to be fair though, he had a lot of flying units and I needed parasitic bomb. So there were the same Vipers that I built originally to kill the air units, and they happen to still be around. Yeah. P on his buildings, fart on his units, top tier gameplay. To be fair, you meant to fart on your own units. Are you saying Blinding Cloud is fart? I kind of feel like Microbial Shroud has a bit more of a fartness to it, you know? Yeah. What do you mean I use it a lot? Unfortunately, you're not in many close series for me to cast, Serral. Did you play any other Terrans, actually, in the group stage of Home Story? I haven't watched any of your group stage games. No offense. I was like, oh, these will suck. Serral never performs in the group stage. Always barely makes it out. So I figured they weren't worth casting, you know? I was like, yeah, we'll pass on that. Serral's supposed to be playing in 7 minutes? What's he playing in? Wait, what's on in 7 minutes? What's on today, guys? Oh, RSL's on. Oh, good luck versus Bunny. Don't forget to use Orange Cloud. Yeah. I don't like opening this style. I think I really prefer my 2 base tech builds, guys. Even against Protoss. I really enjoy getting the Hydra Den up early, because then the Protoss brain hurts. And they're like, oh, he's got a thing. What do we do? Ree. And then they never know what to do, which makes me feel good. So I think we'll do that if we get another one. Big, what if gas mine 6 per trip, minerals mine 4 per trip, and 2 workers saturated gas that would cause long-term economic impact and slowdown? So if gas mined 50% more and minerals mined 20% less, that would be very, very gas heavy. That would be wild, wouldn't it? Hero? Crazy. Oh, you played against Schlappers? Oh, you were in Schlappers group. Okay, sick. Yeah, were any of the games worth watching? Did you like, or I don't mean worth watching, but were they with interest? Did you pull any cool strats? Let's go take a look. Let's spoil it. I've watched, yeah, because you only had Euthermia in your group. You guys played round 3, right? Round 3, yeah. Round 3, you guys played Rainfall and Sanctuary. Who's vetoing the 4-player maps? Serral. Tell me it's the Terrans and the Protoss. Tell me you Zergs haven't gone to the dark side. By 2 workers, I mean same gas income, but you get 2 workers instead of 3. Oh, I get you, Euro. No 5th base on 4-player maps? Dude, it's so Zerg favored. Oh my god, please tell me. No, Serral's too smart for this. Raynor and Solar, I kid you not. Oh my god. Have you seen them play Old Sun Temple, Serral? Oh my god. Dude, I kid you not. It's the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. Don't get me wrong. It's a tricky map. You've got to play unique. I've seen 2 games where Raynor and Solar spawned here behind me. Terran spawned down here. And they took their 4th here. I could not believe what I was witnessing. I could not. The best 4th is not this one. It's this one. This is the best 4th in the corner. You got to play it like StarCraft 1. It's exposed. It's hard to defend. It's also very hard for them to hit as well. Remember this, Serral. Free coaching. Free coaching. This base here is far superior to this one if they're in the bottom left. Yeah. It's actually the best base. If you're playing Lingbane. If you're playing Roaches, obviously not. But if you're playing Roaches in this spawn, where you're going to struggle anyway, I feel like. But yeah. Yeah, and you should always be trying to get to mutas if you can, but if you can't, this base here is a disaster. Because they can take their fourth here. They can push through you. It's so bad, man. Yeah. So bad. Yeah, but you can mine this and take this base. The problem is the ledge above it is really annoying. The ledge right above the minerals is really annoying. But yeah. I think this base is really good. If you're on mutas, it's actually god tier. So basically the theory is this is a lot like playing Mothership, where on Mothership, there is a high risk reward on your expansion patterns, right? Where if you expand further away, it's really hard for a Terran from the bottom left to push all the way to the top right. It's so far away. So it's very hard for them to hit. The real challenge is getting enough Lings, Overlords, Spotters across the map to spot when they're coming with drops and stuff, like having enough map control essentially to see when they're coming, or splitting enough units to do it. I think it's okay to take this base as well, but you need to kind of expand in both directions so that if they do focus hard on the top, maybe you could take this bottom base. It's not quite the same as Mothership, because Mothership, the base towards them is a bit nicer. This base really sucks. It's so easy for them to push. But I think if you get mutas up, it's like there's this point where the Terran is just pushing across these vast open spaces, and they're so screwed. Like, obviously, they're just going to frontal parade you. And the frontal parade, I actually think, is their best option if you take the top right. They might sneak a drop or a liberator there occasionally, and it's just about having enough vision to spot that so you can react in time. Having a few Lings on patrol around, like, here. You need probably, like, 4 or 5 Zerglings on patrol, or a few Overlords scattered around on pillars and edges and stuff. But this base here is a disaster, because the Terran basically has this beautiful ledge with a blocker here, rocks here, and they can push onto you. And this base is basically a free push path. Like, Terran just will feast if you take that as your 4th base. So it's a tough spawn, but I think there's like a point where if you defend that base, late game is awful for Terran on this map, because they have nowhere to expand later on. These expansions and same on Fear and Faith, like, Terran is dead if you survive past that point. So you can be a little bit lower on economy. Rather than playing an 85 drone 4 base, you can play a 72, 75 drone 4 base style on this map. And I believe if Zergs practice this map enough in this expansion pattern, they should have a decent win rate even on this spawn. And obviously cross spawn's amazing for Zerg, but I think Zerg should never be vetoing these maps, because I think it's like 50%. It's actually quite good for Zerg. It's just you need to have practiced it a lot, which no one has yet. And the other 50% coin flip is that you get an amazing cross map, which is just amazing for you. So anyways, good luck in your matches, Serral. I'm sure he's already headed, guys. He's got to go do vetoes and stuff. Good luck in RSL, mate. Have some good games over there. Yeah. Matt says, how do you take it versus Banshees then? Oh, if someone's got Banshees out there? Yeah, if someone's gone Hellion Banshee, then they can block it. You just kind of have to try to sneak it up. Like, if they're patrolling the top right with Banshees, they're kind of wasting time as well. But yeah. I think if they're in the top right, it's gonna be an issue. Might be a good map for the 2-base Spire opening. That's a good point, Logic. Yeah, it might be. High ground left of the forward 4th looks like there's gnarly tank spots. Oh, it's brutal tank spots. That's what I'm saying, is like, if they have like a tank there, a tank there, like, you can't push up here. Terran can leave the rocks up. He can mine some of the minerals out and just like, or drop units on the low ground. And it's just this, all this terrain is terrible. Terran can also break these rocks and collapse this area. Like, there's just, it's a giant no-go zone. This area you do not want to be fighting in. It's a Terran wet dream. So that's why you want to expand away and kind of counterattack. And if the Terran hard pushes with their whole army to the top right, you don't even need to defend it. You can counter their natural. But it's naturally a position where you want to play a higher army and just survive the mid game, because Terran's going to struggle. And yeah, they're often going to take that 4th base towards you in the side spawn here. So you just need to like survive that and constantly be countering the 3rd base and up here into the natural behind their pushes, and lure their pushes in deep all the way up this ramp. Use as much space as you can. Fight for your creep spread here. This area is not too bad to fight. It's not great, but it's not too bad. But fighting around this area is like really awful, I feel. GG's. What is Pigmas? It's like Christmas. It's Christmas in July right now, brother. Sorry, I should change the overlay. We were doing our KFC sponsored Christmas in July stream just before. There's a big deal on fried chicken in Australia right now. We're wearing our Christmas jersey, Christmas sweater. There's "'Tis the season to be merry." On the back it says, "Look on the fried side of life." Nice. You guys are legends. Thanks for hanging. I am kind of done, I think. We could play another game or two, maybe. Quick ad break. We'll be right back.
I don't know why he just looks like he just came out of a fucking, like he's been in a little fucking gimp closet or something, and he's just being let out. He's grabbed a beer because he's like, this is the only time I'm allowed to drink, and he's coming over to try and be like, can you please call the police? Dennis keeps me locked away.
Talk to me, boss. I'm going in. Not a problem. All day long.
Mineral field depleted.
I'm waiting on you. Bandit. Ready to raise some hell.
That's the dumbest game of StarCraft I've played in a while. This guy didn't believe in spore crawlers, man. For sure, you're an N-word. Homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, threaten violence, homophobic slur, racist slur, homophobic, racist, threaten violence. Because that's what my Terran brethren told me. When I play Protoss, I'm only allowed to bring 2 IQ with me. So he has to like kind of rub them together. It's a little bit like trying to create fire without having a spark. You know, you've got to use a lot of friction, and that's essentially Sal off racing as Protoss. It's, you know, he's basically just there with 2 sticks in the woods for like friggin' 3 hours, rubbing them together, trying to get some sort of flame to catch.
If we can get him again, we can optimize.
Clem in the top right invading the mothership. I'm not sure how he got through these shields you can see on the top right of the screen, but oh my gosh, is the mothership on fire? Okay, this mothership may actually be wounded, guys. Is this like a... It's like a Battlestar Galactica situation, or what's going... Actually, maybe... Are we like... This kind of looks like an entry burn, right? Like, kind of like on the shield. It kind of looks like... Are we... Oh my god. Okay, guys, don't go to the edge. The planet bugs out. Pretend we didn't see this. What? The planet bugs out. You're not meant to see this edge of the planet. Oh no. Yeah, I was thinking maybe the mothership's plummeting through the atmosphere, guys. It does kind of look like an entry burn going on, right? That's kind of cool. Just don't go to the very edge and zoom the camera around. But especially if you pick up 16 Marines and move out, which a lot of Terrans would do right now, that could be really bad. But look, luckily he heads in the direction of the Lingbane. This is good. Maru's finding him. Serral. Uh-oh. Oh, he just burrowed. He was in vision for a second. Did Maru notice? Maru didn't notice. It was in vision. He was in vision. Oh, Serral burrowing the army. Dude, those guys would have been trapped there otherwise. But he hides it. He unburrows, and now he moves out. Serral, you dirty genius. He's waiting for the Banelings to lead the charge. Banelings in front so he doesn't give away what's happening. And there we go. Banelings are going to burst through. Oh my god. At the same time, he rolls Lingbane on the front army and clears half of the front army and clears everything on the rally at the same time. SCV's trying to evacuate right now. The SCVs are trying to evacuate. Baneling did burrow in the mineral line, by the way. That Baneling blows up on the gas randomly, dropping into the main base. Serral's going for the attack right now. Serral's bringing more units to the front while defending with his rally. Do you know how hard that is? Lurkers on your ramp is going to be a massive issue for Clem. Has to pull his whole army back. Ling's attacking a planetary. Mass repair will come in, but the Banelings are going to say, no, 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 silly boy. Your planetary is a deaditary. You know what I'm saying? It's like hereditary but dead. It's just planetary but dead. It's deaditary. I don't know what I'm saying. Neither do you. That's okay. That's my job as a commentator. Clear, concise conveyance of information. Hydraling Bane there is in trouble. I think it's time for Dark to pull these guys back. They are gonna get sandwiched. He might be staying a bit too long. The Lurker gets focus fired. The Hydraling Bane trying to jump on top, but he's bringing in a massive reinforcement from the right side as well. That Lurker, an Overseer, causing big problems. Clem still has not taken care of that Lurker. It's doing massive damage. The Lings kill the rebuild of the command center, and this might just be a game-winning move. Dark here on the map that's terrible for Zerg says, lol, terrible for Zerg. You just activated my superpower. I play way better StarCraft when I'm behind. And the great thing about this map is I don't need to mess up my build order to be behind. I'm behind from the start because you get a free gold base. Who knew? Come on, come on, come on. Let's go, lads. Let's go.
Warning.
Class 10 Zerg flyer detected.
Yeah, class 10 dick in my butt.
Scanner showing
Gosh.
the largest Zerg signature I've ever seen, and it's headed your way.
Holy shit. Stuff and all that, but these pro gamers apparently prioritizing injecting their hatcheries and sending their lings into each other mineral lines. Virgin detected. Houston, we've detected an anomaly. There appears to be a lack of sexual encounters for the professional gamers going on, and because of that, they're optimizing their lava injects and actually winning the video game. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think probably they're just lava injecting. They're probably just producing units a little bit. He was a stalker though. He lost another stalker there, trying to be a bit greedy there. He was trying to both focus fire and micro the prism at the same time. In comes that marine drop we talked about, guys. More stalkers will warp in at home. One of the stalkers has gone down, but look at that. He just blinks the other stalkers in. These guys blink in as well, showing absolutely zero chill. And he's using this warp prism to try and pick up, keep these low hit point stalkers alive, and he wants to micro at home at the same time. He's got to be careful with that prism. He's putting on gas while who rallies workers to gas in the middle of picking up stalkers to dodge marauder projectiles? And what I really want is StarCraft to be like this again, guys. I gotta say, I don't want this to be balanced for more than a few months, but I want a new patch every 6 months that puts stupid stuff like this in the game. And then 5 months in, we're really sick of it. It's overpowered. It's dumb. And then they remove it. And they put new dumb stuff in the game. I mean, wouldn't this just be the dream? I love it. I don't know. At this point, and one of the, I'm like, screw making it a sport that never changes and never evolves. I'm all on board with this. I used to be like, give us a stable game that never changes for 20 years. These days, I've completely changed camps to just give me fun toilet button, because that is friggin' hilarious. It's a bit of a tutorial. Oh, right, guys. We've run into someone a bit lower than me on the ladder, so I'm going to try and do a tutorial. And that's how you play ZVT. Thank you, guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. If you guys want more hot tips, please sign up to my exclusive Patreon coaching series. I'm a good teacher. What can I say? Still haven't seen any aliens move out, interestingly. Guess he's just focused on his macro. Shrine. I think it was in the qualifiers, wasn't it? Wasn't it like Mana vs. Is anyone allowed to cast this, guys? I didn't realize that. Is this co-streaming for the main event? When did they open that up? What's up, guys?
We have games, guys. Gamers are gaming. As I said, I will definitely delete this VOD because I really don't think that this kind of stuff should be posted. This reactionary content. It's just to vibe and have a little bit of fun.
So do they have a clean feed?
Yeah, the Reaper's.
Oh, he's
finally picked it up.
just co-streaming the main stream. Oh, okay. I love that I search tasteless and it comes up with protein powder. Like what? Why is this not?
Basically filling your tack in, right? But I think it should be kind of a quiet game for a little bit here. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot that can be done here, especially from Terran, right? You can try to poke with these Hellions, but other than that, you're basically waiting and trying to build up.
You guys talking about when to do Overlord?
They're gonna run fast the first
Serral's still doing 11 Overlord? Oh, yeah. He's... yeah, he prefers to do it without the extractor trick. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it. It's like very similar to doing the 12 Overlord extractor trick.
into another round of drones for Serral, and he's still getting the Roach Speed and the Carapace upgrade to eventually go for some Roach Ravager, likely in a little bit, after Bunny does a little bit more aggression and poking with the...
So this is the same thing I was talking about with Old Sun Temple. The best fourth for Serral is down here, guys. It's down here. It's a much better fourth than on Old Sun Temple inside spawns. So I think it's a bit more obvious on this map that you have to do it. But he's playing Roaches, so he's just going to be hyper aggro. And I think Bunny might just die.
You know, the way this map is shaped, you're each kind of tucked into this quadrant, right? You have like 4 bases that you have very easy access to. So the way that Zerg might have to expand from here on out, because I don't know how safe it is to take that base that's closer to where the Terran is, that just feels like maybe too hard to defend.
Go to bed, Pig.
Push comes in.
I was thinking of playing a round of Darkest Dungeon because it's like my chill evening time. I got a run in. I took a little break during the stream and just played the Serral Clem Finals. So, yeah. Oh, the Roaches are in. He didn't see it coming. Tank's up though. Gets 2 shots off before it dies. And actually, it'll survive. Not bad. Not a bad hold for Bunny, but the work account of Serral is unhinged. Oh, look, guys, he's at 73 workers pre 7 minutes. That's crazy. What is this? Oh my lord.
9, and Serral's still got 74 drones on the back end.
Yeah, Serral definitely willing to sacrifice those units to just trade out what Terran would have for a push later on.
Freaking 9 Roach timing with Carapace, guys. You did him with 9 Roaches, you got a hive on the... Oh my god, Serral's got this in the bag. Yeah, this is Serral. Greatest player of all time. Same Serral that was in chat. So Serral made about 10 workers a minute. Well, it scales up. So obviously he made the most workers in the previous 2 minutes or whatever. But yeah, if you average it out. Okay, so what's really interesting here...
They are a linchpin of the actual army itself. You need those tanks alive to be able to actually go for those big, aggressive...
It is a Roach army, so the supply can lie. Even when Terran looks totally cooked, they have a little bit more duration on their income than they used to with the extra minerals. There are chances to hang on in there. Problem is going to be, where do you expand? 4th base is fine for Terran. After that, you're screwed. You have to kind of win on 4 base, I feel. And he's not playing Battle Max, so I think he's just got to play aggressive. But I mean, Zerg bases will be isolated in the bottom right. Nice, paradoxical. Yeah, Chenstrap, go and see the RSL finals would be fun. They're doing like a streamer tournament there as well for all the classic games, StarCraft included. Is this day 1 of this season, by the way, guys? They're just chilling. Let me just quickly look up the bracket. Really quickly.
Once you get Siege in this position, like you can get some tanks in the background right there. You can definitely
Hold
shell
on.
away at the natural a bit, and that tiny choke point is going to make it very difficult.
This is like day 1. This is day 1. What are we up to? RSL 6? Yeah, 6. First match of the very first group stage. Okay, 6-6 sick. Alright. You see how far behind it looked like he was earlier? And now it looks kind of close, doesn't it? Well, no, the problem is the Terran upgrades are always a bit behind. And he's nowhere near Ghosts and Hive Techs, and that's the problem. The problem is like the Zerg tech advantage, right? Supply wouldn't be that big of an issue if the Zerg tech wasn't so crazy, but the Zerg techs, like everything's done. I don't think he has Infestors, but I think that's just because he didn't choose to build Infestors. Yeah, the supply would be fine. It's just the tech is so shit. Like Terran doesn't have all the production up yet and everything. Serral's not got a crazy work account, but that's just Serral being Serral. Doesn't like playing greedy. Likes to play safe.
As these drops will try to distract Serral for as long as possible, but you can see that distraction not really...
Oh, GG. Oh my god, you could see Bunny's face. The grimace. Oh my lord, blinding clouds all over his tanks. Yeah, Pig, this matchup is all about Terran getting it up or not.
Oh, really? Bunny's a pretty virile guy. I didn't think he'd struggle with that.
Fatal damage that he took there. I mean, it seems like now Serral can just go all the way across the map, hitting everything. GG. Serral takes game number 1 in basically flawless play.
That was about as close as you can get to a perfect.
Dude, I never get to watch RSL live.
Like that was kind of insane. Took
Nice camera. It's a good camera quality.
harassment whatsoever. Every single Hellion, the Reaper obviously didn't get to the other side of the map. It died immediately to the Queens and the drone.
Can you walk on the Skybridge? Workers only Burgundian Bandit. So workers can move. They're a new thing in the last like year or two called worker only paths, where basically you can move only workers through those areas. So it gives you a shortcut on those 4-player maps to go between their bases. RSL co-stream. You know what? I think I'm just gonna watch this next game. I'm gonna go play some Darkest Dungeon after, but I think I'll do it off stream. Because it's gonna be pretty chill. Maybe I'll play some AoE 2 campaign as well. For nighttime gaming today. We'll just watch one more game here. Or 2 if obviously if Bunny sneaks a win. They need to make it so your win streak affects your recon. If you win a match, next game your workers cost 1 crystal more. Amazing. That's true balance Avenera. Self-balancing. Stop people winning too much. How you doing, Durin? Yeah, we've just got a few basic opening guides there for now, that's all. Asby says, are you excited for Dawn of War 4? Well, while we're waiting for the next game, I heard there's a new Dawn of War 4 battle report with the friggin' Mechanicus, or whatever the fuck they're called. Necrons versus the Adeptus Mechanicus. Let's go. Oh, Jesus, don't do that. Reddit, piss off. I think the next game's already started.
Next up is the...
Curious to see. Because I think the visuals didn't quite blow me away in the previous battle report. The whole map looked a little bit too yellow and stuff. And I'm hoping everything pops a little bit more on this one. These guys are glowing, but I think they're in general very zoomed out, which is what made it hard for it to kind of super pop, you know? Commentary's a bit cringe. Necrons look cool. I always hated Necrons. Like, I always thought Necrons was super friggin' like... I don't know, because I never even played multiplayer 40k, but I was just like, what is this faction where they're just like, oh, we're not dead, we just keep getting back up. Yeah, we never die. Yeah, unkillable undead zombie horde. And I was just like, fuck, these guys are stupid. I think that might have even been a thing in the 90s where people kind of hated Necrons. And then the Tau came along and everyone was like, okay, the Necrons are normal and Tau are actually the dumbest thing. What do people hate in Warhammer 40k these days, guys? Like, what are they, like, who is it still Tau, or has anything new replaced the hatred of Tau? Like, you're like, what? Why are there good guys? They're like, for the greater good. Why are there good guys in the Grimdark race? What's going on? Yeah. F. Hervis. Pew pew pussies. Everyone hates Imperial Guard players. Yeah, but not the faction, just the players. I thought people kind of feel like Orc players are a bit like playing cheesy shitheads, because like they're just complete gambling. They're just like, we're gonna gamble. This game's just gonna be about some dice rolls, you know. But like orcs are my favorite. I only started collecting a tiny bit of Orcs and Gretchen before going fantasy, going old world Orcs and Gobbos back in the day. Orcs and Gobbos were the best, man. I loved my Night Goblin fanatics. Half the time they'd turn around and run through my own ranks. Loved failing an animosity test. Your Orcs, like if you don't meet the enemy in combat quickly enough, they get bored and just start killing each other. You just have like one side of your army just charge into the other unit next to it rather than the enemy, because they're like, we want to fight. We're getting bored. Oh, gotta punch you. You know, and they just start killing each other and you're like, oh my God. It was always a dice roll whether your army would do what you wanted it to be. It was fantastic and stupid at the same time. You'd get a bunch of kind of overpowered mechanics, but you'd also get the a bunch of obviously the double-edged sword of randomness.
Yeah, I think my favorite for 40k was I got a what was the guy? He was like one of the mech orc dudes, and he had a teleporter, and he would load it with snotlings and then teleport snotlings inside the enemy. What was that guy called? I'm trying to remember what he was called. But that was what made me fall in love with orcs. I was like, he does what now? It's like, yeah, here's a teleporter, but you gotta like guess the distance and stuff for the target, and then roll a random direction dice and roll a d3 or whatever, and then even if it goes in a vehicle, you gotta roll to see what happens, because like the snotling could like splice into the engine and explode the whole thing up, or it could literally just do nothing, you know? It could pop inside and just get punched in the face by one of the crew and die. Any mech with a shotgun. How do they have custom decals? Like Serral's Hatch says Basilisk? That's just your clan. So if you make a clan in StarCraft, you can load an image up as your clan picture, and that'll show up next to your base. What's going on? Oh no, Tasteless is dying, guys. What's the bet? It's running smoothly on YouTube. No offense, Twitch, but you've been shit lately.
Those Hellions coming on in.
How did I know, guys?
Another set of them
How did I know?
That, potential,
YouTube would be fine.
On some level.
Wait. Oh, they have their own revival channel now? I'm so confused. Who cares? It's good enough. Oh, hello. Oh no, this one cut out as well. This one just had more buffer. Okay, so this is the original stream, RSL Revival. I didn't realize he had a separate channel for it. Why doesn't he just use his own channel? Huh. I guess his own channel has like other gameplay and stuff. Makes sense. This way he's just like uploading tons of tournament VODs to it. That's fair.
I mean, this season, I'm sure we're going to have 1 or 2 games. The question is, you know, when can you get the mech out and what can you do with it, right? That scout was like literally the best possible thing that could have happened.
Warp field snotlings teleporting to their victims, tearing them up from the inside. 10 out of 10 over the top grimdark. Indeed. Yeah.
You can drone pretty heavily. Now he's going to send these Hellions out.
I miss my 70 Razorbacks and Dreadnought drop pods. Nice.
Still a lot. Yeah. I'm actually surprised that Serral's this little prepared against that. 4 drones do get killed off pretty quickly as the Lings try to go for a wrap.
Oh!
We'll be able to get them a little bit there. A couple of the Hellions do get killed off with the Queens on the right.
So guys, Bunny's double eBay not too far behind. Watch Serral start Carapace in the middle of this. Look at him start Carapace right now.
Especially considering
no! Okay, he is prioritizing other things. Even Serral doesn't have unlimited APM. There we go.
Is basically over right now from Bunny. He can't really get a whole lot done. We've got the armor upgrade coming along here from Serral. And, you know, in some ways, things are kind of looking like the previous game. A lot of what Terran's trying to do hasn't done that much. He did kill at least nuke a couple drones here when those Hellions came in. But other than that, I mean,
ooh.
This is looking kind of rough. The Lings are actually going to come up here. He could
Serral wants those Hellions so badly. Oh, Bunny, you're not even watching. Not even watching, brother. Oh, that hurts. So he's going to go Carapace again. Cool to see Serral's bringing out the old Carapace builds.
But yeah, Serral actually is going to continue to go since he only sees a few Marines here, but Stim is finished, and so that's going to be a nice recovery there.
Oh no, it's dying again. No!
Yeah, well, this is definitely a good thing. Is this just on our monitor, or are you guys seeing lag on?
Oh wow, it's their whole setup is dying.
Oh, okay. So,
they're also reacting to it.
All right, they're. Well, that's.
I think that's the production.
That was
I think that's the production, dudes.
Check that off on the
Shit.
list. Yeah, make sure the stream crashes.
Sorry guys, I was like, we're just gonna watch one more Serral game here. It's cool though. He's going Carapace, Roach Speed, solid opening. He went Ling Speed first. I really wish I paid. I'm gonna go back, guys. We're gonna go study his openings really quickly, okay? While it's paused, I'm gonna break down Serral's opening. So check this out, okay? So Serral's still doing 11 Overlord. People were mentioning earlier. Are you sure? Yep, 11 Overlord, the legend that he is. Okay, so he's done a 16 pull. 16 pull, 17 hatch, or actually, was that a 16 hatch? No, 17. 17 hatch, so 17 pull, 17 hatch, takes a gas just after. How early does he take his third? I'm really curious. And does he get a third queen first? Yeah. So he goes 3 queens. Lair. Second gas roach. I saw him play so much Lair into Mutas off of this sort of opening. Sorry guys if I'm blocking. Am I blocking the overlay? I kind of am, aren't I? Yeah, so he just drones up 2 bases like fully here. 4 gases, 2 base. Goes Carapace, Roach Speed. Goes for his 9 Roach Pressure, and then drones the third behind it. Super basic opening. This game, he's gone Ling Speed. Does he take an earlier third? Yeah, but 40 supply third base. So he goes 40 supply third base, and then he goes Roach Horn, but it's like a Hatch Tech Roach Horn this time. Obviously, the Hellion Libs come in. Starts Carapace. Roach Speed. And drones super hard this time. Is Serral still doing that drone over micro Harston made a video about? Serral never did any sort of drone over micro Oblivious. Serral's like super chill in the opening. Maybe you're talking about like Rainer, Clem, Max Pax, Hero. Those guys all love to do it. Serral literally said if it becomes like to the point where he feels like he has to do it to be competitive, he will quit playing. He was probably joking, but yeah. He meant negative worker micro, and it was so funny. So what can you link a video? So maybe you're talking about something else. Serral was over microing the workers. Oh, to try to keep them doubled up. Oh, on the new patch, Serral was trying to keep the workers doubled up on the patch. I think we've all learnt it is not worth the effort. It is better to just let them mine on the further patches and then shift click them to speed mine them. Yeah. So the thing is, because Serral refuses to do the shift click speed mining, he actually ends up in a worse situation than players who speed mine pre-patch, because it gives even more of a bonus now. So this is funny. I hadn't seen this, guys. This is awesome.
Okay, Serral opens. We're starting with 8 workers nowadays.